And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever it is on this blue marble that you might be. Ali Nishad alongside David Lappin with a third day of main event coverage here from an over $2 million prize pool generating lovely Carmen series, sort of cherry on top of a Sunday as we're drawing to the end of the series. Obviously, tomorrow we will be crowning a champion and handing out $367,000 to that champion, David. Yesterday, we retreated to tremendous action, and we're hoping that we're going to see more of the same today.
Yeah, to preview our first feature table, we have the biggest stack in the room, Maxime Chilot, fantastic French player. He is a former winner here at Merit. He won the Vintage High Roller only about less than a year ago for 184k. Also at that table, Elie Sad, a familiar face to the stream. I'm sure people know this man as well. He is the Retro Festival main event champion, and he's also got a fourth place at EPT Malta, my home. I remember that EPT Malta very well, and yeah, he played very well on that final table. So I reckon we're in for a bit of a treat this morning.
Yeah, and obviously as we draw closer and closer to the fourth day of play, who knows whether we're going to get down to 2 tables, 3 tables, not sure. We're going to play 10 levels in total here today. I would imagine we're going to start to see things batten down a little bit, and then our outliers, as we've almost been spoiled here at Merit, the guys that are like, you know what, ICM be damned, screw all of this business, bubbles, whatever. I'm going to play the game that got me this far. And I think that truly is one of the delineating elements of action here at Merit. You still have this kind of best kept secret. A lot of guys who aren't playing for a living, those that are, many of whom are coming here exclusively to do a lot of their bidding. But the talent appears to be rising to the top.
Yeah, it does tend to rise to the top, and of course the first treat in store for you guys is essentially bubble coverage. We've got 142 left. I think it's 89 are paid. So I would estimate the second frame is when we burst the bubble, but plenty of ICM around right now, and if you're a middly stack, it's a little uncomfortable. Yeah,
and we're going to get our first look in just moments at not just this beautiful venue that plays host to all of these events, the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel, Resort, and Casino, but of course the 9 combatants as well as their chip counts. And there you go, feast your eyes, a lovely darkened stage that does bring some grandeur to the festivities without question. Sometimes you'll even hear the players sort of discuss the impact that maybe being there might have on them. There's Laurie, who we've also seen at a final table.
Yeah, Julian in the mix again. Looking forward to seeing how he gets on. Obviously, a fellow Frenchman there in Maxime Chilot, right center of your picture right now. And another familiar face, Dmitry Gromov. We saw him on the stream during the High Roller, I think it was, a few days ago. So, yeah, look, these guys, no strangers to this room, to this venue, to winning money at Merit Poker events. Now, look at this. It's a stack table as well.
On the topic of winning, that's what Maxime Chilot appears to be doing, and very little else, as he's got 28% of the chips in play at this featured table, of course. 1.9 million in front of him. Almost at 7 figures is Maher Noida, Mehmet Ercelan, Julian Laurie.
As you know, Ali, I love my storyline, so I'm always trying to gather in whatever information is coming from the outer tables. And, of course, yesterday, Chilot doing all of his dirty work on the outer tables. But every time I looked across, he had more chips. He was pulling in another big pot. So he's been ruffle-stomping his way through this field so far, and that's why he's got almost 2 million.
Gromov, 25,000 with the ace-5 suited. It is one of those phenomenons, David, whereby a bit of a snowball effect as you begin to accumulate chips. Your table image gets stronger and stronger. People get more and more intimidated, and the tension is quite high here. Even the most nominal of payouts here in this $3,300 buy-in main event. Good for $4,580. The difference between little ROI and nothing at all. Obviously, that's always the case, but when you have 376,000, I believe I transposed that at the top, going to the champ, it is about survival. 3 bets here from Alalam.
How much you start? How much you start?
Gromov asking for a count. Fearsome look on Alalam's face, by the way.
Yeah, it certainly would be uncomfortable if Gromov decides to pull the trigger here, 40 big blinds deep.
Oh, but lets it go. I thought perhaps that solver bait that you and I talk about quite a bit, David, the baby-suited aces from ace-deuce through ace-5 might activate, but Dimitri just does well to get away from it.
Yeah, probably ultimately siding on putting down the muck because it was from early position and it was a middle position 3-bet. I think you're absolutely right, Ali. Had that been late position battle, I think the ace-5 might have gone with it.
Bakos Alalam, the recipient of our first pot here, sitting in seat 3. There's a look at Mehmet Ergelan. In the bin it goes. In the bin it belongs.
Yeah,
King
indeed.
5. Gromov out of there, and certainly no binning of the ace-king suited for Maher Nuira. 430,000 in live earnings since 2019. Being described by producer Milbudas as a young gun of live poker. He was a bit surprised to learn that his min cash in the main here would be his biggest cash at Merit. Were he fortunate enough to make it into the top 89, just based on the quality of play that we've seen from him. I think there is something to be said as far as competitive advantage, David. Those that do play with high frequency and regularity here, knowing their opponents, because you cannot presume that everybody's approaching this game even remotely close to the same manner. And I think we've seen multiple occasions on which responses to opens from players who are kind of deviant in that way have been very custom tailored.
Yeah, I think there's a Merit Poker Room optimal.
Yeah, there you go. I like that. MPO. Serves you better than GTO, perhaps, under this roof. If I didn't know any better, I would think that the beach club was open, just based on Gromov's attire this afternoon, that he'd come directly in to play a little cards from Seaside. He looks ready to party.
Yes, another lovely day here in North Cyprus. We did have some winds a couple of days ago, but otherwise it's been sun splitting the stones.
Another kind of observation, David, that I've made across the better part of this week and even prior stops that I've had the good fortune to attend is people tend to come out as groups to these events, and they spend a lot of time with one another. You'll catch them over dinner, large banquet tables full of guys all from the same country that, you know, have decided to make a group outing of it. You'll catch them in the spa hanging out together, several Austrians, some French players, as we see the ace-jack-10 not connecting with either one of these blinds here. Dmitry Yurosov in the small, just posing a question here at the 6K, 12K level.
Not getting an honest answer.
Not at all. And this isn't on the strength of 9 high or necessarily the backdoor pursuits from Ergelan. This is just saying, if you had some of this, I would have expected you to do some raising. Now Yurosov's check does provide the opportunity for Mr. Ergelan to show us his chops as he gets after it.
Yeah, pure float there on the flop. Obviously he had the backdoor hearts, had the 9-10 jack, but basically this move operating as a float against his opponent, who he feels, as you say, that he may have just gone for the limp stab.
Yurosov did coincidentally turn the pair of 5s, which was the best hand, but where do we go from there as he puts it into the muck? So nice there from Mehmet Ergelan. Continuing to be impressed by some of the lesser known commodities here. Just 12,000 and change in career live earnings for Mr. Ergelan.
Yeah, to pick up on your point about people traveling in groups, and I think it is a poker thing in general as well. I certainly like to travel with people when I go to the States or if I'm taking a trip to Europe for poker. It's a lone wolf activity, poker. You're there on your own. You're playing for your own equity. You might do some swaps with pals. Maybe people buy pieces of you. You sell pieces to friends, whatever that might be. But I think it's so important that you create around yourself. I suppose if you're that way inclined, some camaraderie or some fraternity or whatever it happens to be.
We're even guilty of it, David.
Yeah,
Myself, you and James have been spending tremendous amount of time with one another, but go on. The point is fair.
Yeah, I just think it's a lonely old business in a way, particularly if you apply your trade online. That's certainly you and your computer for maybe weeks on end. So when you do take that one trip a month or one trip every couple of months down to Merritt or wherever, it's a nice opportunity to maybe hang out with the guys you've been chatting with virtually.
First involvement here from Elie Saad.
We don't have colleagues, so to speak. I guess that's the point I'm trying to make. So you sort of find collegial relationships with, I guess, the enemy because you're playing against these guys for money too.
Yeah.
But we've figured out a way to make that work.
Yeah, not a team sport, poker. And not a good spot for Elie Saad. King 9 against Ace King. Merciful board, perhaps, for his purposes. Though Gromov heavily under-repped.
Yeah. Interesting decision there to flat the Ace King. Gromov clearly hoping his opponent will rep the board that he actually hits, and that's exactly what's happened.
30K follow through. Gromov looking to induce additional incinerations of chips as King 9 draws dead on the turn. Saad's all done. Check back.
6, not a good card from Saad's point of view. The draws would have made some sort of pair in most worlds now. The 6-7, the 7-8, these kinds of hands obviously got there in some form. Smart sizing here from Gromov. You want to go big in this situation. He's under-repped. He's hoping that maybe a weaker ace would call. Maybe even a pocket pair would call.
King high, looking a little bit curious, just given that sizing and the line taken, David. Does end up putting it in the muck, though. If you're wondering why the prolonged silence, I can shed some light.
You'll be seeing it on Twitter in the next couple of minutes.
Well, I didn't get a chance to get down to breakfast today, David, and nature's sort of self-contained to-go snack, of course, is the banana.
It sure is.
Not a particularly flattering thing to ingest.
I feel like this is your first April Fool's prank on me.
Oh my gosh, it is April Fool's Day.
Sort of suggestively eating your banana at close
There
proximity.
is no way to non-suggestingly eat one's banana. There is Maxime Chilot with the ace-6 suited. Comes alive. 25K. Two kings now for Urasov in the cutoff.
All in.
Going to jam the remainder of his 223. Pretty hefty.
Yeah, I
20
guess
bigs.
feeling like maybe, just maybe, an early position open from Shiloh, there will be some calls. Any other raise size just probably doesn't make sense off the 18 bigs. So just hoping that maybe just Shiloh's got the pocket sixes or the pocket eights and he looks them up.
Well, also, when you know a guy's that deep, sometimes he'll make a little bit more of a liberal stand than he would have otherwise.
That's true too. He has the chips to play with right now. Maxime Shiloh in the box seat. My goodness, what a stack he's built up over these couple of days.
I imagine he's served as a bit of a docent in terms of shepherding people toward the exits. When you pick up that many chips, there's some real obituaries afoot. This time an ace-9 for Shiloh, $735,000 in career tournament earnings. Did pay us a visit during both the Western and Retro Series. It's been coming down to Merritt since, oh, let's call it, how far back? Sort by date. Looks like his first results at Merritt were March of last year. See Gromov. Ducks shooting it up to 24,000. Nuita with the suited connector in the small wants to take a peek.
Yeah, nice variable hand here at this stack depth. May bring in Chaheda. Bit awkward, the king 8. Not connected. Probably just about enough hand to flick in a call, yeah.
Price is right, deems George Chahada. Three players to the flop. Queen Jack 10. So the bad end of an open ender, along with bottom pair for Noira. Shahada with the better end of the open ender, and of course, under pair for Gromov.
Yeah, the only man who can have the nuts here is Gromov, but it's also the case that the flatting range contains a lot of Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10 type stuff, even hands that might be a pair and a draw, as we see Noira has here. Tricky one to know how to continue, because your opponent could just have the ace king sometimes, even though he's on the button. And you are in big, big trouble, drawing virtually dead against that hand. Chaheda, similar equation here. He's got the open ender, but he could be up against the king, queen, king, jack, in which case his hand is very, very ugly.
The issue, of course, is also that when you get there, it's not exactly hidden.
Indeed.
So it's tough to get action from a worse hand.
Will be interesting to see how Gromov continues here. I feel like a one street aggressive line here would be foolhardy. I think if you're going to go for this one with the under pair, you really got to go for it. Be willing to fire a couple of shells. Not very likely you're going to get two folds first time of asking. Seeing what we've seen from Gromov this week already, I think he is a man who understands that his line probably needs to be super aggressive. No, he does check it back, so maybe he was one and done. Surprised by that. Don't love the continuation bet if he isn't going to apply even more pressure here.
To be fair, there are hands that have 9-10 beat that would be willing to take this line just given the coordinated nature of the flop. But it's a full shutdown for Gromov.
Small blind range there is going to be very condensed around the Broadway cards. Yes, okay, he might have got a small pocket pair to fold. One that was bigger than his twos. That would have been a good result, but just targeting that portion of the range. A bit optimistic, I think, with that one and done. Certainly we see these days players use their small pairs as those bluffs where they go 3 streets and apply max pressure when they have the range advantage. And the nut advantage, of course, which was very important on that particular board. Well, we saw him open the a6 from early position a moment ago. Much happier with this pocket tens. If there was to be a short stack targeting Mr. Shiloh, they would be in big trouble here, although Urasov has woken up bigger. Just 22, 23 bigs. Probably no escape route here for Shiloh.
In comes the 3-bet from the red jacks of Urasov. Now an ace-jack suited, which obviously goes way down in value in the face of the under-the-gun open and 3-bet behind it. Ergelan, well aware, bins it. Nothing brewing elsewhere in this pot thus far, as Jahada likely to bin the king 9. And not looking to speculate in this situation.
Yeah, I wonder what Maxime's going to make of this 3-bet to 70 off the 278k stack. That's the one part of this equation that may furrow his brow. Tens obviously happy to get in for this number of chips, but he will be kind of curious as to whether there's even a possible 3-bet fold range. I guess he just plays so well against the call range too. Not in this instance.
Shiloh looking over at that stack and saying, I'm ready to play for the rest of it. Lovely development here for Dmitry Urasov. High-stakes tournament professional. Earned himself a World Series of Poker bracelet in a 10K 6-max championship once upon a time. Queen 9-7. Jacks still looking good. Clubs are a bit of an issue. No longer, as the board pairs on the turn, and Urasov just needs to fade a 10 here to double. And he's done so. 586k pot going his way as tokens are submitted for audit.
Yeah, big moment there for Urasov. Obviously coming into this third day with 25 big blinds. It's never easy. You can't hang on in there, hang tough until the money. We're too far away from that period. We're going to have to play probably something like 80, 90 hands before the bubble bursts. So we can't just blind out. We must keep playing. And yeah, when you get that jacks, tens set up right out of the gate, you get up to 50 big blinds, much more comfortable average stack when this bubble goes. It's going to be around about 800k.
Well, you want to talk about comfortable, David. Dmitry Urasov has played buy-ins as high as 50k.
Wow.
The annual high roller event in 2019 at the World Series of Poker. He finished 4th for 458,000, won his bracelet for 775,000 back in 2017 in that 6-max event that I alluded to. Has 3.4 million plus in career tournament earnings. So obviously a force to be reckoned with. Love to see the guys that would be playing a 50k, a 10k, still happy to come down and be a part of a $3,300 main event. And I think it speaks volumes to both just the sort of softer field nature, dare we say, of a lot of these lineups, which are peppered with tremendous talent none of whom I would imagine are eager to let the rest of their sort of spheres of influence in on this best-kept secret of sorts, the world's biggest small poker room.
Yeah, and I think the other really big factor about here is just the experience. I sat in the jacuzzi with Jason Wheeler yesterday. I think it was during your slot with James in the middle portion of the day. And Jason had come down. He had played a few tournaments, but he basically just talked about treating a trip here like a bit of a vacation. Been grinding away online the last little while. He'd had a couple of good results online, and he just thought, I'm going to treat myself. I'm going to head down to Merritt. Might play a couple of tournaments, but I'm not going to maybe play all the tournaments. I'm not going to go burning it at both ends. And when I do have some downtime, he brought his partner, and they were enjoying the spa and all the things that are here to avail of.
Is Julian Laurie with the king-queen suited. First action we've seen from him. Finished 4th in the warm-up for 69,000 last week. Came into that final table as a commanding chip leader.
Yeah, mixed feelings there for Laurie. Obviously, if you watch that final table play out, it was a case that he just withered out of the tournament.
He really did.
I've never seen card distribution so cruel to a chip leader that they would just fall back so gently through the pack, back into the middle pack, and eventually just be really, really short. I think he didn't really put a chip in anger before suddenly he had 6 bigs in front of him. It's happened to me before as well. Sometimes the poker gods are very cruel with the card distribution, and there's just nothing you can do.
Yeah. It is frustrating, too, because you know how much hope and promise you sense coming into a final table as a chip leader where the table is very much set for you to haul in the trophy, and then suddenly the lug nuts come loose, wheels go flying off. Can be a bit of a frustrating affair.
As producer Milbudas informs us that the mystery bounty has just kicked off. That's a fun one.
The 2K, it's the second of 2 mystery bounties on the docket here. $150,000 guarantee, 2 day ones. Raise and take it for Bakos Alalam. Bakos, a little bit of a mystery, even to perhaps the most informed man in the room in terms of personal anecdotal knowledge, hence why we've tapped him to be our research producer. Milbutas saying, I don't have much on this guy. Every now and again, somebody emerges who's off radar.
Yeah, it's important for poker to constantly have new blood coming in. Obviously, Darrow Carney and I at the Merritt Western Series actually spent quite a bit of time talking about how the game is marketed, and there is this sort of obsession with getting young people into the game, but sometimes it's the older people, the middle-aged people who have a bit of money, have more spare time. Probably better to target for a game like this. As you get older, maybe the sport you once played at a good level is something you can't do quite the same amount anymore, and you turn to mental gymnastics of sorts over physical endeavors. And you see that a lot. People getting into their puzzles as they get a bit older.
Sure.
Their crosswords, their Sudokus, their Wordles.
Wordle.
Why not a bit of poker as well?
Well, Julian Laurie is going to be getting into this ace-king suited in the face of an open from Noida. Black nines.
Yeah, this one has the potential to get spicy here. Laurie likely coming with the 3-bet. Of course, we saw the Gromov flat with the ace-king offsuit earlier, playing a kind of a deceptive line. 3-bets from the big blind do often look a bit extra strong, and that's why I think throwing in the occasional deceptive flat is kind of cool, but much more standard to go for the raise here with the hand that could still get calls from hands he dominates. In this case, they are flipping right now. Noira unlikely to go anywhere with pretty decent pocket pair.
3-bet up to 120,000. As you see, Noira just almost glaring over at Laurie, who's just not giving anything away.
Note the large sizing here, out of position. Laurie clearly trying to get the chips in here if possible, almost set up a situation where his opponent may think it's tricky to flat, and actually what I'll do instead is try and gobble up this 120k plus what's already in there.
Just reaching down, touching his stack ever so slightly, and then darting a look back up at Laurie as if to inquire as to whether or not there would be any sort of reaction. Julian giving nothing away. Consummate professional. The call is made, and the flop is Queen Jack 8. Here's an interesting one.
Very interesting.
2 overs, Broadway gutter, backdoor hearts for Laurie. But a gut shot of his own, and what happens to be the best hand. 2 nines for Noira, who is dealing with a couple of overcards and potentially a C-bet here as we await Julian's directions.
Yeah, the big sizing from Laurie pre-flop has sort of defined Nori's hand as not going to be too much nonsense. He's going to have a real hand here, something that's probably hit a board of this nature, pocket pairs, very likely either set it up or have that gutter, which of course we see they do. Also, maybe the king-queens are in there. That's obviously made a hand. Ace-queen, very possible as well. So Laurie's got to proceed cautiously here and does so with a small bet.
Yeah, note the way the sizing has gone down considerably. Pre-flop, it was a 3-bet to 120. And now here he bets 60 into 258. Sub-quarter pot. And that is going to retain Noira's black nines, which have now made a set on the turn. But that card gives Laurie the nut flush draw and puts 4 to a straight on board.
Yeah, fascinating card. Laurie obviously picking up that flush draw, but another card that will hit his opponent's range. Pocket tens will be in the mind maybe. Also hard for him to represent a 10, so maybe hard to bet this card. It's a really interesting situation. What 10x would go for that big sizing, that big 3-bet pre-flop? Ace 10, probably not. Keenly aware of what he can and can't represent here, Laurie.
Yeah, the 10x business seems, even in the form of a couple of 10s, David, to be an unlikely bit of kid, and as such, the check does come in. And for Noira, much like for Laurie, who's looking to realize equity, he could potentially just keep it clean here. But once you determine that your opponent does not have a 10 in their hand, you're going to feel a lot more comfortable about barreling. Might Noira expect that were it a set of jacks or a set of queens that Laurie would still be betting?
I think Laurie has to keep in a couple of his better hands into his checking range in this situation. I think this is a natural check for him, maybe with his range as played. I think what's interesting about it, though, is that if you keep in some of the stronger hands, well, Noira will be eyeing up the aces and kings because they're the ones he's in great shape against, and hoping that he can get value against hands that have incredibly little equity now. Yeah, the small sizing, I love it from Noira. 90k. Now that does obviously allow the ace-king suited to try to realise in this spot. 10 would be good, heart would be good. We're going to a fascinating river card here, Ali.
And it's
Oh,
the
would you
10
believe
of
it?
hearts.
Oh my goodness me.
Ace high flush for Julian Laurie and a straight on board, counterfeiting the set of 9s. What a disgusting card that is. Perhaps the worst one in the deck for Noida's taste.
Yeah, and I think Laurie has to do his own betting here. I don't think you can be confident enough that your opponent will either try and steal this one away from you when both may play the board. Laurie obviously has all the ace kings. Makes sense for him to bet in this situation, even when he doesn't have it. If he was out there with, I don't know, maybe the ace 5 somehow, although he wouldn't get to the turn with that. But, you know, I think it's just upon Laurie here that he must do his own bidding. Horrible spot for Noira. His absolutely fantastic hand just shrivels up.
Mm-hmm.
I guess Laura has to target the king queen. That makes the most sense in this spot now. You're hoping maybe, just maybe, your opponent went for that advanced blocker on the turn with king queen, and you're going to have that hand not necessarily do its own bidding on the river. Oh, fascinating spot though.
$558 in the middle, 402 back. That's what they're playing effective, as Noida's got his man covered, and all of it, well, just about all of it.
Yeah, I'm wondering now if Laurie would do this with aces as a bluff. That's the one kind of interesting hand you may have gotten to the river with. If you had aces with the ace of hearts, if you had aces, would you turn your hand into a bluff here? That's a kind of a cool one. Anyway, it all happened a bit quickly there. The river.
Aces with the ace of hearts would be the hand to do it with, obviously. As Noida, undoubtedly disgusted, puts that one into the muck. Tremendously fortunate run out there for Julian Laurie, who knocks on the door of 1 million in chips now.
King, queen.
Very well played by both players, I must say.
I think not often enough, David, do we make assessments like that. I think I've kind of borne witness over the course of the last week of you doing it on a few different occasions, but regardless of outcome and who wins a pot, there are times where you can look up and just go, yes, I know you lost a lot in that hand, but you played every street exactly as one should have, optimally.
Absolutely. And I think we'll see more and more of that, as you pointed out, these fields, while certainly having some value when there are 765 entries, for example. Obviously, some of them are re-entries, but there's definitely value in these fields. But when they do always tend to boil down to some high-level 27 left, last 3 tables, and we're just like, oh, look, 20 of these guys are pretty good.
Yeah.
Big sizing here under the gun with the queens. Marcelin basically deciding to charge his opponents from up front. Makes life easy for Eurosoft now in the big blind. Doesn't have to defend against this size.
Yeah, an ace-8 that perhaps gets curious for less.
Certainly.
But that's in part what the sizing is designed to do, obviously, is create a little bit more focus and clarity. Allows you to navigate post-flop with greater ease, as Ergelan does give the boys a look at the 2 queens. Was impressed, by the way, with that float that he had.
Yeah,
earlier.
that was cool.
Look at this. The Middle East Cash Game Festival, June 7th through the 13th. Only Lebanese citizens can participate in the Lebanese Poker Cup and Mystery Bounty events. And I've heard whispers of these sorts of things that just create kind of an insular cultural opportunity for the markets that I think are kind of strongest in terms of merit poker. Obviously, there's a lot of players that come from the Middle East, Iran in particular, Lebanon, Israel. Do see many Turkish players.
Yeah, that sounds like a fun one. Obviously, I'm well used to closed fields. The Norwegian Poker Championships used to be in Dublin. They're in Bratislava this year, but at least half of the events on that schedule were closed to just Norwegian citizens. And
I'm really hoping that the consulate gets back to me in time over there in Beirut with my documentation.
you're going to get in the mix?
I just feel like I don't want to be shut out. I would like a passport as needed for every single event, just to be like, you're not going to keep me out.
I imagine you'd be a man with a suitcase full of passports.
None of them
Kind of
belong to
international
me.
man of mystery.
Just an eBay situation, honestly. You know, I actually lost my passport on my way back from South Korea in Washington, D.C., thankfully on U.S. soil. So I think that's a little bit less perilous. You see, far from perilous, the trip aces for Elisan up against a queen 10 here. Last time we saw him, he had king 9 on an ace-high board.
Oh, he's going to play a little trappy here. Hope that his man catches up a little bit.
And he's done exactly that, courtesy of the check back. The queen of clubs rolls off. Now, Ergelan. Aces and queens, gonna bite. Beautiful development.
Single big blind bet here from Ursulan. Saeed will be trying to figure out what that means. He's obviously got trips here, but it's not the greatest kicker in the world. Probably up against a man who would flat some stronger aces in his mind. So, yeah, he's going to continue to play it slow here. It's going to come down to sizing here on the river. If Ursulan was to fire out a tiddler again, I think Saeed would probably go for some value. But if it was a larger bet, I think Saeed might be a little cautious of this man who doesn't appear to be that one float earlier withstanding the loosest or bluffiest candidate.
Ergelan recognizing that being called on the turn is a bit of an issue.
Yeah, even some bigger queens possible now. King Queen would pursue value. I think Queen Jack might even pursue value in this spot. So with kickers playing on the 5 and 7 board there as well, this Queen 10 does shrivel up somewhat. It's a more obvious time to fire a little bluff at this one for Saeed. Would have been on the flop. Obviously more his board. So Ursulan putting the pieces together really well there. Strong play.
I'll tell you what, not everyone's going to put it in the bin for 40K on the river there, but Ergelan really just hits the queen, probes, and then feels as though once he gets called there, the jig is up.
Yeah. Some news from the outer tables here. Uri Reichenstein, who we enjoyed watching play some really creative poker yesterday, 1.54 million. Boris Angelov, another familiar face to the stream, 1.34 million. Fan favorite Smush, Boris Smushkevicius, 640K right now. And Paul Brown, he came third in the Western warm-up UK player, 855K, coached by top UK pro Jamie Nixon. Brown, bit of a revelation, not playing the game very long. He's already built a big stack in this one. The Dangerous Justice Helt, 827K. And Edward V Barsagian. Well, can he go back to back to back to back for consecutive live stream final tables? I wouldn't put it past that man. He's got 1.12 million. He's built up a stack in this one once again.
Whatever he does, I need him to not finish 5th.
Yeah, right.
Maxime Chilot, ace 9. Six, 7 suited being mulled over by Julian.
A little bit of Gallic violence in mind there, maybe.
He puts it into the muck, but I'll tell you what, we haven't necessarily, based on what we've seen thus far, been able to ascribe the idea that this big stack is just looking to bully from, you know, Chilot only having played a couple of pots, I think. But you know that it's on Laurie's mind that there should be wider opens coming in from that seat.
Yeah, I think it was a feature of Shiloh's play when we saw him with the big stack at the Western Series, was that he didn't get out of line too much. Maybe came in with a couple of extra hands, trying to pressurize, trying to use the natural ICM of the situation to his advantage. But never took it too far and always kind of maintained credibility, which is, of course, really important when you want to get those moves through, that you do have it in the minds of your opponent, that you do have it a lot as well. Gromov getting a good board here. Effectively second pair. Doesn't happen too often when you call with the 5s, so he's going to continue.
Defended the big, check calls, and now picks up an open-ender as Chilot's ace high turns into a wheel draw. Obviously the 5s that he's on the hunt for, a bit busy.
Yeah, crucially in this spot, you got to think about your opponent's flatting big blind range, and actually some of the 2x and 4x do fold. So maybe that tipping him towards, I think my opponent probably has a 10 more often and won't fold. So therefore, I'll actually just try and get to showdown here at my ace high. 2
quick checkbacks from Chilot as Gromov flips over the 2 5s to haul that one in. He himself has an incredibly impressive resume as well, David. There I go. It's the first.
That's okay. Again, a reminder, a lot of people think we are the same person.
No, but it's also
just
the fact
person.
that your buddy Dara has been hanging out with us.
Indeed.
Quite a bit. The fourth amigo, if you will. But getting back to Gromov, $3.2 million in career tournament earnings. Best live cash, $636K.
And that was like 10 years ago. This guy's a bit of a veteran, I think.
Give you the date momentarily. It was a World Poker Tour event in Vienna back in 2011.
Yeah.
And it was a 3,200 euro buy-in. So just imagine how big that field was.
Yeah, a lot of experience there, Gromov.
Dating all the way back into the 2010 range.
Do you know what it is, Ali? I see it as a compliment when I get called Dara, because Dara is a far greater poker mind. But then I just feel like maybe the audience are disappointed when they hear my voice come in afterwards and go, oh, I thought it was going to be O'Carney's analysis, the guy who wrote all the books.
I wouldn't say that. They're probably more disappointed in the fact that I've worked with you as often as I have, and yet I still persist. I'm not even trolling. I'm just having microaneurysms.
I am the poor man's Dara O'Carney.
We could call you the rich man's James Dempsey.
Okay, I'll take that.
James will be in to shepherd us through the second frame. For the time being, we work on the first, as it's Jack 6-4 here, a couple of ace highs squaring off. Noita, the defender from the big blind. Round 2 between him and Laurie. This rating to be a far less exciting affair. 68K in the middle. pair anywhere, and a check back from the ace-8. Now both players picking up a gut shot. The 5 would be particularly zesty.
Neuer obviously with a teeny tiny amount of showdown here, but probably considering the value of turning his hand into a bluff here on the turn after it went check, check. He's in the tank right now. This bet designed to get some better ace-x to fold. He has gone for a big sizing here, Ali. Note the 85 into 65.
Why the big sizing?
I guess his opponent doesn't have too much 5-3, 5-8. He could have that. 6-7. Jack 7, Jack 6. It's a board that favors the big blind's range, and I guess he's just deciding, I'm going to go for this in a very meaningful way here. Polarize myself to those kinds of extra strength hands, 2 pairs plus.
The risk of polarization, though, when you don't have a great hand, obviously, is the occasions on which all of a sudden there's a little bit of sniff.
Yeah, and I think it begs the question in the mind of Laurie there. Well, I didn't show much strength. I checked back the flop.
Right.
So I already appear to be reasonably weak.
Yeah.
So why go for the big bet if you do have it and be greedy? And there are the levels on levels of poker.
Yeah. I had kind of the same thought in terms of a player of Julian Laurie's caliber, maybe reading a bit into that sizing there. But on this occasion, able to claw back some of the chips lost in the last exchange. Far fewer, of course. Pretty grueling affair, this one. David, 4 day ones. Day 2 in the books. Now our 3rd day of 4 total on the quest for a champion here at the Carmen series.
Yeah, we picked things up with our coverage on day 2, generally in this main event. And as we saw yesterday, the average stack was probably 60, 70 big blinds on every table. In fact, we had one table where the average stack was probably deeper than that. But there's a whole day before that as well. Like, we really give these guys an awful lot of play. To play 2.5 days of poker virtually before making the money is only the kind of experience you get in pretty big main events these days worldwide. A couple of other notables out there. Luc Bindel, another Frenchman in the field, 610k. And Jack Sinclair, who I know is hoping to make an appearance on our feature table at some point. He's got 1,986k at the start of the day. He's chipped up a little bit since. Top player Sinclair came to prominence when he made the World Series of Poker main event final table several years ago. Followed that up with a win in the World Series of Poker Europe main event in Rosvadov. Won that one outright. How do you feel about the World Series of Poker Europe, or obviously there was one in Asia, or maybe there might have been a couple in Asia down the years when they bring the brand away from what was the Rio, now obviously Bally's Horseshoe. Are they real bracelets? Is it a real main event?
I remember there being some outcry when that first transpired within the community. In particular, I think a pursuit for Player of the Year involving Chris Ferguson, where he went over to Europe and then gained points, and people kind of felt as though that opened a back door to, you know, thwarting someone else's effort in Vegas, which had always been kind of the pure, this is the one camp that we have. how you perform here
I think
dictates.
Chris probably upsetting people more by getting to the back of the queue for late registration every single time.
Most of the time,
As well, he was some chancer exploiting the ICM advantage of the late reg. I think he managed to win the Player of the Year without like a
Ever
single
regging
top
one
3
time?
finish, and just I think
right.
in the end, when people show their bracelet photo as their Player of the Year photo, because almost always they have to have won something, and he showed his like 34 min cash cards.
More than one way to do it.
Yeah.
I suspect Alan Kessler will be Player of the Year at some point then, just based on that same approach. Ace-King for Yurosov. He's got his King-8 customer in a bad way here for Alalam. But just to finish the question, David, with respect to feelings on overseas World Series of Pokers, as we see the 975 board delivering a gut shot to Alalam, who checks over to the Ace-King, not the texture that Yurosov had in mind. I think broadening the borders and creating more opportunity to globalize the game is ultimately almost a necessity. And without doing that, we would see a worse state of the game today. Change is something that none of us enjoy. In general, in life, I would say the vast majority of people, but poker players in particular, can be a bit averse to the boat being rocked in any way. As we see Alalam check folding to that C-bet. So while I can appreciate those that begrudged that decision, I think that even they would be hard-pressed to look at today's landscape and think that that wasn't to our ultimate benefit.
Yeah, the WSOP, just such a power brand in poker. Great history. A TV poker brand too.
The World Poker Tour also, by the way, has just been around for 2+ decades.
Yeah.
And continues to host events in new markets, open up those markets. I happen to be very close friends with President and CEO Adam Pliska and marvel at sort of a lot of the efforts and inroads that he has made under different ownership. 2 or 3 different owners, I think, over the years. And I think those 2 brands in particular, obviously, really leading the charge in terms of inclusion of people from lesser tapped markets. And ultimately, once you get the poker bug, as you well know, David, it's tough to shake it, as Nuita with the 2 queens does open. No takers. How do you feel about it? Can you share those sentiments, David, in terms of globalization of the game coming as a result of those initial expansions for the World Series brand?
Yeah, I think it's great that the World Series does come to Europe every year. I guess, and it's not trying to be overly harsh on the venue of Rozvadov, but the fact that it's been there over and over and over again, where I think initially it was moving around, it was in London, it was in Paris. I'd like to see it shared around a bit. There was talk actually that it might come to Dublin at one point, which would have been incredible for Ireland to be able to host it, but also a great place for Europe to go to, for it, closer to America in a way. So actually probably one of the venues for Americans, which isn't as long a flight. And
Rozvadov is particularly difficult to.
It's a tricky spot to
to.
get to, and then, it's obviously a great casino and has the space and the room for it, and of course you need that. But just the fact that it's like made it its home, I think if you're going to do the job of expanding it into Europe, I think choosing different venues each year might be It's more work, of course, but it might be the best way to grow the game like that.
Obviously, the counterpoint would be like, well, it's in Vegas every single year in the States. Why shouldn't it be in the same place every single year in Europe?
Which is a fair counterpoint, except for the fact that I think Vegas is the home of gambling and poker and is the city that everyone sort of goes to. It's,
Right.
if you look at just the number of poker industry people and players who live in Vegas, sort of makes sense to make that the hub. I think in Europe it's less obvious where the home of poker is in Europe.
Sure.
I think you could make strong arguments for France. They are the biggest playing nation in Europe. You could make arguments for some of the great cities in the world. Barcelona hosts the biggest event every year in Europe in the Estrellas EPT Festival.
Blind versus blind here, as Shilot's 2 9s have been outflopped, but he does hold a diamond for a flush draw. Saad with top pair. Both players checking. No change on the turn. Producer Milbitos rather, popping in and bringing up EPT Prague as being a very successful stop. Perhaps that would be a candidate.
Yeah, that definitely deserves mention as well. And I guess is it maybe a natural alternative to Rozvadov? They're only about 120 kilometers apart.
Shilot goes to work for 38K. Saad keeping it clean and then keeping his eye on his man as well. A little once over.
You really got the up and down there,
Yeah,
didn't
he
you?
sure did. Now he's got trip kings. Does Saad?
And I don't think he's even looked at the board yet. I don't think he's aware that he has trip kings. He's just eyeballing his foe. Yeah, here we go.
Now the check from Shilot.
I like to do that as well if I'm in position and I feel like it's a interesting spot. Don't look at the board, just look at your opponent. He's got to look at the board before he reacts, so you get to give him the full dressing down. I'm really surprised Saad didn't go for some value there. Wow. Nitty check.
Checking back trip kings there. It's Eli Saad, and anybody that paid attention to that might be well served to log it as a data point in terms of snugness, as the blinds will scoot forward to 10 and 15,000. As such, the big blind depth diluted. Shahade, the shortest of stacks here, as Maxime Shilot, despite losing that last one, continues to reign supreme. 1.4 million in chips. Came in with 28%, now 21. Eli Saad, 49 blinds after picking up that last pot there. I think one of the things, as we continue to expound on the sort of WSOP Europe ideas, it's such a challenge to find venues in Europe, in particular in major tourist destinations, that can handle the volume associated with a World Series event. I mean, we're talking about thousands upon thousands of individuals.
I've worked it out.
Okay.
I've solved it.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, that was fast.
The Merit Diamond Hotel.
Now, while I do love the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, I have to say that we're already bursting at the seams. Our cup runneth over in terms of demand and interest for just the Merit Poker Festivals. A World Series would really leave us in search of tents.
Just 2 more hotels on the premises and we got it.
Now, I've already worked out, as we see Dmitry Yurasov up front with the Queen 10 suited, giving Jahade's Ace-Jack a workout for the time being. I know what we would name the new hotel tower here on the Merit grounds. We have Merit Royal. We have Merit Royal Premium. We have Merit Royal Diamond. Our new facility, which would be built strictly to be able to cater to all of this poker demand that we have would be, of course, the self-evident Merit Royal Flush Hotel, Resort, and Casino.
I was going to go with Merit Royal Najad.
I'll allow it. I would make a terrific Emirati shake. Truly. King, King, Queen. Less than terrific flop here for Julian Laurie, who is hunting one of the tens that's busy in Dmitry Yurosov's hand after defending the big blind. He checks with the gut shot and backdoor diamonds.
Having witnessed firsthand your proclivity for taking cards incredibly short distances, I think you're right. I think I can see it.
6 on the turn after a check back from Yurosov here. It's the kind of board, by the way, David, that when the under-the-gun pre-flop opener checks back, you do really start to worry that he has too much of it, as opposed to not enough of it. Very clean run out for the Queen 10. Second check back from Yurosov. Might that embolden Laurie to take a little stab? I suspect not.
No, I think you're right. I think he feels like he's being pot controlled.
Full shutdown with Jack High.
Yeah, I think Yurosov probably realizes he won't get value, but he's got to try and get some here with the Queen 10 now, having not put any chips into the pot yet.
$50K. Never getting called.
Настолько хороший вкус. Настолько хороший.
A lot of Russian players also make their way down here to Merit, David, and tremendous support for poker in that nation. Obviously, at present, some challenges in terms of freedom of movement, and you know, the average Russian doesn't have anything to do with what's going on up there. Just have some sympathy, I guess, for some of what they too are enduring. It's nice to see them able to sort of escape and continue to do what they love in terms of play poker. Have you been up to Casino Sochi,
No, never.
David? No.
No.
Heard some things?
Yeah, I had a lot of friends go out there for the various EPTs and the party poker events that were on over the last 6 or 7 years.
All of which are on hold at present.
Yeah.
I really was hoping perhaps one day to be able to visit. So I know they played host to the Olympic Games as well. Just a very pretty city by all accounts.
Shiloh with the flat call here in the cutoff.
Got the medicine for this ace-10 open from Chahade, who really hasn't popped his head up out of the sand much here at this featured table. Just 200K. Not a deep stack.
And with that flat, in comes Yurosov from the big blind with the Queen 6 suited.
And in comes an open-ender for him on the 7-5-4 board, which is very much a range advantage for him.
Yeah, if you were to construct some leads here, Yurosov certainly could consider this candidate. Got the backdoor diamonds as well.
Round of knuckles, and the board continues to trend in the direction that the opener and even the flat caller are unlikely to be in favor of. And you see Yurosov kind of mulling over whether or not This one's available for purchase.
Yeah, a bit of a must-bet spot here for Eurosoft now. As you said, Ali, he is much more of this type of board. We see he has the open-ender, so definitely a nice candidate. Queen high, certainly not going to win a showdown, so he wants to give himself 2 ways to win here. Chaheda probably will check back his overpairs on this board, so we'll have some strong hands he can continue with, but ace-10 not one of those, and Shiloh, sort of the same equation. He's got stronger hands he could continue with, so ace-jack probably got to get binned against the Eurosoft range advantage on that board of baby cards. Big part of the reason we like to defend wide these days with those suited hands is, you know, there are boards and runouts that just favour the big blind wide range, and we can win on those boards as well. So it's not just a case of, you know, making the best hand. It's not just a case of somehow making top pair and it not being out-kicked, making 2 pair and feeling good about your hand. There's all sorts of other situations that can come up that are favourable. That's one of them there.
How many roses per Carmen festival do you suppose we go through? I just was transfixed on the dealer's tiara.
Are they all real? I think they might be costume roses.
They
that
probably are.
They can probably put through the dry cleaners after each festival
That'd
and
be
use
a
again
weird
next
thing
year.
to come upon as a dry cleaner. Like, hey,
Well, I
this
saw
rose tiara.
I saw firsthand what they do for the Western. So it's like a costume box. You go back there because I wanted to don the Stetson when I compared the Mystery Bounty 1K and Mystery Bounty 2K at the last one. So in my efforts to find that Stetson, I was allowed into the changing area where it was basically like being at the theatre backstage. All the costumes laid out, all the different sizes, people picking out what they were going to wear. And I imagine it's the same. I haven't been back there for this stop, but I imagine similar tiara, headgears, cummerbunds,
But
bow
they
ties.
surely are bringing their own dresses.
No,
Really?
no, it's all back there.
Everything looks so well tailored. Phenomenal. Less than phenomenal. Jack 6 off suit, but Eurosoft nevertheless activates and gets a Jack 8 into the bin behind him. Note that he went up to 50K, north of 3X. We have not been offered a visit to the costume department thus far during the Carmen series.
It's less fun for the boys, this one. I think for the Western, dressing up as a cowboy is kind of fun, but Carmen, it's really about that sort of sexy, almost raunchy outfits that a lot of the cast in that one wear. And the boys just, well, there's one Matador, he gets to wear
That's
kind of a cool outfit, but that's
exactly
about it.
the outfit I had in mind, was the Matador outfit.
You see yourself as a bit of a Matador?
No.
Plenty of bull.
Plenty of bull, but very little fight. I'm just looking for some sort of uniform that'll help me suck the gut in a little bit.
Oh, yeah,
The Matador outfit is a bit of a corset. Don't want a lot of loose fabric when you're out there. Lori A6 in the cutoff. Opens to 30. King Jack deliberates on the button for Eurosoft. Looks like we're northbound. 3X up to 90K.
Yeah, nice step out there from Eurosoft. Nice timing as well. Right kind of hands, got the blockers. Puts them to good use.
Promptly into the bin goes Laurie's Open. Not the kind of hand that you're looking to fight with. Have you been to a bullfight, David?
No.
I would never endorse. I don't want to be judgmental. I know the Spaniards are very proud of their rich tradition of bullfighting. I just love animals too much, and I know how that ends. Can't do it. Update from the Twitter sphere from Mr. Lappin. What have we?
If you want to take yourself over to Twitter right now. James Dempsey in the jacuzzi.
Pre-gaming?
You could call it that.
He's asking us to get the booth warm for him. It looks like the warmth department is his and his alone right now in the whirlpool. And things cooling off a bit here for Shilod with 2 6s as a trap has been laid by Elisad's 2 kings here.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Very much so. 1 king into the bin. Erdogan untempted by the ace-4. Shilod verifying the 2 6s are indeed in place. 10-5 deuce board. 1 overcard. Not sure how much 10x Shilod assumes Saad will have in his flat calling range. Nevertheless, proceeds with caution, David.
Yeah, plan A with this king's flat is to hope for a squeezer in late position. Certainly there were candidates. Plan B is to proceed down the streets with a very well-disguised hand against your opponent. Shilod certainly going nowhere with these 6s here. Just deciding to come with a check out of position. Pretty standard on this 10-5-2 board. He could certainly... Oh, well, just before I said he could certainly lose some chips in this hand.
Disaster on the turn for the 2 kings as Shilod promptly checks, having made a set. 190 in the middle. And they're a bit too deep at present to imagine it all getting in, but certainly we now have the makings of a disastrous development for these 2 kings as Saad delivers 85,000, second barrel. And now if we're Shilod, we're seeing 2 barrels behind us from the flat caller. Are we starting to get the sense that this is a 10, maybe an ace-10?
Yeah, I think he'll also assign maybe some 7, 8s and 9s to Saad here. More
Pocket
often
pairs, you mean?
than, yeah.
Okay. That would be willing to bet again?
Or yeah, just going for this advanced blocker, wanting to sort of deny equity to the ace kings, ace queens, not give them a free one. But Shilod definitely has to come with the raise here now, just on the off chance that his opponent does have pocket 5s, maybe pocket deuces, maybe an ace-10 that won't want to give up to further aggression. There we see it. Shilod, never one to miss a spot.
And now things are a little bit uncomfortable for the 2 kings, David, because it's the preflop raiser who checked 2 streets and now delivers this raise.
I think
very peculiar.
I think he's doomed, to be honest, because he's played it to underrep his hand so much. It could be jacks or queens takes this line from Shilod. Absolute disaster. Side's absolutely sick.
Yeah.
2 outer now.
You can see him shaking his head, recognizing just how lucky Shilod got. As he jammed and, of course, got snapped. And now the snap is complete. Ace of clubs on the river. And pretty unfortunate there for Elisad.
Yeah, gross run out there. These were the two players we previewed in the pre-game. Shiloh, winner of the Vintage High Roller for 184k not too long ago. Also not too long ago, Ellie Sad, winner of the Retro Festival main event. A clash of these two regulars to the Maripoka room. Nothing Ellie could have done there. Actually really like his choice for a deceptive line. Just a gross turn card.
Might this be emblematic of something preordained for Maxime Chilot, who already came in with a massive stack and now a huge infusion as the remains of Saad's stack absorbed. And now he has north of 2 million in front of him. What a devastatingly deflating spot there for Saad, by the way, as we're down to 111 runners. 89 will be paid.
When you live by the sword, you will sometimes die by that same sword.
Sure.
A choice to be trappy in that spot obviously spelled doom for him. To be honest, and it's something that poker players will often do in that situation, they'll run the hand as if they'd played it differently. He 3-bets. Does he get called pre? Yes, he might actually. He might have got called pre. And then I think maybe the same thing happens on the 10-5 deuce.
Yeah,
he
it's
maybe
not the
doesn't
kind of
get to
board that the
escape.
sixes are going to instantly get away from, as a lot of the ace-X kind of Broadway combo stuff is going to be barreling after 3-betting pre. Yeah, maybe there was no escape.
Maybe there was no escape.
And certainly it's
Small comfort.
that board, you're just looking at it and thinking, come on. Like, maybe I've run into aces from time to time, but that would also just seem somewhat improbable.
Yeah, I think it would have come down to the 3-bet sizing if Saeed had decided to take it upstairs for a meaningful 3.5. The open, maybe he gets the fold pre, but that's not why he took the line. He took, you want, kings are a gift from the poker gods. They really are.
Not on this occasion, but yeah. Pre-flop, they certainly are.
Yeah, and you try to use those moments maybe 3-4 times a day when you wake up with the super premiums, when you get the queens, kings, and aces. You really want to use them to find a way to maybe double your stack, find a way to win a big pot. Taking a quick gander at the outer tables, he's just such a popular guy on the stream here. Smush, he's just taken down a 3-way pot with pocket jacks. He's up to 1.2 million now.
There it is. Producer Milbutas obviously going to be a little bit partial to the Smush campaign, fellow Lithuanian.
He's a smusher, is he? That's what they call him.
Popping into our headsets to say, we're men of a certain size. That's why he's rooting for him.
Stature, I would have said.
Yeah, I like that. I'll tell you what, I would actually classify their size more so to do with their personalities, which are very big. Curious as to where he got the nickname Bori Burrito. Did Smush maybe an affinity for burritos? I love a good burrito. Somewhat of an elusive thing to come upon here in North Cyprus, not sure. You know what? I'd be willing to bet there's a burrito shop somewhere. Oh, wait a minute. Do you know?
Well,
of
no,
one?
I do remember you complaining about the lack of Mexican food here in Europe, and then within, it was almost like they had bugs on our table. The next day there was fajitas in the buffet.
No, and the day before that, a quesadilla.
So the power of just you saying something out loud.
The power of Queen Jack offsuit being explored by Urasov here. As the 8-9 suited, we'll speculate for Urjalon. Now pocket fives for Gromov, just bins it. Not looking to set mine. Looked around. Small blind. King 6 of clubs going into the muck is very helpful to Ergelan's cause in the event that flush draws are acquired, which they are not. Queen 7-4, though, as the 7 of clubs does interact. Top pair for Yurosov.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how Ursulan proceeds with this 7-8-9 of clubs. Certainly tempting to continue to a small sizing. No. I feel like you have to have some calls there that aren't just made hands. I think it seems like the dream candidate if you are to float your opponent. Not sure about the 8-9 flat if you're not going to continue on that board. Disaster on an outer table for one of our featured players from yesterday, Uri Reichenstein, 1.54 million coming into today, down to 600k already, and he's bluffing off his chips. Now, in fairness, I'm sure it was a good spot, but the beneficiary of those chips, Sawyer Gaz, another regular here, picking off the bluff, and as Reichenstein turned to his table, he said, "I'm not here for a min cash." He's going for it. He was going for it.
I love that, though. Just in case people kind of give you the side eye and go, what was he thinking? You just kind of put all the speculation to rest, boys. We're going for gusto.
Yeah.
Ace-10 suited for Shilo. High water mark at present. Small blind will flat against the Yurosov under the gun open. Showing some respect.
Yeah, it looks as though Yurosov is going to find himself in a French sandwich. He's
A jambon?
He's going to be the meat in the baguette.
Laurie likes the price here. And he's going to like that board as well. 5-3 deuce. He's got the gut shot and middle pair, but of course, Shilo with the wheel draw and the nut flush draw is the slight equity dog, but certainly the hand that I've got my eye on. Yurosov, mind you, has a wheel draw and bottom pair. And he is going to follow through. How about this one?
Yeah, this could get interesting. Everyone with a big enough piece to continue, one would suspect, to the turn. Shilo likely to come just with a call, I think, in this situation. Yeah, and that's going to bring in Laurie. So Yurosov likely going to the turn now as the ham in the croque monsieur.
One never wants to find themselves as the ham in the croque monsieur. The French sandwich theme analogy persists through two streets, perhaps.
Unless Laurie actually considering a semi-bluff here, maybe feeling as though his big blind range contains some nuttier stuff here. Both would be reasonable. Feel like the call is more standard. But he has bumped it up. Wow, okay. Interesting hand afoot here. Laurie with the middle pin, backdoor flush draw, gutter, overcard, deciding, actually, you boys can't have too much of this. And we see they both do have some. And Yurosov swimming in bechamel sauce at this point.
Puts the ace-deuce into the muck, understandably, but of course that is not the destination for this ace-10 suited, as the check raise of not one but two players, which is very relevant, is on the mind of Shilo. Laurie has 644 back. Shiloh's going to make the call. So another 300K from those two stacks alone, coupled with the C-bet from Urasov, all bringing the pot to 460,000. Right color, wrong suit on the turn for Shiloh, who checks. And now when we're Laurie, this small blind flat, check, call, and then call the check raise from Shiloh, where do we begin to assign his range? Specifically, flush draws and middling overpairs?
Yeah, it's a very strong line, even with a hand like 7s, 8s, 9s. I don't think you would have felt terribly comfortable as Shiloh. Maybe more so thinking about sets, thinking about pocket 4s specifically as a hand that would certainly take this line, and then thinking about the diamonds.
But where does Laurie have Shiloh's range?
Oh no, sorry, that is what I think he's maybe assigning him.
Ah, okay.
And he's worried about those sets. That's the scary part.
Right.
The pocket 4s also would get sticky twice. The diamonds would stick around. I actually think maybe the 7s and 8s would find it hard to stick around against the raise of Laurie, just because their hand can't really go anywhere.
Is there a bit of ace-4 on Shiloh's mind in terms of Laurie's kit?
Oh, for sure. 4-6, ace-4, both very possible here from the big blind. Obviously, he has all the sets as well. The dream scenario for Shiloh is that he's up against an inferior flush draw, which probably has something as well. So maybe like the 5-7 of diamonds, something like that would make sense with this line. But he's gone big here, Laurie. Wow, 230, really taking a full stab at this one.
Exactly half pot.
Right now, probably not realizing that he has the best hand. Certainly considering the possibility of some big diamonds in Shiloh's hand.
And look at what this is going to set up in terms of the river if Laurie thinks he's got to turn his hand into a bluff. It's going to be a sub-half pot barrel for all of it, as the call brings the pot to 920K.
Yeah, Shiloh with the implied odds there.
The king of diamonds on the river, and Shiloh makes the nuts.
Here's where it gets a little interesting. Laurie could represent the hand that Shiloh has right now. It could be that Shiloh hanging in there with, as you said, Ali, maybe like a pocket 9s at the very best of his pocket pairs that might stick around.
He unblocks diamonds. Oh, this feels precarious.
Shiloh.
Julian was just doing a little housekeeping there, rearranging his remaining 414K. Oh, and he finds the check back. So a shutdown that allows him to carry on, and he can feel good about that decision there, David. Ironically enough, he got his money in when he was ahead and then stopped putting it in once he was behind.
No, it's not ace high.
No,
It's a flush.
far from it.
The rich get richer, and I think with that pot, Maxime Shiloh, the tournament's chip leader right now.
Oh, yeah, I was
A little bit of French on French violence. Speaking of Frenchmen, just caught wind that Luc Bindel, who started the day with 610K, making some steady progress. He's up to $750,000 now on one of the outer tables. Bindel, a French Gozitan. Do you know what a Gozitan is, Ali?
An island?
Oh, man knows his Maltese archipelago.
Yeah, there it is.
Gozo is the minor island. Well, actually, there's 3 islands in Malta.
So you're saying it's
one of them
under
is-
18 years of age? The island is under 18? Is that what you meant? No? A little older than that, I would imagine, if there's French influence. Back in
Yeah,
colonial days.
don't know if I want to touch this.
It's probably a good idea,
Ironically,
actually, David.
Yeah, Malta consists of 3 main islands. Malta, Gozo, and Camino. Camino virtually without population. I think maybe 6 people live on the island. But Gozo, well populated. I think maybe 60 or 70,000 people.
How's the real estate market in Camino?
There are buildings.
Get some good prices out there, maybe. Actually, a lack of supply would suggest maybe things would be expensive, as Shiloh is increasing the price to continue. And wouldn't you know it, is Julian Laurie who is doing an audit with an ace-9 suited, which isn't in great shape. Julian very intently looking back at Shiloh's stack, not considering Yurosov at all, it would seem, as he piles for 414,000. Might have had a whiff of vindictiveness on it there after having been downed by the nut flush. And tough chips to acquire there as Shiloh bucks are hauled in. Got to look there at the newcomer who somehow managed to slip in. I wouldn't call it under the radar, but in the middle of that big exchange between Shiloh and Laurie, it is Daniel Kiosef. He's got over 1 million in front of him, so going to be a stack to contend with. Taking a look at his Hendon mob. Just under $23,000 in career tournament earnings and just 4 cashes on record. Queen 8 suited for Laurie. Raises it up. I like what sort of the last 2 pots tell me about Julian Laurie. Not that there was really much question, David, and I think you know what I'm getting at. It's sort of a sense of poise and just continue to do what you do in spite of obviously a painful outcome in that big pot. King Jack 10 here as he picked up Ergelan's big blind, which now looks up at these 3 overcards and checks over to what has become an open-ender and backdoor hearts.
Yeah, Laurie very much a man who will continue going about his business undeterred. We are 18 or so places from the money, which does create some ICM discomfort, certainly for both of these stacks, which are sub-average, but deep enough to still navigate some post-flop situations. Sticky from Ursulan, obviously assigning Laurie a fairly wide range here on the button.
Mm-hmm. And the ace on the river, assigning Broadway to Laurie after both players check the turn upon the pairing of the jack.
Yeah, Ursulan 7's virtually irrelevant now. Just a question of whether he wants to turn his hand into a bluff in this situation. He does not.
comes the 125K, predictably, from Laurie. And an equally predictable fold of the pocket sevens. Well, the quality of poker has been astounding here at this feature table during this first frame. David, the quality of the conversation has been a bit lacking for my taste, but you know what? Much respect after grueling days on end of competition. These guys are not really here to make chatter. They're here to make money. And aces certainly rate to help that endeavor for Noira.
Shiloh with a tempter here. Remember, these guys getting pretty close to the bubble. It will be upon Shiloh to pressurize all of the middling to, even in this case, larger stacks with Noira. I like this decision to get after it here with the Jack-10 suited. Unfortunately for him, the timing couldn't be any worse.
Yeah, you know who else likes that decision? Maher Noira. Boy, he's got some table presence about him, doesn't he?
Yeah, a picture of concentration. Obviously, we'll be coming with the 4-bet here. I don't think there's a line where he decides to be under-repped and trappy this close to the money. That would seem a little dangerous. Small 4-bet likely incoming. And depending on the size of that 4-bet, Shiloh with a hand that could consider calling. Create some post-flop discomfort. Very strong here from Noira, though, to come from under the gun, get 3-bet from an early position. Shiloh, who covers you.
Covers
17
everyone.
Places. Yes, exactly. 17 places from the money. You're sitting there with a very comfortable stack yourself. You 4-bet to this 245 amount. It's a great price for Shiloh to call, but it will set up a stack-to-pot ratio of not much difference to 1. Yeah, it'll be like 1.2 maybe. Hard to play Jack-10, even in position against a 4-betting range that does appear to be fairly nutted here. Noira unlikely to be getting out of line, and Shiloh abandoning ship. A good decision, as I said. I love the 3-bet. I love the decision to get after it here and start putting pressure on the shorter stacks around him, but you know, probably recognizing in that moment that his man really did have it.
I wonder whether or not Noira had any moment where he thought, I can trap with the aces, flat the 3-bet, maybe get Shiloh to get frisky. Maybe what was on his mind is what happened to 2 kings earlier. It's like, no. I don't want to open that door. I imagine you wouldn't have hated it if he flatted.
I would have felt it was very brave this close to the money. I think it would have been a sign of him feeling like, min cash be damned. This is my opportunity to win a 1.8 million pot with a villain who may well put me to the test and barrel across multiple streets. I'll just hang on. I'll just put on my seatbelt and hang on with these aces regardless. And I think there's some logic to that, actually. That when you're one of the short stacks, it's much more upon you to figure out a way to navigate to the 89th place here and lock up the min cash. When you're one of the big stacks against one of the really big stacks, actually less of your equity is in the min cash, and maybe it's much better for your long-term equity to take a chance and try to win a huge pot, and that will give you a chance to make a real run at this final table.
Raise and take it for Gromov. Closing in on the money bubble with just 105 players left in the field here. Day 3 of the $3,300 Merit Poker Carmen Series main event featured table. Overall tournament chip leader Maxime Chilot, front and center, winning the biggest of pots thus far during this first frame of today's coverage. 10 levels of play in store. King, Queen. For Bekos Alalam. No takers. Been fairly quiet in the 3-hole. Has Alalam. Things not so quiet elsewhere in the room, though, I would imagine. Mr. Lappin, I see you glancing upon the Poker News updates.
Yeah,
Anything?
we're converging on that bubble, which is obviously going to create a little bit of buzz. Also getting word from tournament director that confirmation we will be playing 10 levels today rather than the scheduled 9. So there will be a dinner break after level 26. That means we'll be doing 2 more frames before dinner and then 2 after. Wow. We'll bring coverage up to probably 1:30 a.m., something like that local time.
I'm ready. So is Chilot with 2 red kings, armed to the teeth. Under the gun open from his big stack. He's just praying somebody wants to take a shot at him on this occasion.
Yeah, what a spot for Chilot here. Obviously going to be opening far wider than normal this close to the money bubble with 2.5 million in his stack. And it's kind of annoying that it's that period of the game where people are less likely to fight back.
Yeah.
And he did have the goods.
He'll live. Picks up the blinds and ante. Mostly napkins around to the button of Chahare.
And these guys will be wary of Chilot in the big blind. Alalam. Definitely a spot where I would consider just pitching the 10-5 suited. Obviously in normal play that wouldn't be recommended, but I think knowing that Chilot likely to drop the hammer.
Look at him shoot the look over at Maxime, who raises on the strength of a king-queen out of the big. He just puts it in the muck.
Life is good for the big stack
Yeah, it is.
as we swoop across this poker room. Still 12 tables. Going to whittle down to about 3, I would say, tonight.
Where are we going to find our next featured table?
Ooh.
Could this be it?
We see
Being
Paul
told-
Brown there in the one hole. He seems to have added to his wealth over the course of the day. I'll try and get an update on his stack for you guys in the
Joseph
next frame.
Mouad, Jose Nemi, Yixel Savsa, Roman Gradziev, Artem Kazantsev. No, we're not seeing these guys. Reading through what I...
Not sure if this is
Thought
going to be
was
our
gonna
next
be.
feature table. Oh, maybe it is. There's Justice Helt over on the far side.
Yeah, Tony Kalkua.
You are trying to get me to
Also there, heck of a story for Tony.
You are trying to get me to spas in some blind on
Yeah. Well, actually, it's a little mean of us maybe to be putting Tony on the feature table for the next frame, given that the bubble will burst. He was, of course, our bubble boy at the Western Series main event. But
I made a
there was a silver lining. What happened, Ali?
Came back and won the high roller.
Hell
Did
yeah.
the Finn.
Licked his wounds. Went off to the
yeah.
buffet, as you do. A bit of comfort eating after a bubble.
Bit of discomfort eating also being done, by the way.
But he hopped straight into the high roller and took it down a couple of days later. We covered that one, of course, as well, Kauqua. Tremendous performance.
Yeah, real talent.
And
On
bounce
him.
back ability of that nature is to be commended.
Be fun to watch him. Haven't had a chance really to observe here at the Carmen series. The procedures. Tony Kalkua.
Personally, I love a bit of Justice Helt. Delighted to see him back on the stream.
Back now, though, for the remainder of this feature table's tenure. Has been a stoic, not at all chatty affair.
You got to be kidding me, Ali. I spoke too soon. No sooner were the words out of my mouth. I can't wait for a bit of Justice Helt on the next table.
Say it isn't so.
If we had just dangled the camera over that table for about 90 seconds longer, we would have witnessed his bust out. He's gone.
Well done, Lappin. Sure, he's not going to hold you accountable.
I feel like I jinxed him.
There is the commentator's curse. Perhaps a Gromov malfunction. Looks like the reboot sequence is completed there as the Jack 3 goes into the muck.
How much are you playing? Like 500? More?
555. I think.
Thank you.
Joseph in the small, asking for a count before limping the ace-6 suited. Laurie checks back the 10-4. Always a little bit interesting when a new player is added to the mix who has flopped top and bottom pair here against middle pair. Neither player with the flush draw on the monotone board. Guys don't have a baseline. Don't really have a sense of what kind of opponent they're up against. As we see 2 quick checks. 8 rolls off on the turn. So people are going to be keeping an eye on Kiosev, just based on initial impressions and obviously that chip stack, David. I think might be some suspicions that you're dealing with professional caliber competition.
Indeed. Already an intimidating enough presence here. Cap shadowing the eyes.
Yeah. Merit poker cap, for the record. So we see the 30K bet on the turn called by Laurie, and then the 4 now gives him 2 pair 10s and 4s. This is really bad.
Which number?
But how much is Kyosef going to be able to milk him for on the end?
Yeah, it feels like a
Разваливать не будет?
sort of 3/4 pot type spot. And not easy for Laurie. He's not going to have many better hands in this situation. I don't think he can fold, no.
81,000 does get called as he's shown the ace-6.
Tough spot for Laurie now, who's being dragged back
Yeah.
to what will be a 20 big blind stack in about 5 minutes' time. Not comfortable as the bubble approaches.
Not at all.
Not much he could have done there. Possibly could have gotten away had he not made 2 pair there on the river. Poker gods unkind.
Well, we've watched Laurie go through a very dry spell, as we alluded to at the earlier portion of the coverage, at a final table already. And at no point, and I think you would agree, David, did it strike us as having affected the way in which he approached each and every situation. Didn't appear emotional
Thank you.
or rattled or flustered, just kind of accepted the flow of the game.
Yeah, very cool customer. He's been playing the game for quite some time.
Very,
Been through all the experiences that poker dishes out.
yeah,
I don't remember you there.
very hot ace-king,
Yeah, I was.
conversely. Shahade rips it in there. No patrons.
Maybe.
But even those little pickups help us tread water
That's
until
all right.
perhaps
I think
the
I was
coveted
looking
double
for-
is provided to a short stack.
It could be better, but as the whole of experience, it was quite all right in my opinion.
Yeah, I think they did the best they could with the limitation they had with
I think if
regulations from like
yeah, regulations are tough in
it
France.
was pretty stupid, like tapping it to 80 tables, like they couldn't get a license for more than 80 tables.
I think if they do some really small changes, it's going to be a great TPT next year.
Yeah, that's a good start.
Probably, I think I only enjoyed Barcelona better than Paris.
Yeah,
Barcelona is amazing.
you are live, my friend. Huh?
Sorry?
You are live. They can hear you.
Well,
I'm kidding.
somebody might be mad.
Gromov opening the ace-10 to 35,000 as Shahade just advising the newcomer to the feature that all the subject matter is being beamed out. Nothing wrong with what he said. Barcelona is amazing. I would agree.
So are they breaking the table?
Yeah,
or
and I
just
think as a
moving
poker
to one
destination, probably his emphasis there maybe.
hour? All right.
Not a good experience at the recent
We hit our
Paris
5
event, which
minutes.
I think a lot of people did say was overcrowded and there was issues with capacity
They'll be
and
moving the chips, right?
player experience not
They will
as
be
good
moving
as
the chips. Right, yeah.
other stops
Well,
on that
really,
EPT tour.
we could just describe that Paris stop then as Parisian. Ace King 3, a couple of hearts, says Erjalan defended his big blind against the Gromov Open.
You realize you're also going out, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And I'm also going to Paris in a couple of days, so there's that as well. 40,000 the bet from Gromov, and that will draw the curtain on the first couple of frames of play as the gentlemen will be headed for a break. And as they do, standard and customary, a peek at their chip counts. They will be disbanded. New feature table will be inbound. Shahada just 8 bigs. Work to be done undoubtedly, but work done by Maxim Shilot, who with the pocket sixes against the pocket kings, David added to his stack significantly and kind of kept it in line. Wasn't really abusive. 2.6 million in front of him, though. A massive stack. A massive talent as well. As we bring you inside the broadcast booth once more here at the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel Resort and Casino. Ali, David, and just about to put the button on the first couple of frames of play for the day. 10 in total, as play will be extended from the original 9 slated. 89 players will be paid. Still over 100 remaining in the field. Theme had to have been Shilot for you as well there?
100%. He was the story of that frame. He obviously took that hit very early on, running his 10s into the jacks of Eurosoft. That really got Eurosoft's engines going as well. But undeterred, he went about his business the way you would expect somebody of his caliber. He was fortunate, obviously, in that hand against Eli Sad with the 6s versus the very well-disguised kings. I suppose part of the reason why those hands ultimately got in on the turn in that instance. And then, of course, well, that huge pot against Laurie when he made the rivered nut flush. And Laurie did well to escape, you know, with any chips from that spot. He decided on an aggressive line with his one pair combo draw sort of hand, and in the end was very wise to knuckle back and keep himself in this tournament. He is short now, but he has every chance of, you know, getting himself through this bubble. We're very close to the money now, and that's kind of the exciting part. As a poker player, I think you have to be a masochist. You have to like the pain, and there's a lot of pain coming up for whatever 10 or 15 people who aren't going to make the money.
Yeah, well, pain thirsty David Lappin is teasing the remainder of play for today, as we will certainly be bursting the bubble. Speculation that it'll happen here during the next couple of frames of play. Historically, very rapid pace as we get down and burst the bubble. Kind of not what we're used to. And then on the back end, once everyone's in the money, we batten down the hatches. Sort of the inverse is what we're generally accustomed to.
We have seen it go that way a few times, but I would expect us to maybe get to the bubble for the second hour of the next frame. It's going to be exciting. Obviously, our roving cameras try and really capture the buzz in the room as people, you know, get excited about the prospect of building big stacks. If they have big stacks, they can really stomp people during that phase of play. And then, of course, the people who are just trying to squeak their way in. Yeah,
and squeaking your way in is going to be worth $4,850. But for the time being, everybody trying to work their way onto the right side of the bubble. Here at the Marriott Poker Carmen Series main event, we will step aside briefly, just about 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll be back with continuing coverage of Day 3 of the main. Stay close. Jacks of Urasov, now an ace-jack suited, which obviously goes way down in value in the face of the under-the-gun open and 3-bet behind it. Ergelan, well aware, bins it. Nothing brewing elsewhere in this pot thus far, as Shahada likely to bin the king-9. And not looking to speculate in this situation.
Yeah, I wonder what Maxim's going to make of this 3-bet to 70 off the 278k stack. That's the one part of this equation that may furrow his brow. 10's obviously happy to get in for this number of chips, but he will be kind of curious as to whether there's even a possible 3-bet fold range. I guess he just plays so well against the call range
Yeah.
too. Not in this instance.
Shiloh looking over at that stack and saying, I'm ready to play for the rest of it. Lovely development here for Dmitry Yurosov. High-stakes tournament professional. Earned himself a World Series of Poker bracelet in a 10K 6-max championship once upon a time. Queen 9-7. Jacks still looking good. Clubs are a bit of an issue. No longer, as the board pairs on the turn, and Yurosov just needs to fade a 10 here to double. And he's done so. 586K pot going his way as tokens are submitted for audit.
Yeah, big moment there for Yurosov. Obviously coming into this third day with 25 big blinds. It's never...
Just reaching down, touching his stack ever so slightly, and then darting a look back up at Laurie as if to inquire as to whether or not there would be any sort of reaction. Julian giving nothing away. Consummate professional. The call is made, and the flop is Queen Jack 8. Here's an interesting one.
Very interesting.
2 overs, Broadway gutter, backdoor hearts for Laurie. But a gut shot of his own, and what happens to be the best hand. 2 nines for Noira, who is dealing with a couple of overcards and potentially a C-bet here as we await Julian's directions.
Yeah, the big sizing from Laurie pre-flop has sort of defined Norrie's hand as not going to be too much nonsense. He's going to have a real hand here, something that's probably hit a board of this nature, pocket pairs, very likely either set it up or have that gutter, which of course we see they do. Also, maybe the king queens are in there. That's obviously made a hand. Ace queen, very possible as well. So Laurie's got to proceed cautiously here and does so with a small bet.
Yeah, note the way the sizing has gone down considerably. Pre-flop, it was a 3-bet to 120. And now here he bets 60 into 258. Sub-quarter pot. And that is going to retain Noita's black nines, which have now made a set on the turn. But that card gives Laurie the nut flush draw and puts 4 to a straight on board.
Yeah, fascinating card. Laurie obviously picking up that flush draw, but another card that will hit his opponent's range. Pocket tens will be in the mind maybe. Also hard for him to represent a 10, so maybe hard to bet this card. It's a really interesting situation. What 10x would go for that big sizing, that big 3-bet pre-flop? Ace 10, probably not. Keenly aware of what he can and can't represent here, Laurie.
Yeah, the 10x business seems, even in the form of a couple of 10s, David, to be an unlikely bit of kit, and as such, the check does come in. And for Noita, much like for Laurie, who's looking to realize equity, he could potentially just keep it clean here. But once you determine that your opponent does not have a 10 in their hand, you're going to feel a lot more comfortable about barreling. Might Noira expect that were it a set of jacks or a set of queens that Laurie would still be betting?
I think Laurie has to keep in a couple of his better hands into his checking range in this situation. I think this is a natural check for him, maybe with his range as played. I think what's interesting about it, though, is that if you keep in some of the stronger hands, well, Noira will be eyeing up the aces and kings because they're the ones he's in great shape against, and hoping that he can get value against hands that have incredibly little equity now. Yeah, the small sizing, I love it from Noira. 90k. Now that does obviously allow the ace-king suited to try to realize in this spot. 10 would be good, heart would be good. We're going to a fascinating river card here, Ali.
And it's the
would you
10
believe
of
it?
hearts.
Oh my goodness me.
Ace high flush for Julian Laurie and a straight on board counterfeiting the set of nines. What a disgusting card that is. Perhaps the worst one in the deck for Noida's taste.
Yeah, and I think Laurie has to do his own betting here. I don't think you can be confident enough that your opponent will either try and steal this one away from you when both may play the board. Laurie obviously has all the ace kings. Makes sense for him to bet in this situation, even when he doesn't have it. If he was out there with, I don't know, maybe the ace five somehow, although he wouldn't get to the turn with that. But, you know, I think it's just upon Laurie here that he must do his own bidding. Horrible spot for Noira. His absolutely fantastic hand just shrivels up. I guess Laura has to target the king queen. That makes the most sense in this spot now. You're hoping maybe, just maybe, your opponent went for that advanced blocker on the turn with king queen, and you're going to have that hand not necessarily do its own bidding on the river. Oh, fascinating spot though.
$558 in the middle, 402 back. That's what they're playing effective, as Noida's got his man covered, and all of it, well, just about all of it.
Yeah, I'm wondering now if Laurie would do this with aces as a bluff. That's the one kind of interesting hand you may have gotten to the river with. If you had aces with the ace of hearts, if you had aces, would you turn your hand into a bluff here? That's a kind of a cool one. Anyway, it all happened a bit quickly there. The river.
Specifically, aces with the ace of hearts would be
Juicy.
pre-gaming.
You could call it that.
He's asking us to get the booth warm for him. It looks like the warmth department is his and his alone right now in the whirlpool. And things cooling off a bit here for Shilod with 2 sixes as a trap has been laid by Elisad's 2 kings here.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Very much so. 1 king into the bin. Erdogan untempted by the ace-4. Shilod verifying the 2 sixes are indeed in place. And the 10-5 deuce board. 1 overcard. Not sure how much 10x Shilod assumes Saad will have in his flat calling range. Nevertheless, proceeds with caution, David.
Yeah, plan A with this king's flat is to hope for a squeezer in late position. Certainly there were candidates. Plan B is to proceed down the streets with a very well disguised hand against your opponent. Shilo certainly going nowhere with these sixes here. Just deciding to come with a check out of position. Pretty standard on this 10-5-2 board. He could certainly... Oh, well, just before I said he could certainly lose some chips in this hand.
Disaster on the turn for the 2 kings as Shilo promptly checks, having made a set. 190 in the middle. And they're a bit too deep at present to imagine it all getting in, but certainly we now have the makings of a disastrous development for these 2 kings as Saad delivers 85,000, second barrel. And now if we're Shalom, we're seeing 2 barrels behind us from the flat caller. Are we starting to get the sense that this is a 10, maybe an ace 10?
Yeah, I think he'll also assign maybe some 7, 8s, and 9s to Saad here. More
Pocket
often
pairs, you mean?
than, yeah.
Okay. That would be willing to bet again?
Or yeah, just going for this advanced blocker, wanting to sort of deny equity to the ace kings, ace queens, not give them a free one. But Shilo definitely has to come with the raise here now, just on the off chance that his opponent does have pocket 5s, Maybe pocket deuces. Maybe an ace-10 that won't want to give up to further aggression. There we see it. Shiloh, never one to miss a spot.
And now things are a little bit uncomfortable for the two kings, David, because it's the preflop raiser who checked 2 streets and now delivers this raise.
I think
Very peculiar.
I think he's doomed, to be honest, because he's played it to under-rep his hand so much. It could be jacks or queens takes this line from Shiloh. Absolute disaster. Side's absolutely sick.
Yeah.
2 outer now.
You can see him shaking his head, recognizing just how lucky Shiloh got. As he jammed and, of course, got snapped. And now the snap is complete. Ace of clubs on the river. And
Unless Laurie actually considering a semi-bluff here, maybe feeling as though his big blind range contains some nuttier stuff here. Both would be reasonable. Feel like the call is more standard. But he has bumped it up. Wow, okay. Interesting hand afoot here. Laurie with the middle pin, backdoor flush draw, gutter, overcard, deciding, actually, you boys can't have too much of this. And we see they both do have some. And Yurosov swimming in bechamel sauce at this point.
puts the ace-deuce into the muck, understandably, but of course that is not the destination for this ace-10 suited, as the check raise of not one but 2 players, which is very relevant, is on the mind of Shiloh. Laurie has 644 back. Shilow's going to make the call. So another 300K from those 2 stacks alone, coupled with the C-bet from Yurosov, all bringing the pot to 460,000. Right color, wrong suit on the turn for Shiloh, who checks. And now when we're Laurie, this small blind flat, check call, and then call the check raise from Shiloh, where do we begin to assign his range? Specifically, flush draws and middling overpairs?
Yeah, it's a very strong line, even with a hand like 7s, 8s, 9s. I don't think you would have felt terribly comfortable as Shiloh. Maybe more so thinking about sets, thinking about pocket 4s specifically as a hand that would certainly take this line, and then thinking about the diamonds.
But where does Laurie have Shiloh's range?
Oh, no, sorry. That is what I think he's maybe assigning him.
Ah, okay.
And he's worried about those sets. That's the scary part.
Right.
The pocket 4s also would get sticky twice. The diamonds would stick around. I actually think maybe the 7s and 8s would find it hard to stick around against the raise of Laurie, just because their hand can't really go anywhere.
Is there a bit of ace-4 on Shiloh's mind in terms of Laurie's kit?
Oh, for sure. 4-6, ace-4, both very possible here from the big blind. Obviously, he has all the sets as well. The dream scenario for Shiloh is that he's up against an inferior flush draw, which probably has something as well. So maybe like the 5-7 of diamonds, something like that would make sense with this line. But he's gone big here, Laurie. Wow, 230, really taking a full stab at this one.
Exactly half pot.
Right now, probably not realizing that he has the best hand. Certainly considering the possibility of some big diamonds in Shiloh's hand.
And look at what this is going to set up in terms of the river if Laurie thinks he's got to turn his hand into a bluff. It's going to be a sub-half pot barrel for all of it, as the call brings the pot to 920K.
Yeah, Shiloh with the implied odds there.
Oh, the king of diamonds on the river, and Shiloh makes the nuts.
Here's where it gets a little interesting. Laurie could represent the hand that Shiloh has right now. It could be that Shiloh hanging in there with, as you said, Ali, maybe like a pocket nines at the very best of his
Laurie
pocket pairs
doesn't-
that might stick around.
He unblocks diamonds. Oh, this feels precarious.
Shiloh.
But Julian was just doing a little housekeeping there, rearranging his remaining 414K. Oh, and he finds the check back. So a shutdown that allows him to carry on, and he can feel good about that decision there, David. Ironically enough, he got his money in when he was ahead and then stopped putting it in once he was behind. Taking a look at his Hendon mob. Just under $23,000 in career tournament earnings and just 4 cashes on record. Queen 8 suited for Laurie. Raises it up. I like what sort of the last 2 pots tell me about Julie and Laurie. Not that there was really much question, David, and I think you know what I'm getting at. It's sort of a sense of poise and just continue to do what you do in spite of obviously a painful outcome in that big pot. King Jack 10 here as he picked up Ergelan's big blind, which now looks up at these 3 overcards and checks over to what has become an open-ender and backdoor hearts.
Yeah, Laurie, very much a man who will continue going about his business undeterred. We are 18 or so places from the money, which does create some ICM discomfort, certainly for both of these stacks, which are sub-average, but deep enough to still navigate some post-flop situations. Sticky from Ursulan, obviously assigning Laurie a fairly wide range here on the button.
And the ace on the river, assigning Broadway to Laurie after both players check the turn upon the pairing of the jack.
Yeah, Ursulan 7's virtually irrelevant now. Just a question of whether he wants to turn his hand into a bluff in this situation. He does not. A very warm welcome back to continuing coverage of the Merit Poker Carmen Series Day 3. We are bubble adjacent. My name is David Lavin. I am joined by James Dempsey in the booth now. Ali has just stepped out. And we started the day with 142 players. We are down to, I think, about 104 players, all vying for the lion's share of that $2.11 million prize pool. 89 will take home some money as we take a quick gander at our new table. Tony Kaukua standing out there. He's got a big stack, 2 million. People will remember Tony as the bubble boy of the main event here at the Western Series, who, undeterred, dusted himself off pretty quickly, hopped straight into the high roller and took that one down a couple of days later.
Well. I actually noticed more on this table, on this leaderboard, is the man at the bottom, Roman Gadjev, who was the day 1 chip leader. All the days combined yesterday, he started the day as chip leader, but obviously had a poor day yesterday. We saw him on the table, and obviously hasn't quite managed to right the ship just yet.
I'll tell it later, man.
under the gun. Under the gun plus 2, pardon me. Looks like we're going to play a hand dark, David. Let's talk ranges.
I love this. Let's hope it gets around to the button where the ranges are widest, and then it gets more confusing. Not so. Name is going to bump things up here from the hijack.
Yeah, hijack off, 50 blinds, a little under as we play 10k, 20k. And I like how you said bubble adjacent. I like that.
We're actually closer to the bubble than I predicted. I thought it was 104. We must have seen a few bust outs in the very last hand across the remaining 12 tables because it's already 100.
Yeah, 89 paid if memory serves. You know, my memory never lets me down, David. Subs up. Off a very similar stack, peeling in the cut up. Of course, they'd be very healthy stacks. Here's your man then. Peeling from the big blind. So, bubbled the main event last time. Straight in the high roller, ships it.
Chips it. Job done.
And if he hadn't busted
Trip
the main,
saved.
he wouldn't bought in. When he bought in, the whole world's different, doesn't win.
Butterfly effect.
The high roller, we don't mention him. His beard probably grew slightly differently. All these things would be disastrous. What's not disastrous to his range, at least, is this 7-7-6 flop. But it looks like maybe the pre-flop opener. Ah. Oh, hello.
Oh, interesting little setup here. You were quite right. The Jack 6 did hit the range. And he's actually in the lead here. Both players with good reason to believe that they could be ahead here. Holding pocket fives, Neyman and Savza.
Both playing in 55k.
Okay. little read.
Little read
tell.
there. Bet sizing, 55. Do you think Sav's is like, oh, can you see my cards? Seems pretty reasonable. Name it. C betting the 6-7-7.
And I wonder against these two stacks, does Kaukwa ever consider a raise here with the 6? Just because, yes, he has the real hand, so he doesn't really have to do that. But does serve as a bit of a protection bet as well. And of course, maybe most importantly, they could be put under a bit of discomfort here if this pot gets a little larger.
I was going to suggest to you there, is there any route for him leading on the turn? But I guess that's probably going to be weighted towards well, the hands that have turned straights, and then some of our straight draws, and I guess some 7x. Instead, he's gone for check, and look at this. Nemi betting again. The 2-5 despite being called in 2 spots. They has picked up the open ender, of course.
Yeah, and Savsa with much the same equation here. His hand could be good. 4 obviously does connect with some of the draw type hands here, the 5-8. Got there potentially, although you are blocking it pretty heavily. That does get rid of
Yeah. And well,
Kaukwa.
both now make this backdoor straight. Kokwa, yeah, it was kind of in a impossible position, I think, there with the Jack 6 when you see a follow-up bet and a call, but they both picked up equity you wouldn't be expecting, hence the continuations.
Yeah.
And how both of these players kind of in dreamland. I think they've just both got there against a better hand. Perhaps bigger pairs, most likely. In the dream world, perhaps even thinking the other could have a hand like ace-7 suited.
Well, presuming Neymar bets here, which indeed he is, does Savsa come with a raise?
I guess it's depending on sizing, right?
Yeah.
He's gone very small.
Because if he does come with a raise, Neymar wouldn't be loving life.
Yeah.
9-10. Maybe a possibility, maybe not after the turn bet. You never do know.
Snaps up. Recheck the cards. I'm just thinking what would be natural bluffs for Savsa.
He does go for a raise, though.
8, 9.
Neymar can't love life. Obviously, there are both possible.
Yeah, Neymar's not liking seeing this these chips cut out, is he? Because it is. He's gone for just over min. It looks like.
I do like that click raise because I think you have to lay an incredibly good price to get called, and actually it gives you an escape route if raised again.
Right, could probably fold and save yourself the 425 additional. And Nemi Yeah. Again, you know, you can be up against pocket sixes, could be against pocket eights, could be against pocket sevens as played.
When you have two of the fives in your hand, it makes it very, very difficult, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I think it's just too much hand.
And an
be
incredibly
folding.
good price.
Some bluffs in there. Potentially. I don't know what they are. 8-9 that just decides to turn 8 into a bluff, but does it go this size? Probably not. This does actually feel pretty grim. But it could be A7, right? Wow! He folds!
I gotta say, I did sort of think that that might happen. It was an interesting situation.
So he's giving his man no sevens when he raises river.
He's giving his man no bluffs, for sure.
Right, but no worse value either.
No. And I think that's right. I don't think you do want to raise a 7 there on the river. It is possible your opponent has a 5.
Without live stream, not live stream.
Wow, incredible.
That's a sickening one to look back upon.
Yeah. Not one you're expecting to see, of course, having the 2 5s yourself.
You add on screen there. We remember him from the Western Series coverage. Remember him being a bit of a fan favourite, bossing his way through that field.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, there's a hat.
You like that?
Let me tell you, the last time I commentated on a main event in Merit, there was a man wearing a bucket hat. He did very well.
Is it the KFC bucket guy or an actual bucket hat?
An actual bucket hat. His name is Steve Warburton, and he walked out of here with $500,000.
Oh, I do remember this now.
So, there's something to it. The bucket hat.
Do you want to hear some good news?
It's a curious look. I do, you know what, I'd love to hear some good news. Did I get the all clear from the doctor?
On the outer table, Ari, the Clipper, has just won a fairly significant pot here. He's up to 800k.
Lovely. That's what I like to hear. Oh man, Ari, the fan favourite.
In another exciting hand from the outer tables, Uri Reichenstein, who we remember bluffed off a significant portion of his chips just an hour ago. Well, he's gone for a 4-bet jam, got the job done. Clearly, guys constructing some 3-bet folds against his range. Reichenstein drops the hammer, and he's back up to 820k, around about average.
Talking about dropping the hammer. Savs up. The nut flush draw having opened up here against Kassar, who has an open ender and a diamond, which could potentially see him get a little stuck in this pot. That's such a big pot. Savs has just so many chips after that. 5v5's hand. Accidentally bluffing. I think that's a fair assumption. A fair description. Right, swiftly checks back. Ace high would be good at showdown if Kassar decides to allow that. I guess we can go really small here, right? Try and rep some 7x.
Yeah, the door is ajar here for Kassar.
Jar for Kassar. Look at this. You're such a wordsmith. You really are, aren't you? He's gone 55. I don't think we even need to go that big, but I'm here for it.
Nice execution. You did like the small bet. He probably went a little larger than you thought, but it's kind of around that neighbourhood.
Yeah, and it's kind of like a, I guess, perhaps a little exploit sizing. Like, kind of pretty sure his opponent had a hand like that. Would fold 55. Don't want to go too small. Give them the chance to call, I guess. I'm here for it.
Davut Aydemir is out there in the field. Now, you'll recognise that surname, but you might be thinking, hang on, Davut, that's not, no, it's Rajep. Rajep's the man we know. Well, Davut is Rajep's son, and he's building a very big stack out there, 1.7 million now.
We've got a fresh face at this table. Filling in that vacated 1 seat. Lamb. The man sliding on in there. Maybe glancing up at the tournament clock as we approach that bubble. Just 10 away. David.
Yeah, and at the current rate, we're losing roughly one player every 1.5, 2 hands. So I would expect to get right up to this bubble around about the second hour of this frame.
Yeah.
And then obviously things will slow down. Sometimes it goes quick, sometimes it lasts a long time. That's
Yeah.
kind of
The high
part
roller
of the
went
fun.
insanely fast.
Yeah.
We went from 28 down to in the money in 23. We came back with 28, had to pay down to 23 to get the money in it, and it took all of about 25 minutes. Whereas in the warm-up, we were hand for hand for a good 40 minutes. As Bismanis peels with deuce 4 of hearts from off that rather inflated stack, 1.5 million. Kuznetsov flopping the open end up, having opened 6-5 from the cutoff. Not a board he's going to hit all that often, of course. We'll hit it on occasion. One that probably think the big blind's going to have a little bit more of, but with a hand as bad as 6-5 David, I guess it makes sense to just go betting, can make a lot of better hands fold, and obviously have equity against a lot of hands down the street, as we see here, flipping against the flop pair. And he's taking that bottom pair as a check raise. I like this. Sometimes, David, we take the aggressive action with the bottom pair, and I guess with the deuce and no backdoor flush draw, probably the better candidate.
Yeah, you get to protect your hand, you get to exploit some hands, and I think as well, just proximity to the bubble, ICM pretty high, a 575k stack, 30 pigs, very vulnerable. Has to get sticky here, obviously, with the 5-6. Oh, and that makes life a little easier.
It does. This Manis won't love seeing that card. He knows he's going to be up against a host of hands that do improve on that, having check raised the flop, the 8-10s of the world, the jack-10s even, the 8-9s, the 7-8s.
Question for you, James.
Oh, yes.
Given that Kantsev is the one who has all the ICM pressure on him, it's often the case that when you start constructing your range down the street, more of the value go into the bluff catching range because essentially you're not meant to have that many bets.
Right.
Was that an opportunity missed just there?
To
sort of play possum, to look weak, and then have your opponent come at you with this value, but maybe come at you without any value as well.
On the river.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. If we had 2-pair set kind of hands, then I'd see maybe throw some of that in. When we got the straight and we unblock all those pair combos, I always feel like straight's just a hand I want to fast play. Just unblock all the pairs. Let's build some pots. But yeah, I hear where you're at.
The reason I say it is because we faced a check raise on the flop, which is quite polarizing, and then a check on the turn, which to me would have said, oh, he had one of those double backdoor hands that didn't sort of come in for another barrel, or indeed, as we saw there, bottom pair, no equity really against me. So maybe I have to decide, oh, there's a lot of those kinds of category of hands I'm up against now.
I'd always give the avenue that my opponent's made a mistake on the flop. I always have that as a consideration.
Fair.
So if they have made a mistake and maybe misplayed a hand slightly, I don't want to punish them. And also, maybe there are some hands he's check raised flop with that now caught enough, it doesn't want to bluff, but may still check call. But I do get your point, and it's a very, very valid one. But it just does look like your opponent has given up. And we are nutted. Maybe with like Jack 10 sometimes, but 5-6 is still a little vulnerable.
For sure.
I'm scared of things. I'm vulnerable with 5-6 there.
Two of the scared stacks, perhaps. 25, 26 big blinds. Not a comfortable situation here, but they may, regardless, open things up with the ace-3 of clubs. Might shave that kind of hand off my own range, if I'm honest here, in this particular bubble-adjacent situation. Alalam with the ace-7 of diamonds. Going to get sticky here and see a flop.
Yeah, seems pretty reasonable from Alalam. I'm with you with that with Name. He probably wouldn't venture into this pot, given we are that close to money. But having done so, always going to be c-betting King 10-3 from +1, and especially with the 3 backdoor clubs. Nice to get something going. Alalam wants to continue, but you just can't against +1. If that was against a button raise, sure. We got ace high, we got backdoor diamonds, and we do beat a lot of hands. Against +1, we're not really beating anything on that board. So a nice fold. But yeah, it's interesting to see how players approach that, David. You and I perhaps fold that ace-3. Nami's going the other way. And again, for those of you watching yesterday, I do hark on about this, but we're joining this table 2 hours into the day. There's all sorts of dynamics and playing styles that the other players will be privy to that we're not. And so he may just be at the pin in that, hey, people aren't punishing me. I've seen everyone get away with just raising and no 3-betting happening pre-flop, in which case, hey, let's give the ace-3 a go. I always say, do it until they stop you doing it, David. Don't just adjust because that's what the book says. He's not going to adjust here. Ace-king, certainly. And we're going to raise and 4-bet if necessary, David.
Yeah, I've just checked the book, and ace-king, you're allowed to open that one, yeah?
Okay. Okay, I like it. We did see an incredible fold of Justice held last night with ace-king during the last level of play. That won't be Nami's ambition here. He 3-bet snap folded with ace-king. You say, David? To Biz, maybe you did the frame before.
Was he right?
No, he was wrong. Biz had king-queen.
Poor old Helt. He actually messaged me after that particular hand to say, one of these days, I'm going to get one of these hero folds right on the stream.
I mean, I kind of liked the... We'll keep an eye on this hand, but looks to be progressing in his way. For those who aren't aware, Biz, he was playing pretty snug. Opened off sort of 40, 50 blinds. Justice was having a great time at off-featured table. 3-bet with ace-king, and they were both relatively early position. They were next to each other.
Suddenly we
Came round and Biz had the dreamy hand of king-queen and diamonds to sort of peel the 2.75x. And instead just quickly, like 3.5x 4-bet. And I'm with Justice. If I'd seen that action in his seat, I would have folded ace-king as well. It didn't strike me as the flow, the pace at which it happened, everything. I would have folded, but he snap folded. And it's like one of those, when you snap fold, the guy's got king-queen, makes you look a little silly. Obviously, snap folded king-queen, the guy had kings, we'd be screaming, what a genius.
Yeah.
Muad defending queen 7 from the big. A little liberal, perhaps, David, against under the gun.
Yeah, although what I would say is Muad may be very conscious of the fact that he can apply ICM pressure post-flop. So important in this situation. We always talk about ICM as a pre-flop kind of idea, range versus range, and how people have to tighten up. They can't open as wide. The guy with the big stack can open wider. But actually down the streets, if you can do one of those threat bets, as Darrow Carney likes to call them, somewhere around the turn, threatening the stack of the player who will potentially be at risk come river, you have a lot of leverage in that way as well. So not necessarily a bad idea to peel wider if you're in the big blind getting a good price anyway against a stack that you think you could threat bet.
I like it.
I raise 3-bet. He calls.
Yeah.
The sizing was a bit small.
Small, yeah.
Yeah, so this
30 to 75.
Yeah, that
he
flop.
flats ace queen
Not
off.
enough.
I have 7s.
You call.
And then 10, 9, 7 flop. It went check. Queen turn. I check again. I think this guy bet and all in.
97 players now.
He has
So
ace
just
queen.
8 from
This
the
guy
money.
has straight. Then I think a 9 on the river.
Good, Jeff. That day 1 chip leader.
So I got a bit lucky there. But
Good fold from Gatsy after. You just got to let those hands go in this situation now. Far too close.
not.
Aiding big blinds. A lot of your equity is in that min cash right
Yeah.
now.
Min cash, of course, worth $4,580.
Oh, Muad's turn to have a big slick here. Maybe conscious of the proximity to the money as well here. We'd sometimes see somebody come with a call in that scenario. Just try to exercise some pre-flop pot control here. Have a very disguised hand. More standard plays, of course, to 3-bet, but just, I think, an option you can throw into the equation
I like this
at this
sizing
stage.
as well. Going 4x.
Oh, he's gone big. I like it as well. If you are going to do it, it's sort of going to charge your man.
Yeah, you want to really define the range. And if your opponent does peel, you've got a
Don't
much
show
better idea of knowing where you're at post flop.
Hey, Tony. Hello.
Merit, make your video, right?
Huh?
I see you, I guess. Merit, make your video or something.
Joseph up to 60
So,
blinds.
Merit-
Show of you. Like,
Ah, yeah.
yeah, it was you, right?
On the other table, we've just lost Antonis Kodinov from Bulgaria. The hands of Ephraim Tavdi, who's now up to 1.5 million, joining some of our bigger stacks in the room.
Yeah, some real big stacks forming, right? Maxime Chilot, star of the day as chip leader, has increased that stack even further, up to 2.6 million, according to the fine work of the folks over at Poker News.
45.
Cuckoo up. As you mentioned, all too familiar with the bubble in this main event. I'm running into some resistance here, one would assume against Vismanis, and this is kind of a grim spot, right? It's not a grim spot, you've got ace-king, but it's not a joyful spot with ace-king. You've got 60 blinds, someone who covers you's open from +2. It's not thrilling to get things in. Again, goes for a nice sizing. 8.5x. +2 obviously denotes a strong range, but when it's the chip lead on the table, they're obviously a little bit wider.
Now, when it gets back to Kakwa, do you go for the set mine / board mine / I'm the one with the chip lead and can maybe put you in the bin down the street, or do you just toss it away?
I think you just have to give this one up. I like where your head's at. It again, partly comes down to the perception of how you see Vismanis. How likely is he to be 3-betting light? You know, we do still have 3 bets in this situation. We are targeting someone who's going to be overly active. But some players just don't do it.
Sure, but counterpoint, if you're very confident your opponent does have a very strong range, then the set mine becomes a little more profitable because you do get paid.
It does, but I mean, it's so hard to stack people 60 blinds deep near the bubble. You do flop the set. Well, he's going to go for it.
330k in the middle here, stack to pot ratio.
Again, it may be
a 4.
You know, if you think Vismanis is going to be in here doing this with some offsuit Broadway combos, his bluffs, maybe even, you know, some ace jacks that just don't want to peel. It seems pretty reasonable. King 6-3. This is where things get awkward though. King is obviously a likely 3-betting candidate. I could say those hands like ace king, see kings, aces, and then perhaps every now and again those king jack offsuits, king queen offsuits. But then you've also got the ace jack offsuit combos. Ace queen maybe some of the time, why not? Ace queen off can definitely 3-bet and fold, so it could be in there.
Down bet from Vismanis, 45k into a pot of about 330.
Yeah.
So 15%er.
Yeah. Obviously, Koku are going to be continuing with some of those Broadway combos that don't involve a king pre-flop that just really don't want to call here. Although I would go a little larger than this, David, I think, because I think given the situation, you kind of do the fact we're this close to the money and you're against a big state, you do kind of just want to shut them out a lot.
Sure. I think we're going to come with a call here for this price.
For sure, for this price.
Especially because he has some connectivity with the 3 and 6.
Right. There's some continues.
Is he considering something else?
Looks like he is. Looks like he went, as you said, board mining. And for all the reasons you just mentioned, you kind of want to knock out perhaps some of those hands that are going to check back turn, like the ace queens of the world. deny them equity. They're unlikely to bluff turn as well, so you don't want to give them that free run out. And you kind of paralyze a hand like this anyway. Like Ace King's not going to be willingly putting more chips in this pot from now on. It's not going to make aggressive action. This man's going to call here and say the turn's an 8. I'm pretty sure you'd sit, go check, check.
Yeah.
So Kakua almost buying himself 2 cards here when he does get called.
So some tippy-tappy play, and that virtual brick that James mentioned there, 9 of hearts on the turn. Certainly possible that Kakua would have some backdoor hearts.
Right. Yeah.
Would need something a little more interesting, maybe like a 7-8 of hearts makes a lot of sense.
Well, like Queen Jack of Hearts, something like that. Jack 10 of Hearts. He does check. Now let's see if I'm right and this Manus decides to check this back. Would imagine so. For almost a carbon copy of the hand we had earlier, where you posited that question of when your opponent check raises flop on these kind of boards and then checks. Oh, is he going to try and get something out of it? Bet here and then check back rivers.
Maybe bet here and bet some rivers as well, but yeah, it's an interesting one. Obviously, this will and should shut down the hand pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm not.
But it opens the door in an uncomfortable way.
It does, and also you're just not going to get bluffed now.
Sure,
But
sure. I understand.
I like checking back there, David, and keeping the pot to a position where I won't get knocked out, but also
See you later.
allowing Kokos to continue to bluff, and he may check raise flop, check to bet river. There are still some credible hands that take that line, and you've still got some weak hands that peel the check raise. He's not going to fold jacks to the check raise, I don't think, and protect those kind of hands by checking back ace king.
You're correct, man.
I don't really like having many bets on that turn, really. Even with back to our heart combos I've stuck around with, I don't think I really want to bet with them. But there's more than one way to play this game, David.
Huh?
I should bet like 50 on the turn. I'm too stressed from TV.
Too stressed from what?
From TV table.
Oh, sorry.
Can't think straight.
Interesting spot here for Naomi. Likely to just come with a call, I feel, against an early position open.
Yeah. Wow, 3 away. That went quick.
Yeah, precariously close to the bubble now. Something I'm sure all of these players keenly aware. The guys with short stacks should be. Gadziev definitely going to take this one off, and with 15 bigs, he's very much one of the shorties as we approach. Neymar. Well, this one could get awkward.
Yeah, obviously a great flop for Neymar here. 6, 8, 9. Under the gun doesn't have too much of this, especially the bubble
You
scenario.
go to EPTs?
I feel like we can just
No?
bet here and assume the game's going to play pretty honest. Again, Kazentsev does
one of the
cover
other
us, but he doesn't get. He does check it back.
I'm okay with the check back. I think this is a spot where, similarly, you just don't want to inflate
Yeah,
pots.
they have-
Maybe firing in a small bet has some value. High ICM situations,
Yeah.
you know, throwing in lots of min bets does seem to be
Yeah, they
quite
have
clever.
this pretty often. I
Um,
like it too.
No, I hear you, and
Roll
like
action
it's
and
definitely not bad. I just feel like Kazentsev's not going to check raise this 9-8-6 almost ever when we bet.
Sure, but having checked it, even calling the 75k bet, we can't be gotten in by the river, and I think that's just so important right now.
For sure. And well, disaster strikes on the river. It's Kazentsev gets there after firing.
But I mean, with the, you know,
At a
all
queen on the
videos
turn.
and social media and everything, they're sure putting effort on it.
And given that namely check back flop, that we kind of almost always exclude the 6s, 8s, 9s. So here we're only really worried about king, queen, and maybe jack 10 suited, but we hold a jack.
Well, actually, what I was going to say is, do we ever consider using our 10s for
Right.
bluffing and more nefarious purposes? If we face a bet, if we face a check, we might just knuckle it back. But if we face a bet, do we ever try to
Yeah, I was just looking at the sand
take the
from
spot?
Like a
point of
criminal.
view.
10 jack, a very
defensive.
reasonable holding for Neymar here on the button.
Well, he is counting out some raising chips, it looks like.
I think it's a thought in his
stock
head
take.
and something that he quite likes the idea of, but probably hates the fact that there are 92 players left and 89 getting paid.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think raising's better than calling.
Yeah.
Don't think we really beat a whole lot the way this is played out. However, folding
That's fine.
is also a good play.
I like that he did consider it though, because I think it is one worth considering. But I do believe that the high ICM in this situation, with those particular stacks, neither of these guys particularly well stacked. It's just very important for them to make it to the money right now.
What did you have that hand? The hand we played
Oh,
together.
Tim, just shy of a milli, courtesy of that rivered
We'll see
king.
it in 20 minutes.
No,
I feel like it is courtesy of that rivered king. I don't think he was necessarily going to be
yeah,
likely
that's
to win that part without hitting.
straight. Yeah. 5.
Maybe for that good reason not to bluff with the 2 10s. It's
already on
kind of,
spin.
But here it's an
I feel like when you want to, when you're bluffing, David, some of the time
overlapping.
you want to be bluffing with the
Yeah.
best hand. You don't always be bluffing
Yeah,
into
the
strong
highest.
ranges.
Different dates. Here first, then it's straight up Barcelona.
Oh,
You.
that?
You had the hand.
Yeah.
You bluffed me then. You had pocket 5s? Sick.
Just finding out there that the it was 5s versus 5s.
Ah, fun hand.
And he's saying how sick it was, indeed.
Jürgen in the chat asking, is Daniel Rizai still in? According to the good people over at Poker News, I'm showing him as having 382,000 chips. So yes, to answer your question, Bismanis from
Yeah, I
plus
had
2, Gachev. Wow, this is pretty grim.
3 to
15 blinds and 10s in the small. Is just going to run it. I feel like we just have to, right, David?
Yeah, I do.
Or would you advocate anything else here?
These
Oh.
are always the spots where I don't want to reveal too much of my own proclivities, but yeah, I actually mucked this.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Because you're thinking
Full house.
just a few hands away from being in the money. And
Well,
the gain is
If we
so
go
marginal.
if we go to showdown, it's pretty horrible because we can obviously be eliminated
Sorry, good TV.
against 2 big cards, having virtually a flip. If we get this through, yeah, okay, we pick up an extra 80k, which is great, but I think we can probably navigate the 16 bigs through the bubble. I'm not sure what this extra 4 bigs would accomplish
Yep, I hear you.
in the bigger scheme of things.
Yeah, the lights are very bright.
Don't get me wrong, 10s obviously seems pretty
Nice
pretty reasonable.
Can we see?
Huh?
Vulture?
And he knows
saw
he's
the
getting
hand?
credit for a real hand there because there just shouldn't be any like
Let's check.
Right.
shoves there.
Coin?
The fact that he does get some coin flips to fold is a great outcome, but
Tens?
I think I'd probably take a good 45, 50 seconds and then muck my hand. And
Don't tell
don't
anyone
tell
about it.
anybody
Yeah.
ever.
Oh yeah, I had A7, but I just thought you were at it.
Look, getting it all in first with fold equity is obviously much better than calling it off in a spot
Aye, aye, aye.
that's even
Yeah, indeed.
more clear at some level.
Daar
But-
dat тоже сам.
Yeah.
I think they're making reference, of course, to the bubble there. Table conversation. Aye. What could I do? He's jamming. Rejamming on the bubble. Got to give him credit for a big hand.
Now.
Yeah.
Tilt.
Huh? Tilt?
Let's go one more time.
goading action here, Vismanis. Wow, he might find some. Savza, another deep stack here, 70 big blinds, pocket jacks.
Right, 70 bigs to be. Therefore, just going to get to play this hand a bit more standardly, like 3-bet rather than forced to flat. Seems like there's a big else for Vismanis to get out of line, right? Even though he does cover when we're this deep. Oh, he's gone for a click 3-bet. Kind of stops it going multi-way, but doesn't really...
Doesn't bloat the pot.
Yeah, but on the flip, obviously, doesn't really define your opponent's hand. Well, will it here? Because
it kind of sometimes does, though, because I think some people do get a bit spooked by the very small one and think it might be aces or kings sometimes.
That's what I mean, though. Does Vismanis then, therefore... But it's hard to imagine many hands Vismanis open with that would fold to this bet.
No, that is actually true. You're obviously getting an incredible price now.
But yeah, I'm with you. He may not necessarily 4-bet this. Although he may, with ace-king offsuit, seems like a pretty good one. Kind of 4-bet big, and if Savsa then does rifle it in, can feel pretty good about folding. He does.
And that's exactly what we see now. Savsa, with the attempted paralysing 3-bet click, has actually not got the desired outcome and is in a rather uncomfortable position now, facing a 4-bet to 225k, another 145k to call.
You're not the hugest 4-bet either.
No, it's a re-click. I think we're back in 2009 right now.
Ah, come on now. You could have made it 130. Now, like, this is a really curious position Savsa's found himself in.
Yep.
Kind of 3-bet, clicked it small, try and keep it heads up, and now suddenly he's facing a 4-bet. But such a small 4-bet, and they are so deep, starting the hand 70 big blinds, but here's, as you see, the covered stack. So there is always that bit in your mind about, oh dear, what am I doing here? I'm about to bubble with 2 jacks. Ooh.
Are we about to see a re-click?
This,
wow, this could be epic if we do.
This would seem pretty out of line, I think.
This would be pretty epic if we do. No, that looks like calling chips. Yeah.
Yeah, and now Vismanis has got to feel pretty...
What's happening?
Sick about this.
What have I done?
I'm out of position with ace king. The guy's just 3-bet, called my 4-bet. We're on the bubble.
I've just bloated it to 500k.
Right.
Feeling better from the window onwards.
Yeah. Now you're feeling pretty damn good about life.
Thinking that was a brilliant bet I just made there to juice things up.
But it's still hard to give Savsa the kind of hands that are going to 3-bet call that 4-bet with, right? We could potentially see the 3-bets being some Broadway hands, but they kind of fold to that 4-bet. So you do kind of give him now just these jacks and 10s and such.
Well, I expected a big downsizer from Vismanis, particularly given what we saw in the previous hand, but I guess very tight ranges we're dealing with now. He's probably considering his opponent to have maybe the same hand, maybe queens and kings.
Ace-queen.
Ace-queen. Yeah,
maybe.
I guess given the fact that it was clicky, it became, maybe.
Yeah, an ace-queen suited perhaps. There's one
yeah, probably the queen suited.
We'll see one combo of that, but yeah, I think you could certainly see queens, jacks are potential hands.
And Savsa, not a believer yet anyway.
Maybe even like trappy kings.
I wouldn't feel great about this call with jacks, but maybe he feels like he has to just draw a line in the sand for one street.
Yeah, you can't. I don't think you can fold for one, certainly.
What are you beating? What 4-bets are you beating with jacks right now?
King, queen being the most obvious, I think.
It's not very many hands.
No, well, it certainly isn't. But I mean, there's 2 aces on board, so you do, the board does block ace queen, ace king. Hands I'm most worried about. May even. Oh, we hear hand for hand announced in the background, David.
Yeah, that throws the cat among the pigeons here as well. I'm sure Gadziev delighted with the fact that 2 things are happening. 1, a pot's brewing that could see cards get all in, and 2, a lot of time is being used up. Although I guess with hand for hand being announced, that doesn't matter anymore. He managed to get to that point.
He got to the hand for hand, right? Yeah, and Savsa's like, how have I managed to get myself in this situation where I'm playing a 4-bet pot, 70 big blinds deep on the bubble? It's kind of been caught offside here, you could say.
Oh, fuck. Sorry.
But
Following good money after bad here. It looks like Savza counting out
Yeah.
the 225k.
It is the sheriff's badge. But again, if you do call here, you can feel very good about folding river with 2 jacks, right?
Yeah, I would have felt okay about folding flop, to be honest, but yeah.
It's not like you have to.
Yeah, toss them in the muck there, Savza.
It's just, again, does your opponent continue with kings and queens in this vein? Probably not. So it is just those, the ace-king.
He's done that thing, James, that you talked about yesterday, which was he counted out the chips and then did the pause, and then you kind of feel like it was going to come, but it didn't come in the end that time.
Yeah. Huge pot. Given the situation we're in, we are now into hand for hand, David. I know you love this part of the game. The bubble. I don't mean just the hand for hand. I mean this last half an hour we've played.
I do love a bubble.
We see these fascinating situations arise, like that one there.
TV table is good for me.
So you have it again?
Yep. I always have it. I would never bluff on TV table. Then after I can never bluff again.
Your deck, bro.
It looks like maybe our table was the last one to get finished, given the size of that pot. So we waste no time. Right, we have a hand, but it's still 2 away. So perhaps... I mean, I do quite like that, David, when sometimes the hand comes cupping early, because it could be a case of some egregious stalling elsewhere. But also in quite a large field, it kind of doesn't have to be just the last. I kind of like it. The bigger the field, the more players you get hand for hand with. Just because logistically in a live tournament, it's kind of hard to keep track of that.
Completely agree, and I think that is the reason. I think because we're dealing with 11 tables around the room, it's good to do this at this stage. If it was maybe a 50-player bubble, we'd probably just wait till we get to the exact money bubble, but a couple spots off seems logical.
Savs up. And we'll see. A little wounded from the last time, but it's done a king jack offsuit from the cutoff. I was going to ask if this is a raise or not in your mind, David, but if he is raising, I do really like this sizing, going for 3x. Kind of, you just, all your hands you want to elicit folds at this point, so it does make sense to go for a bigger sizing. You're kind of going into that shorter stack in the big blind. He still has 50 bigs himself. I'm a big fan of this, actually.
Yep. Nice little adjustment from Savza, who's right back up on the horse after that jack's hand did not go favourably. Kassar with no real decision here. Oh,
wow.
I'm so sorry. This
I'm not
is
a,
a
fan
little
of this.
gambly, facing potentially strong range that dominates. He's called from the big blind to the larger size,
Yeah,
and he is under the ICM cosh.
right, with only 3x pot behind. Which is obviously a lot, but I mean, there are plenty of times you get it in for 3x pot. It seems...
This one could have got very messy for Kassar. Lucky, in a strong sense, not to find some piece of this one.
Very small bet. Quarter pot. But that makes sense on 10 deuce deuce, right? Kassar's not supposed to really have nearly any deuce X, given the situation we're on with this hand for hand. Obviously there are some, the ace deuces.
Are we 90 or 91? Oh, so 91.
No, but you're absolutely right. Maybe ace deuce is the only deuce.
Yeah, maybe like, yeah, king deuce suited perhaps. But I mean, Kassar almost feels like he's thinking, well, I've come this far with this king 9. Do I have to carry on? No, he does think better of it.
Little wasteful there from Kassar. You want to hang on just another 4 or 5 hands, maybe just one hand, and then
Well, here we
keep all
go,
those
David.
chips for the big one.
This is what goes on the outer tables. The camera phones are out. That's the clue. And here we have Yuri Bochkarev all in with ace king against Maroon Jazar's kings. So he's going to need to find an ace in order to survive. As the board has come, well, king 10-5.
And the river.
No, it hasn't.
Needs to be an ace. Is not an ace. And we have lost a player. We are on the direct money bubble now. I don't know if there is another hand at showdown. We'll let you know in a moment.
Yeah, down to just 90 remaining. The pure bubble.
Luke Bindell there, bottom of your screen, bottom right, at that table.
Yeah, you spied Luke Bindell on that table.
Uri Reichenstein there, send her your picture.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's another rule in somewhere else. We expose those cards. Typically, that's the last hand to finish when you do that. The dealers, if you're wondering, you see stood up behind the chair here. That's just so the floor staff can easily see when everyone's finished on their table. But we should be on to the next hand.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened there. Obviously, in a hand-for-hand situation, we should be waiting for all the action to finish. There was an announcement of dealers do not deal the next hand, so maybe they're just trying to gather up. Milbudas in our ear has just made the absolutely sensible suggestion. Of course, we're playing 9-handed, we're down to 90. We have to break table 11. Those people have to come to a new table for the actual bubble now. And while we pick up their stacks and pretty much bring one to each table.
Yeah, makes sense. There's always an obvious reason. And there is the man, the myth, the legend, Milbudas, in the middle of the field there.
He's chatting to us.
Doesn't he look snazzy in blue?
Merit blue.
Very much on theme. Oh, there's off.
There's the Clipper.
There's
the Clipper.
Ari Clipper. What a legend.
Very much enjoying this saunter betwixt the tables.
Yep, play will get back underway.
Edward the Fifth.
Edward the Fifth Basagian. Fifth in the main event here last time that you were at, David. Fifth in the warm-up and fifth in the high roller at this festival already. Can he get fifth again? Would he take it right now? Of course he would.
You wouldn't put it past that man. Incredible record making final tables here. It makes you feel like they're in 100-player fields, that the same people make final tables all the time, but it's not. They're 700-player fields. As again, we take a little stroll.
Beautiful work here.
Betwixt a bit of banana eating there. God, I had to deal with Ali eating a banana during the last frame. Don't know if you saw that on Twitter, guys. Take yourselves over there. Very disturbing photograph of Ali.
Was it done seductively?
Deep throating a banana, yeah. Not necessary. I hadn't even had my breakfast.
Did it put you off?
Oh, I think I spy Jack Sinclair's, the top of his head anyway, just briefly in shot. As
Jack
we.
Sinclair, who made me very envious of a t-shirt he was wearing the other day, though.
Oh yeah.
I must try and source a T-Rex taking a crocodile for a walk. If anyone knows where he got that t-shirt, please do let me know. I'm in the market. Well, we're in the market for a fresh hand. That's what we're going to get here. This play is back underway on the pure bubble. There will be some very short stacks out in the room. The rest now will find it very hard to play. Also, you would think we've seen the last two hands they would play out very differently to how we perhaps thought they may, given the situation.
Yeah, caution to the wind for a couple of these guys.
I promise you, Sabzo wanted to look down here and see 7 deuce. She would not have to get involved. The heart rate is high for this man, although he had a few minutes of recovery. And
Coming with a 3x again.
Love it. Exactly the same reason as last hand. Kind of don't want to get peeled. You're only playing strong hands here. You don't really have light hands.
Kaukua with an interesting holding here on the button.
Yeah, kind of fun. Obviously, when you're on the button with a covering stack, you just get to realize equity so often post-flop that you can enter a little lighter. That's why we 3x. I mean,
Protecting my blind.
this is the one player who was worried about.
Yeah. Going to see Savza probably proceed very honestly down the streets now. Kaukwa covering.
Yeah, that's it. You just get the showdown so often.
And Kaukwa trying to use what I described there earlier as the post-flop ICM implications. Obviously, pre-flop he could throw in a 3-bet here, you know, sort of put a bit of pressure on Savza, who doesn't really want to play a bloated pot out of position. However, the other way to go, and particularly with a holding as nice as Jack-9 suited, something that can flop so nicely, is flat, and then maybe, just maybe, you find those leverage points on later streets.
Yeah, let's see how that plays out. This man is actually interesting. Had ace-9 offsuit in the big blind. I wonder what he would have done to that 3x. I feel like he may have folded, and this board is Savza just...
You want to throw up all over this board if you're Savza.
May as well just throw the cards in the muck. Does have backdoor hearts, of course, but very hard to see him betting this board. And Kolquat can go either way here. Could even bet this a later street. Could just decide to start betting now. Staring up at the clock. Do you just like range betting, David?
Yeah, I like a bet here. I think it's the board that you were hoping to see, actually. And you're right, you could go a bit more sophisticated. You could do it a bit more intricately and come with a turn barrel. But I like just coming out with a bet right away. Savza, interesting decision here to just call.
Yeah, I think to that sizing, 55, I think maybe we stick around. Terrible card. From his point of view, as Kokwa is going to surely continue, having picked up clubs.
I think he was continuing anyway.
Right. I was going to say that kind of still the ace highs that Savs has got that are going to check call flop some of them. Obviously, a lot of the cards fold. Like he's less worried about the queen, right? Savs' king queens, queen jack suiteds would have folded flop.
Crucially for Savsa, when constructing a range in this situation, you see that 6-5-4 board. Your aces, your kings, your queens, they also have to go into the check call line. So he is protecting his ace-jack hang-ons with some real hands that will stick around on later streets. And for that reason, there are ways for him to continue, but not against this, I feel.
No, certainly not. And I like he's got much bigger sizing now, Kokwa. Now we're trying to put the pressure on, you know, the 9s, the 10s. We know ace high is going to have to go up to this sizing. That's blasted out. We could have made ace high fold for a much smaller sizing. He's gone this size. This side also kind of, on the off chance he's up against a better flush draw. Even David, it kind of knocks that out, right? The ace 10 of clubs doesn't really want to call here.
Yeah. And that is the threat bet there. The bet that sort of implies that, well, yeah, okay, it's slightly more than pot on the river, but I could just put you in the bin here on the river and make life so gross.
Like 7s and 8s are probably going to continue because they've got the straight equity, but the 9s and 10s are going to really want to fold there because they just, like you say, they just know that there's a very good chance the cannon comes out, the howitzer on the river. Threat bet. I like it. I don't like facing it. Oh, action.
Out we go. Make room, part the seas.
Pure bubble time.
Here come the camera crew over to vulture rail this potential bubble. As we see, well, we already have a full board out there.
Yeah, David, the situation in here is the big blind was all in for just 2 blinds. See that old gentleman there with the sunglasses around his shirt. He doesn't look too thrilled as the hands continued
deuce and
between the rest. The board
and showdown, please.
is king, queen, jack, 10, deuce.
King 7.
And there's a top pair there. I don't think he's looked at his hand yet.
Queen 8 and all in. It's 8.
Eliminated.
8-3. Congratulations.
Quick bubble.
Very quick bubble. And can I just point the audience and yourself, James, back in the direction of that pocket 10s hand from Ganziev. Just a few moments ago, I think we played 4 hands since then. He put himself at risk with the 10s in that spot. I said, actually, I'd be a bit squeaky bum here. I'd sort of throw them in the muck. I wouldn't tell anybody. And I'd just get out with my life. Because I wouldn't want to risk, putting myself at risk. Where we see there was a guy with 2 big blinds out there.
I did actually... I thought that was who I thought it was. It was Tsar Wolf, who is our unfortunate bubble boy. Player that is known further afield than just here at Merit. Very experienced player, but sadly we'll go no further. And yeah, I see exactly the point you make, and it's a very good one for those at home watching to perhaps take away. It feels like game violated.
You feel dirty.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel good. It feels wrong, but it is right.
What, would you fold jacks in the same spot?
Yep.
Queens?
I don't want to talk about this anymore.
Queens?
You can't take my playbook.
Look into my eyes.
You can't take out my playbook, and I need to have some credibility going forward.
Look into my eyes.
6-5-4.
I'll give you 2 queens. You've got 15 bigs in the small. You're probably 3 or 4 hands away from the money. The big stack opens and +2. Give me your queens.
What I will tell you is
He's not looking in my eyes.
I did shove queens in the IPO about 7 years ago on the direct bubble with queens in that exact spot that you just described. And I was sitting in my hotel room moments later, a very unhappy camper.
Once bitten, twice shy.
Indeed. Anyway, back to the post-bubble action. Stop. He's staring at me. He's bullying me. I'm going to call HR.
I am HR.
Dempsey is the one who knocks.
Well, back to regular poker then. And perhaps a flurry of activity now as we are into the final 89 players. Everyone guaranteed $4,800.
Part of me is sad. I do love a bubble, and I don't feel like we got enough of a bubble there. We got like the second last hand, and then the last hand, the next hand. It was like, oh, it's done now. Bit anticlimactic.
I said 4,800. What I of course meant was 4,580. I knew there was a 4 and an 8 in there. Interesting, the payouts jump as quickly as sort of the next table, so 5,200 the next jump. So quite often you'll see tournaments have like 2 or 3 tables, kind of the same payout, and then things ratchet up a bit steeper. But here it's a bit more linear.
Because it was 18. 18 was yesterday.
Yeah, I think so. 19 was first today, probably.
Really?
Savza deciding to stick to the larger open size now that we are post-bubble. He's gone with the 2.75x here to 55k. Gadziev obviously looking for a spot now with his 20 bigs post-bubble. This doesn't feel like a great one against +1. Maybe, just maybe, he would toss this one away, but he is going to go for the 3-bet for 40% of his stack. One suspects if he had shoved, Savsa would snap it off here, but actually, versus this 3-bet that looks just that extra bit strong, it will at least give Savsa some pause.
Yeah, and it's an interesting one off with Gadziev just celebrating being in the money. Getting a little light here, but I tend to go the other way in these spots. I think people expect you to be a little spew once you get in the money, so I would just still want to play this pretty honest. I wonder how Savsa does approach it. It looks strong to me. I think this is fine. Have a look at the flop.
Well, Gadziev may find a second way to win this one if we don't see a board with any Broadway cards on it. It's a good chance he might take this one away from Savza.
Gadziev, remember, was the day 1 chip leader. Had a pretty torrid day yesterday, but has managed to navigate himself into the money with 3 or 4 starting stacks. And 3-betting here sees a 7-5 deuce or spade board, and he's got the king of spades with less than pot behind. Just maximise fold equity here, David. We're obviously going to, I guess, want to jam with all our over pairs, no spades, so jamming this hand seems pretty reasonable. And that's what he does. Savsa relinquishing with the better hand.
Jinx.
By virtue of a bit of card removal there, Savza coming to the conclusion his opponent had kings. He had one king. Oh, and I have some bad news from the outer tables. I did not spot this, but I guessed the hand before we went hand for hand. We lost Papazian.
Papazian, no more. Shame.
Yeah.
Great action last night on our feature table with him in the mix.
Yeah, very entertaining player.
45.
Papazian, big winner. He had open-ended and 2 overs against the pocket aces, so he didn't really have the 2 overs. Did not hit his straight to survive. Jacobi Brandy won that pot and is up to 800k.
We're opening the 2 9s here off that big stack, and saw the next seat, 25 blinds and ace 8 offsuit. This would be a mistake if it were anything but a fold, David. You did see him make that rather curious peel with king 9, and does come around to the idea of a fold this time.
Little tempter there for Muad.
Yeah, I wouldn't have hated it. We're pretty deep, but it's never ideal playing from the small blind against a very competent player with a bigger stack. So.
No account.
All you can eat from Neymar here. We'll presume the 9s find a call.
It's not
it's a big shove. Sorry, I thought we were in the 1025 level. No, we're not. We're in the 1020. Yeah. So actually, this is a big shove for 26 bigs.
Very big. From a seat that gets to just flick in 1 blind and see a flop.
Yeah.
I think this is a spot that's underbluffed, in my opinion, David. I quite often say that.
Oh yeah, very tough for Kaukwa here. Certainly reasonable that his opponent could have 10s or jacks.
Yes, that's the thing. It's
also pretty reasonable for him to have smaller pairs too. Is actually the way you would proceed with smaller pairs.
Yeah.
So I think it's still a call, but I think it's incredibly close. It's probably like the exact line.
Right, 8s is a fold, 10s is a call, 9s is a decision. Often in this game we find ourselves in those spots. And it might be a question of how he feels. I mean, he's played, his strategy, now we've got in the money.
The reason I give this one a call is I cap my villain out. I don't think he's going to have queens plus. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, 10s and jacks. But then I think, actually, maybe all the under pairs to 9s
really
do this. Yeah, pretty reasonable.
3s don't just peel sometimes.
Maybe they do out of the big, I guess. You know, you're getting that
it's
great
so tempting
price.
out the big.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to give them... I agree with you. I wouldn't give them queens plus. I agree with that part of the range. But I wouldn't be able to eliminate all the smaller pairs, or include all the smaller pairs, as you've done, purely because this is a spot that I say so many players play differently from the big blind.
Yeah.
Myself, sometimes I jam here with those pairs, sometimes I'll flat, just kind of depends on my opinion of the opponent.
I think I call with 9s and fold 8s, personally. I think this is my rock bottom.
I'm too tight. I think I'm
side call.
I think I fold 9s and
you fold 9s? Am I the loose one? Who'd have thought?
Never thought I'd be the nit, yeah.
I was advocating folding 10s a moment ago.
Now
I'm like, snap, get it in with the 9s.
How great's poker that that's the case, yeah. It's such a different scenario. You're advocating folding 10s to an open. And now here we are saying, yeah, we've got a call with 9s for 26 big blind rejam.
And I don't even think the fold with 10s is close.
I don't even think I'd necessarily always exclude queens here, actually, thinking about it.
Well, it is exactly these ponderances running through the mind of Kaukwa right now as he tries to size up his opponent Neme's range. Does he give him some frequency of queens? Does he give him some frequency of 2s through 4s? It's those kinds of on the fringe.
That's all it comes down to.
Factors.
Yeah, if you think they're always jamming those small pairs, then of course you have to call.
Oh, we're probably flipping, but I don't know. Flipping or you have better?
So he's not sure about those small
Probably
ones.
flipping.
If it's flipping or he is better, it is a fold.
Yeah.
It very much relies upon there being some 5s through 8s to bring it into the call column.
I'm a nit.
I'm a nit with you. Who what?
Not yet.
Huh? What? What break? Ah.
Is there any
I
thought
think we're
to
flipping with this
you
guy,
say
but
that situation, the 5s through 8s? Does it not make more sense in that situation, perhaps jam
The smaller
the deuces through 5s and then peel
And
with
then actually
the
try and,
6
you know,
through the 8s, because they're the
navigate
ones, play best posts. If you're jamming deuces and making 9s fold anyway, like 6s aren't raised calling. So do we have that kind of inflection? Do you think? Or
Maybe, although I think I might just
Snap
jam almost all of them.
I hear you.
We get up towards 30 bigs, not maybe so much.
Now, would this be a case that if we had a super tough tournament, maybe we're kind of more inclined to call there, but in a main event field like this, perhaps maybe just throw a few more folds in?
That's a really good extra factor. I think you have to size up your own edge in situations and decide if that's a determining part of the equation.
Look around the room.
If you were a small blind, I would call.
I feel that as well.
Thanks so much. I'm happy you folded, to be honest. I was happy with my shove, but when you thank so much, no, I wasn't excited.
How much?
Now he's thinking. Now he's thinking, did I just fold to 8s with that table talk? Because they are tanking again here. I mean, again, this would be a little foolhardy, I think, to get involved. And maybe he's just looking at. Maybe someone told him the bubbles was at 88.
Just looking for that first ladder you mentioned that isn't too far away.
I guess you have 8-8 then. No? Ace jack? Yeah, we're flipping. Huh? Yeah.
You have like 9 something?
Yeah. Yeah.
First in equity. Very hard to overrate that
call,
tournament
but
poker.
I just had a whatever.
I think Kaukwa basically expressing exactly the sentiment you mentioned there, James, which is that he felt like it was a call, or at least was like the worst one that's borderline, but did probably rate himself to have a bit of an edge over this field.
Yeah.
Probably just thought, yeah, I'm not going to take this spot against you, Mr. Neme. Not quite sure I've sized you up as someone who would do it light. And also, why take an incredibly thin spot when surely I can get my chips in easier ways against my table mates now and whoever I maybe put up against over the course of the next day and a half if I do manage to get that far.
Sense of getting to river. This ace jack is ahead of that 8-5. Is he going to be able to win it? Showdown. Savsa firing out 4 blinds. Savsa's been fun to watch so far. He's been down to some awkward spots. He's clearly got the gears.
Büyük masaya bir çay alabilir miyim ya? Canlı yayın masası.
Coincidence, I've picked up the nut flush draw on the flop. Now faces the prospect of just ace high and a bet from the big blind on this board. The spot where David, obviously Sabza can be betting fairly wide for value, right?
Yeah, cute little bet there from Savza. Very cute indeed. A wily customer, Savza.
Very tricky customer indeed. Perhaps the one unfortunate situation with the 2 jacks, but other than that, I think has been very tidy.
Yeah, that ace king jack's hand was a little on the more unusual, unconventional side, I guess, because it began with his ultra small 3-bet.
Yeah.
And then from there, with the ICM implications, it was certainly made more awkward than it had to be.
Yeah, it's interesting as well how players react to those really small 3-bets. Obviously, we came up against a 4-bet, but quite often people just call those really small 3-bets because it's so enticing, right? It's like the big blind peels, and then people 3-bet from the big blind. It's like,
Yeah.
well, just peeling seems pretty easy. So maybe we do have to just give that bit more respect to the 4-bet from Vismanis in that particular hand. And Kazar now finding a hand he wants to play for sure. The 2 9s from +2. He's popping that up to 45,000.
400, 450.
Vismanis, the next seat, King Jack. Hand he wanted to open, but don't think we'll want to play this against a 25 big blind stack. Lalam, also no interest. Moed been very quiet since his early forays into the pots here. And Getchiev, the day 1 chip leader, looking down at 2 napkins in the blind. We're going to see a rare raise and take, David.
Indeed we are.
Easy game.
86 players now. We've lost a few on outer tables. Not the crazy bust-out fest one might assume, but I think probably the fact that we only played 1 hand of a bubble helped that fact. Short stacks were not forced to sit on their hands for orbit after orbit and get shorter to the point that they fancied a gamble. If you fancy a gamble, come down here May 10th to 25th for the Cash Game Festival. That will be held in the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa, across the road from where we currently are in the Cove. And that Cash Game Festival will be played alongside the Triton Cyprus event, which, James, you know an awful lot about.
Yeah, Triton is what's known in the business as an entry-level series. So we get you in nice and cheap. Just sort of anything from 20k up to 200k.
Yeah, for any kind of budding, poker player, billionaires who just want to dip their feet.
Yeah, before you start playing the private $1 million buy-in tournaments, you kind of want to dip your toes in the occasional 200k, then come on down to Triton. Well, I said Moed's been quiet.
Ooh.
This has woken him up. Nimi behind, 30 blinds in the cutoff with ace-queen.
Trouble
Could see him
for
go 2
Nimi.
ways here. I think cutoff against hijack, I would do what he's doing here, which is reach for some additional.
And I tell you, if it got back to me here, I would love a flat from Moad with these stack depths.
David, I'd go a little, I feel like I'm always saying this, I'd just go a little larger.
Yeah.
Especially against Moad, who's not been out of line from what we've seen. You are attacking a tighter range. Only 3-bet. Kind of go a little bit bigger, but yeah, I'm with you now, David. I think a 4-bet would look so strong from this player, given what we've seen of them over the last hour. And also just as a situational spot, theoretical spot, flatting here with the aces, protecting all those broadway combos you want to continue with, all the smaller pairs. And let Nimi blast off, both for value with a weaker hand and as his bluffs.
Unfortunately, Moad going to drop the hammer. And I think Nimi's sort of got his read now on the situation by going for that 3-bet. He's given himself a chance to escape. Moad, certainly a capable player of putting in some light stuff here, but this feels very strong, 300k 4-bet.
Very much so. Yeah. It's one of these exploits, you know, theoretically you don't really want to be 3-bet folding ace-queen from the cutoff against hijack. However, look at the situation. Moad, from what we've seen, has been pretty snug. Hasn't made aggressive actions. So Neema's actually done very well to get away from that. Dave, we were talking about action. Of course, this is day 3. We are going to finish this tournament tomorrow. There's still some gambling to be done for players who perhaps are unfortunate today, because it is the 1K mystery bounty. Both day 1A and 1B occur today, David. So you've got the 12:30 flight. That's obviously well underway. Registration on that has actually just closed. And then, of course, day 1B starts at 7 p.m. this evening, which is nice. And when I said 1K, David, obviously I meant 1K of the portion is for the bounty, and then 1K for the prize pool. Deliberate mistake that
I understood.
Maybe says Vitatus. There we go. Sorry, Vitatus. I keep butchering your last name, so I'm going to go with Vitatus. Has corrected me. I'm reading it off the schedule as well.
Do you want to butcher some of these last names?
All right. What I am going to do is mention the fact that blind's been a 10-25. I've got that bit right. I know that for sure. Naomi and Alalam, who has been very snug at this table, sub 20 with that increase. Roman Gadzhiev, the man who was day 1 chip leader, is just above that mode. And then, of course, Moad, Kokuga, and Vismanis, all above 50 big blinds, which is a lovely spot to be as you play down in deeper the money in this, the Carmen series main event. Yeah, David, I want to say there was a tournament yesterday that I didn't realise was taking place, even though there's a giant schedule printed in the poker room here, and I had looked at it and noticed this tournament. I just kind of forgot, it slipped my mind. They had a double board PLO bomb pot tournament yesterday. So for those unfamiliar, it's PLO with 2 boards. That much should be self-explanatory. The bomb pot aspect is basically everyone's antes and you just go straight to the flops. I did tournament, a 1K. This sounds like heaven to me. Why
weren't you there?
Exactly. Why was I not there?
Especially because when you take a look at James's lengthy record of victories, included in there is the Lockerbie bomb pot.
Wow. That was brave. Because ace queen under the gun. Got one through a minute go with 2 9s. Trying with ace queen. Gadzhiev. Attack there with the 2. Ooh, hello. Kazensev against that 20 big blind open, but he's under the gun. Finds 2 8s in the small himself, a little over 30. All down to perceived ranges, this one, David?
Yeah, I don't hate a flat here. I think that's probably the best way to continue. Like you said before, some of these middle-ear pairs more easy to navigate.
How much you play?
Around 500 maybe, or less.
It's just over 500, as we see. It's 485 Mac.
Kauka wondering if it's prudent to come with a call here.
Right, you're not expecting to be dominated here, although we can see he's super dominated by the small blind. You're thinking the small blind's going to have some Broadway combos more likely than hands like this. So maybe you get a board like that and you can get up to no good. Will we potentially see a lead here?
I was about to say the same thing. It's an interesting spot for Kaukwa, who can basically have 2 pairs, straights, all the good stuff on this board, and his opponents can't. I think it is a spot where I like a lead of about 80, 85k, just to lean into the ranges of your opponent. If Kazensev has a big ace, he can't really stick around. And Norkan Kazar, who, well, that's exactly what he does have.
Love it.
Oh, 55.
Suspiciously small. Because I'm having to worry about, of course, not just that bet, but the small blind behind. Although, kind of figures the small blind's probably not continuing on this board for the most part. It's not about this street. As you said, David, it's the threat bet. It's the building of the pot.
So uncomfortable now for Kassar, who is sandwiched between the ever-aggressive Kaukwa and the small blind calling range, which absolutely could be all over this one as well. Pocket 8s. pocket nines, sixes and fives will be going nowhere. Really just deciding if Kauko's just at it more often than not, and he can put in a raise here to represent an overpair. In the end, actually just decides to call. Sort of not quite sure what the plan is here.
Yeah, I guess it kind of makes your hand like looks like what it is, but hey, we may make this play with like the best of the overpairs. Aces, kings, maybe just slip in the call.
Best hand in the muck.
Wow.
Very surprised by that one.
Yeah. I wasn't thinking we had a decision point there, David. I thought eights certainly had to call.
Now I see the plan.
Queen on the turn.
There's the plan.
Yeah, I'm shocked to see the eights fold. For 55k. Could I see it make a big fold against a bigger lead out and call from under the gun? Yes, sure. If he'd gone sort of 100k, I could see the argument. 55. It's a little surprising.
Notice Kassar a little more upright and a little more sort of content in his seat.
He's got top pair, David. Wouldn't you be happy?
Well, we did say Kauko, a dangerous operator, going to continue to represent that board of babies, the queen, sort of a brick to what he's trying to represent here, which is 5-6, 7-4. And well, Kassar just drops the hammer, says, actually, let's end it here. I've top, that'll do. If you have me beat, good luck to you.
Yeah, could see both ways here. Could argue for the flat. Maybe a little easier if we had a heart. Equity denial. Interesting hand.
Sure was.
Koko a little unlucky that it happened to come the queen. If his opponent had not found that pair, he most likely would have picked the pot up on the turn.
Mr. Carlos Habib, this is for the 515. Carlos Habib.
We are in the money if you're just joining us. This is the Carmen Series main event. Day 12 of 4. That man had a couple of fun situations. Won a big pot with ace king earlier against the 2 jacks. Not played a hand, I don't think, since joining this table. Been dealt mostly dust. This man dealt the boots a few moments ago. Got the 4-bet in. Looks like he's interested in the pot once again. And looks like he's not noticed the blinds have gone up and tried to make an illegally small raise, but will be held to a min raise. All good with king, queen offsuit.
Ace king now for Kazantsev. Perfect stack just to 3-bet induce this one. Sticking about maybe 165, something in that region.
Yeah, again, I was advocate against this range, against this player from +2, kind of giving him some tighter hands. You want to go 3x, I think. Once you get to 30 blinds, obviously you can start to go a little bit smaller, but I think player specifically, I'd go a little larger. That is a little larger. And again, you kind of, maybe against Moadi's thinking I can get him to fold some hands that might not fold to smaller sizes. Or some of the pocket pairs, you don't want to give them a chance.
Yeah, maybe I can get him off 9s, which I guess is the objective here.
If you can jam here and make him fold 10s rather than 3-betting him, having him jam back at you or peel and play a flop, then not so bad.
I love how Moad goes about his business. Very assured, obviously a veteran of the game. Nothing fancy, but very, very solid.
Certainly is. Nothing fancy, unlike the buffet, David.
I did wonder, okay, who had it? Like 83 minutes into the... That might be your personal best. Before the buffet got invoked.
Actually, sort of didn't give the buffet my all earlier. So I left a lot behind.
We're running out of days here, Dempsey. You don't want to be leaving food behind.
Jamming from under the gun with 2 jacks. I think this is the first hand he's beat-pipped at the table. With what, 11, 15 blinds, deciding that jamming makes the most sense. Kazantsev in the cutoff odds for a count, but 2-5 surely not one he's going to play.
Yeah, not much of a decision here.
Is this maybe a factor of the fact we are on that pay jump? One more player.
I think you've hit the nail on the head.
Jump up to 200 bucks.
Well, here is a hand that will get involved.
Kazar instantly rejamming his ace-king from the small. It is one of the more classic flips in this game of ours, David.
Off to the races we will go.
guys.
Alalam decided not to leave the chip behind, buy himself those extra 30 seconds, a minute he might have needed if a bust out could have happened on the other table, an extra 600 or 700 bucks ladder jump about.
Yep.
He is at risk.
Imagine if it came. Imagine.
Kassar unimpressed by that flop. But very happy with that turn card.
He likes that. Yeah. Maybe if we're going to be cruel, as we head to this river, just the jack will do it. It doesn't materialize for Alalam. Maybe, like you say, David, put everything in but a chip, take maximum time. Although, maybe he snuck in. Who knows?
It's possible. 80. It's possible. Maybe on another table. Someone bust moments before. Speaking of outer tables, I'm on French watch here. Obviously, we had Maxime Chilot on our last feature table. He just squared off in a big pot against Boris Angelov. He came off the best of that fracas, and he now has 2.8 million, biggest stack in the room. Meanwhile, Luc Bindel, who we haven't seen on the feature table, is up to 1.4 million.
450 or something like that, yeah. 435.
435.
Some discussion continuing on the previous hand, but it all seemed pretty standard to me, David. Yeah, that's nice. I mean, this is, what to call it, David, moving date. Moving date at the Merit. Nimi with the same hand, 2 jacks in the same position under the gun with a not too dissimilar stack in 19 blinds. A big difference from 19 to 15. Let's have some more raise folds, so going to put jacks in here. Certainly there's a raise, get in. Gadjev, 2 seats down, ace jack suited. I think they're a good enough hand to be peeling with. Get a little protection from behind. It's not like people can go squeezing lightly. If you peel here, Nimi's going to have some hands you dominate. You jam, you kind of follow those out. So he does. Put in 2 white 25k tokens. Kazantsev. The next seat with exactly the kind of hand that may decide to squeeze jam here. We saw him rip the ace king a moment ago. It's a pretty similar spot.
Very similar indeed, and well, we know Nimi's going nowhere.
Just a juice pot with that peel, isn't it? And if you are incentivized to raise now. And
however,
yeah, I do like the non-all-in because here you've still got other players behind to worry about. Not like someone's going to go bluffing you here behind because the action does look pretty strong and Nami under the gun. If you bet this seat, I think he's 3-betting a size that he's obviously going to go with against Nami if he has to. Doesn't want to. Obviously, would love to see a fold from everyone.
Oh, wow. Would you believe it?
And well, what's going to happen here?
What are these hands?
Nami is going to feel sick if my way decides to continue. We assume he will. David, it seems like a pretty good spot just to rip. Obviously, we're playing only 30 blinds against the 3-better, 20 blinds against the other 2. Ace-king is the dream hand to find in this scenario. Well, maybe aces.
All in.
He does move all in. Nimi, those two jacks suddenly look like dust.
They really do. My goodness me.
He's open under the gun off 20. Gadjev's peeled. Okay, that entices some weaker hands to go with it against him, but far fewer bluffs. Kazantsev then comes out with a 3-bet, and then Moad, who is potentially the tightest player at the table, or at least perceived to be, comes out with the cold 4-bet jam. And Nimi, I think he knew straight away he had to follow David, but I do not begrudge him for thinking about it, laughing at the situation.
Kazantsev has been put in the bin as well. Muad. Love this man. Huge pickup without showdown.
It's incredible stuff. He's like, that's right, boys. Welcome to my game. Here's the hammer.
Kiddie games down the street.
Bosh. Giving nothing away. Joseph Moad. To 60 blinds with that pot. 1.5 million in chips. And it's funny, obviously, it wasn't that long ago, an orbit or so ago, that he 4-bet against Nimi's 3-bet with ace queen, and then Nimi find another strong hand and jacks, having to fold to his 4-bet again. Must be thinking, at what point do you start thinking, hang on a second, is this guy really finding the hands? Probably happy it's a stream table and you can find out he has, because you might start second guessing yourself.
Yeah, it would be understandable, the frequency with which he's in there. Hard to put him on anything light in that particular spot, though. Kazantsev lives to fight another day. He chose the 3-bet. Okay, I'll get in against Namish sizing. If anyone else acts behind it and get away he did. So well played by him too.
Kazar. With a hand that treated him very well earlier in the orbit. Ace queen, played that from under the gun. Found a queen on the turn. Here he is this time from the cutoff. Nimi
60.
With a very bad situation. Big blind, a little over min.
Yeah, the kind of hand that you maybe feel you have to call here, try and flop some equity, although it is a larger than min sizing.
But hey, 2 broadways. I don't think we're ever folding for this sizing.
Yeah.
We're in the money. We've got to start building chips.
76 now. We've lost 4 players very quickly.
Goes fast.
10% of the field remain.
Ten in the window. Jack behind it. Kazar with 2 overs and a gutter to Broadway. Also has the backdoor nut hearts. Kind of the best miss, I guess, David.
350.
Nami has second pair. And it responds to the...
Does he maybe just stick this in? Is that what he's thinking? No.
I kind of like the check back, I guess. You're gonna check back. If you're going to check back some of the time, David, this is a pretty good hand to check back with.
Sure.
All that playability. Kind of, you beat all the non-pairs that aren't going to fold anyway. You have the hearts covered. Every overcard's good. Block bet. Well, blocky value bet, I should say.
Do you call here or do you go for the semi-bluff?
It's a bit of a weird line to take. Check back and then raise turn. Don't think it reps much. Now, Nimi sees that river card. It's a warm one for him. Fewer combos of hands he loses to now.
Done.
And he's going to win at Showdown. A much needed win at that, David.
Yeah, Neme just folded the jacks there in a rather disgusting spot where he was flatted, 3-betted and cold 4-betted. Had to put them in the muck.
Yeah, wild hand.
Gets a bit of those chips back now. Maybe got more than that. Jose Neme.
Ten levels of play today, David. Try and get down through as many of these players as possible, as we're now down to the final 10% of the entry, 75 left to battle out. Stage 1 complete, they're in the money. Now it is time to acquire.
Yeah, definitely a time for accumulating. When you look at the way ICM impacts poker tournaments, there's a very steep climb. It's gradual pretty much from ball 1 of the tournament, but it does crescendo at the bubble, and then it sort of ebbs right back and builds up until final table bubble and 9-handed play, at which point it crescendos again and then ebbs back ever so gently. So this definitely a time where the handcuffs are off. You can start going into accumulation mode.
Oh, 3-betting once more. I don't like this once again, especially against the player up against. Going to be opening pretty wide. You want to define their range a little bit. Moa just carries a lot of respect as well. Knock out the other players. 9's play obviously better, heads up. If you get peeled.
You can have it, my friend.
You could have it, my friend. Well,
Muad's an absolute crusher. I'm just going to say it.
it's like, you can't have it. He took it.
Just an absolute crusher. Love watching him play as we take a quick look at the leaderboard. Vismanis, he's been quiet for a couple of orbits now, but obviously he did the bulk of his hard work in that ace-king-jack's hand earlier on. Muad there we've seen steadily climbing the leaderboard. Really crucially not going to showdown ever. Just building the stack without anyone really wanting to fight back. Everyone giving him credit for a hand. He has had some hands, in fairness. Kaukwa going in the wrong direction right now, down to 1.3 million. But he's still a very dangerous proposition.
Yeah, it made, I thought, quite a attractive little bluff with the 8-6 from the big blind in a 3-way pot on the 7-4-3 board. Didn't really work out, and he's had a couple of raised folds. Little nicks, but that's what happens. I mean,
yeah,
we say, you know, he's got a big stack and they're playing deep, 50, 60 big blinds deep kind of range, but you play 2 or 3 pots with 50 blinds and you don't win any of them, and suddenly you start slipping down the counts. The blinds go up a level, and all of a sudden you find yourself kind of handcuffed a little bit. Such is tournament poker.
They changed the cards or something?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Attention players who registered the Foundry tournament. Shop was ready, please take your seats.
Vismanis, you said he'd been quiet. Here he comes. He must have heard you. Jack 10 from the hijack. There's our table chip leader. Snaps up. Said a maybe not difficult but awkward time of it on this table. Been down into some unfavourable situations. Can't you have King 3 offsuit from the big blind? Hard to imagine he wants to play that one, and he does just flash the 3 as he gives Vismanis the pot. Bucket hats usually get the job done at Merit. When you're all coming down here in May for the Cash Game Festival, or in August for the Classic, bring your bucket hats. Don't listen to what everyone else says. Don't listen to the fashion police. It's run good. What's the worst thing you'd wear, David, if I told you it's going to make you run good?
There's no limit to
Just anything.
absolutely.
What if I dressed you up as a banana and sat Ali Najad behind you?
Is he going to gnaw on me?
Potentially.
Okay. How well do I run?
3% increase.
Oh. Definitely some cold poker rooms out there where a banana costume might be a welcome.
Oh, I know you've
supplier
got some
of
poker
warmth.
coming up next week. Maybe pop down to the fancy dress shop in Dublin and get yourself a banana costume. And then if you win, just kick me a buy. I'm not greedy. Gadzhiev, he is greedy because he's a poker player. But ace-8 offsuit, again, against +2. Non-ideal.
Yeah, credit to him. He has been patient. Obviously, I was a little critical of the 10 shove. I think most people eyeballing that one from a distance wouldn't have seen anything wrong with it. I was trying to get really into the weeds of bubble play with my comments. But I actually think he has been very patient. He's not really had the hands to play, and he's been content to just keep his head above water. Maybe, just maybe, he'll get a spin going if the poker gods change their mind and start distributing him playable hands.
Yeah, sorry.
Cocoa shy. Kassar looking down at the very playable King 10 suited. These are definitely the kinds of hands you want to throw into your early position opening range. Queen 10 suited, 10 Jack suited.
60.
And that he does. Interesting, there is a sort of default to a larger opening size at this table. Most of the players going for that 2.2x, 2.3x.
Yeah, it used to be the old school kind of thing. It was almost like the first person who opened at new level set the number and everyone else used to follow. King 10 suited, raising up on Kokua's blind. The man, he got a fair few of those chips off. Although, of course, the bulk of his increase coming from the ace that fell on the turn, sending a lamb's jacks into the muck. His body and into the spa, most likely. Our penultimate day of coverage here at the Carmen series. It's been a fun festival thus far. David, obviously we still have a whole nearly 2 full days to go. But my eyes have been opened to a whole new cast of characters, and perhaps the star so far of the streams has been Ari Clipper. David was in the mix still in this tournament. We haven't heard anything to the contrary.
We haven't heard anything about Ari to the contrary, but oh my goodness, I have just read the most devastatingly horrible hand history. Luc Bindel, who I mentioned there, Frenchman making tremendous progress, looked like he was going to make even more progress. He 3-bet pocket queens against the pocket sevens of Michael Magalashvili. Flop came down 10-6-4. It went bet call. Bindel still in the ascendancy there. 8 on the turn, obviously gave double gutter to Magalashvili.
9, shoot.
Bindel put it all in at that point, sending his opponent into a very, very long tank, which he eventually called. Got the bad news that he was up against queens, but did bink the 9.
Wow.
To win an absolutely monstrous 3 million pot.
3 million chip, my word. Well, here in a perhaps more pedestrian way, we have Savza popping up Jack 10 suited from the hijack, all reasonable. Kokua deciding to appear with Ace Jack suited from the small. I like this. We want to have some strong aces in the small, and a suited Ace Jack seems to be the best of those. 3-betting kind of almost overplays the hand. It does allow the big blind to come in, though, and that big blind finds hope on the 6-5 deuce board.
Yeah, very similar to that other hand from a few moments ago, where now instead of Kaukua having the opportunity to play from the big blind. It is actually Kassar, the man who had been the pre-flop aggressor in that previous one. Very, very similar spot and very, very similar line being taken.
The difference is he's gone for a little bit bigger sizing. 80k the lead. Savza, well, he's not going to be able to continue. And Kokura with ace-jack of hearts on this rainbow board. No backdoor flush draw. Going to be very hard for him to continue as well, right?
Yeah, I think this just gets the job done. Good recognition of board texture and where the advantage lies. Kassar, he's been pretty good actually.
Yeah.
In this session of stream play.
Look back at the cards.
A little glance.
Like, did I really have to set? Sure, boys. Yeah, that's a monstrous pot. 3 million chips. I'm hearing average is under 1 million. Sorry, the average is 1 million at this point. We're down to the final 10% of the field, of course. 100k starting stacks in the Carmen series. Mawad. Well, he's got a few more than that in that stack of his.
Well, I just said Magalashvili is our chip leader with over 3 million now. We actually have a new chip leader in the room. Maroon Jazar has just taken a big pot off Daniel Razai. He's up to 3.6 million now. Would you believe it? 3.6 million stack at this stage.
One of the men who helped burst the bubble, of course, is Kings holding against the ace-king. Put us on the direct bubble as Mawad now has to play a non-tier 1 hand. David, from under the gun. Queen Jack suited.
I have no doubts he will play it in a beastly fashion because that is what he is. I pity the fool who tries to tussle against him.
Well, there's the man David just called a fool. I may just give this up against under the gun. Does play it.
Look, you just look at that face. Is that a face of a man that you think you're going to take this pot? Do you think you're going to win this pot off this man?
That's a new pose, the hand across the chest. He does come out with a flat. I almost feel like that's the...
Muad just looking off into space, pitying his opponent who he knows he's about to poon.
Yeah, the flat's curious.
Oh, look at this. And it brings them all in. It's a four-way party.
This man is the easiest call he's had for a while. 2 6s completes the action. And finds a 6 in the window to go with the 7-8 rolling out behind it. Unfortunately for him, that's the ball that no one else is connected with.
Is that play area?
Did Moed check at a turn? It seems like he really wasn't going to snap bet this board. Hadn't even...
Everyone playing cagey here as well they might on the 6, 7, 8.
Kua with the king of spades, Mawad with a queen. That's the most actiony of turn cards we could have had.
You got to do your own betting here as Vismanis now. Muad, well,
right.
This will test him.
It's funny because Vismanis obviously does have the most of the 6, 7, 8 flop. But a lot of players can have spades in this pot.
I'm going to call it now. Muad just lays it down because he just knows when he's beat. He's that good. He makes his hand, and he's like, no, I'm out of here. Wheels spinning in the mind of Muad right now. Not a very pleasant situation. Board still favouring.
Wow, you were right.
There he is. Look at this man.
Wow. Hakua, a much harder spot, of course, with the king of spades. Is on the button. It's a Khazar behind. But I guess Khazar does his own betting most of the time on the turn here with his hand, so you kind of very unlikely you're going to meet resistance from that seat. Does just give up the king of spades draw.
I think you have it set.
Huh? He always has it, right?
Of course.
Oh, nice.
Muad already knew he had it.
What did he show?
I could do something,
Pocket
but
six.
I think
Did
you
he show?
have...
Pocket 6.
Pocket sixes? Set?
Set.
Set 6.
You always try to do something, but you stop.
No, what did he show? Okay, I kind of knew that anyway.
Ideas, yeah.
That's what I assumed.
Yeah.
I'm starting the Muad fan club. I've got a website. I get the Facebook page up and running now as well?
Did you bring?
Savza with the boots, 32 blinds. He's going to want to see some of this furious action we've been treated to. But not getting any of it. Napkins behind.
Trappy, trappy.
Here we go.
Oh, here's a customer.
This menace, Queen Jack suited.
I like it just to complete here.
Yeah.
There's no need to.
Oh, pardon me. I've completely misread the action here. I didn't see Sav's limped off.
Oh, yeah, trappy, trappy.
Wow, wow, wow. Pay attention, James. Not too dissimilar board texture to the last hand, where we have Queen Jack having top pair on a flushy board. And Sav's just quickly checking it back. No one's invested a chip just yet. This man is going to feel very good about this hand now.
Yeah, I think Savza sensibly recognising that he has a 2-street hand now at best, and he may as well let one come off here on the monotone board.
Yep. Allow your man to do the betting for you. Going to value cut himself here, but for very good card for this man to see. I think he's going to feel very confident. He's got the best hand here. Yeah, just bet small. As it makes the call. And this man is going to feel a bit surprised to see that hand.
Nice hand.
Shit flop, you know.
I didn't like your limp. I had a good hand. I thought Jack 10 suited.
Все остальное там разыгрывается.
What's he limp?
Was bad for you.
He limp ace?
Yeah, yeah.
You raise or?
No, I just called them on the flop. It was check, and on the turn I started to bet. I bet small on the turn and small on the river.
Well, half pot on the turn, but I suppose when it's 2 blinds, it is a small bet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Probably a frame that has lacked fireworks so far, but certainly one where I think we've been treated to some intricate poker, some interesting spots nonetheless. Maybe not big pots, but plenty to chew over.
Speaking of chewing, buffet was lovely.
Go on, tell us what you had for lunch.
No, I went light, but they did have a few variations. I do feel like the buffet raises its game on the weekend as the resort fills up.
It was very seafood oriented last night, I remember. Very nice. I haven't had breakfast or lunch yet. Absolutely starving, James. Can't wait till my break.
Send him some food.
Head over to the Diamond. All the buffets are great, but the Diamond probably takes the biscuit.
It has a broader range, doesn't it? It's a bit like a chip leader on the button.
It's a beautiful bit of commentary.
Yeah, the Diamond does take it. Beautiful terrace as well when the weather permits. It's lovely up there today. It's also, again, we're going to talk a lot about the buffet, David. I held off for as long as I could.
No.
But here we go.
Admirable
I'm in.
restraint.
For those of you coming down for the Cash Game Festival, this is what you got in store. It's not just the buffet. That's the key thing here. There's loads of stations where they make things to order. So lunchtime, you've got the little pasta station. You've got the grill. You've got the guy just stuck in the middle there, creating all sorts of delights as well. I mean, it's a buffet / a la carte / buffet / Desserts. Lots of desserts.
And a baklava station.
And yeah, 2 dessert stations, yeah. And of course, they're
55.
more than happy to pour you a glass of Prosecco should you wish, David.
If that's your tip.
Another little wok goes into operation in the evenings.
King 10 is Kauqua's tipple. Under the gun 2 here, but Cassar with a very playable ace-jack here could come with a raise.
Yeah, either way, I think here, probably David.
It's one of those in-betweeny kind of spots. You might have a mixed strategy here. Maybe check the clock. Let that determine your frequencies. He's going to dig out some raising chips here. Looking to get jiggy against Kauqua, who, it's fair to say, hasn't really had a great session. You will have these sessions on the way to
Hello.
a final table. Got to weather them sometimes. You never know when. The weather vane will change directions. Although, now, having felt as though he was coming with this raise, he's
He does.
What happened to...
Very small.
incredibly small clicks. He had more chips ready to go, but took some of them out. And, yeah, well, Kauqua can't fold to that sizing.
Certainly can't. And that's why I feel like a bit of a broken record. I keep sort of saying 3-bet size. We just need to go a little bit bigger, people. You want to be able to define your opponent a little better. Find out where they're at. This size just allows you to get bluffed off so many more hands post-flop. Kauqua can just get some more ball coverage. Savsa. What's he thinking? I mean, you hate peeling with King 10, but what else can you do? 50k. Could he perhaps just make this the 4-bet bluff?
The slip on the table.
It might be a better candidate for that than... Well, you just have to call for this price. I don't know. It's kind of a funny one. Non-standard. We've left the game tree already.
That's what makes this all the more fun.
Great flop for Cassar. He's got top 2. He's also got a backdoor flush draw to the jack. Kauqua just the gutter.
Couldn't ask much more than this when you click raise with ace-jack, somehow find top 2.
How much you play?
Like 1 million.
Yeah, roughly same stacks here.
About.
Oh, I wonder what we'd read into that, suddenly asking how much he's playing after he flops top 2.
Yeah.
130.
So
half pot. And a board that his opponent does have a lot of continues on. All those Broadway combos that are forced to call 50k, like this King 10, the Queen 10s, the Jack 10s, the Queen Jacks, King Queens, some Ace X's. Of course, there are plenty of hands that just fold as well. The 10-9 suiteds of the world, the pocket 7s.
yeah, I don't know if Cassar tipped off that he is a man with a strong hand here and that he's sort of looking for the easiest way to get 3 streets in by the river.
But how much can I win this hand? Sorry, I mean, how much are you playing?
130, 300, 700. That'll get it in. Okay, let's do that.
Yeah, the half pot is a nice size in there, Dave. I think it does make it hard for the gut shots.
Yep.
So I'm a big fan of this. With one of those gut shots. No club in hand. Maybe he feels like he's up against super strength and thinks, hey, if I peel here and spike the queen, can I get all of it? But the thing is, if that's the case, you've got to spike the queen, have it not be a club, and then potentially not fill up if you're up against super strength. So I think even if you think that, even if you think this guy's got a set of aces from trying to crack him, then you can't really call with this King 10.
A few more strokes of the beard for Kauqua here.
I might look stupid, but
I might look stupid.
Right?
You have it again. Yeah. Some previous. Obviously, we've joined them for the last hour and a half. There may well have been some hands before we joined them that these two have played, because they haven't played too many against each other since we've been here. The ace-queen against 6-8 notwithstanding about 30 minutes ago. Carmen Series, main event, day 3. We are in the money. This man is in the ascendancy. And, well, a fresh face. David.
Lose so many small pots.
Get used to it.
Back round to Kassar here. Not going to get interested with the 8 high. And we do see here our new player quickly pitching. Schmidt.
Sabza, completing from the small. Gadjev checking his option with 8-3. He only has 15 blinds behind.
Fucking stupid hand.
There's
It's
some
such a
players
big sizing.
find ways to
Last
incorporate some bluffs here.
Well, they play.
8-3 would certainly be a good hand to do that with, but
Oh no,
checking
he
back.
clicks pre-flop.
Yeah, yeah.
Then a half pot on the turn.
Ah, I didn't see flopping. I was.
Well, bet and take for the man. Flopping second pair in Sabza. The trapper. With the boots.
You had
The
it?
combination is coming through my head, man. You're gonna be sick here.
Yeah. Everybody is sick now.
Yeah.
Same.
Everybody got flu.
COVID.
David, I am happy to say that in the near future, we'll be on a break. And it would be losing you. No, I'm happy to say, for the viewers at home, that on the flip side of the next break, which is a little while away yet, we'll of course be changing the table.
Ooh, who have we got?
Ari Clipper.
Get in
Give
there.
the people what they want.
Okay, go on. I'm going to stay on. Tell Ali to hit the hot tub. I want to see the clipper. Actually, no. I'll just watch you guys doing it from the hot tub. That'll be fine.
Uri Reichenstein will be joining the mix. Mauron Jazar, our chip leader.
Fantastic cast of characters.
Two fives. For those of you who've been with us for a while, we saw a very fun hand with 2 5s earlier, where 2 players held them. They raise it up. Mauad calls with King Jack. Gadjev, King Queen in the small. Is this the
Yeah, this is what he's been waiting for. Yeah.
This Manus opening going to be pretty light as the chip leader. Mauad peeling. It's a little intimidating because Mauad it's been pretty tough, but you'd imagine anything that has Gadjev in bad shape would have 3-bet, so it feels like a slide him in situation.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just gone for a flat. Keep in some worse, like the King Jack, but does make it a little bit harder to play. And the pickup is so worthy. Look at, there's already 215k in the middle.
It's kind of the dream risk to reward ratio.
Yeah.
And I'm very surprised he's turned it down. It's brought in a 4th player in Kazantsev from the big blind, Jack 8 suited.
Yeah,
good holding for him.
Certainly worthy of a complete. An unlikely 4-way pot developing as we see 10-9-4. That is somewhat wet. Kazantsev with the open ender, Mauer with a gut shot and 2 overs, as does Gadjev. In fact, just this Manus with the actual hand that's in the lead is the one who's not interested. in this flop of 10-9-4.
Yeah, we might get a check through here.
We may also see some antics from Mawad. Yeah, he's too wily. Bang. 8 on the turn. Kuznetsov takes the lead. Mawad now with the open ender. With tie with Kuznetsov one side of it. I wonder if Kuznetsov kind of feels like he probably has the best of it, but also just has the best enough to check, do you think?
Yeah, I could see this one checking through a second time, actually. Muad obviously will have the option, but, you know, very easy for his opponents to have some of this. Oh, no, look, we do have a bet from Kuznetsov. Good read there, James.
Yeah, I can see going both ways.
Muad, interesting spot here because he is drawing to the king high straight. There are scenarios where that queen comes off and he gets paid in a big, big way. Although, these guys not really deep enough to maybe justify such a moment. And whatever he decides to do, it will be the right decision because Muad it plays flawless poker.
There we go. He's got number one fan anyway. I'm a fan.
Wonder if he's just looking at the remaining stacks of the guys and thinking, I could stick them in.
Ooh.
He doesn't in the end. But it's maybe what he was considering.
Well, Gedgiev with a slightly worse draw, but a slightly better hand. Also gets into the mark. Kuznetsov takes down the pot. Never a bad scenario here. 4-way. See, obviously had the best hand. Very good equity, but 100% certainly better than 67%. And here is that next feature table.
Aha.
Well, here's the room.
Yeah, you get a great sense of the hustle and bustle of the room here. I love these roving shots.
So in the background, 6 minutes left on this level.
Oh, there's
all these
Jack
players.
Sinclair. Jack Sinclair.
You keep spotting Jack Sinclair.
Left of shot.
Oh, McCulloch as well. Foreground. Is this perhaps our table? I see our man in seat 1.
There's the Clipper.
The one you've all come to see. The price of it, well, the admission's free. So, I mean, that's a bit of an insult, I suppose. But if there was an admission fee, he'd be worth it.
He certainly would. There's Gromov. We saw him earlier.
Yeah.
Resplendent in his surfer gear.
Well, he got rid of his lucky T-shirt. Or maybe it's in the laundry.
The ever
Clipper
dangerous
says again.
Uri Reichenstein as well.
He knows we're coming for Clipper. Come on. Mazar might be the chip leader with 3.5 million, but table 5 is all about the Clipper show. This table, subdued. Some players had the wind taken out their sails. Not the least of which Kukua, who had a big stack on the bubble, has kind of just been taking a steady slide downwards without really misstepping. Here he is in the big blind with Kuznetsov holding 30 bigs in the small with a very strong ace-10, given their positions. Limps in. Definitely had options here with ace-10. Could have raised, could have limped. Depends how blended his strategy is. Facing raises after limping would have multiple options with that ace-10 as well. As it is, Kukua checking back 7 deuce and finding a piece on queen 8 deuce. Kuznetsov, ace high, still figures to be best on this board and has the 10 of hearts, so certainly some playability. A lot of players do stab boards when limping from the small. He's no exception. And he has bet just over 1 blind. Kukua, of course, going nowhere with a flopped pair. 3 of hearts on the turn does give Kazentsev a flush draw. And looks like he's going to fire a second barrel, going after exactly these kind of hands. The deuce. Maybe a hand like pocket 4s, pocket 5s, maybe a turn 3, even if that's possible. Little mergy here.
Yep.
And there we go. Gets the deuce to release. It's always nice when you kind of take those pretty mergy situations, betting a hand that's still ahead some of the time, but can make some of the weakest pair hands fold, and that's exactly what happens. Makes you feel good when you look at see the one back. Of course, it's a lot of equity with a live flush draw.
I mentioned there Jack Sinclair, who we got a brief glimpse of. Not from close-up, though, I will say. Just disappointed about that. But we got a quick glimpse of him on the outer table. He's just won this little pot against Marat Galyamov. In fact, it spelled the end of Marat Galyamov, who has just been eliminated on the 4-5, 7-9 king run out. It was king-queen against king-8. Galyamov outkicked, and that was enough to send him home. Jack Sinclair, who's had a up and down sort of day, back to 820k.
This Manes from under the gun, King 9 suited, is going to raise it up. Mawad, a man who's made very few missteps, if any. Next seat with 2 8s. Very nice spot to peel. Very deep. Going to get a nice bit of protection, really, because it's very hard for everyone else to come after these two guys, given they have such big stacks. Although there are some natural 3-bet jamming stacks behind, of course. Gachiev, that's the most obvious of those. Gachiev, here he is, with the same hand he declined a moment ago, this time suited. Surely this time he's going for it.
Nice.
He does. And this is what, 13 blinds? Man with 2 8s. Might not be thrilled by it, but the overlay of a raised fold in front of him.
Yeah, he's getting a good price here. I think the 8s are going in as well, and we're going to be off to the races. Gadziev versus Muad for a 780k pot, something in that region.
Yeah, got a cool 270 to win 490. Still can be ahead, of course. Can be flipping a lot all the time, as we see here.
20.
320.
The only thing preying perhaps upon the mind of Muad here is how tight Gadziev has really been. He's been so patient that maybe, just maybe, they feel like he might be turning down some reasonable opportunities and only waiting for the very, very good ones.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a very good scenario for him. Really does have to make this call, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Especially David, with how many chips he has back as well. This is not going to hinder him going forward if he were to call and lose. If he would call and be shown 10s, and he does make the call. Took some time, but ultimately, David came to the right decision, in my opinion.
It was never in doubt that he would come to the right decision. Muad, an absolute specialist.
We're all stood to watch this one. I believe this will be our last hand with this crew, and it is the day 1 chip leader at risk of elimination midway through day 3. We are in the money, of course. 70 players remain. He will need a king or a queen, and a queen in the window. It's going to bring him plenty of joy. Just 2 outs, Mawad. No back doors for the man either.
Oh, and there it is.
Word. Mawad spikes the 8 on the turn. Gadziev is no more. A cruel way to go, David. Give him the queen on the flop, and then take away all his hope with that 8 on the river.
Yeah, a dagger in the heart there. Gadziev would have been already thinking about what he was going to do with 700k after this break, but instead chips are going Muad's way. Wow, he has played so well. Came to the right decision there. Couldn't blame either player. Sometimes it is your time to die. Vismanis, well, he's enjoyed his time at the feature table, it must be said.
Yeah.
Resplendent in his bucket hat. He's accumulated quite nicely. Muad, for me, the star of the show. I'm not going to make any qualms about that one. I just love watching him play. He's just a very wily, cagey, sneaky, balanced, maybe a little bit rockish operator.
He got dealt in quite nice few situations there. Obviously managed to get a full bet through with ace king, make a whole host of hands fold. Got dealt aces versus ace queen in a full bet spot as well. And then finally kind of had to be put into the mix there in a much harder situation, or at least a hard situation for a lot of chips with the 2 8s there. Came up with an 8 on the turn.
Yeah, up to the test in that one. Kassar made some inroads as well. He came into the sort of pre-bubble period relatively short, not uncomfortably short, but sort of, with the handcuffs on, and he made some significant inroads. Obviously, we loved that donk lead just a few hands ago, where he just spotted board textures that he could represent. Smart guy.
Yep, certainly did. I think maybe a couple of missteps early on, but got it going towards the end of the frame and goes back onto the floor with a very healthy looking stack.
Well, before we go, could you please preview the next frame? I will be stepping out, Ali is stepping in, and, well, the Clipper show is back in town.
It's the Clipper. You want me to preview it. You want me to mention Maroon Jazar, the chip leader. You want me to mention Reichenstein. You want me to mention Gromov. Well, I've done that for you now. Who cares about them? After the break, Ari Clipper. I am excited.
Yeah, dying to see Ari Clipper in the mix once again. I'll be watching that from the jacuzzi, from the spa here, because it's lovely when you have a little frame off. You can go enjoy yourself, and that's what I'm going to do. But look, do come back to us. 70 players left here at the Carmen main event, day 3. Ali will be stepping in for me. Don't go far. Saved.
He wouldn't bought in when he bought in. The whole world's different. Doesn't win.
Butterfly effect.
The high roller. We don't mention him. The beard probably grew slightly differently. All these things would be disastrous. What's not disastrous to his range, at least, is this 7-7-6 flop. But it looks like maybe the pre-flop opener. Ah. Oh, hello.
Oh, interesting little setup here. You were quite right. The Jack-6 did hit the range. And he's actually in the lead here. Both players with good reason to believe that they could be ahead here. Holding pocket 5s, Neyman Savza.
Both playing in 55k.
Okay.
little read.
Little read
tell.
there. Bet sizing, 55. Do you think Sav's like, oh, can you see my cards? Seems pretty reasonable. Name it. C-betting the 6-7-7.
And I wonder against these two stacks, does Kaukwa ever consider a raise here with the 6? Just because, yes, he has the real hand, so he doesn't really have to do that. But does serve as a bit of a protection bet as well. And of course, maybe most importantly, they could be put under a bit of discomfort here if this pot gets a little larger.
I was going to suggest to you there, is there any route for him leading on the turn? But I guess that's probably going to be weighted towards well, the hands that have turned straights, and then some of our straight draws, and I guess some 7x. Instead, he's gone for check, and look at this. Maybe betting again. The 2-5 despite being called in 2 spots. The has picked up the open ender, of course.
Yeah, and Savsa with much the same equation here. His hand could be good. 4 obviously does connect with some of the draw type hands here, the 5-8. Got there potentially. Although you are blocking it pretty heavily. That does get rid of
Yeah. And well,
Kauqua.
both now make this backdoor straight. Kokwa, yeah, it was kind of in a impossible position, I think, there with the Jack 6. When you see a follow-up bet and a call, but they both picked up equity you wouldn't be expecting, hence the continuations.
Yeah.
And now both of these players kind of in dreamland. I think they've just both got there against a better hand. Perhaps bigger pairs, most likely. In the dream world, perhaps even thinking the other could have a hand like ace-7 suited.
Well, presuming name a bets here, which indeed he is, does Savsa come with a raise?
I guess it's depending on sizing, right?
Yeah.
He's gone very small.
Because if he does come with a raise, Neymar wouldn't be loving life.
Yeah.
9-10. Maybe a possibility, maybe not after the turn bet. You never do know.
Savsa. Recheck the cards. I'm just thinking what would be natural bluffs for Savsa.
He does go for a raise, though.
8-9.
Neymar can't love life. Obviously, there are boats possible.
Yeah, Neymar's not liking seeing this these chips cut out, is he? Because it is. He's gone for like just over min. It looks like.
I do like that click raise because I think you have to lay an incredibly good price to get called, and actually it gives you an escape route if raised again.
Right, could probably fold and save yourself the 425 additional. And Nemi, yeah, again, you know, you can be up against pocket 6s, could be against pocket 8s, could be against pocket 7s as played.
When you have 2 of the 5s in your hand, it makes it very, very difficult, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I think it's just too much hand.
And an incredibly good price.
Some bluffs in there, potentially. I don't know what they are. 8-9 that just decides to turn 8 into a bluff, but does it go this size? Probably not. This does actually feel pretty grim, but it could be A7, right? Wow! He folds.
I gotta say, I did sort of think that might happen. It was an interesting situation.
So he's giving his man no. Now, like, this is a really curious position Savsa's found himself in.
Yep.
Kind of 3-bet, clipped it small, try and keep it heads up, and now suddenly he's facing a 4-bet. But such a small 4-bet, and they are so deep, starting the hand to 70 big blinds, but here's, as you see, the covered stack. So there is always that bit in your mind about, oh dear, what am I doing here? I'm about to bubble with 2 jacks. Ooh.
Are we about to see a reclick?
This,
wow, this could be epic if we do.
This would seem pretty out of line, I think.
This would be pretty epic if we do. No, that looks like calling chips. Yeah.
Yeah, and now Vismanis has got to feel pretty...
What's happening?
Sick about this.
What have I done?
I'm out of position with Ace King. The guy's just 3-bet, called my 4-bet. We're on the bubble.
I've just bloated it to 500k.
Right.
Feeling better from the window onwards.
Yeah. Now you're feeling pretty damn good about life.
Thinking that was a brilliant bet I just made there to juice things up.
It's still hard to give Savsa the kind of hands that are going to 3-bet call that 4-bet with, right? We could potentially see the 3-bets being some broadway hands, but they kind of fold to that 4-bet. So you do kind of give him now just these jacks and 10s and such.
Well, I expected a big downsizer from Vismanis, particularly given what we saw in the previous hand, but I guess very tight ranges we're dealing with now. He's probably considering his opponent to have maybe the same hand, maybe queens and kings.
Ace-queen.
Ace-queen. Yeah,
maybe.
I guess given the fact that it was clicky, it became, maybe.
Yeah, an ace-queen suited perhaps. There's one
probably the queen suited.
We'll see one combo of that, but yeah, I think you could certainly see queens, jacks are potential hands.
And Savsa, not a believer yet anyway.
Maybe even like trappy kings.
I wouldn't feel great about this call with jacks, but maybe he feels like he has to just draw a line in the sand for one street.
Yeah, you can't. I don't think you can fold for one, certainly.
What are you beating? What 4-bets are you beating with jacks right now?
King, queen being the most obvious, I think.
It's not very many hands.
No, it certainly isn't. But I mean, there's 2 aces on board, so you do, the board does block. Ace, queen, ace, king. Hands I'm most worried about. May even. Well, we hear hand for hand announced in the background, David.
Yeah, that throws the cat among the pigeons here as well. I'm sure Gadzieff delighted with the fact that 2 things are happening. 1, a pot's brewing that could see cards get all in. And 2, a lot of time is being used up. Although I guess with hand for hand being
Yeah.
announced, that doesn't matter anymore. He managed to get
But
to
he
that
got,
point.
got to the hand for hand, right? Yeah, and Savs is like, how have I managed to get myself in this situation where I'm playing a 4-bet pot, 70 big blinds deep on the bubble? It's kind of been caught offside here, you could say.
Oh, fuck. Sorry.
But
Following good money after bad here. It looks like Savza counting out the 225k.
it is the sheriff's badge. But again, if you do call here, you can feel very good about folding river with 2 jacks, right?
Yeah, I would have felt okay about folding flop, to be honest, but yeah.
It's not like you have to.
Yeah, toss him in the muck there, Savza.
It's just, again, does your opponent continue with kings and queens in this vein? Probably not. So it is just those, the ace-king.
He's done that thing, James, that you talked about yesterday, which was he counted out the chips and then did the pause, and then you kind of feel like it was going to come, but it didn't come in the end that time.
Yeah.
Here come the camera crew over to vulture rail this potential bubble. As we see,
well,
we already have a full board out there.
Yeah, David, the situation in here is the big blind was all in for just 2 blinds. See that old gentleman there with the sunglasses around his shirt. He doesn't look too thrilled as the hands continued
Deuce and
between the rest. The
3
board
spades and showdown, please.
is king, queen, jack, 10, deuce.
King 7.
And there's a top pair there. I don't think he's looked at his hand yet.
Queen 8 and all in. It's 8.
Eliminated.
8-3. Congratulations.
Quick bubble.
Very quick bubble. And can I just point the audience and yourself, James, back in the direction of that pocket tens hand from Ganziev. Just a few moments ago, I think we played 4 hands since then. He put himself at risk with the tens in that spot. I said, actually, I'd be a bit squeaky bum here. I'd sort of throw them in the muck. I wouldn't tell anybody. And I'd just get out with my life. Because I wouldn't want to risk, putting myself at risk. Where we see to the larger open size now that we are post-bubble. He's gone with the 2.75x here to 55k. Gadziev obviously looking for a spot now with his 20 bigs post-bubble. This doesn't feel like a great one against +1. Maybe, just maybe, he would toss this one away, but he is going to go for the 3-bet for 40% of his stack. One suspects if he had shoved, Savsa would snap it off here, but actually, versus this 3-bet that looks just that extra bit strong, it will at least give Savsa some pause.
Yeah, and it's an interesting one off with Gadziev just celebrating being in the money. Getting a little light here, but I tend to go the other way in these spots. I think people expect you to be a little spewy once you get in the money, so I would just still want to play this pretty honest. Wonder how Savsa does approach it. It looks strong to me. I think this is fine. Have a look at the flop.
Well, Gadziev may find a second way to win this one if we don't see a board with any Broadway cards on it. It's a good chance he might take this one away from Savza.
Gadziev, remember, was the day 1 chip leader. Had a pretty torrid day yesterday, but has managed to navigate himself into the money with 3 or 4 starting stacks. And 3-betting here sees a 7-5 deuce or spade board, and he's got the king of spades with less than pot behind. Just maximize fold equity here, David. We're obviously going to, I guess, want to jam with all our over pairs, no spades, so jamming this hand seems pretty reasonable. And that's what he does. Savsa relinquishing with the better hand.
Maybe they do out of the big, I guess. You know, you're getting that
So
great
tempting
price.
out the big.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to give them. I agree with you. I wouldn't give them queens plus. I agree with that part of the range, but I wouldn't be able to eliminate all the smaller pairs, or include all the smaller pairs, as you've done, purely because this is a spot that I say so many players play differently from the big blind.
Yeah.
Myself, sometimes I jam here with those pairs, sometimes I'll flat, just kind of depends on my opinion of the opponent.
I think I call with 9s and fold 8s, personally. I think this is my rock bottom.
I'm too tight. I think I'm
Side call.
I think I fold 9s and
You
10s.
fold 9s? Am I the loose one? Who'd have thought?
Never thought I'd be the net, yeah.
I was advocating folding 10s a moment ago.
Mm.
Now I'm like, snap, get it in with the 9s.
How great's poker, though that's the case, yeah. Such a different scenario. You're advocating folding 10s to an open. And now here we are saying, yeah, we've got a call with 9s for 26 big blind rejam.
And I don't even think the fold with 10s is close.
I don't even think I'd necessarily always exclude queens here, actually, thinking about it.
Well, it is exactly these ponderances running through the mind of Kaukwa right now as he tries to size up his opponent Neme's range. Does he give him some frequency of queens? Does he give him some frequency of 2s through 4s? It's those kinds of on the fringe.
That's all it comes down to.
Factors.
Yeah, if you think they're always jamming those small pairs, then of course you have to call.
Oh, we're probably flipping, but I don't know. Flipping or you have better?
So he's not sure about those small ones.
Probably flipping.
If it's flipping or he is better, it is a fold.
Yeah.
It very much relies upon there being some 5s through 8s to bring it into the call column.
I'm a nit.
I'm a nit with you. Who what?
Not yet.
Huh? What?
You say that situation. I'm going to tank there with the ooh, hello. Defensive. Against that 20 big blind open, but he's under the gun. Finds 2 8s in the small himself, a little over 30. All down to perceived ranges, this one, David?
Yeah, I don't hate a flat here. I think that's probably the best way to continue. Like you said before, some of these mid-layer pairs more easy to navigate.
How much you play?
Around 500 maybe, or less.
It's just over 500, as we see. It's 485 Mac.
Kaukwa wondering if it's prudent to come with a call here.
Right, you're not expecting to be dominated here, although we can see he's super dominated by the small blind. You're thinking small blind's going to have some broad boy combos more likely than hands like this. So maybe you get a board like that and you can get up to no good. Will we potentially see a lead here?
I was about to say the same thing. It's an interesting spot for Kaukwa, who can basically have two pairs, straights, all the good stuff on this board, and his opponents can't. I think it is a spot where I like a lead of about 80, 85k, just to lean into the ranges of your opponents. If Kazensaf has a big ace, he can't really stick around. And Norkan Kazar, who, well, that's exactly what he does have.
Love it.
Oh, 55.
Suspiciously small. Because I'm having to worry about, of course, not just that bet, but the small one behind. Although, kind of figures the small one's probably not continuing on this board for the most part. It's not about this street. As you said, David, it's the threat bet. It's the building of the pot.
So uncomfortable now for Kassar, who is sandwiched between the ever-aggressive Kaukwa and the small blind calling range, which absolutely could be all over this one as well. Pocket 8s, pocket 9s, 6s and 5s.
And a warm welcome back straight into the action. I'm happy to say that I'm now joined by the one and only Ali Nijad. Ali, how are we?
Very happy to hear you say that. And in no small part, James, I'm doing well, thank you for asking, due to the fact that we've got this cast of characters on our hands here as day 3 action from the Merit Poker Carmen Series main event continues here. Ari Clipper, the champ in the warm-up series. Out there, Dmitry Gromov as well, action on him. Queen 9 off, into the muck.
Champion of the warm-up and champion of my heart, Ali. This man.
Mr. Jazar.
He's the favorite to be champion of the tournament at the moment.
Look at that stack. Maroon.
I mean, it's 4 million, but just look at it physically. Towering over the rail of the table.
Indeed.
Reichenstein also with a very healthy 2 million in chips.
Part of that mountain of chips, by the way, in front of Maroon Jazar is courtesy of those 2 casualties during the bubble, James, that he was involved in.
Yep.
Kings versus Ace King, busting Yuri in 91st, and a multi-way all-in where he was the man that put everybody into the money. Queen 6 suited on the button and open from Yuri Reichenstein, who David Lappin during the previous frame delivered an update regarding his kind of downswing where he was bluffing off his chips. He said, Yuri looked at everyone and said, I'm not here for a min cash, boys. Going for gold has Miss Sibgatova with the King-Jack offsuit defended, as did Clipper with the 6s to the 10-7-4 board. Yuri not looking to barrel through. Check back, closes the action. A jack on the turn, which binks Sibgatova.
Yeah, and a card she just wants to bet a lot anyway. She's built from the small, gets to have a lot of these broad-based combinations, even slightly lower, like the 9-10s, for example. And so it's a board she's going to bluff a lot. So when you've got it, you're also going to bet a lot. Reichenstein, wise to that. We're probably more worried about Clipper's big blind peel on the 10-7-4 than the small blind peel, but once that turn comes, he's got no interest, was never going to bluff at it. And this was Sibgatova recognizing that and leading out with her turned top pair.
Elisa Sibgatova, here alone, a pro since 2018, says she doesn't like playing on the feature tables, James. Thinks that she runs bad. Now, that feels a little bit superstitious, but there are those who, beyond the borders of superstition, actually have feelings on playing at feature tables that are negative, mostly due to the fact that their whole cards are ultimately going to be exposed after the 30-minute delay, and they think that that may create some competitive disadvantages. Of course, it's a level playing field for all players at the feature table, but obviously if you never have to be at a feature table en route to a final table, let's say, nobody's got a scouting report on you.
True that. Jazar. With the lead. Yeah, and I don't like it when players verbalize things like, if I run bad on feature tables. You don't want to put that out there. You don't want to lodge it in your own mind that even as subtly as it might be that, I can't even think of the words, Ali, I'm trying to say.
I'll tell you what it is. Professional poker players are like wolves. And when they smell any blood whatsoever, they tend to encircle and prey upon what they might deem to be a bit of an Achilles heel. And if they think you run bad on featured tables, maybe they target you.
They will indeed.
Nobody's targeting that, man. Just look at that
monolithic
stack. Maroon Jazar over 4 million in front of him. How about it? Just pulling up Mr. Jazar's Hendon Mob, over 200,000 in career earnings, notching main event cash for 13th place back at the Western Series for 22,000. Also a mystery bounty cash during the Vintage Series, Mediterranean Poker Party. He was here for that, couple of cashes. Of course, you were here doing some streaming during that event, James.
Yep.
Along with Henry Kilbane.
That was a big old festival.
Sure was.
A lot of events. A lot of brands came down here. Merit has a good relationship with a lot of the major European tours.
Yeah, I actually wasn't aware until you and I talked about it exactly schematically what the Mediterranean Poker Party was, which was hosted here at Merit Poker. But a lot of the major European tours, Norwegian, Irish, so on and so forth, all were brought together for one big festival across a couple of weeks, was it? Maybe longer?
I think you were surprised, weren't you? We saw it in the back room and you saw the advertising hoarding. You were like, hang on a second, this was Irish Open was here? That was it, everyone sort of brought their players down here for a big Mediterranean poker party. That's what it was, for the most part, a party, but some poker thrown in and talk about throwing in.
Yeah, Ari Clipper starting a party of his own with the ace-8 suited. His 3-bet from the button, making quick work of an ace-jack behind him. And that's obviously a positive development for Ari. Really, truly have enjoyed getting to know him across our streams and having had the opportunity to interview him after his victory during the warm-up. His lovely wife here as well, his family soaking up the streams, rooting for him.
And he's the opposite. He loves being on this table. He likes giving us a little look into the camera, very playful, very, well, talkative if given the option, but very expressive in between hands. He's a lot of fun to watch because of the way he plays and the way he behaves.
It's super refreshing for me, James, because obviously Ari is endeavoring to play at the highest levels. But I think oftentimes, as we look to craft a professional disposition, the way in which we carry and conduct ourselves on the felt, oftentimes we're guided toward eradicating any emotion, toward completely ridding ourselves of a sense of personality almost. And I don't think that playing top-tier poker and having a little bit of personality while you're out there doing it are mutually exclusive. As we see Clipper here with the king-queen, eyeballing Sibgatova's open with the jack-8 suited. Case in point, Daniel Negreanu, who for a time was going through a lot of coaching and really developed this completely sterile affect at the table, something that we really weren't accustomed to seeing. And he said he wasn't having any fun.
Yeah.
And he got rid of that, and he came back to doing what Daniel does at a table, talking out loud, as we see Clipper doing what he does with the 3-bet, running into the aces, however, of Hayek behind him.
Yeah, this is unfortunate. I like the 3-bet with king-queen offsuit. You could flat hijack to cut off, but I prefer the 3-bet. And Hayek just waking up behind, 11-40. Some of a decision. Could just cold call here. Oh, the Clipper's going to have a lot of these kind of hands that just fold here.
Yeah, the 4-bet.
I mean, if we're going to 4-bet, I'd rather a much smaller sizing. I know it's kind of transparent, but this is... We're never folding once we put 450 in. So I'd almost actually rather a jam in this size. Try and make it look like maybe a hand like 10s or ace-king and trap in some...
Perhaps that sizing is exactly what's on Ari Clipper's mind, as you see him furrow the brow and can't really make sense of why it is that perhaps the 450 comes in as opposed to a jam, given the committing sort of declaration.
Yeah, I'd have loved a flat. Flat, we get to have 9s, 10s, jacks, ace-queen, perhaps. Want to continue, don't really want to get it in.
Well, the
nice
other
to
problem
protect that range with the aces. Going the other way, though. And Ali, sometimes better to win a small one than lose a big one with the aces.
In Vegas, when I played cash there, every time there's a dealer change, you do every half an hour they do a bump pot.
Like you always do it, or the table has to agree on it?
The table has to agree, yeah. Because you pay rake by time. Every time the dealer change, you're supposed to give $7 each. So instead they do a bump pot and then they just take it out of the pot.
Okay, that's cool.
Producer Militas stepping in to advise as we were marveling at Maroon Jazar's stack that there's 76.5 million chips in total in play. So his slightly north of 4 million currently, representing 6%.
Yeah, whopping 41 starting stacks, Ali. There's a lot of action on this table. The hands
no kidding.
The hands have kind of been predicating it, but Reichenstein popping up once more, getting 3-bet once more, this time by Sibgratova, who herself was 3-bet the previous hand. She's got 2 jacks, taking it to 3x. I like it. We're 40 big blinds deep. You kind of want to go at least this size. And Kapstein behind with ace-king. Wow. We're going to see another cold 4-bet, Ali.
60 became 180, courtesy of 3s and jacks. What will 180 become on the button?
Yeah, it's kind of like when we 4-bet, we're never folding to Sibgratova, but we do have to worry about Reichenstein opening from +2. Those two playing 50 big blinds deep. So this is a situation where we do get to have non-all-in 4-bets that aren't super small. So I'd like to see him take it up to sort of 400k.
Denis Kapustin, big moment for him being in the money in this main. Results on Hendon dating back just to September of 2021. Did join us for the Western Series main event where he finished 34th. Also played a little bomb pot Omaha. But his best live cash, 11,500. Pivotal moment for him here as he looks to better that figure off of 2 million.
Sigbatova not enjoying this protracted inquisition decision by Kopstein. Sigbatova's jacks obviously very good. Love to play the pot against Reichstein, but you do not want to get called full bet when you've got 2 jacks.
No.
Just so often you're up against a hand like this or the bigger pair. It looks like he is. They go for a size in the 400s. Taking him time counting it out. Yeah, Sigbatova's not enjoying watching this moment, and it's going to be very hard for her to continue because, well, I say that, Ali. There are a lot of chips on this table. A lot's obviously been going on. We don't know what. Wow, he's gone really small.
Yeah, he sure has. A 4-bet to 300,000. The type of bet that would seek to retain Sigbatova 100% of the time.
Yeah, I mean, he's gone for the absolute minimum. Sigbatova put the 60 up to 180, so the 120k raise. Kapustein's put it up to 300,000.
Now, the math does not allow her to fold.
No, this is just...
But she's got 1.1 back, and what is she going to make of this sort of ginger...
Well, that's the thing. The 4-bet range is still super tight, and when someone 4-bets this size, you don't really think they're light. This isn't going to be the ace-5 suited part of the range, Ali.
No.
So you are thinking it's a range of... Well, it's weird. I'm not expecting anyone to 4-bet this size. That's the problem.
I don't think she was either.
But then you're thinking, do they do this with ace-king? Probably not. You start thinking, is this just the nutted part? The king's the ace, so she's almost set money with 2 jacks. Sees a 10-6-3 flop.
It's a good flop for her.
In any normal circumstance, this is not a normal circumstance. This is a very peculiar position to be in.
Yeah, she's really going to be super passive, I would imagine, from this point forward in the hand. And by the way, these jacks don't get to see showdown if they face 3 barrels.
Yeah, for Kapustine here, I mean, you just got to go for this now. You've almost, with that sizing, kind of repped exclusively aces. I mean, it sounds silly. We are not privy to what's happened for the first few hours. Like I said, there's a lot of chips in this table. They've obviously been butting heads. We've already seen a cold 4-bet with the previous hand, multiple 3-bets already. This cold 4-bet. Kapustine betting 1.25. I kind of like the small sizing because Sigbatova obviously 3-bet, peeled them in 4-bet. She's going to do that with a lot of hands that just can't continue on 10-6-3. It's not just pocket pairs early. It's not just a strong hand. She's going to have, you know, the ace-jacks of the world, the king-queens of the world. All those kind of hands struggle against the bet on this flop. So we don't have to go big. And he has gone small. Sigbatova, I don't really think can do anything but call. Again, I'm going to caveat everything Ali with unaware of recent dynamics. We'll get more aware, of course, as this frame progresses.
So, Sigbatova flats as another 250,000, slides into the middle, almost 1 million total in the pot. And what sweet relief this turn card is.
Wow.
All the discomfort melts away for Sigbatova, who is now praying that she was up against queens through aces.
Yeah, bizarrely, obviously a hand that Kapustine improves on, given that it gives him a gut shot. The worst card in the deck for him, though, in reality, Sigbatova with those 2 jacks. But it is one that he has to be slightly concerned about because jacks do play this way with the flop bet. We kind of, I can't believe he's managed to find the check back, Ali. I mean, I can because of everything I was about to say, but incredible stuff. Because it was so tempting to carry on. So tempting to go after the 9s, the 8s maybe that were still in there. I don't know if they necessarily 3-bet pre-flop. That was what I was going to come round to. It's more likely to be the jacks part of the range, but there's also going to be some 10x that we could just blast off with ace-king.
Because now the value comes in from Sigbatova, 375. The ace-king promptly finds the muck. So avoiding further losses is Denis Kapustin.
Bizarre hand, Ali.
Thank you.
All because of that click 4-bet. Sigbatova was hating life heading to the turn. Ali, she thought, oh, what spot am I in here with jacks? And then,
right,
bink. And then, regrettably, she wasn't up against the hand she feared in aces or kings. And yeah, I was coming back to earlier. I don't really like it when people put out these self-fulfilling prophecies, because I think that's what they are. You know, I'm going to run ban on future tables. These little things niggle in your head. Maybe you start to play differently to how you would in the tiniest percentage parts of the range and that seeds. But so far, she's running good.
If she didn't hit that jack, though,
it'd have been a fun hand. The jack kind of ruins the hand. I want to see a low card come down and see how this one plays out.
Yeah. Really would have allowed us to peer further into the mind of Dennis Kapustin.
Yeah, I think he would have. I hope he would have gone blasting, because that's what you got to do there. He could have bet small again and then just shoved rivers. Really, really made it hard for her. The jack anticlimactic. Of course, she may have passed the test, Ali. This man has been acing the test. 19 of diamonds. I've noticed this before, actually, Ali. He opened a 2.5x last time, opened a 2.5 again.
My children are watching, probably, so...
Suggestions that the offspring are soaking up the stream right now as they watch Papa do his thing.
Welcome to the offspring. I know this man's offspring are watching, because they always are.
Chatting away.
They will replay on YouTube.
What's that?
They will replay the stream on YouTube.
Ophir and Ori. Shout out to them.
Like, Daddy, you were such a fish.
Clippers clan.
But interesting, Ali, that he's going with 2.5x opens off that big stack. Wants to open a lot of hands. Just instantly off the bat, when you make it at the bigger sizing, puts a lot of stacks under pressure. When you've got 4 million, it's not a bad spot to be in.
By the way, just glancing at the chat on our Merit Poker YouTube page, where Ori, who is Ari's daughter, one of two, says we need a TV show like the Kardashians.
I'll produce it.
Ophir then responding, which Kardashian are you? Papa going to work with ace-9 suited. No takers. Ari, by the way, set the bar very high. As I am unmarried, but knowing that there are women out there who will allow you to play poker on your anniversary, James, as Ari did. Granted, he did win the warm-up, so that creates for less.
Yeah,
like,
I would have been...
if you, like, bubble.
No. I want to see what would have happened if he'd unfortunately busted the day before. Would he have been in the 600 turbo? That'd be real love there, Ali. Let the man play a final table. Let him play a turbo.
Now, when you say that would be real love, unclear whether or not you're referring to Mrs. Clipper's adoration of Ari or Ari's obsession with poker. Because the 600 turbo is a bit rich, proverbially, in terms of things to do instead of celebrate your anniversary. Maybe you buy her in, and you're like, oh, honey, maybe you play with me. King, Queen, Hayek trying to see who's going to play with him. Out of the hijack, standard open.
Markenstein. 2 cards that can make a straight in the big blind. Gonna call that min raise against the late position raise.
King high flop, all Hayek. Yuri checks it over to Samir. Just a modest 9,500 in career earnings, coming all as a result of a Merit main event back in March.
Sorry, can you put your chips in a way where it's possible to see how much you have?
27th?
20s.
It's 40?
Yeah.
Okay.
I always don't like hearing that from players, Ali, when they
like this is a million.
Go like that. It's almost,
if it's 40, it's okay. It looks
it's almost
like,
like you're visibly frustrated or audibly frustrated.
No problem.
So losing the pot, asking to stack his chips a different way.
I mean, I don't think the frustration has to do as much with losing the pot as it does with just wanting to facilitate. As, by the way, is within a player's right to sort of request. Once upon a time, that wasn't a rule, by the way.
But those chips are stacked in a very reasonable manner.
He didn't know. Just want to verify.
Okay.
Is it stacked in 40s? So that he can eyeball the stack and know exactly how much he's up against. I'm going to play Samir
All right,
Advocate.
Mr. UN.
Sorry, Yuri Advocate on this one.
Couple
But you
stint.
remember once upon a time where you could just kind of have your chips however you really wanted. And it would make things very difficult. You want to be able to...
Well, especially in the old days when we didn't have big blind ante and there were
The back or no?
gazillions of physical chips in play.
No, you need to go away from the table.
Couple of stims
You
pop
can
it
like
up.
sneaky do it here.
Of 50 blinds with his 2 4s. You will see with 24 blinds, ace-9 suited from the cutoff. This down to ace-9, decides to fold. It was suited. Could call, but I like to fold, I think. Especially on a table where there's been a lot of action pre-flop. I feel like I can get those 25 blinds in perhaps a more favourable spot. Sigbatova. Flicks in the peel with 10-7. A flop for the razor, Ollie.
Jack deuce deuce. Sigbatova checks. Round 2. And this one definitely skewing in favor of Kapustin.
Yeah, anytime you see this kind of board against a big blind peel, big blind's going to have loads of hands like this, the 10-7 that could never continue. Of course, the big blind does get to have a little bit more deuce. So the strongest hands was in that range, but ultimately, that bet going to get through a lot. It's kind of nice to have fours there. You can get called by some worse hands, of course. Ace highs stick around, perhaps. The fours do need a little bit of protection. Don't have great playability. Nice, just to take it down.
Eyeballing the payouts. 75th place. Where are we? 68 now?
Yeah, I think
Last check?
I think we're into the 60s. We'll see the graphic momentarily, are we? For those of you watching top right, once the hand gets underway, you'll see how many of our 685 players remain.
$6,035 was breached between 72nd and 71st place, a jump of about 800.
Yeah, there you go, 66 remain at the moment. So we're getting close to the next jump, Ollie.
Yeah, the next
62.
jump will be happening at 62 players. Flat payout up the chain.
Yeah, but they're worthy of noting. It'll be an extra 1,000 jump. So when we get near to that point, the savviest of players will be aware. And should they be in a situation, Ollie, where they're going to wager all their chips, they'll certainly take time in doing it. It won't change what hands they go with, of course, because the 1K jump not significant enough to make you fold a hand you would normally play, but you just take that little bit longer in the hope that someone finds misfortune elsewhere. And you just sneak in. 1 minute could be worth $1,000. Kind of Ali Najad kind of money, that is. $1,000 a minute.
$1,000 saved is $1,000 earned. I would make a terrible fortune cookie writer. That was not, I think, the spirit.
I'd be curious if we gave you a few hours to sit down and write out some fortune cookie wisdoms.
I would write.
I'd look forward to open those fortune cookies. Put it that way.
But see, I would write misfortune cookies. That for me would be far more entertaining. To just condemn people to just horrible fates as they finish off a 3-item combo from Panda Express. Do they have Panda Express on your side of the pond?
We do not.
But you do know what it is.
I'm familiar. Other fast food restaurants are available, of course. Gromov playing this one a little fast. Ace-8 from +2 on this table, especially. So Matin, interesting. Folding the 9 deuce suited. I wouldn't expect him to fold a suited combo there, Ollie. He does let that one go. He's of a short stack himself. And maybe vindicating somewhat a Gromov open of Ace-8 if your opponent is that little bit tighter from the big. Who knows? Maybe 9 deuces it is a fold, but
one is not obligated to play.
No. And like I said, I'm surprised to see Ace-8 from +2, so perhaps I'm being a little unkind on the big blind fold. Funny to think, Ollie, go back through the years, that would be suggesting that Folding 9 deuce from the big blind is maybe a little tight. Olden days, we fold everything from the big blind.
60.
Nowadays, everyone's far more aware. Julius.
So much work has been put in.
Not by you, Ollie.
No, not by me. Certainly not. You know me. Cash game degenerate. Ace-8 suited here from the cutoff.
Yeah,
Min
Julius,
raise gets called.
popping up over off just under 25 blinds. Sipkatova, so we have a lot of hand, but not enough hand to get in. Kind of decides to come along with the call. I can get on board with this. Kapowstin in the big blind with Jack 5 of hearts. Will make this a 3-way scenario.
10-8-5 board.
Bit for the peelers, Ollie. Nothing for the razor.
Big blind, bottom pair, checks, backdoor hearts as well. 2 overs for the party starter, Jualsa. And then second pair, ace kicker, best in class right now for Sipgatova. Knuckled all the way around. 6 on the turn.
Yeah, Sipkatova really the only one with a decision, I think, on this flop. Able to check or bet there. Not sure which is best. A little bit of each, I think. Jorovsky probably still just check quite a lot of strength on this board. He doesn't get to have too many continues on 10-8-5, so perhaps that's why she checked back. And of course you do have the big blind to worry about. But I always like Ali in these 3-way positions, kind of leveraging the fact you are 3-way, squeezing that player in the middle. If she bets here, it's hard for the big blind to continue because he has to worry about the opener. Kind of, I found these spots play a little bit more honest. She does go for the delayed on a very good card to see. Now has a very strong hand as played. Kapstin. Hey, look at this, he's going to get curious. You know, he's thinking there can be some queen, jack in there, some spade combos, even just some complete air. So maybe a ace-9.
After the bet from Sipgatova with the 8s, he is the lone customer. King, queen would have gotten there on the river, but understandably not interested in calling 75K on that board texture on the turn. It's pre-flop razor checked out, and now Kapustin with just bottom pair, really deteriorating board texture.
Yeah, he doesn't really beat anything now. It's an awful card for him to see, and I'm wondering if he's considering getting out of the line here. So he doesn't beat anything. He, of course, can beat some nut spade combos, perhaps. Sipkatova going to be very happy to just win this one at showdown. She's still confident she's ahead a lot of time there against some weaker 8s, maybe a 6.
Did get a street of value out of it, though, from the Jack 5, so well done there.
Certainly did. And also, but more importantly, didn't open herself up to if +2 did have a big pair that checked the flop. Sipkatova suggested that she doesn't like playing on the feature because she runs bad. But so far, Ali, it's been all up.
Maybe she's going reverse.
Ducking when they're diving. Does it work with the poker gods, as it were?
You know, if I knew what it is that the poker gods wanted from us, I certainly would have delivered it long ago.
I thought you were going to say you certainly would be sat next to me in this booth, but I like you came in a much nicer way of saying it.
Speaking of things that are nice, 2 queens pre and not so nice, 2 9s for Jazar. And it looks like he might be doing a little leaning.
Yeah,
175, is it? Yeah.
Again, this is going to make me sound results orientated, but I'm not a big fan of this 3-bet Ollie when we're playing 40 effective against under the gun. But with a chip leader, we get to mess around a little bit more. Reichenstein now with a delicious looking ace king. He himself on, what, 60 behind. This table's so deep, Ollie. I feel like a mandatory 4-bet with the ace king off combos.
I mean, it's also a bit perilous, though, how deep the table is, because clearly any one of these guys could potentially be a chip leader at an outer table.
Yeah.
Maybe not the 1.1 for Gromov, but the 1.7 for Yuri rates to have a couple of tables out there to be boss stack at, and instead he's got to deal with stacks bigger than his.
This is fun because he kind of wants to flat with jacks and tens. I think could flat like ace king suited perhaps in these situations, but I think you just got to 4-bet the ace king off, and that's what he's done, taking up to 425. I like the sizing, and this is making Gromov very uncomfortable, let me tell you. I mean, Jazar's obviously being very active. If he's 3-betting nines, then this 4-bet becomes mandatory. Gromov, I think Ali just does have to go with it, but he won't enjoy this. That 4-bet from Reichenstein showing a lot of strength. Of course, there are going to be some nonsense in there. We know he's a very capable opponent. He's the sort of guy that will occasionally mix in some of those suited aces, the ace-5s of the world. But we're not expecting to see jacks or tens here. And we're not expecting... Well, actually, we may see ace-queen. Ace-queen's a really nice hand to 4-bet forward. But obviously, holding 2 queens early, we know that part of the range is far less likely to be in there.
Yeah, he blocks that ace-queen stuff right now, and so the ace-king lurks.
Yeah, again, we don't know what's been going on before we came here. But there are a lot of chips in this table, and I imagine there's been a lot of butting heads. So there are scenarios where this could potentially become a really, really nitty fold. I don't think that's what's going to happen here. Just because these players are clearly being throwing punches at each other.
Such a delicate phase of the tournament, though, as you're looking to survive and work your way into those bigger payouts. One little misstep,
he does
and
fold
it
it.
can all come unraveled.
He does fold it.
You did have a hunch, and I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that he's out of position against a 3-better and a 4-better as an upfront raiser himself.
He's open under the gun. That's the key point here. Jazar, again, I don't know what his 3-bet frequency is. The fact he's 3-betting nines tells me he's probably 3-betting too many, but he's 3-betting Ali for value. I don't know how many times he's turned up 3-betting as bluffs. So he's right in the 3-bet is value, and he's therefore right that the 4-bet is also value. And queens just shrink against that range.
As absurd as it seems, there are moments where hands like that do find the muck and do so understandably. However, Jazar, a larger investment with the 175 out there, going to roll the dice for 250 more. And note that Yuri's 4-bet has rid him of the guy that had him in jail, the 2 queens.
Well, I mean, the difference is...
King, 3, deuce, and this is a fairly dry board. Jazar going to check it over. Certainly not lost on him, James, is the prospect of an ace-king lurking.
Yeah, but I mean, this is just a board that Reichenstein... Well, I say Reichenstein has to follow up. Obviously, his 3-bet's ace-king, his 4-bet's sorry, ace-king. Occasionally, maybe he's gone bananas with king-queen off as like a bluff. King-queen suited as a bluff. He also has kings and aces, so you just feel like he bets here. And Jazar's going to have, I don't think we expect him to have nines too often, but certainly he's going to have jacks and queens himself. And so it does go for the small sizing. Jazar's not wrong.
And look at Maroon just chatting away throughout this hand as the downsized 100K C-bet brings the pot to almost 1.2. Turn card puts a 3rd spade on board, and now Yuri picks up the nut flush draw.
Oh yeah, a lock on the hand. Checked in once again. He's sized it up, leaving himself pot with still 2 streets to go. Only behind here, Ali, against the traps. Maybe... Oh, no, I was going to say this. If I'm trying to find a hand he could possibly be losing to, it's like king, queen of spades. But I mean, that's so out of line as played. So just going to go very small again here. Ollie, make it very hard for those, for basically jacks and queens. That's what he's targeting here. And maybe even the other ace kings. Ollie, that is possible. And perhaps that's probably the most likely, is the other ace kings. Yeah, is sizing out. Again, about quarter pot. No need to go any bigger. Really, really hard pitches are. Jacks and queens with a spade will obviously, I think, be very tempted, but red nines surely now must find the mark. Has to be said, perhaps a little bit late. And he does.
I don't blame him for peeling the 100K after he had
Yeah,
that much out there. Obviously, the price is right for the two-outer to
certainly is.
Try to tear and get there.
Said now or after 30 minutes?
What's that?
Said now or
Go
after
off.
30 minutes?
We're going to find out anyway.
Gromov be upset he folded to ace
Maybe if
king,
he tells me what he had before.
but he'll be happy to see
He has to be
the result.
the Rosetta Stone.
I folded queens.
Queens? Oh.
What you folded?
Queens.
Queens.
What, now?
I like to fold, Gromov.
And I think that's spot for queens.
You were better than me.
As it turns out, he avoided.
You play for children, I know.
Yeah, I want to show them not what to do.
Zibkatova, ace king.
Ace king, ace king. Ace king.
Ace king?
It's funny, she's looking at an ace king, raising with ace king as everyone starts talking about ace king. Because that was the hand in the previous episode. Kupperston and deuces on the button, 50 big blinds deep. He is going to flat, take on the player he. Full bet. Not long ago. Gromov, suited queen in the big blind, closing the action. Never great having a. The queen's quite weak here, Ollie, with the button calling and the open coming from that position.
Sure.
But at the same time, we're suited, we're closing the action, we're getting an amazing price.
It doesn't have to be no good if it hits, which it doesn't on the ace-jack-4 board. An easy one to get away from for Gromov.
Yeah,
Snap checks at Gatova.
That's the thing, you pull these queen threes, but you can't be as attached as you would be when it comes with a queen on the board as you would be to one player. That's the key thing. And hey, if you're the kind of player that gets too involved when you do full pair, maybe you fold some of these pre-flop if you're going to make that mistake. Gromov, of course. All of that ilk. Great flop for Zibkatova, of course, with that top pair and backdoor hearts.
One barrel, two folds, one pot over to Elisa.
Хорошая была.
Открывай, ты все увидишь. Хорошая. Можно было меньше, конечно.
Yes, sir. What did you have with me? I forgot you.
Respect, by the way, too.
What did you have?
Elisa Zibkatova.
I can see it.
You need to check. I check.
Oh, you check.
Made the trip out here on her own, and that's not so much the focal point for me, but it's a different experience being a professional poker player as a woman, James. A lot of times in the conversations that I've had with friends of mine who play on tour, it cuts a couple of ways. On one level, maybe you get a lot of people who aren't playing as optimally against you because of presumptions that maybe, oh, you're just a girl, and how much could you know about poker, and that sort of misogynistic absurdity.
Yeah,
But conversely, sometimes you'll get people that really are sort of gunning for you.
Yeah,
Almost.
it's bizarre. Just, anytime you just stand out of the table more. It's not how it should be. Our game has no physiological edge.
Right.
But you do just stand out by virtue of being women. So people pay attention to you more almost when you
Sure.
play the hands. And
Sure.
then there is also different cultures, different people, different upbringings will treat
Sure.
women in a different way, and it does create a completely different dynamic.
Obviously, everybody's entitled to play their hands the way that they want, but definitely incumbent upon us all to respect one another, regardless of race, color, creed, any sort of beliefs. That's part of the beauty of poker, is it brings us all together.
Wow,
A mutual love of a game. And on the topic of love, Yuri loves hearing the term all in when he has opened with the aces, as Joalsa picks an awful time to take the solver bait with the ace-3 suited.
Yeah, he's looking for love, Ollie. He's looking for a lot of heart.
Yeah, he is.
It's about the only way he can get out of this coup.
10-9 for ugliness, and you can understand why the wires are coming off of Joalsa. And the 9 on the turn does make it official. He draws dead, wraps the table. Obviously, you can feel the disappointment on him. Just north of 20 bigs. Just ran into it there.
Seat open.
Now I know what you had. Not a bad run on the feature table. Good TV.
Yeah. Off he trots. Ollie still do have that
Easy
2K mystery bounty. He can enter, if he so wishes, with some of the gains from this event. Day 1B, starting at 7 p.m. in a
Nice hand.
monstrous prize pool will be with half the buy-in going to the bounty portion. A lot of fun, those mystery bounties, Ollie. Not that we've opened an envelope, but I've watched you open a few, or assist with the opening of a few.
Oh, yeah, I lived the dream over in Vietnam prior to this event. It's my game show host debut. You know what, though? It's funny. We talked about how cool it is to have the format in a mystery bounty where the envelopes are opened after the event has come to a close. But really, in any large enough field, that's just not a viable option.
It's not.
Can't keep people hostage.
Clipper.
More ace-king popping up here. Sibgatova, poorly timed king-5 suited open. From fairly early position, by the way, off of this north of 2 million chip stack. Respect. She's getting after it.
It's in vogue, Ollie.
The suited
king
kings?
X's, yeah. Wow, this table is just delivering some hands. This is the man that I feel missized before. He's been dealt into almost exactly the same scenario, although this time the 4-bet value of your hand with queens is different to ace-king. Ace-king, you're trying to elicit a lot of folds. Queens, you're trying to think, how do I get worse hands to call? The ace-king blocks aces and kings. The queens doesn't. Different situations, but a similar hand strength. Let's see how he approaches it this time. Last time was a click. 50 blinds deep he is. Although, Clipper, the shorter stack. So we're actually only playing around 35. We know Clipper 3-bets a lot, aren't we? We've seen it time and time again. And this time, not the bigger sizing, but certainly bigger in relation to the open. And again, it does make a little bit more sense to go smaller against Clipper, because he only has just over $1 million to start the hand.
So the 4-bet to 325,000 again.
Yeah, this is
on the lighter side.
It is, but like I say, it makes a bit more sense. Clipper's less incentivized to peel, and he does move all in. And this
Snap call from Dennis as Clippers off to the races here. The most classic of all no-limit hold'em confrontations.
Yeah, huge pot.
Yeah, and you see the exhale there.
5-bet jam
for Kapustin. As indeed, the 5-bet jam is snap called. 2.3 million chip pot to the flop. Jack high, safe for the 2 queens, which have a spade at work as well. Turn card does bring a spade, and that will take a couple of outs off the board for Ari Clipper.
Door closing, Ollie.
Needs to hit a red ace or king on the river, and instead It's the deuce of diamonds.
Yeah.
Inquires as to the severity of the situation, but it is curtains for the warm-up champ,
Good game.
Ali, and the man who has perhaps
Two seats.
provided us the most entertainment over the last 10 days or so. The man I've enjoyed watching the most. And the man I think he'll never forget this anniversary.
GG.
There you go, my respect from some of the others.
Yeah, Yuri coming over.
No king queen, no king queen this time.
Sad to see him go, James.
Yeah, give us a little loss. Goodbye.
I think he would make a terrific mime, by the way. I mean that, just in case this poker thing doesn't work out. I don't know how much mimes make, but true emotion able to be conveyed without so much as a word by Ari Clipper, who on this occasion won't have to hang his head low, did what he did, ace-king suited. Won't be the first time a hand like that sends us to the exits.
Right? It's nice to see when they 3-bet, 4-bet you every time you see like ace, king, queen. It's nice to see some receipts.
Okay. Nice to see the receipts.
I like that. I don't think I've heard that before.
No, neither have I. I want to see the receipt. But that goes back to what I was saying. We don't know the dynamic that's established already. We saw he obviously cold 4-bet earlier, ended up folding to Sipkatova's river bet when she'd actually had made a set of jacks. And that's the only time we've seen it. So there's obviously been other skullduggery going on. Or cold decks. Who knows? Gromov, the man who folded queens. And I'm on board with it.
Yeah, on the button. On board with the king 10 open, which has Yuri's king 5 in a way.
Yeah, this is one of those hands that you can sometimes 3-bet with. But mostly, we're going to flat. 3-betting does make it very hard for Gromov with 30 blinds to peel with a lot of hands. These are the kind of stack sizes the likes of Reichstein will look to attack. And here we go. He is reaching for white chips, Ali. This is purely down to the fact that Gromov has around that 30 big blind stack. Takes up to 200k. Gromov just going to find it hard to peel. Lets it go.
On fire.
Nicely done by Reichstein.
Huh?
Running hot.
Gives it the running hot as he steals a pot with king 5.
And we give you a glimpse at the next date on our calendar, May 10th through the 25th, side by side, Merit Poker Cash Game Festival and Triton Super High Roller Series right here in North Cyprus. Shifting the whole operation over to the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa, a lovely ballroom that they have there that will play host to a jam-packed 2 weeks of poker action. Book your trip today.
Yeah, and Ali, when it comes to the cash games, and when it comes to anything Merit, of course, the best way to get informed, head on over to Telegram.
That's right. Our Telegram channel up and running. Now currently, it's at Songul Beckham, which is, of course, the director of poker here at Merit.
Yeah, it's nice. You get lots of up-to-date information on what's going on in the cash games here, the tournaments. Get notified every time we're coming live here, for example. And exclusive access to promotions and bonuses as well, of course. They reward loyalty here, Ali.
They run a
Oh, he's going for it again.
La Cosa Nostra-esque philosophy of rewarding loyalty. Don't get out of line, Dempsey. We'll toss you in the Mediterranean.
Reichstein doesn't reward honesty. If you're betting 2 hands in a row with a King X, a low King X, this one from the smaller suit King. Again, these are the kind of hands that are a little in vogue, are we?
Well, Ace Queen suited. That's been in style for a while.
Yeah, and a 4X, which is a good sizing, but a 4X is not going to get rid of this hand.
So the flat. As Samir will have the benefit of position from this point forward. You see Yuri, gaze fixed upon his man on the Jack 8-6 board. He is completely unimproved, not even a heart to speak of.
Yeah, this has got to be a shutdown spot.
Hayek hasn't connected at all either, though.
The good thing about making it 240, Ollie, is you really do narrow down your opponent's range, and it's going to include some pocket pairs, the higher portion of that range. Hands like ace-jack, certainly still going to be around. Maybe some king-jack suited, although we do block that with the king-4. He is going to reach, Ollie. All right. And hyper-aggressive. Very small bet.
160 into 540.
Reichstein himself obviously gets to have all the big pairs. He's going to have some ace-jack and king-jack as well, 3-betting from the small for his strength. Probably less likely to have flush draw combos. Most of those kind of good suited hands like to peel from the small over 3-betting, but there you go. Aggression wins out again. I do like the small bet there, but it's not one I don't think he expects it to work too often, Ollie, but the price he's laying himself betting 116 to 540, making hands like that fold. Ah, here we go. Edward V takes the empty seat at our table. Ollie, it's all the familiar faces. The man, 5th in last time out's main event, 5th in the warm-up of this trip, 5th in the high roll of this trip, and deep once again. The Tudor monarch.
Edward V, as David Lappin christened him, I believe. That was you, Dempsey.
Yeah, don't go stealing my
Okay,
my
I know.
lines.
The English are big on the monarchy.
Yeah, I don't think the Irishman's going to make any kind of royal connections. All you Republicans out there. Small R, not big R. You understand? Before the chat goes off. Reichstein up to 3.5 million with these little maneuvers over the last few hands. Good luck the rest of the table. And good luck to our former chip leader, who is now out of position to someone who covers him despite having that many chips. Subkatova in the small blind, king-jack. Deep herself. Elects just to flat with the king-jack. You can go either way. I like flatting against this opponent because he's just putting everyone in a cage at the moment.
Barsegian. Big blind, the ace-7. Opportunity to close the action, getting that price. 6 to 1. Ooh. He's going to reopen the action, it looks like, here on arrival, James.
First hand at the table.
And this is going to work.
Yeah, I think he's making the assumption that Subkatova
isn't that strong if she's willing to flat the button open from the small?
I don't think it's necessarily true because she's nearly 70 blinds deep, Ali, and there's just plenty of hand. She still has plenty of strong hands flat there because she doesn't want to face 4-bets and want to play post-flop. So some decent pocket pairs, some suited Broadway combos that would continue to a 4-bet potentially. So I'll say again, having a go at the situation though. I like it. I mean, it's a pretty good hand to do it with. A raggedy ace. Don't really want to play it 3-way. 3-bet's probably better than flatting. Certainly better than folding.
So announcing his arrival is Edward Barsegian. Walked through his resume already. Such an impressive one.
Kapustin. Ace Queen. This is a raise in anyone's game, Ali. Chazar, there's the man who has lost the chip lead by virtue of Reichstein going bananas behind.
Yeah, it was the pocket 9s against the ace-king that left Chazar off of his high water mark. A flat caller here with the 3s, set mining. Yuri not interested in the ace-10.
Yeah, good understanding of what's going on here. Under the gun open, Chazar peeling, ace-10 off plays pretty poorly. If he's going to play it, has 3-bet. Doesn't want to 3-bet against the under the gun. So just lets it go. So Matty in a different situation, of course, from the big blind. A very nice price. Oh, with 400k back though. Is he thinking of just ripping here? Maybe. Kind of Chazar maybe he's thinking doesn't dominate him that often.
Yeah,
Just
he
gotta
is
get through the
going to
first spot.
deploy his remaining 400 plus as Dennis Snap asks for a count here.
Yeah, and obviously Ali, the other players have referenced this man being very active, so that clearly going to lead into Zamatian quite rightly thinking there are plenty of hands that are going to raise fold under the gun here, and he is correct in that assumption, just happening to run into one of the ones that won't be raise folding.
Yeah, Mikhail Zamyatin. Fate hanging in the balance. Very much tethered to this decision.
It is funny though, Ollie, how the ace-10 on the button can be quite a comfortable fold, but the ace-10 from the big blind can be a comfortable jam. Such is the nuance of this game.
I mean, the depth of his stack, the
Exactly
situation that's presenting itself to him.
Exactly that. It's the
perceived dead money of Jazar.
It's the reverse implied odds you have peeling the ace-10 on the button as a big stack versus the gain you can have by ripping here. Zamyatin.
Bad news for Zamyatin is that Denis Kapustin has decided to make the call. The pocket threes go into the muck, and we're in front of this ace-queen and ace-10 with another ace-10 in the muck already.
Yeah, he would have been in great shape. Not that he could call.
8-8.
Up against bigger pairs a lot of the time here against these two actions.
Pair of 3.
Flop. King, Jack, 4. Broadway draw versus Broadway draw.
Well, a good flop, given we know 10's gone. Switches the outs around. Does have backdoor nuts spades. And here we go, Ali.
And as you mention it, in comes a spade for Zamyatin, who picks up a total of 11 outs, courtesy of that card. Can he improve and stay alive here in the main? No. 4 of clubs on the end. An ace-queen high. Will hold as Mikhail Zamyatin. Fist bumps, but a departure nevertheless. And he will earn $7,080 for the effort. As Kapustin earns the rest of his stack. And things have definitely looked up for him here ever since that altercation with Sibgatova, Jacks versus Ace-King.
Yeah. It was a big flip against
losing end of that one.
Clipper, of course, righting that ship. But I'm actually enjoying this. The deeper these guys get, I can see some real fun stuff coming up. Reichenstein stepping out of line, albeit rationally so. Sibgatova, I think, as well, is kind of gearing up to fight back. We've got Edward V coming in here, just 3-bet squeezing the first hand. He's at the table. Jazar kind of appears to be pretty fearless. You could see a monstrous pot potentially. The dynamics at players. Reichenstein finds 2-10, certainly worthy of a raise. This one not light.
No takers.
He's like, come on guys, I'm raising every hand, 3-bet in half the time. I've got a hand, you all just fold. Ali, you were at the booth a couple of hours.
Mm-hmm.
Was it in the horrible non-buffet window?
No, I did sneak right into the buffet. 4 minutes remaining.
Nice. What did you ingest? Any pudding?
They don't have the pudding here. I did the crystal buffet.
Ah.
And they don't have the famous Oreo pudding.
Oh,
I
I was going to say, they definitely have pudding, but not your one.
No. I did get a little slice of cake.
Well.
Some chicken wings, I believe. Little mashed potatoes. I mean, it's a bit of a sewage treatment plant right now in my GI tract in terms of the variety of things that I threw down the hatch. It was all delicious.
On
But
that
just a
thought.
hodgepodge, if you will.
It's not a thought I want to spend too much time on, so let's just focus on this ace-check suited, shall we? Sibgatova.
Well, you held my hand and walked me down the path, James. What did you anticipate? That I was just going to be like, oh, I had a little beef, a little chicken, onwards we march?
I was thinking front end, yeah. I didn't want to discuss the back end. I didn't want to know where the food was now. I wanted to know
No. It's not there now. I'm still processing. Jack 7-3 here as Samir Hayek will be processing a C-bet from top pair, top kicker.
Should be noted, of course, the players here never have to endure the missing buffet gap. This is the main hotels. They have the buffets. There's a few hours where it goes dark, where they turn things over before dinner service, but the player buffet ongoing here all the time. So just off this floor, players can pop next door, a few meters away, get some fresh food whenever they so wish. It's like a fresh dealer, Ollie.
Listen,
Thank you.
player buffet is nice.
Good TV for you.
But in terms of the pecking order of buffets on property, I've got to say it ranks toward the bottom, just due to the limited real estate available. Otherwise, I'm positive that the spread would be even more substantial.
I'm assuming you have a rather conventional ranking of the buffets here, but just in case, do you want to...
Yeah, for those that maybe are going to find their way here to Merit Poker, a glimpse at the chip counts. You see the order there, 1 through 7.
That's not the important order. It's
Correct.
about the buffet.
Merit Royal Diamond Buffet at the top, without question. Second place, I'm going to have to give the nod to the Merit Royal Buffet. I think there's no argument there. Bit of a toss-up third, fourth between Merit Premium and Merit Crystal Cove. I'm actually going to give the nod to Crystal Cove for variety. However, Merit Royal Premium is where families stay. And they do have a lovely little kids buffet area where for the juvenile Epicurean in me, a well-placed chicken nugget or some French fries, chips as you guys call them.
Well, I'm sorry to say, Ollie, at the
available.
moment, it is currently being refurbished, so out of action.
Is it really?
Yeah, a lot of work going on over there. That's where I have my morning coffee, over that side of the
That's
property.
right. You're kind of the Lewis and Clark of the Merit grounds. Really do explore. It's just our exploring the Queen Jack suited up front. Apologies, by the way. I really do enjoy a lovely tangent when the opportunity presents itself, and oftentimes when it doesn't. As the King 10 for Yuri.
Right, yeah, he enjoys ability to 3-bet whenever it presents.
Suited King's kind of his cup of tea.
Yeah, it just this is a bit of a
picking on the big boy too.
Yeah, this is this is going after someone here, which is he just sees they're super deep and he thinks I want to try and win that 3.5 million.
Ooh, hang on now. A couple of 9s in the cutoff, and Barsegian just.
Unless he was very privy to the
dynamics here between Jazar
and even then, it's like Reichenstein is 3-betting from +1 against under the gun when these guys are 90 deep. So of course, he's gone very small sizing. Sorry, I just read it because blinds went up. Jazar opened to 100. I say very small. He's gone 2.4x, but that is very small. +1 against under the gun. It's always going to elicit appeal, and I think that's what Reichenstein's saying. He's saying, look, the rest of you get out of the way. I'm going to rep strength. Stop hands like 9s coming along. Stop hands like Ace-Jack. I'm going to get all of you out and play Jazar heads up in position in a bloated pot with the betting lead.
Table for 2.
Ooh, the 9-eye.
Wow, Barsegian's going to be sick. 9-7 tray would have given him top set had he come along. The 240 a little bit too rich for a flat, and 2 9s not enough for a 4-bet against the under the gun opener and 3-better directly behind him, Jazar. First to check.
Yeah, Reichenstein obviously doesn't like this board, but we're obviously playing an exploit strategy against Jazar. With that in mind, I fully expect him to just follow up here because Jazar obviously going to peel with a lot of hands that can't stand any heat on this flop, having opened under the gun. But again, not a flop Reichenstein's thrilled with. And a lot of time, well, not a lot of time, but some of the time, obviously, you're going to be betting into hands you beat, but that's okay. It's nice to take down these 500,000 chip pots, like he'll do here. This is great stuff. I'm enjoying seeing him deviate in this super deep situation. Not often we play 90 effective in a tournament.
Вроде по делу. Вроде все правильно. Все правильно.
We've got an import.
Hello.
Coming into the 2-seat there.
Very long time.
Looks like another healthy stack
him and kill his
joining us in that seat too.
Welcome.
It's always a little bit awkward to be the new arrival.
They want you to have this on the side. On the, yeah, like off the table. Doesn't look good on the TV, I guess.
Ali, as we progress through this tournament, as the players bust out,
Here they give you the fancy one.
the field condenses. And these two players will have to quickly figure out what's going on over here. There has been a lot of action.
Efforting, by the way, the newcomers' names.
$1.9 million chips, Ali, for
Mr. Yagmai.
That's what I was going to go with. I feel happy
Yeah,
about
was
life.
it? Is that what you were going to go with?
I was going to say Yagmai, I think, actually.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Suited connector for Dennis Kapustin. Going to work from the cutoff. Very Ferris Bueller's Day Off vibes.
That's what it is. I've been trying to work it out. It's exactly what it is. The kind of oversized glasses.
It looks
Dad's
like
jacket.
a young man who's enjoyed some detention.
Trikarachi?
During primary school, secondary school.
Am I right there, Trikarachi? Are we going with that? Trikarachi?
Trecarici.
Trikarachi. Ace-4 suited, either way. I'm more comfortable playing that than the name.
Milbitas, verifying pronunciations. As 10-9 tray. 2 diamonds. Providing the open-ender to the pre-flop villain.
Yeah, a lot of times we say these kind of boards lean a little bit down towards the big blind, but 10-9 against the cutoff range certainly throws things back to that cutoff opener.
$65K follow through here.
Yeah, has enough to continue if he wishes, Ali. It's always tough, like you say, coming to the table, not knowing what's been going on, but obviously ace high, backdoor hearts, connected around that 3.
Gonna peel. And by the way, it goes both ways in terms of lack of familiarity, as the 7 of clubs on the turn now does give Kapustin the best hand with a pair. But Dennis doesn't know Trecarici any more than Trecarici knows him as the second check comes in. Shouldn't be presumptuous, by the way. They may very well have been seated at a table with one another, if not earlier in this main event across 2 full days of play, but also at prior festivals or prior events at this festival.
It's a very good point, Ali, especially as we lose more and more tables. Fewer remaining, just 54 at the moment.
Board does pair on the river, James. Forgive me, as the 2 checks came in.
I forgive you.
Find out whether or not Trecarici wants to turn the ace high into a bluff.
He may feel like he's got enough.
As it goes check, check, and the 7-8 will be happy.
Beat all the
showdown.
Beat all the Picasso combos.
I'm always feeling like put the hearts out there when I get shown the 7-8 suited.
You're a greedy man.
Greed is good, James.
Well, we're just throwing in 80s movie references for fun now, are we?
Wall Street. Did you see the new Wall Street?
Ferris Bueller and Wall Street in the same hand. I'm
well,
impressed.
I am the Gordon Gekko of this booth, let's be honest.
It's not a title I want to fight you for.
You know, Blue Star Airlines.
Yeah, there we go.
I think there's something was wrong with the
Markers are closed,
the
aren't
reading
they?
machine.
Saturday.
Your,
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I know,
your
I'm
jacks
bored.
look like 9s.
Yeah.
The jacks look like 9s. Did you really claim jacks off the hand?
I love that. It appears that Yuri
Ace king. Queens, nines.
Yeah, you
ace
said
king.
ace king too.
has gotten the scouting report on that ace king versus 2-9 spot. I don't know whether or not Jazar claimed that he had jacks
Or
in
let
that
them think
particular
that.
pot, or Maybe Yuri's just being cheeky and going, well, surely you didn't call with nines.
I think maybe someone said, oh, you must have had jacks, and he just probably didn't close him down on it. But I like the line. He's come up with a couple of corkers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, your jacks look a little bit like nines. I've actually forgotten what the other one was already, but it was a great line. Oh, the receipts, of course.
Receipts is wonderful.
I feel that's going into the
yeah.
Rolodex.
100%. You want to be shown some receipts. You and I have the luxury of seeing the hands. These gentlemen obviously got to wait half an hour.
Jazar raising the limp, but min raising the limp, Ollie. It's never going to really achieve anything other than reopening the action.
Take out one white.
Been a less than warm welcome so far for Walter Trecarici. Flop. All hearts. Where was this? Last hand is what Trecarici's thinking. He does have the better of the two flush draws that have materialized, but a wheel gutter and the 5 high hearts allowing Jazar to bet.
Yeah, continuing with a bet on a monotone board. Kind of, you're going to continue a lot.
And the 9 of hearts, not interested in tearing one off here.
Makes sense. Yeah, kind of. It gets icky. Jack high's probably not good. Very rarely good, and then you don't really know you're the 9 of hearts. Or the Jack of hearts even. Subkotova off to a good start on her stint here on the feature. Been a little bit quieter this level. So we played 20k, 40k, but it's been prosperous nonetheless, Ollie, up to now.
$100K in orbit. The price of poker.
Hayek. I feel like Hayek would quite like a table move. 1.1 million chips on an outer table, maybe of more use.
This is no strawberry patch we've got on our hands here at the feature. These 3 suited.
And now?
Yeah, just penny from the small with the suited ace. Seems reasonable.
And look, he's just kind of goading Yuri into putting in a re-raise as he's done so many times when Jazar is involved in a pot.
Yeah.
Different circumstances here as Jazar is a flat caller, not an opener.
Yeah. Hayek, I think, playing a little snugger, but given that row behind
Sorry
him.
to let you down.
Yeah, really.
But I
It's
mean,
not in your,
certainly is possible. It's a wider opening range, maybe.
10-8-5, and the 7s are still in front despite the arrival of the 2 overcards and both blinds having called. Round of checks, and now the 9. Binks Yuri for the best hand, but does deliver the bad end of an open-ender.
Was it the 9 of hearts, Ollie? Was it the flush draw for Jazar?
Stand by. It is indeed. Had forgotten that element of the pot as Jazar comes out swinging. 75K. Yuri gonna flat. Now for Samir, it's uncomfortable because there are the 3 over cards, and if we do hit, we don't want to hit in the form of a jack.
Yeah. This is a horrible spot with the 2 flush draws on board as well.
7's not going to be a good card for him either, as 2 different straights.
You're looking for the
would be
offsuit
possible.
6.
Yeah. 2-tone board too. Wow, nevertheless, he's going to make the investment.
The only caveat with that, Ali, is we've been watching Desire and Reichenstein kind of get out of line a lot. And he thinks maybe the price is right.
Desire pairs his 3 on the river here, but does not find the heart or the ace that he would have needed to make the best hand.
And Reichenstein happy to try and get that 9 to showdown, as well he should, and he'll be pretty happy to find out that 9 is good. When he got
No more
overcalled,
hearts on the deck.
perhaps wasn't thrilled.
Running too good.
No, Reichenstein said it himself, but he's playing pretty damn nicely too, Ali.
Don't think he expected to be good with the King-9 there as it was checked
You have
around.
No heart dealer.
Just given that overcall.
Yeah, the overcall's a bit worrying.
You have no hearts dealer.
Although a good river card.
Not you, the deck.
All the draws missing.
You lie on TV table, yeah?
I forgot.
Fucking unbelievable.
I forgot.
How I trust you before. Unbelievable.
I think Gromov got the memo about his 2 queens. And we're good against the 9s.
Yeah, but it was a good fold, Ali.
Yeah.
In my mind. Tough fold, but...
As it turned out, he would have been downed right on the flop by the King-high.
Yeah. I mean, being results orientated, he obviously kept himself in the tournament making the fold, but I think it was a very nutted range. Queens don't do too well in those spots.
Kapustin, the opener here with King-Jack off suit, and Hounds are with 8s, going to flat, putting the snowmen to work.
Warming up outside, Ali. The snowmen, maybe not so much use here.
A hard 8 in the big blind for Sibgatova. You and I took a stroll through the Crystal Cove Casino yesterday en route to a rare meal at one of the a la carte restaurants on property. Walked by a craps table. Was surprised to see it.
Yeah, I saw your tail wagging.
You know what? I like to play my dice in back alleys. James. Cash in hand. Elisa closes the action. Comes along, doing some set mining here. 300K in the middle. 3-way affair. Ace, King, 3 as Kapustin. Ends up with the best hand. Second pair. King of clubs hard at work.
Interesting Kapustin checking this.
Check.
We just get to bet Ace King 3 is the opener. Hell of a
Look
lot.
at this card. The 5 of clubs delivering Sibgatova with not just a wheel draw, but a steel wheel draw.
Yeah, if we are going to check a king on this board, which you do get to do sometimes, of course, then a king of clubs does make sense. It's the one to do it with. And, well, Ali, you called it. I think she's just more setting her own price here. Of course, does have some 2-pair combos on this board, and it's going to be near the deuce 4 suited.
Now, as the pre-flop raiser, Kapustin's check on the flop isn't 100% going to remove an ace from his range.
No, you guys have some ace, some king. Most of it bets, but you're going to balance.
With that said, though, it does embolden Sibgatova to be able to bet with a variety of holdings here, as she can leverage the fact that it's a 3-way pot to maybe put some pressure on Kapustin by betting the 150.
Well, I'd be pretty confident he doesn't have a strong hand. So when she comes up betting here, I'm loving it if we then follow up with a big bet on the river.
Well, it's going to depend on what that river is, James. As
Yes.
Jazar is out of the way, and now we play for 600. Ace pairs on the river, and that's actually a pretty good card for Kapustin.
It is, but if you're Sipkatova, yeah, you can still tell a credible story, Harley. You peel from the big, you've got a lot of suited combos. You also have deuce 4. You can have 3s, 5s, ace 3, ace 5. You shouldn't just shut down just because the river card comes a good card for your opponent's range when you have a broad value range yourself. So you can still continue to go here. Like I say, she has a load more flush. She does just wave the flag up. Look, it's easy to sit here in the booth, Harley, and say that you might be up against an ace here, but I would like to see her follow through there.
Check back.
She doesn't want to show. She knows she can't be good when he checks back.
I do appreciate, by the way, that Dennis waited because he is entitled,
100%,
as the man checking back, and Elisa Sigbatova being the last person to deliver action to the pot, to getting a look at her holding, and there's information to be gleaned for free.
I don't blame her for trying. Just sort of being like,
yeah,
go
I don't
want to show like
you
win, kind of.
Not a win, but a draw for the good boys from Brighton and Hove Albion, as James Dempsey resides in the south of England, in Brighton, keeping an eye on the match.
Keen eye, Ollie.
Inbounds.
Carmen was the business end of the football season. Chasing a very unlikely 4th place finish. A team that's never played in Europe. Potentially against the top tier of European competition. Today, perhaps a missed opportunity. A lot of opportunity for the 54 who remain in this tournament, though, Ollie.
Indeed.
You don't need top 4 to be happy either. Just ask Edward.
5th, worth $94,300. He's the favorite, obviously, to be the 5th place cash.
Just chalk him up.
54th is a pay jump, by the way. 53rd, worth $85.35, still $7,080 on tap. And it looks like we've lost our 54th, so pay jump realized by the field here, quietly. Casualties elsewhere in the room. That's Gromov. Gonna haul one in with a couple of 6s. Raise and take it, sir.
Also, Ali, on the topic of sport, a little shout out to the South Saxons ladies hockey team, winning the league today on the last day of the season. I have a personal interest.
Go on then.
No,
personal interest, James? Are you betting ladies hockey?
It's not a financial interest, Ali.
Oh, you truly meant a personal interest.
Yep. Shout out to the ladies coming back, having to win the last game of the season and have the team that was in first lose, and that's exactly what occurred. Surprise win. Promotion, aren't we?
You've got your tentacles involved in all sorts of sport.
I do.
Dempsey. Ace Jack here for Gromov.
$85,000 the bet. Min and a chip.
When you know it. A suited king for Yuri Reichenstein. I mean, really, it's been the hand du jour for him.
I think if I ever sit down at the table and see Reichenstein, he 3-bets me, I'm just going to call and go bananas on any non-king flop. It's a pretty good strategy against this man.
Somehow I've allowed you to
Here we
shape the way that I've been pronouncing his last name up until this point, which was Reichenstein. But you've suddenly turned it into like a Hogan's Heroes character.
Ali, you know me.
You see nothing?
Mispronouncing. Pronouncing.
It's almost like your trademark.
Yeah.
I would hate to see you suddenly start correctly pronouncing things. It would be strange.
Well, we both know you're the cunning linguist in the booth.
Oh, cute. 3 bets to 225,000, almost predictably. No surprise here at this point.
Gromov. I wonder if Gromov. I mean, this hand's pretty bad, but I wonder if at some point he just draws a line.
I mean, he's got over
he has
4 million in front of him.
it.
And yes, Gromov, I
Well
think,
done.
is one of those guys that's very keen, observant, recognizing that there's been a little bit too much VPIP and friskiness out of that corner.
Well done, Gromov.
Because ace-jack not generally the hand that you want to sail off with, obviously.
No, it was a good adjustment. Exactly what you said, Ali. He's been observing. I'm sure he's been fed the information from someone watching the stream if he's not got it on the sort of phone tucked behind him somewhere. And by now, I mean, even if he hadn't seen the hands, Ali, he's seen a number of 3-bets. Unless he got an unbelievably heavy card distribution, you'd know he's definitely stepping out of line. And so, ace-jack, you kind of take a big gulp, rifle them in, and hope to hear fold. And if you hear call sometimes, you win a flip. Of course, sometimes you hear call and you get shown ace-king and you're playing the mystery bounty. But that's why it's gambling. Heck, king-jack of hearts. There's no gambling open this hand. Pre-flop. Love that one. And he kind of has the fuzzy protection of having open under the gun. Sipkatova. King 10 suited in the cutoff. I think she's going to want to play, but I wouldn't be shocked if she wanted to fold, given that it is Hayek opening under the gun, who again has adjusted his strategy, it seems to me, Ali, by just opening far fewer pots. My ace-3 suited in the small. And it becomes a little bit more attractive, perhaps even playing three-way purely for the suited value.
I have some water, please. Water.
He's got the medicine for the king-high diamonds of
It's okay, it's okay.
Sipkatova.
Thank you.
Really does.
First participation that we've seen thus far from Nariman Yarmai. Did win the 5K main event in 2016 here at Merit for 263,000 and was a 10K high roller Merit poker champ in 2017 for 140,000. So there's a man that knows how to scale the summit. Ace 7-6. He flops top pair in a rare 4-way spot, and he is the lone ace in the field.
Yeah, kind of an anticlimactic spot here. Hayek doesn't really get to bet. I mean, you can try and force the issue with the backdoor hearts.
Round of checks, and that allows Kapustin to develop the lone club draw. 7 does pair.
This is a spot where Yagmai could bet holding the ace kind of more for protection than anything. He gets to have some flushes himself calling from the small, so it's not like people can go bananas against him, but does elect to check. Kapustin, of course, also holding a lot of flushes and also holding plenty of 7x, more than anyone else, having peeled from the big blind. He may well decide to go betting here, but again, those ace-high boards in a 4-way pot when you've got the button peeling, or the cutoff peeling, I should say, and the small blind peeling, a little precarious. If he had the queen of clubs, Ali, maybe we bet. 9 of clubs, far less likely to be good if it hits that we don't really want to put chips in.
Sipkatova. 2 rounds of checks in front of her, but avoids any sort of temptation with just king high, which she might think has a touch of showdown value, but doubtful as played, I would imagine.
Now, I suggested
8 roll off.
Suggested this man may bet turn. I'd like to see him check river now, because there are some bluffs that come in. No need to protect, of course. We are on the last card, and when he does check, it is Kapustin who's kind of got a spot where he may want to bluff. Like I say, he can still have flushes. He can still even have a 7 that checks turn. Could have been trapping. And also, Ali, we know he's a man who's been a little bit too frequent in the aggressive actions. And here we go. He can't bear to see a pot go to waste, Ali. It's a nice play by Yagmai to allow this scenario to occur. It's just hard for Yagmi betting from the small. Like I say, he does have flushes as well to get paid off when he's got an ace. So it does play best as a catcher. Oh, okay, we've gone big. I like the sizing if we are going to bluff here.
Off the strength of that 9 of clubs blocker, the 325K bet from the big blind, no less, which was able to take a price and have much broader in terms of range a holding than Yagmai would really want to be making this call against.
Yeah, I like this because you're saying you've got a 7 or a flush. Or
Could be some straights in there.
Or a straight swipe.
Yeah, 9, 10, 4, 5.
The goal here is to just make it really hard for the 2-pair hands. Because we are going to have these bluffs like this. And this is a nice combo, like you say, Ali, with a 9 blocking 9, 10, of course, and a club. A smaller bet, Yagmai would have called pretty quickly.
But you know, between the lines of saying, I've got a big hand, is also, I've got a hand that doesn't want to get called. Polarity.
Yes.
And that's on the mind here of Nariman Yagmai.
Yeah, he's not worried about his kicker with the 3. He knows he's not up against an ace to this sizing.
Pure bluff catching.
Yeah. If it'd been a smaller sizing, he may be worried about a hand like ace 10 going for value against him. This is never ace 10. This is only made hands, bluffs. And Yagmai isn't as privy, Ali, as we are to the action that's been going on here.
Right, a new arrival.
Although, you look down, you see a guy's got 3.5 million chips, and he probably didn't get them by folding.
Yagmai having to sweat this one out.
Yeah, I think Yagmai has one of the strongest hands he's going to have here. Having called pre, checked it through. I mean, okay, in an ideal world, we'll have the 9 of clubs in our hand ourselves, like the ace 9, 9 of clubs. That'd be a really nice hand to call with, as opposed to ace 3 red. But the opponents both showed weakness. The other 2 opponents both showed weakness. It's reasonable to think Kapustin's having a go here. Flip a coin, Ali, for Yagmai. Looks like he may be about to pass the test. 325 was remaining 1.7. Trying to think what other hands we'd call with in his seat.
Make no assumptions.
If he had a hand like 9s with 9 of clubs, that might be a better hand, bizarrely, than this ace 3. But there aren't many better hands he has. Going to be folding, of course, all his
I had one before. It was like here, and they come.
pitch cards. He does make the call, Ali. I like it.
As fast as possible.
Catches
Kapustin
out of it. He won't even show the hand.
Also on the tables, always they come and take it.
Now that's a peculiar development there, because by not showing his hand, Kapustin denies himself and everybody else at the table the opportunity to see Yagmai's hand. Could someone out there have asked to have seen the hand?
TV tables.
Yeah, I think you can, but it's generally kind of
frowned upon.
A little bit poor form. And especially on a TV table, you're going to see it in half an hour. But it's a good point, Ali. It's a very good point. I wonder sometimes there, you know, you're guilty sometimes of mucking when you get called and not wanting to see, but sometimes the information you glean from the opponent's call is perhaps more valuable than the information you give away by showing your own hand. Especially when he's turned over at Queen 9, because it's a bluff that makes sense. We've got the 9 of clubs. That's a really good card to be bluffing with. So it's not like he stepped way out of line. I'd find it hard to check the 9 of clubs in his seat. So I'd rather just show and get the information, what I was cool with. Here is the 5th.
Edward, the 5th. Queen 3 suited.
House Barsagian.
Rates to be an inferior queen against Yagmai, who has at least the Queen of Hearts here and has really made an announcement here at the feature table, James, with that call.
Yeah, this is a little loose.
Nobody saw what he had, though. Puts it into the muck. A couple of 5s for Kapustin.
Could see a 3-bet here, aren't we?
All in.
That's a 3-bet.
Yeah, it's a big one, obviously.
Nope. I was going to suggest it had to be like a reasonable sizing to dissuade peels, but no one's peeling that one.
No, and obviously the fact that Hayek has 765 behind him and Barsegian with just 1.4 very much.
We say just 1.4
Weighing
big.
in.
It is 40 bigs.
Yeah, no.
It's
a good chunk.
Hey, I don't hate
Still
the jam, by the way.
less than half of
we're making,
what Kapustin had.
We're making some better pairs fold. 6s, 7s, 8s. Sometimes maybe even 9s are going to have to fold to that sizing. All the flips fold. You just take down the few blinds that are in there. And maybe going for the fake steam effect.
Yeah, I've seen people do that before.
It's like
may also be the authentic steam effect. One never knows.
I feel like no one ever does the authentic steam effect. It's everyone always trying to pretend it is. But I reckon this is the rebluff. It's Kapustin's trying to make him think. And everyone's going to be like, oh, I know what this guy's doing. He's faking me. He's got queens. He's just trying to get me to call off light and then ends up overfolding. Have I been in here too long, Ollie? Am I going too deep?
No. The answer is no.
Down my little rabbit hole.
I thought the same thing you did. You know our minds are both warped.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about how close they're getting, aren't we?
You and me.
Yeah, with the...
I would be concerned too if your mind is nearing itself to mine.
Well,
that's a dangerous place.
We both see as something as innocent as a jumper tied around a man's neck and both go to the same place instantly.
By the way, he's still got it on.
It's time to maybe take a month apart, Ollie. See you in May.
Careful what you wish for. King Jack in the small blind. Certainly something you won't be averse to, as Hayek decides to rip it in here against Gromov.
Yeah,
Ace 3.
Yeah, I mean, Ace 3 doesn't get the call for 20, I don't think, but...
Sub 20. Oh,
All
no,
right.
you're right. With
19,
the small
Ollie.
one. Okay. It is a bit
but
rich.
I'm curious. I mean, this Hayek's King Jack plays really nice as a limp and then cool raises. You
300,
can
500, 700.
even limp jam if you wish.
750, 65.
And you can limp and see the big blind check behind and play an unraised pot with a very nice hand that when it flops a pair is very likely to be the toppest of pairs available. Jamming here just kind of makes all the worse kings fold, all the better kings call, the dominating aces call. The only benefit of it, Ollie, is maybe you get hands like this to fold. There's no guarantee yet because Gromov hasn't come to that decision yet, but it is most of his chips as well. There you go.
What's thing?
Gromov's going to show him the ace.
The problem with those ace 3s is when they're up against two inside cards,
Ace 10, I jump
which is
on the table.
kind of the best case scenario.
I thought you said ace 10. You said... thought I heard
The edge is so narrow for that
Yeah.
many blinds.
You're not
Dimitri's
dominating.
saying, by the way, that if he had ace 10, he would have jumped on the table in terms of how ready he would have been to make the call, but go on.
Frowned upon. Poker rooms generally, Ollie, jumping on the table.
What is the most out-of-line thing that you've ever seen in a poker room, James?
I was in the room when that guy in the main event a few years ago was going berserk. I think he had his shoes off when he was...
When he
throwing
mooned
his
everyone, right?
Yeah, and then... Oh, that was late in the day. He got done for throwing a shoe across a craps table in some other casino late the same day. I mean, the guy was off his lids. Yeah, I think he got up, didn't he? Mooned everyone. Got a warning.
After he got busted?
Then
or?
jumped on the table. No, he was still playing. I think he then stood on the table. They booted him. Then he was caught throwing a shoe later on that day or something. I think... Did he throw a shoe at some point? I think he threw a shoe.
He must have been in the press corps in Iraq when George Bush Jr. was in the room. Do you remember that
scene.
famous video?
Great
No,
scene.
Saudi Arabia, where was he? He couldn't have been in Iraq.
It was Iraq
Oh,
after
was
the
it
invasion,
Iraq?
I think.
Wow.
Yeah. Mission accomplished. Yak Mai.
Mission accomplished with the ace 3 for him when he picked off that bluff. Raise and take it.
Raise and take. Shout out to everyone on YouTube. If you have a moment, please do. That's the great favor of a little like and even perhaps subscribe. Then you'll know every moment we come online, which for this series is only today and tomorrow, Ollie. We're nearly there. Flown by here.
Makes me sad.
It really does. I have to cook my own food. No dessert platter
Wow.
waiting for me.
You'd better really stock up. Better have a really serious buffet session before you go home and starve.
I got some room in the luggage.
You know you can't take those pastries to go.
I think I was going for the pastries.
Little beef bourguignon. Just see how that filet travels. Ace King.
Maybe the smoked duck.
As Barsagian opens to just a click north of the minimum. Yeah, you and Dara, or David, there I go again. Though I think Dara really enjoyed it as well. We're
Yeah.
super keen on that smoked duck the other day.
It was a delight. I know it wasn't necessarily to your fancy, but it was
I
a
had
treat.
other ideas.
I think
Maroon Jazar with the Queen Jack offsuit from the big blind.
I think David got through an entire duck.
Yeah, there was.
It just kept appearing. We said it can't be us.
I
David was
think
like, no, I did. I
4
ordered another one.
portions, no less. A complete mallard. Jazar defends and hits top pair here up against 2 overs and the Broadway gut shot. Does not hesitate to lead right into the pre-flop raiser. The kind of stuff that we don't see often.
Yeah, this is a little peculiar because I like the big blind having a leading range, but just we don't really get to have one on Jack 10-4. The pre-flop raise is going to see bet this board a lot, so with your good hands, you're going to be playing as check raises, check calls. Therefore, with your weaker hands, you should do the same, but let's see how this one progresses because he has led, and Barsagian is now going to have to play a hand from outside the game tree, really, the non-standard stuff. This is where poker's way more fun.
150.
And now he's going to have to play it unimproved on this turn, potentially, in the face of another barrel from Jazar, which moves north to 150,000. He has picked up a gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, it's kind of a small bet now, Ali, on this board texture when you've been called. You really need to go a bit bigger. You want to knock out hands like this, King, Queen. There's also some 10x that you want to put pressure on. I get where he's going from, because if he gets too much bigger, he can only get called by better jacks. Because any jack's a better jack, really. Opening from +2. So he's kind of gone for a blended spot, I suppose. It's nice having the jack of spades. Ace on the river.
Barsagian makes the call and smacks the ace of hearts on the end. And look, just a face-up sort of expression on Jazar's face as he checks it. And is Barsagian going to look for value and assign some authenticity to that reaction? The answer is no. Plays it safe. Checks back, and he will show. Jazar the ace-king.
Protecting his remaining chips early. I think he's perhaps not sure how Jazar plays. Perhaps putting Jazar mostly on bluffs when he bets twice and gives up. So thinks there's no value in betting. But I think maybe a mistake. If he'd been at this table for longer, I think he would have found the bet. But you could never really fault someone for taking the more conservative spot. When there's 800k in there, he's got 1.1 back. I think it's a lower frequency he's getting called.
Well, I'll tell you what, having observed Barsagian across multiple festivals now, I'm kind of seeing the way he just keeps it very tidy, lower variance sort of spots for the most part, to great success. There's no reason to expect him to be deviating from that.
Yeah,
in spots like that.
That's too conservative for me, this particular one, Ali, but I'm completely understanding of the reasons of why he's done it. And hey, he keeps getting 5th, so it's working. I've got to stop teasing him, but I feel like it's a good tease. The man keeps getting 5th.
I'll tell you what,
Have a go at me if you're getting fifth. Every
If you
tournament
told me
play.
I was going to put a career together where I just finished fifth all day, I'd be into it.
Yeah. If I start ripping him for being the first guy out in every tournament, I'd feel a bit mean. But
no, fifth is walking out the door with handsome payouts.
my E. Thought about it for a minute, but he's seen that this table is not one that can be pushed around. So light opens discouraged. Ace-2 suited is not light when you're sitting with 3.5 million.
Kapustin. Min-raise open. Gromov, couple of sixes. He's got 1.1 in front of him. Shy of 30 bigs.
Yeah, it's kind of right on that border. Hands he wants to play. Doesn't have to worry about the players behind. Fives he may have folded Ali. I'm playing sixes. But I am concerned about this man, above all else, just lurking behind. He strikes the fear into me.
Yuri is definitely a tough customer, but not a customer on this occasion, as Gromov is left to do battle in position after flatting. And the ace in the window, followed by no 6, is a problem for Gromov, as he's been outflop by Kapustin.
There's maybe one he can check, Ali. You're going to want to check some hands on this board. Cut off peeling. Against +3. Gets to have some of this board. Maybe even a little bit more than the opener. But like he is going to bet the ace-2. This man doesn't really ever slow down from what I've seen. He's like 100% C-bet. Of course, Gromov. With one of the few hands he can fold on the flop.
90K.
It's literally like the only hand he peels. Yeah, 6s and 7s, Ali. 6s, 7s, maybe 9s. About the only hands that he peels with pre-flop that fold this flop. And that's what he's thinking. He's like, how have I got this part of it?
Yep.
Kind of why I like a check from Kapustin there. Just because you've got to recognise that your opponent's continuing so often. You've got to have a more balanced checking range. Merit Poker, Carmen Series main event. They're getting close to buffet time, aren't they? And after the buffet.
Yeah, we're getting close to new feature table time.
Jack Sinclair, I gather, are going to be in the mix, Ali. They're like, wow. Look at this stack, Ali. Michael Malashavi in the 8th seat there, behind the Great Wall of China.
My goodness.
That is insane.
No wonder the man's smiling.
I mean,
he's got every chip on earth.
Can you see him? Where is he? Jack Sinclair in the foreground, going to be on that table. McCulloch, also Ali there.
Yeah.
Man we were very impressed with the other day. More for his demeanor at the table.
Joseph, by the way, who had a little stint on the feature, also going to be headed back. But Michael Maglashvili, rather, forgive me.
6 million in chips.
Enormous stack. Simeon Spasov.
Color the man up.
Mentioned there. No, never color it up.
I knew
Stop
you were going
it.
there.
You kidding me? Color me down. I want as many tokens as possible in front of me, just for psychological advantage. I want to not be able to
Ali?
see my card. I want to have to like wrap my arms around a 3-tiered layer cake, and just like I want to have to build a hole through the middle of my stack to be able to look at my cards through, like a functional piece of architecture. That's how many chips I want. I don't care if they're all 5s. You know?
He's that guy.
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot of chips. Even if you cut them up, Ali, it'll still be a lot of chips. 6 milli, 10% of the chips in play, nearly. Average, nearly for the final table with 50 odd left.
Man, it's deep.
It's going to be a fun frame. Yeah, my deuces not going to be a hand. I think we want to be playing from under the gun. Not a lot of upside on this table. Kapustin, he's feeling good about life.
And he's feeling good about 10-8 suited as he continues to be on the more active side. Been a kind of a trade-off between he and Yuri for most active, I would say. Jazar had a stint there, but his activity was sort of smacked around.
Feel like he's, yeah.
And he's got to be really frustrated by the fact that he's sitting directly to Yuri's right, and he continues to get 3-bet every time he seems to open a pot.
Yeah.
You can kind of sense just based on the chatter, even mid-hand, that he's not enjoying the experience.
No, understandably so. And it definitely seems like he's gone sort of back behind the sofa. It's a bit too scary out there.
Back behind the sofa. That's a new one. So you've got the across the pond flavor.
Couch. Is that better?
No, it's just even that.
Settee. I really do like this man. I need to actually introduce myself to him. I've not met him.
I don't think he wants to meet you,
Fair
James.
enough. Fair enough.
I don't think your resume reads as brightly as his does. Certainly not in the last decade.
Yeah, let's see who was ahead 10 years ago, Bar Sagan. You want to go?
Don't look at my resume. Bring up my Hendon Mob. How poor is it? I don't play tournaments.
I reckon I know. I reckon you handpicked the picture.
No,
Why you cashed for $5,710?
I did?
On your Hendon Mob.
When was that?
4 different caches. Oh no, three of them with you not cashing in TV tournaments. You
Yeah,
had
that was a 6 max.
a 48th finish in the 2005 2.5K no-limit hold'em event. Was that different, Anijad, do you think?
Look at me. Wonder how many runners there were in that event.
There were 279. Oh, it was a rebuy event. Wow.
No, I didn't rebuy. I remember I had 2 jacks. Got showered.
That event was won by Fawzad Bonyadi. It's a blast from the past.
Oh. He and I had some real battles online, and a battle could be brewing here between Nariman Yaghmai
2.5 and this. 2.6 total.
Maroon Jazar.
And a strong hand.
I have 2 cards. And all depends on the flop. Strong hand means nothing.
I'll tell you what.
Talked him into the peel, I think.
You know, I don't think Yaghmai was necessarily going to muck, but I do feel as though Jazar could be tipping his hand toward being unpaired. And if it is unpaired, this ace-queen rates to be very good against it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Yaghmai was going to 3-bet, but I think the chat certainly lent him more towards just peeling and now facing 200 into 260 on a 6-4-3 board.
It's beefy.
Yeah, I mean, a board that obviously Yaghmai gets to have a little bit more of, peeling from the big, but it's very hard to call no pair, no draw out of position for this sizing. Sometimes you just got to swallow a loss. Occasionally they're kicking sand in your face, but in this case we can see, of course, Jazar has found a piece.
And Yaghmai going to respect that sizing as
show the 6.
No?
A6 is brandished.
On his poker alley.
Yeah, but I'm not a fan of it in terms of it serving Maroon Jazar's interests as showing an A6 suited like that.
I told you, not very strong. Depends on the flop.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone knows he's raising A6 suited.
I said no strong hands. It depends on the flop.
But you're right. The chat before the flop kind of leaning towards that it's a bit more of a speculative hand.
Everyone's got their sunnies on at this table. It's just dawned on me.
I actually noticed the bright corner earlier on. Maybe we can pull a curtain closed.
Sameh Hayek up front. Ace queen suited.
4 more minutes.
4 minutes till buffet, aren't we?
Jazar can't wait.
I'm with him.
Might be worth missing a hand to get up there for first dibs.
Yeah, there's enough up there.
You're not wrong.
Although, Ollie, I was quite curious to see a little queue forming the other night for the...
What was that dish? The sweet and sour chicken?
Yeah. Check. They were lining up.
Bit of a larger gentleman in the queue, by the way, was
You cannot
of
check.
some concern as to whether or not we were going to have any left once the reinforcements arrived. But
Yeah, I have a little bit too much self-pride to be standing up waiting for the chicken to be dished out. But at the same time, I thought it may be the smart play.
Well, Sivgatova deems a flat from the cutoff, the smart play with the 10-9 suited. Heart in the window was pleasant, and a 7 and a 6 behind it with a second heart, adding to the pleasantries.
Yeah, this is a great spot for her.
2 overs, gutter, flush draw, and a check from the pre-flop raiser all coming together.
Yeah, because even Hayek's traps here. If she has to get it in against them, then so be it. She's flipping against aces. Gets to have some of the overpairs herself, gets to have some of the sets.
And gets to have a bigger stack than Hayek, just in case of disaster.
Yeah.
Never at risk of a bust.
65k, 1.5 blinds. He's going to stick around with that best of the unpaired hands, or second best.
No club on board and no improvement for Sivgatova, as the ace-queen's not going to mind that.
No, but
7 of diamonds. Let's see, though, if the second barrel...
I think it will. I think it should. You know, her opponent doesn't really get to have a 7. She can have some 7s, but mostly she can have the 8s, the 9s. She can just go hard against these kind of hands. And also, his overpairs aren't check raising. They're still just going to check calls, so she kind of realizes equity anyway. I like it. She did bet, and Hayek just has to give up at the second time of asking.
После обеда. После обеда. Номер 5.
Nice pickup there for Sivgatova, who's been impressive during her tenure here.
I think not just that she's been impressive with the hand she's played, Ollie, but it seems like we saw her just peel with the king jack from the small. I think she's making a very conscious decision that, or observation, this is a tough table, and she's going to pick her battles. But every time she's played a hand, well, I was about to say every time she's played a hand, she played it, in my mind, flawlessly, but that might be a bad thing for her, if we're on the same page.
Cat's out of the bag. She does have 62,000 in career tournament earnings, James. Results dating back to April of 2019.
You don't want to play hands like me, Ollie. You end up in a box, out the back.
Best live cash of 26,000.
Wow. That surprises me because she's got great presence on that table, Ollie, and doesn't look out of place at all. So I'm very surprised to hear that she doesn't have a lot more experience in the live felt than that. Maybe cash games?
It's possible. Her first ever live tournament coming in 2018 in Barcelona, according to producer Milbitas.
Yeah, he's telling us that we'll see a lot of online experience. But that shows in the caliber of play, but the demeanor certainly strikes me as someone who's spent a lot of time at the table.
Couple of sixes squaring off. Button versus big blind. Neither connecting with this board whatsoever as the action's checked over to the pre-flop villain, Yakmai. As much as he gets to have a lot of this board,
Break 15 minutes. Break 15 minutes.
Hayek obviously rates to be defending with something a lot better than 6-3 offsuit typically. Not on this occasion though.
Yeah, when we say this,
barrel comes in.
When they say this, you know, players have got range advantages. Of course, Hayek can have king 10-9 as well. It's more that he just has more of those 6 highs. Although ironically, Ollie, case in point, both having 6 high in that particular one.
Well, that's it for the frame, James. Samir Hayek will end up the shortest of stacks as the boys will be relocated. Boys and the young lady.
There we go. I was going to correct you.
Sibgatova. Yuri Reichenstein. Active toward the middle part of the program, then slowed down. A dearth of suited kings, perhaps responsible for that. Kapustin, though, moving up to 72 bigs, 3.6, and those bigs, of course, will be going up not long from now, as we will step aside shortly. Ali Nishad, James Dempsey, back in the booth. Obviously, we were dressed by the same person this morning, James, as I look at our monitor and realize, truly, it's not just our minds that are headed in the same direction, but perhaps our wardrobes as well.
Are you going to fire your stylist, are we? Is that what it's come to? Is that what you're trying to say?
Definitely not. But on the topic of fire, it was Dennis Kapustin that was on fire really during that frame, James, and worked his way up the ladder. Very impressive. Really don't think anybody stood out as being somebody that we would have some concerns about moving forward in this event, which has less than 50 runners remaining, 376,000 up top. That's a talent pool, any of whom we could pluck out and find at the final table.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see 2 or 3 of those players make it to the final table.
Sure,
Obviously, there's some differing styles in there, but they're all very competent. And we saw that post-flop especially. They all played very well post-flop.
And sort of merit veterans as well, who have the context necessary to navigate post-flop situations against one another in a custom-tailored fashion, as I've alluded to.
Yeah, that's a big point as we lose more and more players. And you get forced into the situations where we saw players join a table without understanding the previous dynamic. That's where local knowledge really comes into its own, and you can come in with a template already how to play against some of these different styles.
Well, you can't spell template without plate, and plates are what the players are going to be reaching for right now, as it is the dinner break. We will step aside from the stream. However, bookmark it. We'll be back end of the dinner break with continuing coverage here from day 3 of this massive Merit Poker Carmen Series main event. You don't want to miss the conclusion of play for the evening, and of course, we'll crown our champ tomorrow. But in the meantime, just a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back with more coverage after this.
So this is a situation where we do get to have non-all-in 4 bets that aren't super small. So I'd like to see him take it up to sort of 400K.
Dennis Kapustin, big moment for him being in the money in this main. Results on Hendon dating back just to September of 2021. Did join us for the Western Series main event where he finished 34th. Also played a little bomb pot Omaha. But his best live cash, 11,500. Pivotal moment for him here as he looks to better that figure off of 2 million.
Sibgatova not enjoying this protracted inquisition decision by Kopstein. Sigbatova's jacks obviously very good. Love to play the pot against Reichstein, but you do not want to get called full bet when you've got 2 jacks.
No.
Just so often you're up against a hand like this or the bigger pair. It looks like he is going to go for a size in the 400s. Taking him time counting it out. Yeah, Sigbatova's not enjoying watching this moment, and it's going to be very hard for her to continue because, well, I say that, Ali. There are a lot of chips on this table. A lot's obviously been going on. We don't know what. Wow, he's gone really small.
Yeah, he sure has. A 4-bet to 300,000. The type of bet that would seek to retain Sigbatova 100% of the time.
Yeah, I mean, he's gone for the absolute minimum. Sigbatova put the 60 up to 180, so the 120K raise. Kapustin's put it up to 300,000.
Now, the math does not allow her to fold.
No, this is just...
But she's got 1.1 back, and what is she going to make of this sort of ginger...
Well, that's the thing. The 4-bet range is still super tight, and when someone 4-bets this size, you don't really think they're light. This isn't going to be the ace-5 suited part of the range, Ali.
No.
So you are thinking it's a range of... Well, it's weird. I'm not expecting anyone to 4-bet this size. That's the problem.
I don't think she was either.
But then you're thinking, do they do this with ace-king? Probably not. You start thinking, is this just the nutted part? The king's the ace, so she's almost set money with 2 jacks. Sees a 10-6-3 flop.
It's a good flop for her.
In any normal circumstance, this is not a normal circumstance. This is a very peculiar position to be in.
Yeah, she's really going to be super passive, I would imagine, from this point forward in the hand. And by the way, these jacks don't get to see showdown if they face 3 barrels.
Yeah, if I Kupperstein here, I mean, you just got to go for this now. You've almost with that sizing kind of repped exclusively aces. I mean, it sounds silly. We are not privy to what's happened for the first few hours. Like I said, there's a lot of chips in this table. They've obviously been butting heads. We've already seen a cold 4-bet with the previous hand. Multiple 3-bets already. This cold 4-bet. Kupperstein betting 1 at 25. I kind of like the small sizing because Sigbatova obviously 3-bet, peeled him in 4-bet. She's going to do that with a lot of hands that just can't continue on 10-6-3. It's not just pocket pairs early. It's not just a strong hand. She's going to have, you know, the ace-jacks of the world, the king-queens of the world. All those kind of hands struggle against the bet on this flop. So we don't have to go big. And he has gone small. Sigbatova, I don't really think can do anything but call. Again, I'm going to caveat everything Ali with unaware of recent dynamics. We'll get more aware, of course, as this frame progresses.
So, Sigbatova flats as another $250,000, slides into the middle, almost $1 million total in the pot. And what sweet relief this turn card is.
Wow.
All the discomfort melts away for Sigbatova, who is now praying that she was up against queens through aces.
Yeah, bizarrely, obviously a hand that Kupperstein improves on, given that it gives him a gut shot. The worst card in the deck for him, though, in reality, Sigbatova with those 2 jacks. But it is one that he has to be slightly concerned about because jacks do play this way with the flop bet. We kind of, I can't believe he's managed to find the check back early. I mean, I can because of everything I was about to say, but incredible stuff. Because it was so tempting to carry on. So tempting to go after the 9s, the 8s maybe that were still in there. I don't know if they necessarily 3-bet pre-flop. That was what I was going to come round to. It's more likely to be the jacks part of the range, but there's also going to be some 10x that we could just blast off with ace-king.
Now the value comes in from Sigbatova, 375. The ace-king promptly finds the muck. So avoiding further losses is Denis Kapustin.
Bizarre hand. Oh. That 4-bet from Reichenstein showing a lot of strength. Of course, there are going to be some nonsense in there. We know he's a very capable opponent. He's the sort of guy that will occasionally mix in some of those suited aces, the ace-5s of the world. But we're not expecting to see jacks or 10s here. And we're not expecting... Well, actually, we may see ace-queen. Ace-queen's a really nice hand to 4-bet forward. But obviously, holding 2 queens early, we know that part of the range is far less likely to be in there.
Yeah, he blocks that ace-queen stuff right now. And so the ace-king lurks.
Yeah, again, we don't know what's been going on before we came here. But there are a lot of chips in this table, and I imagine there's been a lot of butting heads. So there are scenarios where this could potentially become a really, really nitty fold. I don't think that's what's going to happen here. Just because these players are clearly being throwing punches at each other.
Such a delicate phase of the tournament, though, as you're looking to survive and work your way into those bigger payouts. One little misstep,
he does
and
fold
it
it.
can all come unraveled.
He does fold it.
You did have a hunch, and I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that he's out of position against a 3-better and a 4-better as an upfront raiser himself.
He's open under the gun. That's the key point here. Jazar, again, I don't know what his 3-bet frequency is. The fact he's 3-betting 9s tells me he's probably 3-betting too many, but he's 3-betting Ali for value. I don't know how many times he's turned up 3-betting as bluffs. So he's right in the 3-bet is value, and he's therefore right that the 4-bet is also value. And queens just shrink against that range.
As absurd as it seems, there are moments where hands like that do find the muck and do so understandably. However, Jazar, a larger investment with the 175 out there, going to roll the dice for 250 more. And note that Yuri's 4-bet has rid him of the guy that had him in jail, the 2 queens.
Well, I mean, the difference is...
King, 3, deuce, and this is a fairly dry board. Jazar going to check it over. Certainly not lost on him, James, is the prospect of an ace-king lurking.
Yeah, but I mean, this is just a board that Reichenstein. Well, I say Reichenstein has to follow up. Obviously, his 3 bets, ace king, his 4 bets, right, ace king. Occasionally, maybe he's gone bananas with king queen off as like a bluff. King queen suited as a bluff. He also has kings and aces, so you just feel like he bets here. And Jazar's going to have, I don't think we expect him to have 9s too often, but certainly he's going to have jacks and queens himself.
Little to little out.
And so it does go for the small
Slowly
sizing.
wants to take my chips.
Jazar's not wrong.
And look at Maroon just chatting away throughout this hand as the downsized 100K c-bet brings the pot to almost 1.2. Turn card puts a 3rd spade on board, and now Yuri picks up the nut flush draw.
Oh yeah, a lock on the hand. Checked in once again. He's sized it up, leaving himself pot with still 2 streets to go. Only behind here, Ali, against the traps. Maybe. Oh, no, I was going to say this. If I'm trying to find a hand he could possibly be losing to, it's like king, queen of spades. But I mean, that's so out of line as played. So just going to go very small again here. Ollie, make it very hard for those, for basically jacks and queens. That's what he's targeting here. And maybe even the other ace kings. Ollie, that is possible. And perhaps that's probably the most likely, is the other ace kings. Yeah, is sizing out. Again, about quarter pot. No need to go any bigger. Really, really hard for Jazar. Jacks and queens with a spade will obviously, I think, be very tempted, but red 9s, surely now must find the mark, has to be said, perhaps a little bit late. And he does.
I don't blame him for peeling the 100K after on tour. It cuts a couple of ways. On one level, maybe you get a lot of people who aren't playing as optimally against you because of presumptions that maybe, oh, you're just a girl, and how much could you know about poker, and that sort of misogynistic absurdity.
Yeah, it's...
But conversely, sometimes you'll get people that really are sort of gunning for you.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Just, you know, anytime... You just stand out of the table more. It's not how it should be. Our game has no physiological edge.
Right.
But you do just stand out by virtue of being women. So people pay attention to you more almost when you play the hands. And then there is also different cultures, different people, different upbringings will treat women in a different way, and it does create a completely different dynamic.
Obviously, everybody's entitled to play their hands the way that they want, but definitely incumbent upon us all to respect one another, regardless of race, color, creed, any sort of beliefs. That's part of the beauty of poker, is it brings us all together.
Wow,
a mutual love of a game. And on the topic of love, Yuri loves hearing the term all in when he has opened with the aces, as Joalsa picks an awful time to take the solver bait with the ace-3 suited.
Yeah, he's looking for love, Ollie. He's looking for a lot of heart.
Yeah, he is.
It's about the only way he can get out of this coup.
10-9 for ugliness, and you can understand why the wires are coming off of Joalsa. Appointment on him. Just north of 20 bigs. Just ran into it there. A viable option.
It's not.
Can't keep people hostage.
Clipper.
More ace-king popping up here. Sibgatova, poorly timed king-5 suited open.
Yeah, this
from fairly early position, by the way, off of this north of 2 million chip stack. Respect. She's getting after it.
It's in vogue, Ali.
The suited
king
kings?
X's, yeah. Wow, this table is just delivering some hands. This is the man that I feel missized before. He's been dealt into almost exactly the same scenario, although this time the 4-bet value of your hand with queens is different to ace-king. Ace-king, you're trying to elicit a lot of folds. Queens, you're trying to think, how do I get worse hands to call? The ace-king blocks aces and kings. The queens doesn't. different situations, but a similar hand strength. Let's see how he approaches it this time. Last time was a click. 50 blinds deep he is, although Clipper the shorter stack, so we're actually only playing around 35. We know Clipper 3-bets a lot, are we? We've seen it time and time again. And this time, not the bigger sizing, but certainly bigger in relation to the open. And again, it does make a little bit more sense to go smaller against Clipper, because he only has just over $1 million to start the hand.
So the 4-bet to 325,000 again.
Yeah, this is
on the lighter side.
It is, but like I say, it makes a bit more sense. Clipper's less incentivized to peel, and he does move all in. And this
Snap call from Dennis as Clippers off to the races here. The most classic of all no-limit hold'em confrontations.
Yeah, huge pot.
Yeah, and you see the exhale there.
5-bet jam
for Kapustin. As indeed, the 5-bet jam is snap called. 2.3 million chip pot to the flop. Jack high, safe for the 2 queens, which have a spade at work as well. Turn card does bring a spade, and that will take a couple of outs off the board for Ari Clipper.
Door closing, Ollie.
Needs to hit a red ace or king on the river, and instead, it's the deuce of diamonds.
Inquires as to the severity of the situation, but it is curtains for the warm-up champ, Ollie, and the man who has perhaps provided us the most entertainment over the last 10 days or so.
So announcing his arrival is Edward Barsegian. Walked through his resume already. Such an impressive one.
Kapustin, ace queen. This is a raise in anyone's game, Ali. Jazar, there's the man who has lost the chip lead by virtue of Reichstein going bananas behind.
Yeah, it was the pocket nines against the ace king that left Jazar off of his high water mark. A flat caller here with the threes, set mining. Yuri not interested in the ace 10.
Yeah, good understanding of what's going on here. Under the gun open, Jazar peeling, ace 10 off plays pretty poorly. He's going to play it, has 3-bet, doesn't want to 3-bet against the under the gun. So just lets it go. So Matty in a different situation, of course, from the big blind. A very nice price. Oh, with 400k back though, is he thinking of just ripping here? Maybe. Kind of Jazar, maybe he's thinking doesn't dominate him that often.
Yeah, he is going to deploy his remaining 400 plus as Dennis Snap asks for a count here.
Yeah, and obviously Ali, the other players have referenced this man being very active, so that clearly going to lead into Zamatian quite rightly thinking there are plenty of hands that are going to raise fold under the gun here, and he is correct in that assumption, just happening to run into one of the ones that won't be raise folding.
Yeah, Mikhail Zamyatin. Fate hanging in the balance. Very much tethered to this decision.
It is funny though, Ollie, how the ace 10 on the button.
And back for continuing coverage of the main event here at the Merit Carmen Series inside the Crystal Cove Hotel, Resort and Casino. Ali Najat joined in the booth now by one David Lappin. An upgrade, if you will, from James Dempsey.
Lovely.
Teasing, of course.
What do you mean you're teasing?
Fair. There's a look at our new group of 8. Blinds at 2050. Just the big blind ticking up from the 2040 level. Michael Magalishvili. 112 big blinds, a whopping 5.5 million plus. 42% of the chips at this table. A distant second is Simeon Spasov, Antanas Pavlov, Daniel Kyosef, Alexander Ivanov. Jakub Michalek also there. Jack Sinclair, who seems cinched into that hoodie.
Yeah, I think the phrase is bet on.
I mean, not since E.T. have I seen something as well wrapped. Maybe the last burrito I ordered, but that is remarkable. Remarkably taut hoodie there on Mr. Sinclair. Obviously, know him.
It's not even cold in the poker room.
Spasov with the 2 5s. The opener. Oh, and a set of 5s on the King 5-4 board after Pavlov defended. Does pick up a flush draw, so things could be worse. Satanas. Pavlov checks it over. Just shy of $1 million in career tournament earnings on that man there as he faces an $80K follow through from Spasov. Pavlov makes the call. Does not improve.
Yeah, interesting that Pavlov includes the 10-8 8 of clubs in his minimum defense frequency here. Clearly has ideas of trying to win this one. If the board breaks out and his opponent shows some weakness here, of course, he's not going to do that.
And that opponent is a well-decorated one, David, as Simeon Spasov does have a World Series of Poker bracelet on his resume. Just recently, in 2022. Runner-up on a couple of occasions in Merit Poker High Rollers in 2019 and 2022, respectively. 1.4 million plus in career tournament earnings, and the turn barrel does get the job done. Man likes to play a big buy-in now and again. Most recently in February, cashing in the EPT Paris High Roller.
Makes a lot of sense, right?
45th place finish there.
Makes a lot of sense, right?
Didn't make his mark during the Western Series, but 3 cashes during the Merit Vintage Series. Now we'll look there at Azmat Berganov.
Now, I was led to believe we have a monstrously big stack at this table. Is that correct?
I'm going to allow you, once the camera pans around. There it is. What do you think?
It was bigger than that. They've chipped him up for sure.
So you're just going based on volume now, are you? Tell you what. That's plenty big.
It's very big. Remember Magalashvili? I mentioned him earlier on today. He was the vanquisher of poor old Luke Bindel with the pocket pair. Double gut shot against Luke's over pair. Did manage to spike one of those gut shots. One of those double belly busters.
Actually ran into Luke shortly after that bust. And as if I didn't already know that he had the right temperament to be a tournament pro. You always kind of know man's on his feet roaming around, wild plays going on. Probably not a good sign when you know that he was in that particular event. He simply looked up, said, "Do you know where David is? I know the two of you get on very well." I said, "He's in the booth. He'll be out in about 15 minutes. I'll be tagging in." I said, "Okay." I said, "What's going on with you?" I said, "Oh, busted." That's poker. And meant it.
Yeah, I spoke to Luke. He's jumping into 2K any minute now, actually. May have already just started. So he had a little break between both tourneys. And indeed, a very stoical, well-seasoned pro.
35 big blinds deep is Atanas Pavlov. Talked about him having just shy of $1 million in earnings, courtesy of the Hendon mob. Results dating back to 2017. High watermark in terms of buy-in, hovering right around this figure.
Michalak looking for a spot to get it all in. This might be it.
Yeah, 400K in front of him. 8 bigs. And the Jack-9 suited is going to run into Tulip Berganov's 2 red queens.
All in.
And Azamat jams over the top for his remaining 710K.
No, wow.
Wow. The man who can play Grim Reaper to both of these boys has an ace-king in the cutoff, makes the call. Yeah. Never mind the 9-3. It would take oh so much kit for Sinclair to look to get involved in this particular spot. Bad one for Michalak, who has 17% equity. Tulip Berganov, 45% equity, but threatened by the ace-king in a 1.3 million chip pot. So the main will include Jakob, and then the side will be between the queens and the ace-king.
Both are at risk.
Michalashvili, if he were to bink this ace or king, up to 6 million. What a stack at this stage of the tournament.
Burn down, 3 off the top. Bated breath in the room, and the queen high board is a wonderful one for Tulip Berganov. However, it is monotone. Not a fact lost on the field as Michalashvili looking for the spade. Deuce of clubs, clean, and you see tension on the face of Azamat. No longer for Michalak, who doesn't need to sweat this river. And that river is clean. Top set holds, and that is going to be a triple with cheese. I like that there from Michalashvili. Just a sporting bump of the fist.
Nice moment.
No, that's... There, guys.
Not going to call it a flesh wound, but certainly nothing that leaves him mortally wounded.
Tulip Berganov dragging in
50 or 10?
10.
10.
1.8 million, I reckon.
What a sweat.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You're so fast call, I see. Oh, shit.
You're doing okay against the fast call as well.
Looks like the west wing of that structure there has been sort of lopped off for Michalashvili, but it's still an impressive piece of real estate.
Yeah, not quite the Taj Mahal it once was.
Have you been to the Taj Mahal, Dave?
No, I was in India between the last 2 merit stops. I was in a town called Aurangabad, which actually has its own sort of mini Taj Mahal. Has a sort of miniature version.
Is it on a golf course?
It's not on a golf course. No, it's kind of on, I guess, like farmland, you would say. It's...
Well, you know what I was getting at. Putt-putt, perhaps, is where I've seen small Taj
not
Mahals.
that, not that miniature. No,
Okay.
like pretty big, to be honest.
All right. A replica.
Yeah, Aurangabad have a replica, sort of, I think maybe 1/3 size, 1/4 size. Big building. It's their #1 tourist attraction. So we went.
Were you impressed?
Yeah.
But then you realized at some point.
I'll show you that. I'll show you the pictures.
Kiosev realizes up front with ace-queen a raise is warranted, that it's just a building.
Indeed.
And shortly after arrival, you're like, now what? 6-7 suited. A tempter under normal circumstances. Ace-9 suited, perhaps a tempter as well. Sinclair with less than $500,000 in front of him. We're talking about sub-10 bigs. Is this the one?
This is very player dependent. If Jack has seen Kiosef opening light on a few occasions, may get involved. It's a tricky one to navigate. Looks like he's come with a call here. Interesting way to go. Playing.
Yeah, that's 20% of his remaining stack.
Playing them bigs. Wonder if it's an intended stop go. I hope for his sake it isn't.
Yeah, Queen 8-4 Rainbow. He is in devastating shape. So checks it over to Kiosef.
He really just has to bet the one big blind here on a board such as this. Sinclair obviously has those back doors, but not a lot to write home about here. This mat's made it kind of tough for him.
This is almost offensive to be facing the 60K bet here. The price is just so wonderful, but the situation, not a great one. So Sinclair is retained, and that is a beautiful development for Ace-Queen. Now the board pairs.
Kiosef just never getting away here, despite how tricky and trappy this one appears. So question is, how do you get your chips in? And I guess you go small again, maybe 100 this time. Don't have to worry about Jack having a 4. One would think he would have put in a big pocket pair, feeling like there was pot commitment already by Kiosef. So it's a ponderous situation for Kiosef, who I assume is just going to bet small again. Maybe putting his opponent on something like Queen Jack at best and feeling like he could get it all. Oh, crafty.
Now the check back, bringing backdoor diamonds. Sinclair's got to just want to get this one to showdown, right? 420 in the middle, 350 back, shy of 1 SPR. Is he going to turn his hand into a bluff, figuring that Kiosef is never checking back a hand as strong as Ace-Queen?
Right, yeah.
Wouldn't blame him, but it would be a self-inflicted wound. And a mortal one. Oh, and he does jam. As played, we know Kiosef is going to be snap calling.
Yeah, cool.
And that's the end of the road for Jack Sinclair. Didn't even need to be shown the Ace-Queen. He knows as soon as that call is made, Ace-9 is never good. So it was a short-lived stint here at the feature for Mr. Sinclair.
Well played.
Yeah, a nod of
95th.
approval from one of his table mates there, acknowledging the deft little turn check back.
Yeah.
Thinking to himself, maybe Jack had a play such as that one in his arsenal. And throwing out enough rope to the Englishman.
Couldn't quite make out if Jack finished in 44th or 45th. There is a difference. 85.35 for a 45th place finish. 9,990 for 44th.
715.
Knocking on the door of 5-figure payouts, which will come our way once we get to 35 players.
Sorry.
Sinclair 45th, it would appear, $8,535 going his way. Pocket eights for Dennis Kapustin. On the button, was very active in the last frame. David V-pipping up and cobbling his stack well north of where it was at the start of the frame.
So he's just been moved, correct?
Yeah.
Interesting to see how he handles these new table dynamics.
Kiosev defends his big, 4-5 off. Comes up empty on the ace-king high board. $90K follow through, and Kiosev puts it into the muck. Lappin, the flat payout structure does make it such that you don't need to necessarily have surgical precision about your timing when 8 different places are going to make the same amount of money. There's not immediate pay jumps to be realized.
Yeah, I think if I'm in that position, it's always nice to get the jump, and you don't want to feel like you missed out on the jump if it was there to nab. But yeah, I'm probably not thinking about it too much until maybe one away from that moment. As we see another player move to the table, filling up here on the feature.
Don't like to leave a void behind for long, do we? Kind of brutal. It's like when your ex gets with someone new shortly after you break up, and you're like, wow, no one remembers me.
No one remembers Jack Sinclair.
Who's that? Oh, you mean E.T.?
He was but a dream.
Sort of sad to see Jack dispatched so quickly.
I
He's
feel
fun
like
to
he's
watch
been
play.
sort of trolled by this stream over the last couple of stops. He's basically been brought on to bust with the short stack every single time. And he has been out there in the room with stacks on occasion. We never brought him over when he had stacks. So
Kiss of
from
death.
our audience's point of view, they just think he's this like short stack guy who just nerdles his way in. And then as soon as the TV camera lights are put near him, he panics.
Doesn't have the affect of a man who panics, but perhaps someone who's heard Final Boarding Call searching for Mr. Sinclair in an airport hall or two. You like that, Reed? Yeah. You think he's punctual? I feel like he's missed a flight or 4.
You think?
Yeah. And I respect it. Sort of a merit badge for any seasoned traveler, missing a flight. It's how you recover. That's what matters.
I've only ever missed one plane.
I want to say I'm in the same camp, believe it or not.
No, I don't believe
Yeah, yeah. And by the way, I shouldn't have missed it. Gate agent printed out the manifest prematurely. 12 minutes before the departure, 10-minute cutoff. Closed the door, wanted to get on with it. Talking to you, Wanda, at Chicago O'Hare, I remember. Meanwhile, Pavlov, King 10 offsuit, picks up an all-in behind him from Ivanov's Ace-Jack suited.
Speaking of fish called Wanda.
Speaking of boarding doors that appear to be closed. Don't think this is a figure. That's going to be retaining the pre-flop opener.
Sapsa back on the feature table. He was also on our earlier frame. Wily character.
No shortage of those out here in the Merritt streets, and I love to see it.
He threw a little limpy dimpy with his aces under the gun in one hand.
That one seems very fishy, though, when we limp and then back raise.
Yeah, he didn't get the chance to back raise. He actually ended up having to play a limp pot against the blinds.
Oh, that's actually not what you want.
Not really, but he did, in that instance, he managed to get 2 streets against the small blind who had flopped top pair and I guess was going for value. There he is, Yüksel Savza. Those 2 million chips are only 41 bigs now. Sorry, Ali.
No. Same point to be made.
20. 4 blue.
Okay. Sorry.
Otherwise, we all go crazy after the blind.
And some news from outer tables. Uri Reichenstein, who I know was on your last frame, is now up to 3.7 million. Battling hard there. Boris Smushkevicius, or Smush as we like to call him, 1.6 million. Edward Barsagian, Edward V, as he's been dubbed by our colleague James Dempsey, 1.3 million. Who would bet against him making another final table? But the big mover is Maxime Chilot. He's now amongst the chippies again.
Chilot was just a chip vacuum at the top of the day on the feature. As Simeon Spasov hauls in another one, knocking on the door of 50 bigs, 2.5 million. I think the particular threats, David, when we get down to this many players in the field, are not simply the folks that have chips, but specifically the players who have won big multi-table tournaments before. Because when you get down to that final table, provided that you're able to do so, there really is a sort of nuance, sort of navigational shift that you really need to have a firm finger on the pulse of if you hope to get into that spot. And also, you're going to end up playing heads-up poker. And that is a very different animal.
Yeah, picking up on your general point there, I think one of the aspects is the experience and the composure that you will bring, having been there, done that before. But I think the other point within the point you made is having to play shorter handed. When we get down to 14 left, it'll be 7 on each table, then 12 people, 6 on each table. We'll have some 5-handed poker, back to full ring, and then shorter and shorter again. And you're right, a lot of players, even very experienced players, if they normally play their trade live, may only make 1 or 2 final tables a year. And that's not even that bad an outcome. And therefore, you won't really have a lot of final table experience, short-handed experience, compared to maybe the guys who play online or the guys who are proper grinders and have, you know, been there, done that, won many tournaments in the past.
Right. Savsa hauling one in. A rare, unknown commodity when it comes to producer Milbutas, who knows just about everybody that comes through the door. And if he's not known to Milbutas, and he's probably not that well known to any of the players here at the feature either. Though maybe some scouting being done based on his tenure at an earlier feature.
Yeah, I think people could have picked up quite a bit from his last stint on the live stream. Certainly somebody who is a little more unreliable, a little trappier, a little more unusual. Larger opening sizes was a feature of his play as well. Not necessarily with particular strengths of hands, just preferring a larger open. We'll have to see if he's continued in that vein when he gets a chance to open now. Obviously, the relative stacks have all shrunk down to fewer and fewer big blinds, so maybe he has a different strategy with a 40 big blind stack than he did earlier on with a 60, 70 big blind stack. We're not going to find out this hand, I don't think. We'll be a little optimistic.
Dinner for 2?
Beautiful.
One of the more unsavory hand nicknames. Magalashvili from the small blind, going to limp his ace. Sometimes the bad part of the range likes to activate. Try to take it down uncontested, David. And that would explain this reach from Pavlov. How much is he going to make it? 200? 175?
Yeah, interesting situation now for Magalashvili. Obviously, he can call, and there won't be much expectation for him to have too many aces in that range. That'll be part of the plan here. Pavlov, he'll know. Obviously, could be raising stronger than the ace-7. Could be raising some, you know, good Broadway combos as well. That would be reasonable. But, oh my goodness me.
Wow. How on earth is this the flop? The limp call from Magalashvili, who's facing a stack of 1.4 million that has outflopped his top pair with bottom 2. Pavlov at this point just praying he's up against an ace that can actually deliver him some chips, but some vulnerability, of course, for the queen deuce.
Yeah, far from over here, but so far the logic of this hand will be Magalashvili reasonably happy, aware that his ace could be outkicked here. That's plausible. Obviously, he got raised pre-flop, but the plan was to flat here and hope that his opponent did his betting for him, representing the kind of hands he could have. Wow.
Queens full on the turn as Magalashvili check called.
No reason for Magalashvili to slow down here. He's got a customer. In fact, the most likely cards are another Queen X, maybe. Ooh.
Now the check back from Pavlov could very well contain some ace X, David, that's just looking to avoid an uncomfortable situation if they follow through again and get raised on the 2-queen board.
Yeah, I just wonder if Pavlov sort of discounted the number of ace X because of the pre-flop action, discounted the number of queen X because combinatorically it's not very likely, and therefore came upon maybe his opponent having a king 10 or a king jack and thinking, well, maybe I need my opponent to catch up, and maybe it could be great if they do make a straight, so I'll give them a free one. On balance, I do prefer just betting the turn and trying to build this pot. You have an opponent who's already willing to call on flop. Maybe, just maybe, you can target the ace-5s, the ace-7s as we see here.
Well, we did see a very slippery check back on the turn already from Daniel Kiosev, which led to the demise of Jack Sinclair. How much will this turn check back from Pavlov cost Magalashvili? The answer is 450,000 as Michael makes the call and continues a recent downward trend here.
Yeah, 1.6 million lost in those two hands so far. Not the start to this feature table he would have wanted.
And yet he still has plenty of chips.
Yeah, it can be psychologically a bit funny when you're up stuck, as Phil Lack termed it many, many years ago. Obviously, if you were to look down at those chips coming in cold, you'll think, oh, this is fantastic. I'm probably 3rd or 4th place in the tournament. But when you were way out in front a few moments ago and basically had an orbit from hell, but it's an orbit that would have eliminated a good chunk of players in this field. And I guess the fact that you had all those chips meant you could take a few hits. That's a consolation.
To expand upon that point, though, psychology really has so much to do with tournament poker, and just recognizing the idea that this is still plenty of chips to continue to do exactly as you were doing before.
Yeah, and I don't anticipate he will panic or do anything different. Not much he could have done in either of those two hands, just the way it went.
We've both witnessed players, though, from time to time, Lappin, who are on the big stack, kind of run into an orbit such as this one, and then feel compelled to hastily kind of plug the holes in the hull and get after it and try to write what they feel like is a listing ship. But this is a seaworthy vessel.
For sure.
Still with almost 4 million in front of them.
You made it.
Live poker can be a funny experience for all these reasons. Even
190.
some seasoned players will succumb to the emotional journey that a 4-day tournament takes you on, and feel a little bit like they've been beaten up and they are out for vengeance, when if it was just a postage stamp on their Sunday screen,
Right.
it wouldn't give them a second's thought.
I also want to point out just how professionally Magalashvili dealt with the fact that he was shown Queen Deuce offsuit. It demonstrates that he understands the game. He knows that lower range, when he limps, oftentimes will try to take the pot away pre, and that's the way the cookie will crumble from time to time. None of this sort of big demonstrative, what are you doing, why did you raise pre-flop, as sometimes we can see from a less seasoned player.
For sure.
When I say a less seasoned player, I'm really referring to myself in that spot, where I will stand up and scream, this idiot had Queen Deuce to the entire room, because I'm an orangutan of sorts.
I imagine you to be over-seasoned. Very salty.
Salty for sure.
Occasionally
bitter,
spicy.
even. Spicy at times. Sure. Those who play in my private game back in Las Vegas will definitely attest to the fact that sometimes the money trading hands shouldn't create the emotional responses that it does. But it's just playing against your crew and just having that competitive drive, wanting to emerge victorious. As now Pavlov putting the ace-7 offsuit to work that didn't fare well for Magalashvili, albeit from the button where he limp opens. Not the kind of stuff we see all that often. King 10 deuce. Ivanov. Second pair.
Yeah, I must admit I do incorporate a limping strategy into my game at times. Not necessarily at this stack depth, but remember he's playing the 795k effective with the small blind. Didn't want to raise call it off to that stack, so maybe decided this would be the more interesting route. Also, if you feel like your button open's going to get called pretty wide by the big blind and you just maybe don't really fancy your chances against a very strong player in the big blind, sometimes keeping it a little smaller is no harm.
Also, Kapustin has him covered, so that's a bit of a concern as well.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see habitual button limps from him, but that setup there.
Yeah, I definitely like deploying the limping strategy off the sort of more conventional 20 big blind type stacks when you get into that spot. Actually spent quite a lot of time studying those exact situations.
I've spent quite a lot of time,
much though these days,
David, studying the various snack offerings that players have available to them here at Merit at all hours. Put in a cash game session till the wee morning. A couple of nights ago, 5, 6 a.m., we called it quits. And there's a number of delightful dried fruit and nut plates that one can put on request. Now, we didn't get the dried fruit, but here in the booth, I give you a splendid cornucopia of the Middle East's finest dry roasted cashews, pistachios, walnuts, and whatever those things are.
yeah, I wouldn't have thought they were
garbanzo beans.
I wouldn't have thought they were the most conducive to commentary, eating nuts. I thought that was like one of the more pesky.
Here's the thing, David. You don't always need to hide the fact that you're snacking in the booth.
Okay.
Right. Safsa, snacking with the ace-queen. I'm snacking with the pistachios. It doesn't get any better than this.
Well, I can remember in the not too distant past an even more splendid moment where we were in the spa together, Ali, you and I, and James was there as well, and decided on a little sauna. after, no doubt, an hour of sitting in a jacuzzi. And you delivered to James and I dried apricot, which I thought was both classy and a bit surprising.
Socially awkward, perhaps.
It was a bit socially awkward because it was in front of people as well.
Yeah. Nothing awkward about ace-9 deuce. An easy continue for the pre-flop raiser. Savsa, Spasov, nothing on the stovetop.
Had a prison barter vibe.
Shut this kitchen down. Now, had I come in with cigarettes, perhaps a more high-dollar barter item in a carceral environment, David,
Well,
I could see it.
It was a small sauna.
It really was, and honestly, it was rude of me not to have brought more. That was the most people I'd ever been in a sauna with, and perhaps the smallest sauna I'd been in a while. It was a dense configuration, and I didn't offer any dried apricots to anybody else, which was rude of me.
What worried me most was you didn't have them in your hands walking in, so I didn't know where they came from.
They were fresh when I walked in. The sauna was so hot that by the time I opened my palm and handed them to you, they were dried. That's really what happened. They say that sauna is good for you. I don't think I stick around long enough to find out. It's just due to my kind of death-averse disposition.
You definitely get a sweat on.
Yeah, I'm not into the sweat thing. I like to smell good.
Were we meant to rub the apricots on us? Did I do it wrong by eating it? were you averse to, you were like, oh.
Yeah, you're supposed to put them over your eyes and then just lay down.
Lappin's been sweating a lot. I think bring him an apricot, maybe he'll
Yeah.
clean himself off.
Oh, Kapustin on the button. Likes the smell of a couple of queens. Makes it 100 to go.
Spasov sweating the king 10.
It's eerie because those were the exact words that would have come out of my mouth had you not said them. We're starting. It's good that we're done tomorrow, David. Terrifying.
I'm just worried about going home and what my speech pattern will be like to my family. It's completely changed over the last 11 days. Just looking for segues in every conversation.
Well, this is a bit of a different pattern from Spasov. 3 bets to 375K, and he's picking on the big stack of Kapustin here. Might he think that the ranges are wide, given that VPIP that he may have borne witness to during earlier activity at the feature from Kapustin? Obviously, he's run into it here.
Yeah, this is a great bet from Spasov, picking up on a point made by James Dempsey in an earlier frame, choosing a really good size here, really, trying to win this pot here and now, charging his opponent, defining his opponent's range. He's going to define it all the way up to queens here, unfortunately for himself, and likely have this shipped in. Unless Kapustin finds another size. I don't think he can against this size of 3-bet. Yeah.
Oh, and all in might have been synonymous with Merriam and Webster on that occasion, as the hand is defined, as you mentioned, all the way up to 2 queens, and 375K is passed to the right.
Unperturbed, Spasov, he knows he was likely to be up against a wide range there, decided it was a good opportunity to take the bull by the horns. Just didn't work out this time. Lots of experience, as you mentioned before, Ali.
Experience that dates all the way back to 2013 for Simeon Spasov in terms of recorded cashes. First ever recorded cash, by the way, is a 5th place finish in a €400 no-limit hold'em main event back in 2013. So how's that for a splash? Final table, your first ever live event.
Yeah, you'll catch the bug from that.
His best live cash, of course, his victory in the 2K No Limit Hold'em event at last year's World Series of Poker, 527,000 plus.
Wow.
Magalashvili, ace queen. Min raise open. Looking for takers. Maybe looking for givers is what we should really call that situation. I don't want anyone to take.
Yeah, interesting one here for Spasov, 40 bigs deep. Whether he wants to peel one here on the button. Looks like he does. Obviously the right kind of hand category.
And similar category for Kiosif in the small. Even further incentivized by the presence of added chips, but deterred by being out of position. Both blinds will flat. The hearts being covered is a poor development for Kiosif. Sapsa closes things off and flops second pair on the 9-high rainbow board, where Spasov has top pair. Pre-flop raiser deems this sort of texture worthy of a continue for 150K. How do you feel about it, David? The look on your face suggests that you're not in love, just given both blinds have come along. And it's kind of tough to rep this stuff. But perhaps not tough to rep an overpair.
Yeah, I think it depends on who your customer is, how you proceed on later streets. Being flatted by Spasov, you're going to put him in that sort of condensed middling range maybe. If it was one of the blinds, you would be more wary of some two-pair combos, but also it would be very hard to discern which pair they had and what they might connect with on the turn. As played, he does pick up two opponents.
Seven on the turn, as Savsa came along for this ride, does deliver a gut shot for some added comfort to Spasov. This is where the ace-queen knows it's not good. As such a check.
Spasov definitely might like to bet this one himself.
Obligated?
One of those spots where he can bet a small sizing, maybe bring someone along for the ride who has an inferior hand now, not look for value just in case on the river unless he improves, and then he can look for some value. I wouldn't be surprised to see a 250 bet here.
$275K, the final figure. Fives are done with it. It would seem ambitious to do anything wily.
Yeah, and looking a little bit beaten up there was Magalashvili, must say. Not sure I love his line. Not sure I would have gone for the flop bet as played. I'm glad he had the good sense to fold turn. Well played by Spasov. Using good hand category, power position, recognizing it was a good spot to bet turn. Getting the job done. But yeah, there he is. Just looking a little bit maybe emotional, I don't know.
Still with plenty of chips, David, but kind of a tattered table image, perhaps.
I'm not sure his table image is in pieces. I just feel like everything's not going his way, and it's been ace queen, it's been ace king.
But it's also
pretty reasonable hands, but just not getting the right runouts.
It's not all hands that have been shown down.
Yeah.
So, in some sense, the rest of the table may not have the feeling that these are all great hands that haven't been able to materialize, and maybe this is a man forcing the issue. And if he's looking a bit worse for the wear, obviously that kind of weakness can be pounced upon from time to time. Perceived, not necessarily real.
Oh, you're 100% right. When there's blood in the water, poker professionals are the sharks. They understand that. If they perceive some weakness, they will be swimming in circles around you. And that can often be somebody who had a lot of chips, lost a few, and you just suspected maybe would be not making the sharpest decisions that they are normally associated with. It's exactly the time when poker players recognize a B or C game being deployed and come after someone. Not saying that's happening right now. Really, all I could be critical about so far is one continuation bet, which is borderline.
And again, this is perception, not necessarily reality, but perception is something that it is important to be mindful of. In terms of the rest of the table's perceptions of us at any given moment in time and how that may shape their responses to our decision making and make those decisions more or less attractive accordingly. And the more that we sort of discuss all of the different elements that go into any given moment at a table or in a hand, David, the more you begin to realize just how mentally grueling and exhausting a full day of play in a main event where a lot of the field that remains is very formidable can be. And we're still 3 levels removed from the end of play. Granted, there's one more level after this before the players will head to their dinner break. I incorrectly, going to the last break, identified that the players would be headed that way. It was just a standard break as we see the Jack 7-4 board favoring the flat of Sapsa from the button with Jack 8. Gut shot straight draw for Kapustin. Sometimes there's a bit of decision fatigue out there.
Yeah, I would never go as far as to say poker is a quote-unquote sport, but it is an exhausting game when you have to concentrate for 3-4 days in a row for a main event. You really don't want to miss anything, especially now down. Maybe we're not in the home straight, but we're getting close to it. Big decisions. And yeah, you don't want to be caught out of the zone, so to speak. It's a hard one to explain to non-poker people because I think what we do appears to be sitting around occasionally chatting to each other and gambling away, but actually there's so much going on and it's a real test of your endurance, tournament poker.
$130K into 320. The figure dialed up by Savsa.
I feel like it has to be a raise here. It's
And
certainly
it sure
no hand
looks
to
that
call.
way. Check pop to 300.
How much?
And this really is just designed to ask the question of the man who flat called us as to whether or not this is just an attempt to take a pot away in position after we've shown no interest
Wow.
post flop.
Just snap clicks it back. Savsa.
630K.
Savage Savsa.
Really just removing any notion that he's up against better than jacks. And I don't think Kapustin really ever even entertained the idea that this could be a possible outcome.
No, Savsa's sort of taken his jack and decided, well, I'm actually going to represent stronger than this.
I would go so far as to describe it as having taken his jack and bludgeoned Kapustin.
Yeah, and I must say I'm already curious that Kapustin hasn't let this one go against someone like Savsa. I feel as though it's an incredibly strong line, flat the button and then raise here. It's very setty, I guess, and that's maybe what he's conscious of, is that it's actually quite polar. But actually we see there he did it with rather merged hand.
Maybe there's some pocket fours, pocket sevens in there that don't want complicated texture development on the end coming from the likes of Savsa with this response.
But what a play there, flatting the button with the jack 8. I understand the continuation bet. I understand continuing the hand, but coming back over the top with the click there was very unexpected.
Have you not learned, Mr. Lappin?
The savagery.
Here at Merit, we expect the unexpected. Delightfully entertaining, and we certainly hope that you would agree as you soak up Day 3 coverage here of the main event on our stream. Delighted to have you with us on our Merit Poker YouTube channel, where we implore you to give us a like and hit the subscribe button so you don't miss a minute of the action, of which there is no shortage. By the way, earlier filmed a bit, just kind of walking us through the upcoming calendar, May 10th through the 25th. We're going to have that Cash Game Festival and Triton Super High Roller Series. In June, we've got some Lebanese-specific Merit Poker Series events. They're going to be going on, part of a standard series. Then back to the theme with the Classic Series in August. And of course, such big news as we see an Ace-Jack running into an Ace-King qualifying as big news of its own for Savsa, who is going to be re-raising, is the EPT paying a visit to the Merit grounds. And that will open up, the cat will be out of the bag.
For sure.
Once the EPT comes calling in October. 3-bet to 290,000.
Awkward spot now for Kyosef once it gets back to him. He may consider going with this hand, given how active Savsa has been. No. Great discipline not to even think about it.
Yeah. Really well served. But you never want to get into these big, bloated spots with kit like Ace-Jack for your tournament life this deep, let alone kind of against the big stack, out of position. You got to fight clean through this phase. Though, certainly, great risk and great reward available to those who maybe get a little dirtier.
Indeed. Speaking of fighting clean, a man who rarely ends up having to show his hands, almost always gets credit, has got credit once again. He featured a little earlier on today, Muad. I made a big deal about this man. I'd seen him play at the Western. He is smashing his way through this field as well. He has just taken down a huge pot on one of the outer tables against Vismanis, Kristaps Vismanis to be specific. Joseph Muad now up to 3.5 million. And a man we hope will feature once again, maybe on one of the later frames.
During the
Love
break,
watching him play.
Actually walked by his table, kind of eyeballed the stack, and I was like, let's go, Mr. Muad.
Yeah, love that guy.
Unsuspecting character out there.
Oh, I kept saying it to Dempsey. It's like butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. Nobody willing to look him up. In fairness, he had it all but one time, so, you know, he just plays really solid. Speaking of playing solid, Shiloh forces out Idemir is the headline on Poker News. Not the Idemir you're thinking of, though.
Not Korai.
Not Korai. Davut, son of... Sorry, it's Recep Idemir is the dad, and Davut is his son, and he's been on the rail for his boy all day, as far as I know. Idemir just lost a chunky enough one to Maxime Chilot, who continues his rise up the leaderboard, 4.7 million now.
That's chapter 2 in the Maxime Chilot rise epic. Queen 10 suited for Savsa. Right back at it, and this time he's running into Queen Queen for Pavlov.
I can leave the area, right?
And it looks like the bell will be rung. Not sure how much salivating Savsa's going to be doing, though.
Yeah, Savsa definitely the Pavlovian dog in this situation. Super dominated by the queens.
And let's see how classically conditioned his response is going to be for the extra 240K. He's got enough chips to speculate, and he looks like a man that doesn't like to be bullied.
Let's see 3.
As you wish.
I think a bit more.
This one swelling to 8.
Let's have a couple more chips out of your stack, though, first, Savsa.
Worth a shot, Lappin. Inadvertent, of course. Ace, ace, 9. And it's a little bit of a pesky board for Pavlov. We do assign quite a bit of that ace-x range, perhaps, to Savsa as an opener and then a caller of this 3-bet. And as such, we proceed with caution out of position with these 2 queens. Interestingly, though, David, holding 2 queens, we block the ace-queens of the world, which definitely rate to be in the category of stuff that would be specifically opening and then calling. And look at Savsa pouncing, betting 200,000, just a quarter pot.
Yeah, having ceded the betting lead here, Pavlov, Savsa willing to go for a no equity pounce. Interesting to see, does he continue his story on the turn? Doesn't have to now, has some showdown, but I don't know if he does feel like he has showdown. He probably thinks the hands he could maybe get his opponent to fold are the jacks and queens of this world by river.
I hate seeing a 10 on the turn here, just because
I want to know what he would have done.
I want to know what Savsa does when he's unimproved on this turn. I think he's got that kind of heart where he can 3-barrel his way through this one.
Well, this is interesting.
Is Pavlov now suddenly going to lead? And we've got our answer. This seems strange. As he bets 380K into the 1.2, roughly 1/3 pot. Deeply incongruent. 3 bets pre, check call, lead.
Yeah, almost like he's representing pocket 10s. It's a curious line with almost any hand, to be honest. It's so contra flow. I just think we've left the game tree and we're just going to have to play some street poker, mano y mano now from now on.
Savsa's the kind of guy that isn't afraid to get his hands dirty and play that kind of poker.
And we saw him click it just moments ago. I wonder if he's contemplating some similar sorcery. Such a strange line.
You know, when things don't add up in our minds, there's instincts that are triggered as a poker player to just have strange suspicions and then maybe rise up and respond with something. It would be so gangster.
Studying hard, his man here, Savsa. You love to see it.
Mr. Bounty, next hand blinds up, small blind 200, big blind 500, and 500.
Look at this.
Doesn't look like it's calling chips, or sorry, raising chips. Because there's 300 in his hand. $375, $380.
Then the look back. Wow.
Now at this
So
point, I'm
much
wondering
going on.
if we're Pavlov, how much Ace X we're going to give Savsa as played.
Loads. It absolutely looks like Ace X. I think Pavlov now trying to figure out if he can represent Ace King, Ace Queen and get maybe an Ace Jack to fold, but it's so hard. The Ace 8, Ace 9, Ace 10 have all got there. I don't even know if he bets here. Is it a bluff or a value bet?
Yeah.
I don't know if he knows where he is in the hand or if he's absolutely no clue where he is.
I mean, we're really swimming in the muck now. Almost 2 million out there, 1.6 back. You see Pavlov counting up his remaining stack. This is deeply uncomfortable territory for both players.
Yeah, you mentioned right at the beginning how he blocks Ace Queen quite significantly here with the 2 queens in his hand. And that would be more useful if we were looking at an Ace Ace 3, 6, 8 board and not the 8, 9 and 10, which basically means that you're hoping your opponent will find a fold with Ace Jack if you go for this.
Yeah. Because
very specific.
We don't expect Ace 8, Ace 9 to be calling the 3-bet that often. The Ace 10 even seems infrequent. And now the 800K bet into 196.
I'm baffled by this.
I am
hand.
too.
It's almost like he knows what his opponent has. If you knew your opponent had Queen 10, you might take this line.
But there's no way.
But it's
given
just
that we
so
got
funky.
The bet on the flop that we just randomly assigned 10x to the caller pre in the face of a 3-bet and then the better on the flop.
I'm so confused by this hand. Can I tap out? Can I tap Dempsey in?
I mean, Savsa does have his man covered here. But a raise would be less than a click.
It's never a bluff line. You can't beat a bluff with Queen 10. I'm confused. My head hurts, Ali. This is a very, very strange hand.
Well, how do you
but a
think
huge
Savsa
one.
feels?
A huge pot. 3.5 million if he calls. And more if he raises. Like, how unbelievably gangster would it be if he stuck the 1.8 in here? No.
So Savsa finds the muck, and I find myself exhaling, accelerated heart rate. Really didn't know what to expect at virtually any point in that hand.
That's the strangest hand I've seen in a long, long time.
I'll tell you what, Pavlov is not entirely certain that those 2 queens were good. Might think he got an ace into the muck there.
Yeah,
David.
maybe thinks he got a Ace 5 suited to fold. I don't know.
Yeah, specifically that kind of kid. As we see him moving into second. 3 players with 59 big blinds apiece as the blinds are in motion as well. Up to 30 and 60,000. And we continue to scratch temples here in the booth in the wake of that exchange between Pavlov and Savsa. 30 big blinds now for Yüksel. I'm just mesmerized still as I reflect upon that pot. An open, a 3-bet, out of position, a call, the ace, ace, 9 board, a check from the 3-better, a barrel with air, a flat. The 10 rolls off, hitting the bluff. Then the lead from the pre-flop 3-better, and a flat from the queen 10, and then another lead into 2.7 for half of our remaining stack, which was completely unclear, like very mergy, but just...
Yeah, very mergy. I think it broke me.
Well, it would have almost broken Savsa if he clicked call, both fiscally and spiritually. He would have been left with vapors. What was that?
As a commentator, there are times when you disagree with the line or where you think another option should be done more frequently, or a time where you think that players should diverge from a balanced theoretical approach because of their specific opponent and a tendency they think they can exploit. And then there are times where you have absolutely no effing clue what just happened.
I tell you what, I enjoy the experience. Truly. Not even being facetious. Because again, we expect the unexpected here at the Merit Poker Carmen series and all series that happen here at Merit Poker.
Yeah.
205. Drawn up by Kapustin's 8-6 suited. Obviously the sizing a little larger when we're trying to pick off the big. Spasov promptly into the muck with the 10-6 off. Are you texting people about that hand? David, has it really left you?
I am speechless, but no, I picked up my phone to take a look at the poker news coverage of some outer table excitement. Roman Kolotyuk, a familiar face to the stream, has just managed to double up 10s against King Queen. He's up to 1.5 million. He won that pot against Yenya Gavrilovic, who is now down to 700k, one of the shorter stacks in the room. And in fact, the very next hand, as I read this in chronological order, Gavrilovic does succumb to Sib Gatova. So we say goodbye to him. No, I don't think I could send that hand to anybody because I think I would just break them as well. Everyone's minds would explode.
Is it a virus? Can we infect people by sending them that hand history? Kapustin under the influence of Ace-King suited here. Ace-3 awaiting Kiosef in the big. Oh, and General Kiosef looks like he's going to be directing additional soldiers toward this battlefield, and indeed, there are the orders. Marching papers being issued to a hand that is certainly not going to be susceptible to eviction requests.
No, those chips are not coming back.
That's the only whites I have.
Kapustin just getting a rough count here. Going to find out that his man has about 1.2 mil. So it's effectively a 20 big blind situation. Not expecting too many folds, but very happy to get it in with ace king regardless. We see that it is one of those folds.
All in. Oops, cookie jar.
Yosef with the oops cookie jar. I haven't heard that one before. It wasn't stone cold theft. It was an ace 3. But against an ace king, it certainly was out of order.
Yes. Sorry? Yeah.
What a boss.
He's the boss. So far. Thank you.
Oh boy, right into the hands, Kiosif, and back to the chips. I really can't condone this madness. Has COVID not left us with several other options into the elbow, maybe down into the hoodie? But we now witness patient 0. Daniel Kiosif. Maybe it was a dry sneeze, David.
Oh, I hope
something
so.
innocent enough. Just a tickle in the snout. Not something associated with a more virulent episode.
I think we felt it at the same moment as we watched. Anyway.
Oh, it was just so difficult to observe. Perhaps not as difficult as having 2 10s against 2 jacks, though, which is where Antanas Pavlov finds himself.
Yeah, Chilibergenov only playing 28, 29 bigs roughly. Don't think you want to peel this 3-bet. I think you want to just go with your hand. 4th best hand in poker after all. If your boy has better, good luck to him. Well, that's presuming Arman Savsa doesn't have designs on a move of his own.
Well, we talk a lot about what the solvers like to do with these baby-suited aces. Savsa, not interested, gets out of the way. Situationally, that may not be the one the solvers are looking for, but no. Tulip Bergenov says all in, and Pavlov will ask for a count. This is not an insignificant quotient of his stack.
Yeah, and it's not a great situation for Pavlov here where you don't want to have turned 10s into a bluff. 10s are a bit strong, so you're probably going to be finding a call often. It is a tricky one. It's kind of like an informational bet when you do it with something like 10s here. It's a little old school. If you're not willing to call the shove, probably you're better off flatting the 10s. Awkward as that sounds as well. These hands are always difficult to navigate, the 9s, 10s, jacks. If you are going to find a 3-bet fold, you're better off using blockers. You're better off using the ace-5 suiteds, the king-queens.
And as such, do you think that the flat would have been the preferred course of action so that we avoid this sort of spot?
It's tricky. I think against an under-the-gun open, flatting the 10s is fine. I know James, who sits in my seat half the time here, probably say, well, by flatting the 10s, you bring in the blind sometimes, and that's not great, and then it gets a little difficult to navigate, so you want to define your hand a little bit. But, you know, plays always have merits and demerits, particularly these awkward ones. The ace-queens of the world, the 9s, 10s, jacks, they're always the tricky hands because one line is great against one portion of the guy's range and one line is better against the other, and it's always kind of hard to navigate. In the end, it was an old-school informational bet, and he made the right decision, so I guess when your opponent tells you, yeah, I'm happy to go with my hand here from under the gun and over the top again.
If you pay for the test and the results come back positive, then you got to listen to the information, I suppose. And Tulip Bergenov Really not a man who is under any sort of suspicion for being out of line.
No, it
as
will
observed.
nag in the mind of Pavlov that there was a lot of ace kings and ace queens in the range, but crucially there were jacks, queens, kings and aces, all of which he was in big trouble against.
Yeah, bottom of range felt like it was always going to perform pretty well against a couple of tens. King 10 offsuit for the 4 million stack of Denis Kapustin, who opens to 120,000 and has promptly run into a king queen.
Definitely it can go either way. In fact, I'm pretty sure solvers at this stack depth advocate splitting 50-50 between raises and calls.
Three bet to 340,000. Look at Kapustin just dressing down Spasov, who is giving absolutely nothing away. I really would love to see Kapustin reach over and simply tap Spasov on the shoulder gently to get his attention in this situation, just to force him to react. Would be out of line, of course. I remember famously situations in which I believe Antonio Esfandiari would reach over and check a pulse on his opponent and his wrist.
Well,
stoic fold.
Yeah, Spasov, not even a gulp, not even a swallow, not even a hair on his head moved.
Nope. This is a creature in its natural environment. As cool as any. You have feelings about the stare downs in poker? David, can't remember whether or not we've had this conversation. I know I bring it up from time to time with those I'm in the booth with, just to kind of get a glimpse into the varying opinions. It became a bit of an epidemic for a while.
I do it a lot, but I think you're referring to the incredibly long ones where it almost feels like
intimidation attempts.
Yeah, I will certainly do probably up to the limits of what Kapustin did there on occasion when I'm trying to figure out where I'm at in a situation, whether I think my opponent's at the top or bottom of their range. And I think that's all part of the game. I think it's pretty reasonable, engaging person, trying to get them to chat, give you something. I think that's a really important part of live poker and what makes it different. But I would say that, you know, up to a point, I think it drifts into gamesmanship in an unpleasant way, and probably, while perhaps unpoliceable, one of those ones where we can shame one another for taking it too far.
Have you ever heard of a situation in which a tournament director was called to a table in order to address what someone alleged was egregious stare downs? I think it would more be under the stalling or time wasting sort of category that intervention might take place, but I don't know that there's anything on the books that disallows that. I mean, it is a part of live poker.
Yeah, nor should there, and I guess that's sort of a case of when you have things on the fringes, it becomes incumbent upon us to police each other via shame.
Yeah.
And public tweeting. Just because it might put manners on the occasional overzealous starer.
Who comes to mind in that category? Not to force you into necessarily taking aim at anyone, but
I think like a lot of these people probably take it up to the line and not beyond, but
Alex Foxen for me.
Foxen and Chidwick are certainly the two these days. Time X would have done it back in the day.
You know, it's funny because I don't know whether or not it is the product of the fact that Foxen is such a physical specimen that I regard the occasions on which he is staring someone down as being more weighted toward an intimidating sort of thing, and far less so when Chidwick engages in what could be very, very similar. I don't get that same takeaway. I really think he's actually trying to glean something from someone's affect, as we see Kapustin with the two jacks.
Chance Cornet springs to mind as another person who really does go for those live reads, stares at an opponent for a long time, maybe even the occasional pump fake.
Twinkliest eyes in poker. Chance Cornet. Never said it before, but as I think about it, when those stares are going down, maybe that could be alternately expressed as the wateriest eyes in poker. Not sure. The moistest retinas? No. Corneas. Chance Cornea Corneth. Queen 9-4 offsuit. Let's get this train back on the rails. Two jacks. Second pair. Magalashvili from the small blind, the flat caller.
Yeah, and certainly a situation where Magalashvili will consider at least a call of the first bet to see how this one develops. No, quick fold. Correct decision. Has to be happy with that. Although, again, another pot going against him. Part of the slippery slope we've seen at this feature table.
It's been a frustrating frame.
Have you gone from Kapustin to Capuchin?
I'm a fan of nature, David. You worry about your Google search tabs, I'll worry about mine. Some rumbling stomachs. Certainly spread across the field right now.
I'm going to pull up some pictures of cappuccinos now.
Oh, is that the game we're playing? Newcomer to the table, by the way, you might have noticed. Valery Pak. A little over 100,000 in career tournament earnings for him. Did cash in the Merit Western Series, January of this year. Got himself a front row seat to the Yüksel Savsa show. Ace Jack open.
5 more.
It's a one-man show.
No customers. Ace Jack will be all right with that.
Reviewers call the show short.
I think you would be a terrific satirical theater headline writer. I almost implore you to take it up just so that I can click some links and read some of your finest work. There's Mr. Pak. Screen left.
Uri Reichenstein playing some big bet poker against Oleg Tsoi. Two familiar faces to this stream. Reichenstein on this occasion getting the better of Tsoi. He's up to 4.2 million now.
I'm willing to bet that there was some King X suited involved in the recipe for Uri Reichenstein. Mystery ace for Mr. Paku. Get some walk. How about that? You don't let the new guy get a walk.
Very
It's not
friendly.
the way we exercise rites of passage around here. You earn a walk. As Savsa walks back to the table, and we give you a glimpse at the distribution here. Kapustin put some distance between himself and Magalashvili and Pavlov. Still a good bit of depth for the top 6 stacks. Sub 20 are the new arrival. Pak, Kyasev, and of course, Alexander Ivanov. Ivanov, rather. 9 bigs. Not a great setup for him. Down to just 36 players now. David in this $3,300 main event, 36th place money, $9,990. The pay jump comes at 35 to 11,660, our first 5-figure payout, so you definitely don't want to bust here if you can avoid it. Ace 8 suited. Ivanov disinterested in the Queen Jack. Well, don't put that King 4 suited in Uri Reichenstein's possession out of the small. He might mess around and get after you. Well, this is simply the luxury of a big stack on display from Kapustin, who will defend the 7-3 suited.
Yeah, and Magalashvili not going to be let win this one easily either.
10-8 deuce, second pair for the pre-flop Brazier, for whom things have not gone well over most of this frame, and he is up against a flush draw. Kapustin checks. Board pairing 10 on the turn after the check back. Welcome development for Magalashvili.
Yeah, I'd expect Kapustin to do his own betting here. Obviously, 7 high, no good. So wants to give himself 2 ways to win. Magalashvili, probably the more standard route is to just call, but actually I'm kind of liking the idea of a small raise here. You have the nut 8. Combinatorically, your opponent won't have too many 10s. It looks like a very strong line. Oh.
Ace of diamonds on the river. What a troublesome card that is. No real assistance in terms of better aces up than what the board provides. And also the arrival of the diamonds. Almost think it's a card that Magalashvili would be happy to do without.
Yeah, I feel like Kapuzin could go huge here. Go a really big sizing, target the ace-X that are hanging on in Magalashvili's check back flop called turn lines. Lots of draws missed, even though some got there. Jack 9, 9, 7. Some gutters might have taken this line as well, so he can go quite a large size, I feel. Just goes for the milky 60%er. Oh, and the beat goes on.
325K, and indeed it does. David Magalashvili, just a distribution center for chips. On this occasion, the man who is the opposite of a distributor, he's a collector. Kapustin continuing to add to his stack.
Have you ever heard of a gushy?
No.
So when I was growing up in school, might be an Irish expression, occasionally one of your classmates would have a windfall in the form of sweets, confectionery, candy, as you call it stateside.
Sure.
And what they would do is they would call all the kids over and they would start throwing sweets high up into the air, and whatever you caught, you got to keep. And that was called a gushy. Feels a little bit like Magalashvili is doing his own gushy with those chips at the moment.
Yeah. Not voluntarily.
Come and get him. No, he has had a tough run of things, it must be said. Pretty brutal run out yet again in that last hand. So important for him now to buckle down.
I mean, to be fair, Lappin, most of what we've borne witness to hasn't been necessarily the product of a lack of buckling down. It really has just been misfortune after misfortune.
Yeah, it has. He's gone from 6 million down to 2.8 million without really putting a foot wrong.
Well, surely. 8s against 7s. Things. Oh, man. No sooner do I speak than the flat call of the Savsa Open delivers an ace-king to Ivanov.
And even though we've got a lot of players to act behind, so we don't know what they have yet, if it was to get back to Savsa, he might well isolate and push Magalashvili out of the pot with the better pocket pair. We shall have to see. It's only a shove for 8.5, 9 bigs. Oh, and there's another ace-king right behind. Well,
now things are getting very interesting. The 7s and the 8s could very well find the muck here.
Yeah.
Depending on how Valeri Pak decides to proceed. Obviously, ace-king doesn't want to find the muck. Savsa the opener, a flat caller and Magalashvili, and then the 3-bet from the cutoff of Ivanov.
Yeah, Pak has just 1 million here.
Yeah.
Easy enough decision to get it in, and I agree with you. I don't think the 7s and 8s can take this amount of action.
No way.
Certainly committed to the 510. It's a 975. A very different equation now for Savsa and eventually Magalashvili.
We are ready to restart our tournaments.
Down go the 7s, down go the 8s. Now it's back over to Ivanov, who, of course, will provide the spin.
Information that I can give you is that the last tournament for tonight will be at 9:30.
And this is going to be for less than what Pak has, so he is not at risk. There's no 7 or no 8 on the board.
Pack with the free roll.
Yeah, 2 spades. Turn card makes it official. As the boys visit the carving station.
I have pockets. I have pockets. I win.
Oh, Mr. Sapsa.
It's hard to see all 5 cards.
Sevens
It's hard
would
to
not
see
have won.
all 5 cards when they're all in.
Oh, I cannot fall. I have pockets.
You'll get them next time, don't worry.
Next time, yes.
Next time, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I had a pocket as well.
You have pocket 2? You have pocket 2?
Pocket 2? Raise four.
You.
Raise four. Pocket 8.
Pocket 8?
Yeah.
I hit the board as well, I was winning also.
Capo.
Wow.
Like everyone knows they have ace king, but we're too scared to call, right?
I didn't know.
I mean, to put both of them on ace king is a bit rich. Maybe one of the hands have a whiff of ace king in that spot. Nevertheless, onwards we march, and again, 130K shaved off of Magalashvili's stack when the spot was so good against Savsa with 7s and ace kings spoiling the party. Small blind 10-5. Simeon Spasov. Looks like he's got an idea. $150 to go. King 6 off for Kyasev. He's only got 700 back. Every one of these defends can add up. But we do have to fight for pots. We can't just allow ourselves to sit back and get whittled away orbit after orbit after orbit.
Yeah, he may stick this in, just feeling like he doesn't want to call and then get outmaneuvered when his hand could be good right now.
Even in these sort of marginal spots, David, where the math sometimes dictates that it would be profitable to stick it in, and we sense that we're being preyed upon, given the gravity of the opportunity, a $376,000 first place prize, a pay jump with one more bust out, also factoring in, we can get a little bit gun shy, understandably.
Yeah, and actually I didn't know about that pay jump on the horizon. That is definitely a factor right now. If you are one of those shorter stacks facing a will I get it in situation and it's really borderline, really on the line, I think you can turn it down for that reason alone. Folding would likely get you that pay jump, then folding you must.
Strange pause there, given the holding from Tulip Bergenov. Had that been Savsa, I would not have had the same response. I would have been like, how did he fold? Love to see it, by the way. Really a somewhat unique feature of these merit festivals.
All right, players. We're ready to open a new gift table on table number 6 will be 25.15 on meters. Then $3,000 minimum buy-in. And I'm gonna go Alexander Barak, Max, Robert, Paul, Chris, and Oscar. Gentlemen, your table is number 6. 25.15 on meters. Then once again.
Another battle of the blinds here. Joseph.
Barak, Max, Robert, Paul, Chris, and Oscar.
Can't be loving the 10-6 here.
We're ready to start. Table number 6.
Does let it go. Savsa gets the walk.
What is with the walks? I don't know if I can stand for this. Walks. I won't allow it. I'm going to run out there right now. I'm going to tell the next person that issues a walk to the big blind that they're going to have their free pistachio privileges removed. That'll get them. Trust me, these aren't cheap, these pistachios.
Highly addictive too.
Is that what you've been avoiding?
Once I pop, I can't stop.
Is that Pringles? There it is. King 10 off suit for the boss stack. Shades off, by the way.
Yeah, cutting a figure similar to a young Nicholas Holt, I want to say, with the shades off.
Earlier I likened his look to something out of Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Oh, that could work too.
Blinds are going to take a day off.
Or maybe Suggs from Madness to reach for a reference from Britain. Do you know Suggs?
No. I do know corduroy, though. And I know it's a lesser opted for fabric. So don't start running around in that jacket, you'll start a fire. I must say, Lappin, that at the onset of this particular series, you do threaten James Dempsey and I with copious amounts of Carmen trivia.
Mm.
And while you have visited operatic...
You had me singing at one point.
Themes. I did. Not on stream.
Not on stream.
Pavlov may break into song. Ace Queen up front. A mild hum. 120 to go.
Do you know what it was? I saw how you treated Dempsey when he mentioned cycling 2 streams in a row. I thought, I don't want to be treated that way.
But at the same time, you did think good on Ali for reacting to this absurd cycling obsession that Dempsey has in the way that he has, I should hope.
Yeah.
Though I didn't really give you an option there to suggest that you didn't react in that way, did I? Savsa maybe hasn't gotten wind of the fact that we did enjoy a pay jump courtesy of a 36th place finisher, as the 5-figure threshold has been breached. Extra 1,700 roughly placed in everyone's pocket as a result. Sevens, pardon me, for Magalashvili. Payouts are going to be flat through 27th place from 35th, by the way. It comes ace, jack, 6, and the woes appear to be continuing for the man who came in with truly a daunting chip stack, most of which is just worked its way around the room.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours. Magalashvili got his chips somewhat fortuitously against Luke Bindel earlier today. Built up an absolutely monstrous stack of 6 million when the average stack was about 1.2. Now he is very much an average man in the room.
Oh, and men and women in the room gathered around the felt at what will be our next feature table.
Maxime Chilot,
Mm-hmm.
Edouard V.
Let's see. Elisa Sipgatova. We saw Andrew Gray, Roman Kolotyuk.
Uri Reichenstein.
Oleg Soy, yeah, Yuri. Last but not least, Nariman Yaghmai. Man with a very decorated resume.
Ooh, that table has some ingredients.
I'm sad that I'm going to give way to James Dempsey in the booth for that frame.
You'll be back for the final frame of the evening, correct?
Yeah, but they'll be gone. Maybe some of them will be retained.
Yeah.
Or maybe, as we did the other night, we'll keep the feature table. That was specifically a feature of
it was
just
one
a
more
1
hour
hour dangler level kind of thing.
Well, what will happen at 27, which I assume we will get to in the next frame, is a redraw.
Shuffle the deck.
So, every chance you get your wish. Oh, yeah, you are finished for the day.
Thanks.
Thanks,
David,
Mildudas.
what a complete tease that was.
Sorry, I'm just enjoying covering this event so much. I'm just losing track of time and space and dimension. Dementia, maybe.
That was
yeah,
almost
that
like
might
a
be what
commentator's
happening.
slow roll.
You'll be back. You're like, really? They're going to be, what, 12 till 2? What you mean I'm back?
Yeah. Play's done for the day. The room's dark. I'm walking around looking for the booth. Queen 4 deuce here.
It is April Fool's Day. We should have done that to you, Ali.
That would have been great.
We should have sent you that message.
Magalashvili is looking for a 3 in his head. Up against Pavlov's position holding Jack 7. Check back.
Oh, hello.
Well, here's one feature of this pot that we haven't really been able to ascribe to the better part of the last 2 hours worth. It's going to Magalashvili as the Jack 7 draws dead. But with a second check in front of it, attempts to purchase.
The only way I can see him losing this hand is somehow the 5 comes and Pavlov goes huge. And that really would compound his misery. I think you're right. I think this pot is going to Magalashvili. The rot has been stopped. It's just a question of how does he extract even more.
No shame in a snap fold here. Just a feature of poker. Remember once upon a time where every single time somebody got caught bluffing, they would have to tank and try to make it seem as though there was a difficult decision and that they had, bet with a real hand. Glad to see those days are behind us. clicking of chips, the only thing breaking the silence for the time being here at the feature, as we are down to just 34 players. Look at Sapsa. I feel like it takes every ounce of restraint from him when he is in that spot there and wants to open the pot so desperately, but maybe is beginning to feel the weight of the opportunity at hand upon his shoulders and is cinching up a little bit. And far be it from me to blame him. It is self-indulgently that we look for him to take these sort of unorthodox, unexpected lines and leave us giddy here in the booth. But not always plus EV. As we see, very plus EV king-queen suited for Ivanov, in particular, when it squares off against a queen-jack, which is exactly what Tulip Bergenhoff has.
Yeah, and it will be awkward when it gets back to Tulip Bergenhoff, presuming Ivanov sticks this in here for 10 bigs. Queen-jack for this price. A tempting one. Just, what, 500k more into a pot of 1.4? Getting almost 2-1, I should say. He's going to have to do a little bit of math.
$120 in there already. 540 more to call.
This is really close. How's your luck?
He's only got 1.8 back, though. That would be a big bite out of his stack. Closing in on the end of this particular level, too. And let's face it, might ruin your appetite heading to a dinner break. David, we'd hate to do that. Off of that short stack, there is going to be a somewhat wide variety of hands that are just going to be deciding to go with it. The smaller pairs also, but nevertheless, the queen-jack finds the muck and does well to do so.
I think you nailed the most important and maybe ultimately deciding factor in all that, and that is his remaining stack. If you're faced with a very close one, maybe a borderline 1 or 2% in your favor spot, but it's for a third of your stack in a situation like this. Maintaining your stack as is quite valuable.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you don't get any more weapons by adding that 600, 700k to your stack, but you lose a lot by conceding another 5. Can sometimes be the right decision. He knows he's probably not beating any hands there unless his opponent's getting very frisky, but he also knows his equity could be reasonably good against a lot of them. That's sort of the conundrum. I quite like the decision to maintain as a 1.7 million stack here.
Starting to see a little bit more time consumed by each player here. Maybe dual purpose. Work your way to the dinner break. Maybe even leave one of the shorter stacks suffering from a blind increase on the back end of that dinner break. And of course, see if you can get some shorter stacks to bust out, get you closer to that next pay jump. Several bust outs still remain between now and then.
Your dinner break, so 45 minutes dinner break for you guys.
Well, Magalashvili has had a tumultuous session of play. He is about to mount the horse one last time here in our final hand before dinner.
He's been bucked off of that horse so many times. Wouldn't blame him for shying away from the saddle.
For the main event, once that you come back.
And a really sweet spot here for Pak to just stick it in here, 19, 20 bigs. And Magalashvili, well, I think his face tells you all you need to know. It's been
a horror show, is what it's been. Let's just call it what it is. 1.1.
What? He makes the call. Wow.
Very surprised to see it off of 2.6 million, David, and now suddenly he's off to the races against Ace-Queen with just a 7% edge.
Yeah, and just praying to see overcards here. A lot of terrible scenarios where his opponent has 5s plus.
Jack 5-3. Could this be finally, at long last, a significant pot headed for Magalashvili? The turn certainly suggests that it will be. But 6 outs still remain for Valeri Pak. 6 of clubs, not among them. And he will go to the dinner break without anything left on his agenda for the evening, unfortunately. No shame in it. Ace-Queen. Maybe a little bit surprised even, David, to see a call from Magalashvili with the 2 4s. So there is the way those stacks will head to that dinner break aforementioned. 61 bigs when we come back to the 40-80 level for Denis Kapustin. Still plenty deep with just shy of 5 million. And 49 bigs after absorbing that slightly north of 1 million for Magalashvili. Really a nice punctuation point on what was otherwise a very unpleasant frame for the man who came in with a massive pile of chips. Seems like you can take your pick of multiple different storylines from that frame there. David, which ones jumped out at you as we put a button on things heading to the break?
Well, first of all, I think Pak is incredibly unlucky to have even faced a showdown there. Obviously, we saw Magalashvili play pretty well in the first hour. Just nothing went right for him. He slipped back. One sensed he was weathering the storm, but really, he's got out of dodge there. I don't like that last play. I must tell you honestly. I feel like that was a really rash call. There were a lot of scenarios against the range. He is not getting the right price at all.
It almost felt as though it was the byproduct of having had enough.
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
Emotionally.
I think that is what happened.
You know, there it went. And to be fair, at least it worked out in his favor, as so few pots did across the bulk of that frame, and leaves him with 49 bigs coming back from the break. But other big stacks are brewing about the room, and you got a glimpse at that next feature table where some of them reside, including that of Yuri Reichenstein, who will be joining us back here at the feature table. Certainly fun to watch him operate, especially when he's given a suited king. David, that's when he gets exciting. Okay, so you and I going to duck away. When we come back in about 45 minutes time, we'll have 2 more levels of play here from day 3 of the Merit Poker Carmen Series main event as we work our way deeper and deeper into the pay ladders. Grab a snack and see us in 45.
Deep. So this is a situation where we do get to have non-all-in 4 bets that aren't super small. So I'd like to see him take it up to sort of 400k.
Denis Kapustin, big moment for him being in the money in this main. Results on Hendon dating back just to September of 2021. Did join us for the Western Series main event where he finished 34th. Also played a little bomb pot Omaha. But his best live cash, 11,500. Pivotal moment for him here as he looks to better that figure off of 2 million.
Sukpatova not enjoying this protracted inquisition decision by Kopstein. Sukpatova's jacks obviously very good. Love to play the pot against Reichstein, but you do not want to get called full bet when you've got 2 jacks.
No.
Just so often you're up against a hand like this or the bigger pair. It looks like he is. They go for a size in the 400s. Taking him time counting it out. Yeah, Sigbratova's not enjoying watching this moment, and it's going to be very hard for her to continue because, well, I say that, Ali. There are a lot of chips on this table. A lot's obviously been going on. We don't know what. Wow, he's gone really small.
Yeah, he sure has. A 4-bet to 300,000. The type of bet that would seek to retain Sigbratoova 100% of the time.
Yeah, I mean, he's gone for the absolute minimum. Sigbratoova put the 60 up to 180, so the 120k raise. Capuchin to put it up to 300,000.
Now, the math does not allow her to fold.
No, this is just...
But she's got 1.1 back, and what is she going to make of this sort of ginger...
Well, that's the thing. The 4-bet range is still super tight, and when someone 4-bets this size, you don't really think they're light. This isn't going to be the ace-5 suited part of the range, Ali.
No.
So you are thinking it's a range of... Well, it's weird. I'm not expecting anyone to 4-bet this size. That's the problem.
I don't think she was either.
But then you're thinking, do they do this with ace-king? Probably not. You start thinking, is this just the nutted part, the kings, the aces? So she's almost set money with 2 jacks. Sees a 10-6-3 flop.
It's a good flop for her.
In any normal circumstance, this is not a normal circumstance. This is a very peculiar position to be in.
Yeah, she's really going to be super passive, I would imagine, from this point forward in the hand. And by the way, these jacks don't get to see showdown if they face 3 barrels.
Yeah, if I Copperstein here, I mean, you just got to go for this now. You've almost, with that sizing, kind of repped exclusively aces. I mean, it sounds silly. We are not privy to what's happened for the first few hours. Like I said, there's a lot of chips on this table. They've obviously been butting heads. We've already seen a cold 4-bet with the previous hand, multiple 3-bets already. This cold 4-bet. Copperstein betting 1 at 25. I kind of like the small sizing because Sigbratoova obviously 3-bet, peeled them in 4-bet. She's going to do that with a lot of hands that just can't continue on 10-6-3. It's not just pocket pairs early. It's not just the strong hands. She's going to have, you know, the ace-jacks of the world, the king-queens of the world. All those kind of hands struggle against the bet on this flop. So we don't have to go big. And he has gone small. Sigbratoova, I don't really think can do anything but call. Again, I'm going to caveat everything Ali with unaware of recent dynamics. We'll get more aware, of course, as this frame progresses.
So, Sigbratoova flats is another 250,000, slides into the middle, almost 1 million total in the pot. And what sweet relief this turn card is.
Wow.
All the discomfort melts away for Sigbratoova, who is now praying that she was up against queens through aces.
Yeah, bizarrely, obviously a hand that Copperstein improves on, given that it gives him a gut shot. The worst card in the deck for him, though, in reality, Sigbratoova with those 2 jacks. But it is one that he has to be slightly concerned about because jacks do play this way with the flop bet. We kind of, yeah, I can't believe he's managed to find the check back, Ali. I mean, I can because of everything I was about to say, but incredible stuff. Because it was so tempting to carry on. So tempting to go after the 9s, the 8s maybe that were still in there. I don't know if they necessarily 3-bet pre-flop. That was what I was going to come round to. It's more likely to be the jacks part of the range, but there's also going to be some 10x that we could just blast off with ace-king.
Now the value comes in from Sigbratoova, 375. The ace-king promptly finds the muck. So avoiding further losses is Denis Kapustin.
Bizarre hand. Oh. That 4-bet from Reichenstein showing a lot of strength. Of course, there are going to be some nonsense in there. We know he's a very capable opponent. He's the sort of guy that will occasionally mix in some of those suited aces, the ace-5s of the world. But we're not expecting to see jacks or 10s here. And we're not expecting... Well, actually, we may see ace-queen. Ace-queen's a really nice hand to 4-bet forward. But obviously, holding 2 queens early, we know that part of the range is far less likely to be in there.
Yeah, he blocks that ace-queen stuff right now. And so the ace-king lurks.
Yeah, again, we don't know what's been going on before we came here. But there are a lot of chips in this table, and I imagine there's been a lot of butting heads. So there are scenarios where this could potentially become a really, really nitty fold. I don't think that's what's going to happen here. Just because these players are clearly being throwing punches at each other.
Such a delicate phase of the tournament, though, as you're looking to survive and work your way into those bigger payouts. One little misstep,
wow, he does
and
fold
it can all come unraveled.
He does fold it.
You did have a hunch And I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that he's out of position against a 3-better and a 4-better as an upfront raiser himself.
He's open under the gun. That's the key point here. Jazar, again, I don't know what his 3-bet frequency is. The fact he's 3-betting 9s tells me he's probably 3-betting too many, but he's 3-betting Ali for value. I don't know how many times he's turned up 3-betting as bluffs. So he's right in the 3-bet is value, and he's therefore right that the 4-bet is also value. And queens just shrink against that range.
As absurd as it seems, there are moments where hands like that do find the muck and do so understandably.
Wow. Jazar
However,
peels.
Jazar, a larger investment with the 175 out there, going to roll the dice for 250 more. And note that Yuri's 4-bet has rid him of the guy that had him in jail, the 2 queens.
Well, I mean, the difference is two.
King, 3, deuce, and this is a fairly dry board. Jazar going to check it over. Certainly not lost on him, James, is the prospect of an ace-king lurking.
Yeah, but I mean, this is just a board that Reichenstein... Well, I say Reichenstein has to follow up. Obviously, his 3-bet's ace-king, his 4-bet's right, ace-king. Occasionally, maybe he's gone bananas with king-queen off as like a bluff. King-queen suited as a bluff. He also has kings and aces, so you just feel like he bets here. And Jazar's going to have... I don't think we expect him to have 9s too often, but certainly he's going to have jacks and queens himself.
Little to little out.
And so it does go for the small
slowly
sizing.
wants to take my chips.
Jazar's not wrong.
And look at Maroon just chatting away throughout this hand as the downsized 100K C-bet brings the pot to almost 1.2. Turn card puts a 3rd spade on board, and now Yuri picks up the nut flush draw.
Oh yeah, a lock on the hand. Checked him once again. He's sized it up, leaving himself pot with still 2 streets to go. Only behind here, Ali, against the traps. Maybe. Oh, no, I was going to say this. If I'm trying to find a hand he could possibly be losing to, it's like king, queen of spades. But I mean, that's so out of line as played. So just going to go very small again here. Ollie, make it very hard for those, for basically jacks and queens. That's what he's targeting here. And maybe even the other ace kings. Ollie, that is possible. And perhaps that's probably the most likely, is the other ace kings. Yeah, is sizing out. Again, about quarter pot. No need to go any bigger. Really, really hard pitches are. Jacks and queens with a spade will obviously, I think, be very tempted, but red 9s surely now must find the mark. Has to be said, perhaps a little bit late. And he does.
I don't blame him for peeling the 100K after on tour. It cuts a couple of ways. On one level, maybe you get a lot of people who aren't playing as optimally against you because of presumptions that maybe, oh, you're just a girl, and how much could you know about poker, and that sort of misogynistic absurdity.
Yeah,
But conversely, sometimes you'll get people that really are sort of gunning for you.
Yeah,
almost.
it's bizarre. Just, you know, anytime you just stand out of the table more. It's not how it should be. Our game has no physiological edge.
Right.
But you do just stand out by virtue of being women. So people pay attention to you more almost when you play the hands. And then there is also different cultures, different people, different upbringings will treat women in a different way, and it does create a completely different dynamic.
Obviously, everybody's entitled to play their hands the way that they want, but definitely incumbent upon us all to respect one another, regardless of race, color, creed, any sort of beliefs. That's part of the beauty of poker, is it brings us all together.
Wow,
a mutual love of a game. And on the topic of love, Yuri loves hearing the term all in when he has opened with the aces, as Joalsa picks an awful time to take the solver bait with the ace-3 suited.
Yeah, he's looking for love, Ollie. He's looking for a lot of heart.
Yeah, he is.
It's about the only way he can get out of this coup.
10-9 for ugliness, and you can understand why the wires are coming off of Joalsa. Appointment on him. Just north of 20 bigs. Just ran into it there.
Seat open.
A viable option.
It's not.
Can't keep people hostage.
Clipper.
More ace-king popping up here. Sibgatova, poorly timed king-5 suited open.
Yeah, this
From fairly early position, by the way, off of this north of 2 million chip stack. Respect. She's getting after it.
It's in vogue, Ali.
The suited
king
kings?
X's, yeah. Wow, this table is just delivering some hands. This is the man that I feel missized before. He's been dealt into almost exactly the same scenario, although this time the 4-bet value of your hand with queens is different to ace-king. Ace-king, you're trying to elicit a lot of folds. Queens, you're trying to think, how do I get worse hands to call? The ace-king blocks aces and kings. The queens doesn't. Different situations, but a similar hand strength. Let's see how he approaches it this time. Last time was a click. 50 blinds deep here. Although Clipper, the shorter stack. So we're actually only playing around 35. We know Clipper 3-bets a lot, aren't we? We've seen it time and time again. And this time, not the bigger sizing, but certainly bigger in relation to the open. And again, it does make a little bit more sense to go smaller against Clipper, because he only has just over $1 million to start the hand.
So the 4-bet to 325,000 again.
Yeah, this is
on the lighter side.
It is, but like I say, it makes a bit more sense. Clipper's less incentivized to peel, and he does move all in. And this
Snap call from Dennis as Clippers off to the races here. The most classic of all no-limit hold'em confrontations.
Yeah, huge pot.
Yeah, you see the exhale there.
5-bet jam
for Kapustin. As indeed, the 5-bet jam is snap called. 2.3 million chip pot to the flop. Jack high, safe for the 2 queens, which have a spade at work as well. Turn card does bring a spade, and that will take a couple of outs off the board for Ari Clipper.
Door closing, Ali.
Needs to hit a red ace or king on the river, and instead, it's the deuce of diamonds.
Inquires as to the severity of the situation, but it is curtains for the warm-up champ, Ali, and the man who has perhaps provided us the most entertainment over the last 10 days or so.
So announcing his arrival is Edward Barsegian. Walked through his resume already. Such an impressive one.
Kapustin, ace queen. This is a raise in anyone's game, Ali. Jazar, there's the man who has lost the chip lead by virtue of Reichstein going bananas behind.
Yeah, it was the pocket 9s against the ace king that left Jazar off of his high water mark. A flat caller here with the 3s, set mining. Yuri not interested in the ace 10.
Yeah, good understanding of what's going on here. Under the gun open, Jazar peeling, ace 10 off plays pretty poorly. If he's going to play it, has a 3-bet. Doesn't want a 3-bet against the under the gun. So just lets it go. So Matty in a different situation, of course, from the big blind. A very nice price. Oh, with 400k back though, is he thinking of just ripping here? Maybe. Kind of Jazar, maybe he's thinking doesn't dominate him that often.
Yeah, he is going to deploy his remaining 400 plus as Dennis Snap asks for a count here.
Yeah, and obviously Ali, the other players have referenced this man being very active, so that clearly going to lead into Zamatian quite rightly thinking there are plenty of hands that are going to raise fold under the gun here, and he is correct in that assumption, just happening to run into one of the ones that won't be raise folding.
Yeah, Mikhail Zamyatin. Fate hanging in the balance. Very much tethered to this decision.
It is funny though, Ollie, how the ace-10 on the button could be quite a comfortable fold, but the ace-10 from the big blind can be a comfortable jam. Such is the nuance of this game.
I mean, the depth of his stack,
Exactly
the situation that's presenting itself to him.
Exactly that. It's the
perceived dead money of Jazar.
It's the reverse implied odds you have peeling the ace-10 on the button as a big stack versus the gain you can have by ripping here. Zamyatin.
Bad news for Zamyatin is that Denis Kapustin has decided to make the call. The pocket threes go into the muck, and we're in front of this ace-queen and ace-10 with another ace-10 in the muck already.
Yeah, he would have been in great shape. Not that he could call.
8-8.
Up against bigger pairs a lot of the time here against these two actions.
Pair of 3.
Flop. King, Jack, 4. Broadway draw versus Broadway draw.
Well, a good flop, given we know a 10's gone. Switches the outs around. Does have backdoor nuts, spades. And here we go, Ollie.
And as you mention it, in comes a spade for Zamyatin, who picks up a total of 11 outs, courtesy of that card. Can he improve and stay alive here in the main? No. 4 of clubs on the end. And ace-queen high. Will hold as Mikhail Zamyatin fist bumps, but a departure nevertheless. Sibgatova. You and I took a stroll through the Crystal Cove Casino yesterday en route to a rare meal at one of the a la carte restaurants on property. Walked by a craps table. Was surprised to see it.
Yeah, I saw your tail wagging.
You know what? I like to play my dice in back alleys. James. Cash in hand. Elisa closes the action. Comes along, doing some set mining here. 300K in the middle. Three-way affair. Ace, King, 3 as Kapustin. Ends up with the best hands. Second pair. King of clubs hard at work.
Interesting Kapustin checking this.
Check.
We just get to bet ace, king, 3 is the opener. Hell of a
Look
lot.
at this card. The
But
5 of clubs delivering Sibgatova with not just a wheel draw, but a steel wheel draw.
Yeah, if we are going to check a king on this board, which you do get to do sometimes, of course, then a king of clubs does make sense. It's the one to do it with. And, well, Ollie, you called it. I think she's just more setting her own price here. Of course, does have some 2-pair combos on this board, and it's going to be near the deuce 4 suited.
Now, as the pre-flop raiser, Kapustin's check on the flop isn't 100% going to remove an ace from his range.
No, you guys have some ace, some king. Most of it bets, but you're going to balance.
With that said, though, it does embolden Sibgatova to be able to bet with a variety of holdings here, as she can leverage the fact that it's a 3-way pot to maybe put some pressure on Kapustin by betting the 150.
Well, I'd be pretty confident he doesn't have a strong hand. So when she comes up betting here, I'm loving it if we then follow up with a big bet on the river.
Well, it's going to depend on what that river is, James. As
yes.
Jazar is out of the way, and now we play for 600. Ace pairs on the river, and that's actually a pretty good card for Kapustin.
It is, but if you're Sibgatova, yeah, you can still tell a credible story, Harley. You peel from the big, you've got a lot of suited combos. You also have deuce 4. You can have 3s, 5s, ace 3, ace 5. You shouldn't just shut down just because the river card comes a good card for your opponent's range when you have a broad value range yourself. So you can still continue to go here. Like I say, she has a load more flush. She does just wave the flag up. Look, it's easy to sit here in the booth, Ollie, and say that you might be up against an ace here, but I would like to see her follow through there.
Check back.
She doesn't want to show. She knows she can't be good when he checks back.
I do appreciate, by the way, that Denis weighted because he is entitled,
100%,
as the man checking back, and Elisa Sigbatova being the last person to.
Aren't we?
You got your tentacles involved in all sorts of sport.
I do.
Dempsey. Ace Jack here for Gromov.
$85,000 the bet. Min and a chip.
When you know it, a suited king for Yuri Reichenstein. I mean, really, it's been the hand du jour for him.
I think if I ever sit down at the table and see Reichenstein, he 3-bets me, I'm just going to call and go bananas on any non-king flop. It's a pretty good strategy against this man.
Somehow I've allowed you to
Here we
shape the way that I've been pronouncing his last name up until this point, which was Reichenstein. But you've suddenly turned it into like a Hogan's Heroes character.
Well, you know me. I'm
You see nothing?
mispronouncing. Mispronouncing.
It's almost like your trademark.
Yeah.
I would hate to see you suddenly start correctly pronouncing things. It would be strange.
Well, we both know you're the cunning linguist in the booth.
Oh, cute. 3 bets to 225,000, almost predictably. No surprise here at this point.
Gromov. I wonder if Gromov. I mean, this hand's pretty bad, but I wonder if at some point he just draws a line.
I mean, he's got
Because
over
if he has,
$4 million in front of
like
him. And
it.
yes, Gromov, I
Well
think,
done.
is one of those guys that's very keen, observant, recognizing that there's been a little bit too much VPIP and friskiness
Yeah.
out of that corner.
Aren't we?
Jazar can't wait.
I'm with him.
Might be worth missing a hand to get up there for first dibs.
Yeah. There's enough up there.
You're not wrong.
Although, I was quite curious to see a little cue forming the other night for the.
What was that dish? The sweet and sour chicken?
Yeah. They were lining up.
Bit of a larger gentleman in the queue, by the way, was
You cannot
of
check.
some concern as to whether or not we were going to have any left once the reinforcements
Okay, I think
arrived.
that-
But
Yeah, I have a little bit too much self-pride to be standing up waiting for the chicken to be dished out. But at the same time, I thought it may be the smart play.
well, Sivgatova deems a flat from the cutoff, the smart play with the 10-9 suited. Heart in the window was pleasant, and a 7 and a 6 behind it with a second heart, adding to the pleasantries.
Yeah, this is a great spot for her.
2 overs, gutter, flush draw, and a check from the pre-flop raiser all coming together.
Yeah, because even Hayek's traps here. If she has to get it in against them, then so be it. She's flipping against aces. Gets to have some of the overpairs herself. Gets to have some of the sets.
And gets to have a bigger stack than Hayek, just in case of disaster.
Yeah. This is
Never at risk of a bust.
65k, 1.5 blinds. He's going to stick around with that best of the unpaired hands, or second best.
No club on board and no improvement for Sivgatova, as the ace-queen's not going to mind that.
No, but
7 of diamonds. Let's see, though, if the second barrel.
I think it will. I think it should. You know, her opponent doesn't really get to have a 7. She can have some 7s, but mostly she can have the 8s, the 9s. She can just go hard against these kind of hands. And also, his overpairs aren't check raising. They're still just going to check calls, so she kind of realizes equity anyway. I like it. She did bet, and Hayek just has to give up at the second time I've asked him.
После обеда. После обеда.
Mikulak looking for a spot to get it all in. This might be it.
Yeah, 400K in front of him. 8 bigs. And the Jack-9 suited is going to run into Tulip Berganov's 2 red queens.
All in.
And Azamat jams over the top for his remaining 710K.
No, wow.
Wow. The man who can play Grim Reaper to both of these boys has an ace-king in the cutoff, makes the call. Yeah. Never mind the 9-3. It would take oh so much kit for Sinclair to look to get involved in this particular spot. Bad one for Mikalik, who has 17% equity. Tulip Bergenov, 45% equity, but threatened by the ace-king in a 1.3 million chip pot. So the main will include Jakob, and then the side will be between the queens and the ace-king.
Both are at risk.
Magalashvili, if he were to bink this ace or king, up to 6 million. What a stack at this stage of the tournament.
Burn down, 3 off the top. Bated breath in the room, and the queen high board is a wonderful one for Tulip Bergenov. However, it is monotone. Not a fact lost on the field as Magalashvili looking for the spade. Deuce of clubs, clean, and you see tension on the face of Azamat. No longer for Michalak, who doesn't need to sweat this river. And that river is clean. Top set holds, and that is going to be a triple with cheese.
Indeed.
And shortly after arrival, you're like, now what? 6-7 suited. A tempter under normal circumstances. Ace-9 suited, perhaps a tempter as well. Sinclair with less than $500,000 in front of him. We're talking about sub-10 bigs. Is this the one?
This is very player dependent. If Jack has seen Kiosef opening light on a few occasions, may get involved. It's a tricky one to navigate. Looks like he's come with a call here. Interesting way to go. Playing.
Yeah, that's 20% of his remaining stack.
Playing them bigs. Wonder if it's an intended stop go. I hope for his sake it isn't.
Yeah, Queen 8-4 Rainbow. He is in devastating shape. So checks it over to Kiosef.
He really just has to bet the one big blind here on a board such as this. Sinclair obviously has those back doors, but not a lot to write home about here. This match made it kind of tough for him.
This is almost offensive to be facing the 60K bet here. The price is just so wonderful, but the situation, not a great one. So Sinclair is retained, and that is a beautiful development for ace-queen. Now the board pairs.
Kiosef just never getting away here, despite how tricky and trappy this one appears. So question is, how do you get your chips in? And I guess you go small again, maybe 100 this time. Don't have to worry about Jack having a 4. One would think he would have put in a big pocket pair, feeling like there was pot commitment already by Kiosef. So it's a ponderous situation for Kiosef, who I assume is just going to bet small again. Maybe putting his opponent on something like Queen Jack at best and feeling like he could get it all. Oh, crafty.
Now the check back, bringing backdoor diamonds. Sinclair's got to just want to get this one to showdown, right? 420 in the middle, 350 back, shy of 1 SPR. Is he going to turn his hand into a bluff, figuring that Kiosef is never checking back a hand as strong as ace-queen?
Right, yeah.
Wouldn't blame him, but it would be a self-inflicted wound. And a mortal one. Oh, and he does jam. As played, we know Kiosef is going to be snap calling. And that's the end of the road for Jack Sinclair. Didn't even need to be shown the ace-queen. He knows as soon as that call is made, ace-9 is never good. So it was a short-lived stint here at the feature for Mr. Sinclair.
Well played.
Yeah, not of a...
Magalashvili from the small blind, going to limp his ace. Sometimes the bad part of the range likes to activate. Try to take it down uncontested, David. And that would explain this reach from Pavlov. How much is he going to make it? 200? 175?
Yeah, interesting situation now for Magalashvili. Obviously, he can call, and there won't be much expectation for him to have too many aces in that range. That'll be part of the plan here. Pavlov, he'll know. Obviously, could be raising stronger than the ace-7. Could be raising some, you know, good Broadway combos as well. That would be reasonable. But, oh my goodness me.
Wow. How on earth is this the flop? The limp call from Magalashvili, who's facing a stack of 1.4 million that has outflopped his top pair with bottom 2. Pavlov at this point just praying he's up against an ace that can actually deliver him some chips, but some vulnerability, of course, for the queen deuce.
Yeah, far from over here, but so far the logic of this hand will be Magalashvili reasonably happy, aware that his ace could be outkicked here. That's plausible. Obviously, he got raised pre-flop, but the plan was to flat here and hope that his opponent did his betting for him, representing the kind of hands he could have. Wow.
Queens full on the turn as Magalashvili check called.
No reason for Magalashvili to slow down here. He's got a customer. In fact, the most likely cards are another Queen X, maybe. Ooh.
Now the check back from Pavlov could very well contain some ace X, David, that's just looking to avoid an uncomfortable situation if they follow through again and get raised on the 2-queen board.
Yeah, I just wonder if Pavlov sort of discounted the number of ace X because of the pre-flop action, discounted the number of queen X because combinatorically it's not very likely, and therefore came upon maybe his opponent having a king 10 or a king jack and thinking, well, maybe I need my opponent to catch up, and maybe it could be great if they do make a straight, so I'll give them a free one. On balance, I do prefer just betting the turn and trying to build this pot. You have an opponent who's already willing to call on flop. Maybe, just maybe, you can target the ace-5s, the ace-7s as we see here.
Well, we did see a very slippery check back on the turn already from Daniel Kiosev, which led to the demise of Jack Sinclair. How much will this turn check back from Pavlov cost Magalashvili? The answer is 450,000 as Michael makes the call and continues a recent downward trend here.
Yeah, 1.6 million lost in those two hands so far. Not the start of this.
Can be. And we're still 3 levels removed from the end of play. Granted, there's one more level after this before the players will head to their dinner break. I incorrectly, going to the last break, identified that the players would be headed that way. It was just a standard break as we see the Jack 7-4 board favoring the flat of Savsa from the button with Jack 8. Gut shot straight draw for Kapustin. Sometimes there's a bit of decision fatigue out there.
Yeah, I would never go as far as to say poker is a quote-quote sport, but it is an exhausting game when you have to concentrate for 3-4 days in a row for a main event. You really don't want to miss anything, especially now down. Maybe we're not in the home straight, but we're getting close to it. Big decisions. And yeah, you don't want to be caught out of the zone, so to speak. It's a hard one to explain to non-poker people because I think what we do appears to be sitting around occasionally chatting to each other and gambling away, but actually there's so much going on, and it's a real test of your endurance, tournament poker.
$130K into 320. The figure dialed up by Savsa.
I feel like it has to be a raise here. It's
And it
certainly
sure
no hand
looks
to
that
call.
way. Check pop to 300.
How much?
And this really is just designed to ask the question of the man who flat called us as to whether or not this is just an attempt to take a pot away in position after we've shown no interest post-flop.
Just snap, clicks it back. Savsa.
630K.
Savage. Savage Savsa.
Really just removing any notion that he's up against better than jacks. And I don't think Kapustin really ever even entertained the idea that this could be a possible outcome.
No, Savsa's sort of taken his jack and decided, well, I'm actually going to represent stronger than this.
I would go so far as to describe it as having taken his jack and bludgeoned Kapustin.
Yeah, and I must say I'm already curious that Kapustin hasn't let this one go against someone like Savsa. I feel as though it's an incredibly strong line, flat the button and then raise here. It's very setty, I guess, and that's maybe what he's conscious of, is that it's actually quite polar. But actually we see there he did it with rather merged hand.
Maybe there's some pocket fours, pocket sevens in there.
This situation. Super dominated by the queens.
Let's see how classically conditioned his response is going to be for the extra 240K. He's got enough chips to speculate, and he looks like a man that doesn't like to be bullied.
Let's see three.
As you wish.
I think a bit more.
This one swelling to 8.
Let's have a couple more chips out of your stack, though, first, Savsa.
Worth a shot, Lappin. Inadvertent, of course.
Please come back to your seats. We continue the tournament in 1 minute.
Ace, ace, 9. And it's a little bit of a pesky board for Pavlov. We do assign quite a bit of that ace-x range, perhaps, to Savsa as an opener and then a caller of this 3-bet. And as such, we proceed with caution out of position with these 2 queens. Interestingly, though, David, holding 2 queens, we block the ace-queens of the world, which definitely rate to be in the category of stuff that would be specifically opening and then calling. And look at Savsa. Pouncing, betting 200,000, just a quarter pot.
Yeah, having ceded the betting lead here, Pavlov. Savsa willing to go for a no equity pounce. Interesting to see, does he continue his story on the turn? Doesn't have to now, has some showdown. But I don't know if he does feel like he has showdown. He probably thinks the hands he could maybe get his opponent to fold are the jacks and queens of this world by river.
I hate seeing a 10 on the turn here, just because
I want to know what he would have done.
I want to know what Savsa does when he's unimproved on this turn. I think he's got that kind of heart where he can 3-barrel his way through this one.
Well, this is interesting.
Is Pavlov now suddenly going to lead? And we've got our answer. This seems strange. As he bets 380K into the 1.2, roughly 1/3 pot. Deeply incongruent. 3 bets pre, check call, lead.
Yeah, almost like he's representing pocket 10s. It's a curious line with almost any hand, to be honest. It's so contra flow. I just think we've left the game tree and we're just going to have to play some street poker, mano a mano now from now on.
Safsa's the kind of guy that isn't afraid to get his hands dirty and play that kind of poker.
And we saw him click it just moments ago. I wonder if he's contemplating some similar sorcery. Such a strange line.
You know, when things don't add up in our minds, there's instincts that are triggered as a poker player to just have strange suspicions and then maybe rise up and respond with something. It would be so gangster.
Studying hard, his man here, Savsa. You love to see it.
Mr. Bounty, next hand blinds up, small blind 200, big blind 500, and 500.
Look at this.
Doesn't look like it's calling chips, or sorry, raising chips. As there's 300 in his hand. $375, $380.
Then the look back. Wow.
Now at this
So
point, I'm
much
wondering
going on.
if we're Pavlov, how much Ace X we're going to give Savsa as played.
Loads. It absolutely looks like Ace X. I think Pavlov now trying to figure out if he can represent Ace King, Ace Queen and get maybe an Ace Jack to fold, but it's so hard. The Ace 8, Ace 9, Ace 10 have all got there. I don't even know if he bets here. Is it a bluff or a value bet?
Yeah.
I don't know if he knows where he is in the hand or if he's absolutely no clue where he is.
I mean, we're really swimming in the muck now. Almost 2 million out there, 1.6 back. You see Pavlov counting up his remaining stack. This is deeply uncomfortable territory for both players.
Yeah, you mentioned right at the beginning how he blocks Ace Queen quite significantly here with the 2 queens in his hand. And that would be more useful if we were looking at an Ace Ace 3, 6, 8 board and not the 8, 9 and 10, which basically means that you're hoping your opponent will find a fold with Ace Jack if you go for this.
Yeah. Because we
Very,
don't expect,
very specific.
We don't expect Ace 8, Ace 9 to be calling the 3-bet that often. The Ace 10 even seems infrequent. And now the 800K bet into 196.
I'm baffled by this.
I am
hand.
too.
It's almost like he knows what his opponent has. If you knew your opponent had Queen 10, you might take this line.
But there's no way.
But it's
given
just
that we
so
got
funky.
The bet on the flop that we just randomly assigned 10x to the caller pre in the face of a 3-bet and then the better on the flop.
A very warm welcome back to day 3, our ongoing coverage of the Merit Poker Carmen Series main event. $3,300 buy-in. We are getting very close to the important money jumps. We're actually very close to what I assume will be a table redraw at 27. But for now, this is our feature table. My name is David Lappin. I am joined by James Flushy Dempsey. Do you still go by Flushy?
I was thinking that when you called me in with that, and I was harking back to the fact that in the old days, everyone had a nickname.
The
In new
Doctor.
days, they don't. And I think I want to lean into that as an old schooler. I mean, I'm a new old schooler because I was the new school, but now that new school is the old school. That's a lot of gibberish. These are a lot of chips.
James is from the school that was burnt down so that the old school could be built.
There we go. Nice to see Sigtova back at the table. She says she doesn't like playing on the feature because she always runs bad, but she wasn't running bad earlier. She was certainly playing very well, and the cards were not punishing her.
Can I just point out who's at this table as well? We mentioned Uri, we mentioned
Is it Edward?
Shiloh.
The 5th. There he is.
In the end game, once more, Eduard Barsegian. No flashy poker. No outlandish bluffs. No crazy high wire lines. Just solid, erring on the side of tight poker.
Regal,
Gets the
you
job
could
done.
say.
Regal.
Jagmai. We're getting to the stage of the tournament. Well, I think we've pretty much seen everyone on this feature table at some point. I was calling the action on this man earlier. Made a very nice call. Having peeled with an ace from the small.
Yeah, lots of storylines forming now. Players on the outer tables. We finally got Jack Sinclair on the feature table, but it was very brief, James. As we fly blind on this King, Queen, 5 board.
Yeah, small blind limping in, gets to have a fair amount in this. Big blind probably has a little bit less. Going to raise, obviously, hands like King, Queen, Queens, Kings.
Yeah, it feels like Jagme might have a queen here.
Yeah, you quite often see the small blind probe in these spots for one, so let's see when they check. It's a little bit more suspicious. Well, of course, I'm sure he's going to check some garbage and to mix it in there. And ooh,
Oh, hello.
wow.
Hello.
Check back, battle turn, sees a raise. This is a peculiar line, David.
It's a little funky. I'm going to go with Jagme on the Queen 10, Sibgatova on the 5-3.
I mean, 5-3 makes sense as the most likely value, right? We have a queen and a king may bet flop.
We'll never know.
And like 3s, we'll see, potentially. Of course, could just be in there with the 6-7, saying, screw you.
She said she doesn't win hands on the feature table. She's just won the first one.
Yeah, but it doesn't count as feature table. She doesn't have to show her cards.
Aha, that's true, actually.
Technicality. Yeah, I saw Jack when I went on break, and I saw him, most importantly, away from the table. So I did go over to talk to him, and he said he got in a rather peculiar spot where he was flatting ace-9 off 10 blinds and trying to be really funky and rep aces and all sorts of silliness.
Yeah, he made it very funky for himself. It's fair to say.
But ultimately ran into top pair, top kicker, right? So, you know.
Yeah, and definitely played the check back on the turn, really just threw Jack rope with which to hang himself.
Mr. Giorgio.
Kolotiuk. Man with the jumper wrapped around the shoulders. Interesting, a man I saw. Part of me had assumed maybe he'd bust this tournament because I saw him when walking through the tournament area last night playing in that bomb pot PLO event, but he was obviously just thinking, the day ended too early, I want to get in the mix. You know, being through to day 3 of a main event, not enough juices going. We are blessed with the cards, as you see. Sibgatova, complete from the small with 8-6 offsuit. And Mr. Gray in the big blind. Andrew Gray. First look at him, for me at least. David.
Same.
Checking back the rather awful looking deuce fours. We're paying 40-80. We're almost at that point, David. Next level, big blinds are starting stack.
Check.
A milestone in every tournament.
Well, if check to Gray has literally no showdown, he's just giving up.
I have nothing.
I have nothing declared. 8 high.
Takes it down.
Gonna win. Interesting. Both players happy to take those hands to showdown. 8 high and the 4 high. A little different to the frame I was watching last time I was in here, where the cold 4 bets were coming in as regularly as my references to buffets.
Can we change that graphic? Elisa Sigbatova has won 100% of the hands at this feature table.
She has. You're not lying. Here he is. Grinder.
Almost looks a bit superhero-ish. Isn't it like a cape? That's what I'm seeing. James is shaking his head.
No, I'm bored. Ish. I'm stretching to get there with you, my friend. Don't want to leave you there dangling. Sorry. Reichenstein he was the man doing the heavy lifting. The frame but last.
He's my pick.
Ooh.
I'm going with Reichenstein. He's my pick to win this. 37 out. No, 33 out now. Mark it down.
Raise.
175.
Small raise here from Gray, blind v blind against Chilo. Interesting to choose this sizing rather than just a shove, given that he's got 13 big blinds.
It's interesting. It's a curious raise sizing with any stack size, but especially, like you say, so short does induce, of course, appeal from Chilo. It's the Queen of Clubs on this Jack 8-5 board.
Well, you always talk dynamics, James, and we don't know what the dynamics are at this table. I'm sure Gray and Chilo have been battling, but interesting that he chooses to check here, not trying to protect his bottom pair and opening the door for Chilo. Oh, look at this, quickly going to his cards for a recheck there. Okay.
Curious line against Maxim Chilo, of course. Again, I always caveat everything we see on these streams. We don't know what's happened in the preceding levels. What dynamic has built up.
Edward can have been sleeping an awful lot during this trip, given the amount of poker he's played. I think that's maybe weighing down. 2 final tables already on these live stream features. He's probably out there battling away in side events as well.
May well be a thing, David. May well be a thing.
Fatigue.
But I reckon he's sleeping in a king-size bed. So he'll be all right.
160.
Reichenstein, ace jack of hearts, certainly worthy of a raise, and far stronger than some of the hands he was venturing into the fray with earlier. Like my ace 9 of clubs in the next seat of 30 blinds, David. Perhaps some options here?
Yeah, if it was hijack to cut off, hijack to button, I kind of like a flat with this ace 9, but I think it's kind of a tricky in-betweeny one right now.
Does elect to try and see 3.
Yeah, perhaps feels like he's well ahead of the range of Reichenstein if what you're saying from earlier is anything to go by. It certainly lends credence to it, but there are players to act behind, and as we see, one of those is Maxime Chilo, dangerous player who will be pouncing on squeeze opportunities without the goods. He actually has the goods this time.
3.6 to start the hand.
All white. To see any chips. The chips behind are the blue ones, the lower domination of 5Ks. The 25Ks are the whites, and of course those reds are the ones we want. 100 being a piece. A starting stack.
And a likely Chilo squeeze size is going to be big. It's going to be like 750.
Right, a factor of playing against that open Reichenstein with over 40 blinds. Playing out of the small blind here. And like you said, I guess there's going to be a fair amount of junk he wants to do this with as well. When I say junk, I mean offsuit Broadway combos mostly, but maybe the occasional suited wheel ace.
A tricky one for Reichenstein now. Given how loose his range will be from this seat compared to others, he's well up his range.
Yeah. It's just such a difference here when we were seeing him battling before, sort of 70, 80 blinds deep, to being sub 50. Even hands as good as this suddenly become very hard to play with post-flop.
Mm.
And again, what's gone on previous in the last 2 levels? Clearly enough to make Reichenstein suspicious as he Throws in the call. Now, David, we've seen throwing this call here, but it's important to note, he's not just hands like ace-jack suited easy. There are going to be some traps in here against that small blind squeeze.
Absolutely. He will have his aces and his kings, I feel.
Now you admire posturing. Surely not with the ace-9 of clubs against these two actions. The 3-bet, the call of the 3-bet having open +2.
Does get out of the way, and we go to a flop. Jacks against the ace-jack suited of Reichenstein. 1.7 million in the middle already. Not playing this one deep from here on out.
Wow.
Oh, wow, 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 wow.
So, as mentioned before, Shiloh is going to have some concern for the kind of hands Reichenstein peels with being some traps. As of course he's going to have perhaps the 9s, the 10s, queens even, they're a little nervous. Going to have some big ace combos. And Shiloh, of course, is going to have a lot of air here. So let's take a small bet. Try and knock out the sort of king-queen suited of the world. And maybe, you know, the ace-jack of other suits. Ace-jack of clubs.
Is this just getting in, James?
It's tough. I think Reichenstein probably leans towards a call for the reason that he is ahead against some of the bluffs with the ace-high. And, you know, can potentially have more joy in making big hands fold later if he so chooses to go that route. And again, we'll see. If he does have a hand like aces, he's going to be inclined to just flat here. But also, could see him raise. David, wouldn't be out of the question at all.
When you know you're going to be in good shape no matter what.
Right.
And you're sort of then free rolling on any folds you get.
I agree.
It's definitely interesting as an option.
That ace-jack seems much more crucial than perhaps king-jack. Ooh.
Ooh.
Pulls a
Bad omen.
curious face. Knocks over a chip. He does riffle the chips on the rail.
He does.
He's unique in that respect.
I love it.
Ooh.
Looks very intimidating. I think I'm going to start doing it, in fact.
Well, you got to get on the feature table first.
Oh, right. There we go.
It does call.
Does come with
I
the
think this
call.
makes sense. You got to call here with the 9s, 10s. He traps the aces. So not having a raise on this board seems reasonable. But I'm with you. If you were going to have a raise on this board, that hand seems like a pretty good one to do it with. But perhaps proceeding with range as a flat.
That card will worry Shiloh a little bit. Pocket
Terrible card.
10s definitely looms in the mind. 8s and 9s would now continue. They're the ones you could pursue value against, but queens, 10s, and those trappy aces and kings, all possible. Maybe we can discount the queens a little bit. They might have been just happy to get in.
I'm hating life if I'm Shiloh right now. Do not like the way this one is played out. I'm under a lot of pressure. We've got a little under pot by fraction.
And how much do you think Reichenstein's thinking, I can get ace king and ace queen to fold now?
Yeah, that's part of it. You've got to try and make those hands fold.
You've got exactly pot size bet. You know you're going to have 25, 28, 30% maybe if called. So you're almost buying the right price anyway.
Yeah, I wonder
Again,
if he goes for
free
smaller
rolling.
sizing, like a 1/3.
That's interesting. Something that commits.
Yeah, he kind of always kind of calls after that, but
well,
maybe makes it look like 10s a bit more often. And I wonder if he's ever got as low as 7s. I'm guessing not. I'm going
Probably
with,
not.
Doesn't have 7s. He does just move for the all-in.
Well, in the preview for this table, I said to Ali, Shiloh and Reichenstein, two of our best players remaining. What a great table to have both of them on it. And here we see them go to war right away in what could be a 7.5 million pot.
Yeah, this is great. And by just flatting the flop, he's intimidated Shiloh a lot more than if he just raised the flop. I think Shiloh may have been a bit more suspicious in that spot and perhaps gone with it, but now he just feels like he's up against a lot of strength. What are the bluffs here, David?
I think we're looking at them.
King, Queen of Hearts, Ace, Jack of Hearts.
Yeah.
That's about it. Does he ever think he's just got way out of line with some backdoor spades that have missed and gone berserk? Does he ever think this is a... Does Ace King ever sit here in this range? I wouldn't have thought so. Makes sense to just 4-bet jam pre. There aren't many hands he can beat. Is it potentially a hand like 8s or 9s that you say 6 around, picks up the equity and just wants to deny against some of those overcard combinations?
Does an ace queen of spades get here like this?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But then does it go for it, or does it just check back and try and beat the 3-bet bluffs from the small blind? Michelot does have those. I mean, Jacks is kind of the weakest of his value hands on this board.
Wow, he makes the call. Would you believe it?
An incredible pot size here, David. As you said, 7.5 million tokens in the middle. A chip lead pot will be average for the final 10. Whoever wins this one, the rest of Ghost.
Uri Reichenstein for his tournament life. Does not get there. Says goodbye. Maxime Shilo put on his big boy pants there, didn't he?
The wrong red 8. Wow. Didn't expect this to happen. Reichenstein out in what appears to be 28th place. An incredible pot. Gilo, the tournament chip leader. He's been up there a lot throughout this tournament. We keep mentioning his name atop the counts. You can see there his reputation, considering that he wins a monstrous pot there. And I wonder how much of it is down to the fact that he does have a lot of hands that just have to check fold turn. The King Jack offsuits of the world, the Ace 5 suited of the world. And he's thinking, you know what? This guy's good enough to be bluffing me here. I've just got to press call.
Yeah, I think combinatorically that's exactly what we saw him think about. We obviously saw him in the tank for not an unreasonable amount of time, actually just a couple of minutes, but while he was in the tank, I think he was doing a little bit of accounting, working out how far up his range he was, and then probably as that little topper factor you just mentioned there, James, knowing how capable his opponent was, probably just tipped it over.
A lot of respect between the two players, and that hand even takes place.
Yes, there certainly is.
You have to... That hand doesn't play like that unless it's a good player versus a good player.
Yep.
If one of those players received everyone as a fish, would have played differently for sure.
Well, just the decision to call with the ace-jack suited pre for that amount, I think, again, was sort of game recognizing game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think I need to take a seat after that one. I've been standing up for the entirety of that hand.
Well, will we see another pot of that size this evening? Seems unlikely.
That's for an average stack at the final table.
Yeah, that's where he sits now. 3x average for Maxime Chilot.
Okay.
He's going to get rid of the 8-6 offsuit. He's still stacking the chips, Dave. He wants to count how many there are, text the pals. Krutiak in the small blind. It's down at... Chairman also keeps sliding out 25k chips. And again, goes for 3x. With 30 big blinds deep, I feel like raising from the small David. Just want to kind of be the other side of 3x, potentially.
Yeah, I know where you're coming from there, and I think you're right. Want to define the rain. Barsagian's going to make the call with the 7-3 suited. So there you go. You're not getting the suited rubbish to fold.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And this could get spicy too.
Yeah. Krutiak with a gutter to the absolutes. Barsagian, second pair. Backdoor diamonds and even the faintest of backdoor straight draws himself. 300k continue is healthy into 540 on a rainbow flop. And David, is this where like the ranges kind of are a bit closer in these kind of blind-on-blind spots? Does Kolotiuk still have quite a lot of this board?
I know what you mean. Obviously, a lot of hands that would hit this board quite nicely would be in the limp call portion, so
we still are favouring big blind here as Barsegian makes the call with his pair. Well. Kolotiuk was looking for an 8. Will definitely take a jack as the board completes rainbow.
You like a check here from Kolotiuk, or would you carry on betting?
I like betting. I think there are some rivers we could even go for glory. Having turn top pair. You get peeled in a rainbow flop. And that card comes. Doesn't really change the board at all. Obviously the 8-9's already there. He does bet once again. And you know, some of those hands, the nuttest of the no pair hands that raise up pre-flop, may I like to fire again here, the ace king, ace queens, the king queens.
Yeah, tricky one for Barsegian now. Obviously some premium king queen, ace king, ace queen type stuff might barrel again. His hand can't really improve.
That's the thing. Dangle it. Backdoor diamonds failing to materialize.
Yeah, the 4, the 5, or the diamond certainly would have given him more hope. I think you've probably just got to bin this one, but it's close.
It's close. I mean,
super close.
You've still got a flop second pair. Blind v blind. Again, I wonder if they've played any of these pots already today, blind on blind, but there's been any raising from Kolotiuk and any cards have got to showdown. Because I always think in this day and age, David, when a player raises from the small blind there, it's kind of unorthodox. So many opt for a near complete limp strategy.
Particularly off that stack size, I think it is very much a limping kind of default game plan from there. So you're right. And he actually chose a holding that you would very much put in the limp call range. So strange one on that front as well. Maybe recognizing the benefits of going hard at Barsegian.
Yeah, it worked. Well, it worked the other hand, but may well have done that far wider. May well have barreled far weaker. Chilo struggling to make room for his cards. All those chips getting in the way to Kolotiuk. King Queen suited on the button, a little under 40. This is way up there in the range. How does Barsegian get into the deep stages of every one of these tournaments?
He knows when to fold 7-3.
There we go. That's a good answer. Soy quite reasonably defending with Queen 9, but a fold would have best served him up to this point. 8-8 tray. We'll see him check it over. And wow, I'm surprised to see the snap check back there, David. It's kind of a range bet board, I would have thought.
Yeah, hard for your opponent to connect. You can just do some equity denial.
He's played this as best he can. Check back, found a king. Check back again. I'll let his opponent hit a 9. That 9's got a lot of the nuts he's played. And his opponent looks like he's got showdown, so no surprise to see Soy go for some value here. And if he's gone small,
he might get himself raised here.
Yeah, which he has. I think it's certainly reasonable for Kolotiuk to come in for some additional. But very curious that he's check back flop, kind of with a pretty strong hand and a big range advantage, and then check back turn when he's got a very strong hand and a very strong range advantage.
Yeah, it sort of played out perfectly here for Kolotiuk, who's likely to come with the $500,000 bet.
450 is the bet, and this again, it's just. What do you think you're up against if you're Soy? Is this just like a checked back 8 twice? It's Very peculiar line. Snap check back flop, snap check back turn, and raise the river lead. I'm always very suspicious in these spots, David, of hand strength. I'm like, why would you not just bet the 8-8-3 if you want to bluff? You know I'm going to fold most of my hands. Why have you kept me in here?
Yep. Actually looks very nutted to a decent 8. Credit to Soy here, giving it full consideration. Riffling those chips.
But the bizarre thing is, the flop check back wasn't a big trap, but the turn one was. So I'm sitting there in his shoes. That's what I'd be thinking it was a trap on the flop. It was actually a trap on the turn. Really rather peculiar line taken by Golotiuk. But he got an additional 110,000 out of it. I wonder how big a hand his opponent would have folded to that raise. Maybe a very small sizing would have been preferable with that particular hand. You're in the penultimate level of day 3 of 4. Over one of the final 28, battling out for the Carmen Series main event title. $3,300 buy-in, a whopping $377,000 awaits first place. Everyone in this final 28 now guaranteed 11,660. The next pay jump coming at 26. I'll take them at 13.3k. Charlotte, certainly thinking of the top end of that spectrum, not the bottom end right now. Is surely the tournament chip leader holding over 10% of the chips in play. And here he comes racing for the hijack. Golotiuk with ace-5 suited in the cutoff. 40 big blinds against that stack. You know he's playing a lot of hands, David. Is this a spot where we can just call with ace-5 suited, or is it one where we just stay out this guy's way? Do we ever just go after the fact that he's going to be opening a lot and 3-bet?
I think I let him run me over here a bit. I think you just have to. Cowardly as that sounds. Poker is about picking your spots and situations, and while a lot of people like to inject a lot of ego into the proceedings, actually serves you very well to avoid collisions against people who have you covered if you can. Lean on people you cover.
There you go. Sure, gets one through. Picks up another couple of blinds to add to the tower. That is his 100 big blind stack.
It's not just that Shiloh has a monstrous stack right now. It's the fact that he's such a good player with a monstrous stack.
Right. Not much chat in these late hours. Serious business.
Yeah, energy levels have certainly dipped. Concentration levels, I'm going to guess, are still sharp. Everyone putting everything they got into following the action, trying not to make a mistake, get their bet sizes right. But these are long days. I talked to Dali in the last frame about the endurance nature of poker tournaments. We give these guys an awful lot of play. So days 1 and 2, pretty grueling. You know, okay, 1 is not a long day, but the fact that you play 2 1/3 days before you get to the money, it's a long journey there.
Especially as we know that there were short days, but most of these players would have been jumping in the side events that were going on in the evenings.
Yeah, we're also in the penultimate day of the festival.
Right. I mean, you referenced already Edward V. He's been out here battling deep into every tournament. You're right in saying he's going to be feeling it. As Soy raises up ace-2 suited on the button, Jagmai has got 25 blinds and King Jack off in the small, David. There is potential for, well, I guess 3 things, I'd imagine. A flat, a small raise, or even a jam. He does go for the flat, and that will allow Sipkutova to have a look at the flop with the live 10-8, but the very unlive suits. So he does have the nut spades. He sees an ace-10-5 flop home raised to the button. That one is him. Jagmai has interest with a gut shot, and Sipkutova, of course, with the second pair. All 3 of these players.
She looked like someone who was a little bit interested there. She checked it over to her boy and the button. Definitely not the level of engagement you would expect from a 7-8 off.
He's gone 150 here. I kind of like the sizing. The small blind's going to have, I guess, some hands that... I was going to say some hands that just want to fold like pocket pairs, but I guess they just jam pre for 25. So maybe it is a little bit more weighted towards these hands. Sukatova overcalling with that 10. No spade on board, but just saying the price is too good.
Yeah, nothing to go with the 10 is the problem. But it could be good.
Right.
That's what she's thinking.
Yeah, again, same reason Jagmai didn't 3-bet jam pre from the small. Not really giving him pairs. Not really giving too many ace-X either. That may be why she's thinking it's good. And perhaps also just the fact that it's 3-way makes it harder for Soy to bluff turn. So maybe she gets the showdown more often by being in this spot here. Even Soy with the ace not willing to bet.
This will be a little tricky for Sipkutova when it gets back around to her.
If it does, I mean...
Do you think she'll do some betting herself?
Well, I was thinking, does Jagmai ever step out here?
Oh, that's dangerous.
Hmm.
Hope that you could get her off a 10 because the guy's behind and hope that he doesn't have anything?
Yeah.
Devilish.
Hmm. See if you're right. See if she goes for very small sizing here.
I actually wouldn't mind it, just because you don't want to open the door for someone to go big and really put you in a tough spot.
Hmm. What she's going to do, we're going to see the old classic check, bet, check. Sorry? Bet, check, bet. There we go. 1 million there. Right. It's gone 2/3, David. Kind of fan of this, right? We're repping an ace or air. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think you got to target the 10. That's clearly what could be in both your opponent's hands right now.
Right. I think Siprutova's hoping that Jagmai calls so she doesn't have to. Kind of looks like how a weak ace would play, but it also looks like how a whole host of hands could play from the button. He's got Jack 8, maybe he makes this play.
Is Jagmai thinking, maybe I'm good against Soy and maybe she folds a 10 if I call?
Potential. Yeah.
It's genuinely how this works.
This would be incredible if that's what happens. If he calls, she folds.
Because I think if you did have an ace, you would just call, hoping to bring in the third player.
Of course.
So there's logic to it. Tough spot now for Sipkutova.
Yeah, her hand's pretty face up, isn't it? I mean, to the extent that, of course, she could have quads. Nice fold.
Great fold. And one thing I noticed is her tremendous table presence in the frame from earlier.
Yeah.
Very confident. And was it you who mentioned not a huge amount of live experience?
Yeah, Ali read
so
through,
surprised about that.
Yeah, Ali read through her Hendermob results, and I was very surprised that how small her caches were, purely because of the confidence and demeanour of her at the table. Obviously, an online player, her play exhibits that. She obviously knows what she's doing, but I was surprised that she hasn't spent more time at the felt. So we are down to our final 3 tables. Table filling up means just 27 remain, 1 away from that little pay jump, but a pay jump nonetheless.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, online chops sort of count for an awful lot, really, in this day and age. You just get so many more reps in.
Mm-hmm.
If she's a winning online player, stands to reason that she can just adapt to the live felt. So much of the game is the same strategy game, a little bit of an extra humanistic, psychological component thrown in, but
a couple of new players to the mix. So look, Bergenhoff taking that vacant seat too. Coming in on the big blind. It's a cruel game. Pavlov joining us in the dearly departed Reichenstein seat. Man who has impressed but ultimately bowed out. The victim of Shillow's jacks.
Pavlov, those of you who were here a couple of hours ago will remember, played that absolutely inexplicable, bizarre hand that still leaves me befuddled.
Yeah, you were filling me in on the break, but a really crazy one with pocket queens right on a double ace board. And
I don't know what I will do. You played with him.
Huh?
You played with him too much?
I played out with him, but
Okay.
3 minutes.
Philip Bergenhoff coming in with just 22 blinds. First time seeing of him. David, I don't know how you stand on that.
We had him for the last frame.
Nice.
Played very well.
Just 3 tables remain. It's time you start to get excited.
And news from the outer tables. Fausto Tantillo has won a very big pot with ace queen against pocket nines against Mehmet Erçelan, who I'm sure plenty of you will remember from earlier streams. Tantillo up to 3.5 million now. Erçelan down to 900k just. He's in the danger zone.
3.5 million chips, always known as less than half a Shillot. Barsagan. Opening up on this full table. Gray in the big blind, sub 10, looks down at Jack 10 suited. And assumes we're playing. And assumes it will come in the form of a peel. See no real fodder equity pre-flop. It's desperate times for the short stack.
Yeah, pretty reasonable situation here to just flat, try and catch a piece, go with it. Jack 10 suited.
In great shape as it happens.
Yeah, and it will present plenty of boards here where he has enough. I hope for his sake, when he does catch something, he does go with it. We saw him there with the ace-5 in the earlier hand. Well, that's a big whiff.
Is this a spot where Barsagan just gets to bet one blind against the big blind peel?
That's exactly what I would do.
Feels like it. Such a short stack. Such a big range advantage.
The other aspect of this one is his opponent almost certainly only has one overcard. You can almost play it like a bit of a trap.
Right.
Now, in this instance, he does have 2.
That's what he's done. Played it as a bit of a trap.
And he has got the perfect other card now.
Yeah. The next best card, the 8. She's on 2 blinds. Great. Well, going to be down to 7.5 blinds. Nothing can be done there, David.
No, not at all. News from the other tables. Daniel Razai has bowed out, as has Daniel Kyosev. The two Daniels are gone.
Daniel poor environment, pardon me.
We've also lost Ephraim Tavdi. The hands of Dmitry Gromov still in the mix. Gromov, we've seen him on feature table quite a few times the last fortnight.
What's going to happen if Edouard gets fifth? Seriously.
I guess he has to get fifth for a fifth time at the first stop during the Classic. And he's really Edward V.
Maybe that's what he'll do. I don't know. He's got 2 5s. Not playing them. We're going to rip things round to Sipkatova. King of spades in the cutoff. She with 35 blinds. Certainly going to find enough of a hand to raise there. Although it is Shiloh in the big blind. Always scary, David, when you raise chip this big blind. And she may be about to meet some resistance. 2 6s. Against a cutoff open.
He might just call here.
Yeah, that's what he does.
It's kind of a nice calling hand. Deceptive.
Yeah, do you think if she was sub 30, he might have gone more aggressive? 35 though. Wow.
Wow.
Both players smacking the king 6-3 flop. Sipkatova with top pair. Shiloh middle set. And he just gets to have a lot of check raises as the chip leader. He's going to try and put everyone on a lot of pressure. And he is going to attack the small c-bet with a higher frequency than perhaps anyone else in the tournament. So nice as well, having middle set as opposed to top set, just unblocking that top pair, allowing Sipkatova to have those strong hands.
And he's gone for a small sizing here, but I really like it. Just he doesn't have to go big. He can just lean all the pressure back on her.
He's gone 3.5x, I mean.
But her bet was so small.
Right, okay.
And aware that he can have a lot of double backdoor stuff on this king 6-3.
Yeah.
That will take this line, must call situation, nothing she can do. We see she's virtually doomed right now.
Keeping an eye on her opponent. And yeah, the decision is not on the flop. It's going to come later on in this hand. Probably not even here on the turn.
Yeah, he's going to eye up that 2.1 million in her stack, figure out the best way to get it all in. That's probably going to be something like 500 now and
right.
1.5 on the river.
And there are some hands potentially that have improved here, right? 7-8 hearts is one I could imagine. Hand like 5-7, does that just come as check call? Does it come and check raise a lot with this stack? Let's see.
Interesting if he does decide to go bigger on this street, maybe feeling like a lot of her range might be a call turn fold river,
right.
and you want to get more in now on this street. He does go that larger size, 1/3 of her remaining stack.
Yeah, setting up, what, half pot on the river. Yeah, it feels very hard for her to fold yet still. She's going to have some club combos that want to call the flop. She's going to have some pocket pairs even perhaps that call. The king just seems like a lot of hand to be folding at this stage. Obviously we can see she is drawing dead. Even David, against his made hands, king 3, king 6, 6-3, she's got outs at this stage. Oh, wow.
Oh, dear.
Equity denying decision. She knows straight away she's in trouble. She is out. Oh, Sipkatova. She looked up at the clock. I wonder, David.
Is she waiting for the pay jump at 27 or
exactly
26?
That. I wonder if she was thinking, waited, saw it going out to 26 and jammed. Potentially.
Yeah.
Wow, incredible. Yet again, this man has the hand, and yet again, his opponent has moved all in. And he is now over 10 million in chips.
He is a vacuum cleaner right now. 11 million. 11 million at this stage. What a front runner we have as well. Like a man who knows how to wield that big stack.
And it's just incredible, isn't it, the perception that comes with having the chip lead there. We thought Sipkatova was just like, this guy's so full of it. But also not wanting to perhaps David get bluffed on a whole bunch of rivers, right? Some of the straight cards fill in, the club comes. She wants to deny those the equity, and she also doesn't want to overfold some rivers perhaps. So deciding with King 8 to say, show me the receipt. As Reichenstein was mentioning earlier.
Well, the receipt he had.
He did indeed.
The devilish trip sixes. And what an extraordinary leaderboard we have right now. Simeon Spasov flying high with 5.8 million, but he's only got half of what Maxime Gillot has.
Yeah, incredible. Incredible level so far for Gillot.
Michael Magalashvili still hovering around the 4 million mark. We saw him have the frame from hell, only to be let off the hook kind of in the very last hand, where a bit of a punty pocket fours called it off against the ace-queen. Very lucky to be facing ace-queen and managed to do the hold. Wasn't too impressed by that, I must say, but you know he's still in the mix as well.
Yeah, it's funny because obviously we previewed that frame and saw him behind an absolute mountain of chips. I saw you tweet a picture of those chips. It was pretty incredible. It was like old school.
Yeah.
The amount of chips he had when we used to have individual antes. And we'll see him therefore kind of not short, of course, but certainly.
He was back to average.
Yeah.
Before that hand.
Gillot from the small, completing with 4-5 of hearts.
Check.
Say 11 million in chips. I'm a little surprised he doesn't have just a whole bunch of raises coming in from the small blind with that chip stack, but hey, he's thinking they all think I'm crazy. Why don't I just play tight? Working so far. Stab on Queen Jack 9. Against the range of hands and the big blind that just give up here so often.
And even the ace-6 just doesn't connect.
Yeah, there's no...
It's hard to continue.
There's no good things that can happen down here, bar hitting the ace.
So annoying when you decide to check back the ace-6. You do feel like, well, I'll at least be able to call once and test my man out, but then this board is so ugly.
It's the one blind bet. It's also Kolotiak sitting here thinking you call this one. How many more are you going to have to call? The answer is you can't call any more with ace-6. So he does just make way.
My boy is still out there. Muad, 3.2 million.
Nice. Well, whilst we do a brief mid-hand colour up, let's do a brief mid-hand preview of things to come here in May. Running from the 10th through the 25th will be the Merit Poker Cash Game Festival. All stakes catered for here in Merit, including those of you with a heavy appetite for tournament buy-ins, because the Triton Super High Roller Series will be running alongside that festival over in the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa. Triton offering buy-ins anything from $20,000 to $200,000.
Here's an angle we haven't used when talking about the Triton event. Cash games alongside it. Much more reasonable bankroll required for participation in that one. But you can see all the guys. The most famous people in poker are going to be here.
Yeah.
Get some autographs.
In the room when that's going on, and it's just a sight to behold. The transformation of the Diamond Room when Triton come into town. I remember last year working on the MPP and was working doing commentary for MPP and production for Triton, and we had this amazing setup for the MPP. It was beautiful. on the stage, much like this one, maybe slightly larger. I think the same kit. Set up in the middle of the room, beautiful thing. And off to the left of the room, Triton was under construction. And these two full, TV set style setups. It was
epic.
Call that a knife kind of banter from Triton. Yeah, it's a sight to behold if you haven't seen one of those in action. Tritons. Come down here, play some cash, enjoy the fine weather, get some selfies with the best players in the world. Be in the room, feel the buzz. Something else when the biggest events are going on.
I'd like maybe just hope that, because the guys are so rich as billionaires walking around, maybe just like chips will fall out of their pocket. So if you just follow them around the room.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Who knows?
It's funny as well, just the level of videographers wandering around that so many players have, making mini documentaries or just shooting content for their social media. It's a really busy place as Barsagan finds a good spot to get busy. 3-betting with Ace-King, blind v blind. Kolatiuk raising once more from the small. So he raised with the Jack-9, raising with the Queen-7. Just perhaps a little bit more of an old-school strategy from the small blind. Because a couple of hands that we think would probably fit best is the limps, these two. Be best served showing some respect to the perennial 5th place finisher.
Yeah, frustrating couple of hands there for Kolatiuk, but correct decision. Nothing he could really do there. Having gone with the open, which wouldn't be my strategy if I'm honest, but he's kind of consistent with that. He does like to attack from the small blind. Obviously only has to get through one more player. Wants to have the betting lead, wants to appear to have the stronger range. So he gets after it in that manner. I want to ask you about Triton and the documentary aspect, because I'm a big fan of Lee Davies. Lee Davies did an amazing series of interviews for you guys. I want to say pre-pandemic, probably like 2018, 2019. Wonderful interviews with some people who really are hard to access. I know as somebody who seeks interviews for the chip race, while I have interviewed a good chunk of those people, there are another good chunk that are pretty much inaccessible, but you guys got them. Triton got them, Lee got them, and a little window, a little insight into the world of the nosebleeds there. And of course, as you mentioned to me off camera, documentary, kind of TV show, movie show, stream show maybe being put together alongside.
Yeah, all I'm going to say is there's a lot of content being shot, and keep your eyes peeled. And that's not being mean coy, it's just me not being privy to enough information to share more with you, David.
What can you tell us?
That a lot of information, a lot of footage has been shot.
All in.
You know.
560.
Are you in it?
I'm
Push it further.
not in it.
There you go.
Yet.
I might check it out then.
Gray's checking out the middle of the pot here with ace-10. Seems like a good place to stash his 560,000 remaining chips.
Definitely. Great spot here from Gray. Good recognition of his desperate need to get busy now with this short stack.
Yeah. Could have jammed far wide than that.
Those red chips are 100k chips, just for anyone trying to do a little bit of accounting. As you can see, some players have 2 or 3 of them, some players have small stacks of them. Barsagian there doesn't have any of them. And Maxime Chilot towers.
Yeah, it's just funny seeing Gray sat next to Chilot, the shortest and the largest, nestled together.
Yeah. А для Рейза хорошая была, для Кова плохая.
My liver 20 blinds. 9-10 suited a hand we like to play, but very hard to play it in this situation. Although, David, if you do, quite often garner a little respect from the one seat. Of course, that respect goes out the window if you ever get to showdown with a hand like 10-9 suited the next time you open that seat. Tulip Bergenhoff. Yeah, very similar stack. Looking to climb the ladders, get closer and closer to the end of the day, and that's towards the final table. I'd say Maxime Gillot has booked his spot on said final table, but you never know. We've seen bigger reversals in the past. This man has booked a spot in the final 5, I can guarantee it. I'll see him Queen, Jack of Diamonds on the button. Just come in for the minimum raise. That suited Broadway compass. Soy with ace-9 off in the small and playing 30. Certainly a hand we're going to want to play, David.
100%.
Couple of options. 3-bet kind of ensures at least you play heads up. Also get a lot of folds from that button open. But flatting allows some of the weaker aces to remain, and of course, Barseghyan may end up barreling into you on an ace. He's gone for the more conventional line, perhaps, the 3-bet from the small blind. Do want to knock out that big blind. We see Pavlov would have surely remained with 10-8 and then has to relinquish a bit. Action back round to Edward Barseghyan, and one of the hands he can continue with, I guess, David, although the price is high.
Catch it.
Yeah, nice sizing here from Soy, given the relative stacks. Barseghyan very conscious that
This is the second set of 6s for you and
he has to
table,
pay
right, for today.
a decent amount to stay involved in this one, but Queen Jack suited, just sort of the pure nice hand that you kind of just have to call in position. It's
Today,
just
yes.
too pretty. He does seem to be
You
giving
don't
it some
remember.
thought, though.
Yeah.
I wonder how he's profiled Soy. They'll have a dynamic now over quite a few hands.
Right.
It was today.
In trouble against a lot of the hands that do 3-bet, of course. The Jacks plus,
Yeah,
the Ace
yeah.
Jack plus, the King Jack, King Queens.
Stack to pot ratio of 2-1 as we go to the flop here. Ace-9-0. Out of position to the Queen Jack suited, but does have the betting lead.
Last time I catch
Wow.
set on the flop 1 year ago.
Here we go. Top pair for Soy, top kicker. Barseghyan with the gut shot, 2 overs, and the flush draw.
Yes.
Although he's behind, is very much ahead in terms of equity.
Yeah, and I don't see this one getting past the flop, to be honest. I think Barseghyan definitely with a nice candidate to raise. And then I think it just gets in, doesn't it?
Right. Soy's going to see about here. Even though he can't really love the 8-9 board, his opponent doesn't have to hit 8-9 that often either. So given he's got all the big pairs, 3-bet from the small, it makes sense for him to continue. And yeah, Barseghyan just going to jam here and, I presume, try and make the king highs, the ace highs fold. And if he doesn't, then he just hits.
Well, huge amount of equity. We see it there. Obviously, the queen is good, the jack is good, the 10 is good, the diamond is good. Barseghyan has 62%, even though he doesn't have the made hand in this situation.
Yeah, Soy's like, really? Flop, a 3-bet, flop, top, top. Bet, and you jam me on this board? But can be up against... I mean, if you are up against flush draws, it's pretty grim here. You see, you're a dog, but the pot's just so big at this point, and
yeah, a lot of straight draws as well. 10 jack, queen 10 might do this. Queen jack of hearts might do this as well. Like there are lots of possibilities. Ace 9, pretty much as good a board as he could have flopped, really, with the ace 9.
Yeah.
Top.
Okay.
I'm surprised the money's not in already.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's reasonable to think these things through. We're playing for a lot of money, just making sure in his mind that he's doing the right thing. He won't like seeing that hand.
No,
There was
hoping for the king 9.
Yeah, there were some better options to see, that's for sure. The two will stand up. They have nearly matching stacks. 5 million chips in the middle.
That's enough.
It's being induced to sit down. For the run good. Well,
Edward V.
Doesn't end it. It is the ace of diamonds. Barseghyan vaults to the lead, but has to fade 4 outs. As we head to the river. And it's safe. Soy taps the table. He is the one eliminated. He was just covered. Barseghyan marches towards yet another final table. 5.3 million chips in this veteran stack.
he hasn't got there yet. There's a lot of poker to be played both tonight and tomorrow before we can start writing headlines. But Edward Barsegian final tabled the main event at the Western. He came here and he final tabled the warm-up event. He immediately went on to final table the high roller. And now, with 25, 24 people left, he's in very, very good shape. Probably top 5 stack in the room.
And not just that, look at this. As the blinds increase to 5,100, everyone at the table from Kolotiuk down, 30 bigs or less. And in fact, 3 of them sub 20. I'll say get now over 50 blinds, but most importantly, perhaps, he is downwind of our chip leader.
Yeah, good seat.
Yeah, this, with those stacks behind him, could really kind of take all the spots Maxime doesn't. Our final level of today. Myself, James Dempsey and David Lappin calling the action as we look to see how many bags we'll need. Well, Maxime Chalot might need a few, but how many players will need bags? There we go. Before we get to the end of the day. 2 of our shortest stacks right there.
James Dempsey, a veteran commentator. You have called the action on a lot of live tournaments down the years, a lot of online tournaments down the years. I don't know how many final tables you've covered. I don't know what that number is. However, when you look at an achievement like, and I'm going to assume he makes it, if he makes it there tomorrow, Edward, put that in context.
It's insane. Simply put, one of those runs that, you know, they're playing other tournaments, but for this man to come here and just be so familiar with these fields, and it's not just the last series you mentioned, but the last time I was here was the MPP. He won the EAPT, a 1,000 runner 1K. Like this isn't just these events. He just has a bead in this room.
Yeah.
He knows all the players. He's a very, very strong player. We've seen that. You've mentioned he doesn't give it away. He's not just blasting off needlessly, but he knows where he is against all these players. That, for want of a better word, home field advantage clearly shows.
Yeah, he plays MPO. He plays Merit Poker Optimal.
Oh, MPO, I like it.
Yeah. Just a streak like that.
Yeah, it's
Adam
crazy.
Friedman at the World Series of Poker.
Right.
Incredible. Dealer's choice. People will be talking that for years. We could be about to see a back-to-back-to-back by the Jungle Man next year. Even just a back-to-back in that thing is pretty insane. But, okay, he's not closing the events, but back-to-back to potentially back final tables.
It's just consistency to see him near the top at the end of all these events here. Wow.
Wow, K6 finds its way onto this flop.
Philip Bergenhoff probably sat here with these 2 6s and thought, well, this guy can do it, why can't I do it? And he has, but he elects to check the King 6-3, a little suspicious, especially when they're both so shallow. You kind of just want to bet a little. You're going to want to bet with range on King 6-3, really. But and the check back is now going to scare Yagmai on this card, isn't it? A bet on the flop would surely have got action. Now he bets 400k. The 10 of spades on the turn, and that's just going to blast Yagmai off this hand. I can see, though, obviously he's not expecting Yagmai to have any 6s, given he's holding 2 of them in his own hand. Yagmai level himself into thinking Tulip Bergenhoff just has the ace of spades here?
Right, I'm with you, James. I think just firing out that c-bet on the flop and hoping that our opponent had a King X was the way to go here.
Right, or some straight draws.
Or some flush draws or some straight draws.
Yeah. Sixes are hot. If you're playing online right now, ram them in. We're whittling down the field. Looks like Maroon Jazar returns to our feature table. The man who earlier today was the chip leader. Still looks to be on a healthy stack there. And 2 million. 20 blinds at this stage, of course, though. So we're shallowing out.
Quick look at the outer table. Idemir, familiar name in this room. Recep Idemir, legend in this room.
He is.
His son Davut is in the mix as we head into the end game of this main event, and he's just doubled up through my man, Joseph Muad. A complete cooler, kings and queens getting it in pre. Muad, big dent come out of his stack. He's down to 2.3 million. Davut Idemir up to 1.8 million.
Sent in the proxy, has he? The offspring. Taking the weekend off himself. Great. Sub 10 bigs. Biding his time. Patience is a virtue. 24 remain. Next pay jump. Coming at 21. You'll see us rise from the 15,195 at the moment up to 17,000. We have just reached that. Pay jump is worth noticing. So Gray's survival has earned him an additional 1,800 as things stand. Yagmai in the small 14 blinds and Queen Jack suited, which is all in the big. Imagine we may see him just elect to move the chips over the line here. Looks like he wants to get a little value out of his hand.
I'm with you here, James. I like the shove.
And he does. Ah.
Oh, ho, ho.
Just I was going to snap behind, but won't like seeing that it is a flip. I'd expect 210s to be in a more comfortable state than this. Well, he's getting an account. Entirely reasonable. Just joined the table, so he doesn't know where the chips are. I've got to look around, see what's going on. We'll
James, if the chips are I'm covered, I'm calling.
Well, that's a fair point.
But
like
maybe we're on a pay jump. Are we on a pay jump?
No, we just got the pay jump. But I said this before. There's nothing wrong when you're in these big situations, big field, big money on the line, just to take a few seconds. It's fine.
It is fine, of course. What would not be fine is a fold.
Yes.
So come on.
We're dealing with six-figure.
Tough decision.
First prize. Yeah, this isn't a decision. He does make the call. Yagmai will be happy to see that it is a flip. And he's been called.
Yagmai's like, what? Tens. Okay.
No.
I think that's a nit roll. But that's okay.
He's taking his
Good
moment.
luck. I'm with you. Why? Because he picked you.
Deuce, deuce,
is not
7.
fair.
Clean for the pair.
If one without help.
Yeah, am I going for the hoodie? Trying to squeeze out some extra equity.
Oh,
there it is.
It works. It works.
Ah, now just I was going, no, sit down. You're back in. Clubs mean nothing on this board.
Jazar needs to find some clothes.
Oh, he's taking the hoodie off. No, that's tempting
that's
fate.
Oh, I don't like that.
Well, it works. That's ballsy. You put the hoodie on to get the extra equity. David, you hit the queen. Do you then take the hoodie off? Oh, I guess I'm hanging around. That's tempting. Those who sit upstairs. Look into the room. It's looking a little emptier than it once was. Down to just 3 tables in this main event. How many will remain at the end of the day? That's the question. Naraimon Yagmani certainly more likely to be one of those, having doubled up to his 30 blinds.
It's my money.
Mazark's inspecting the payoff, but all smiles. Seems to be enjoying his time at our tables, although let's return to the feature. Mistimed, perhaps.
Yeah. I would have done the same.
They all would have done the
I
same.
don't have as much as you do, though.
Maroon Jazar down to just 10 blinds. The one-time chip leader
Can we get
at
one
4
more
million
bottle of water?
earlier today.
Water.
When
No, really.
at the time of 4 million was a lot of chips.
Bad luck.
So much luck in poker, David, not just in what comes out once the cards are turned over, but whether you even have to get the cards in the first place. What kind of hand your opponent's going to find when they jam there. His opponent would have been loving life if he jammed 8s and you're sitting there with 10s. See you later. Sitting there with ace queen, see you later. Happened to be a flip, happened to be on the wrong side of it. I always try and think, David, as when I lose aces versus kings, I convince myself I lost a flip. Because both hands were going in. I got dealt 1, the other person got dealt 1. One of us had to win.
It was binary.
That was my way of saying I lose aces versus kings all the time. It was a bad beat story. Thanks for humouring me.
Tula Berganoff, 1.9 million. Could be tempted to perhaps even go with this ace-2 suited. Certainly can come with the call as well.
Yeah, against a man who just secured some chips, who's also targeting the short stack in the big blind. I'm with you. I like it. Send them in.
Sending in one more big blind anyway. Not the easiest hand to navigate post-flop out of position.
Pardon me, I completely misread the situation here. Of course, he's in the big blind. I was thinking of small blind because we have no small blind in this hand. Apologies for my idiocy. I was still whining about aces v kings.
Jagme has flop best here.
Why did you bring me here? Why did you bring me
I wonder
here?
if this is also one of those spots where you could decide not to bet the jack, sort of lay the trap a little bit, hope that a card below a jack comes, which gives your opponent something.
Yeah, as an exploit, I hear what you're saying. I think in range bet spots, just bet range. That's what he's done. And very hard for Tula Berganoff to do anything but call at this stage. With ace high, which figures to be the best hand a lot. Backdoor clubs. Especially, okay, he does let it go. I was going to say, especially when he doesn't have that much ace-x. Because he does jam the best of them pre-flop against the open, and he jams some of the worst of them as well.
Yeah.
So it's nice sometimes have an ace in there. Really cool. Don't have many continues in that flop. There is both our chip leader and the tournament chip leader. I can say that with much confidence. All from, I mean, he came here with a lot of chips, or I came here with a lot of chips. We came here with a lot of chips. But ultimately, two big hands where he had the goods. Jacks and a set. Both times, his opponents, non-believers. Korotiuk, ace-king from +1. 30 blinds. This is one he's going to be more than happy to get in. Plenty of jamming stacks behind, and, well, Pavlov with 27 blinds behind finds ace-queen. His situation not quite as rosy against the +1 open. Could go both ways here. I could see a 3-bet fold. I could see a flat. I'm not sure I can see a 3-bet call, though. Bizarrely, I don't.
Goes to 570.
Well, he does go for the 3-bet. I think it's like a 3-bet where he goes with it against some of these short stacks behind, but can still fold if Kolotiuk does decide to rip it in from +1.
Oh, and an interesting spot perhaps for Jagme in the cutoff if he does think both players are on the looser side.
3.3 million in chips. I think he's just going to look at this and
I
give
think
them the respect they deserve.
No, he's not going to look at that 1 million in the middle and go, "Ah." Maybe with ace queen, maybe not with ace jack.
Maybe with ace queen, yeah. Ace jack just... Having said that, if he did do it, Kolotiuk would not be enjoying life, and Pavlov certainly would find the mark. Kolotiuk, this is the dream when you open up ace king of this kind of stack size, where you just get to 4-bet jam, get a lot of hands to fold, pick up a bit of chips, and occasionally, maybe even, get called and win.
Yeah, I wonder what Pavlov's plan here is. I hope he's made one beforehand.
Like I said, I felt like I sort of looked at this hand. I thought this is kind of one of those ones you 3-bet for value, but you do kind of, I think, just have to let it go against this man if he 4-bets you from +1. It's Pavlov. You kind of don't mind if he calls you, but you certainly don't want to raise. Kolotiuk doesn't look concerned, does he? Maybe that's because I'm looking at the ace king that's in his hands. Pavlov. Rather intimidating look himself. Just waiting a predetermined amount of time, Dave, before dropping the hammer. Pushing top floor. Wow.
Oh, I'm very surprised by this.
That was the last thing I expected. Oh, second to last. Very, very interesting development here. This ace-king just works so perfectly.
Yeah.
As a rip pre. Try and pick up the 1.4 million. Maybe make some pairs fold. Make your life a lot easier. Instead now, take things to a 4-5-7 flop. 2 hearts, you're holding ace-king black cards. Pavlov's probably going to think he's got the best hand here, bar the pocket pairs, right? He's going to think maybe my opponent's got some suited Broadways continues. So May, given that he's got that hand, beating the Broadway combos, but losing to the pairs, may think this is a good spot to check back. On the flip of that, of course, he does have all those biggest pairs. He may just decide to bet small here. Kind of bluff out the hands, or knock out the hands he actually beats, but it makes the hand a lot easier to play going forward.
Yeah, extreme downsize here.
I love it.
Looks like 250.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Again, it's still hard for the opener to ever check raise you on 7-5-4. For the above reasons, you do have still the biggest of pairs, so almost setting your price to see the river if you so choose. When you come with this bet size. Kind of continue. Go up against a hand like tens, therefore realize equity. Does, of course, allow room for you to get bluffed, but that does happen in poker. Kolotiuk checking over on the heart. Pavlov looking back.
It's not the Queen of Hearts.
It's not, but I wonder if Kolotiuk saw that. And if he did, if he reads anything into it. Wow. Knuckles again, and get to the river with 4 hearts on board. Kolotiuk ahead. There's King Black.
Another very strangely played hand involving Pavlov.
Yeah, and kind of fun from Kolotiuk's point of view. He doesn't really get to have like the offsuit ace of hearts here. Unless it's ace queen, I think, with the ace of hearts. Because we don't expect ace king to pill. He can have some sort of jack of hearts, or even, we can't have queens, so he can have the jack of hearts. Can also have, of course, a set of 9s, a set of 10s. They're pretty reasonable as played. They're probably...
Is Pavlov thinking to himself, well, I'm not putting my opponent on ace-king, so I could be ahead of some ace-high. That would make sense. However, he could have a pocket pair that doesn't have a heart, and I can now represent one.
Yeah, and even like if his man does have 9s or 10s, can he stand the heat?
He is going to bluff at it. Wow.
I do like this. I think
and not a big sizing. Going to go ultra small. And this is so hard for Kovalchuk now. It's gross, but like I don't see how you can find a call.
He can't find a call with this hand, that's for sure. But what would he do with 8s with the 8 of hearts? What would you do with 9s, 10s, jacks without a heart?
And he's gone for such a small sizing, it could be like the Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, that. I'd be sitting here thinking this guy's got a slightly different combo of ace queen offsuit here. I really like this size. Trying to make non-flushes fold. And
wow. What a hand we just saw.
Yeah, a hand that should just be a 4-bet jam and I think probably a fold. And
I'm utterly baffled by Kovalchuk's decision not to stick that one in pre-flop. He essentially gave position and the betting lead to his opponent. Dangerous to surrender such things when you don't make a pair all that often in poker.
Нет желания. Пожить еще тут хочу.
Без червей?
Ну, конечно. С червями бы я не выкинул ревет.
Post-mortem there. Needs to go no further than should have jammed.
В следующий раз такое уже не повторится. Поедем в номера.
I try not to call out mistakes in the booth too often, David.
Yeah.
You try being kind. Players are playing for a lot of money.
I had my one earlier that involved Pavlov, so you're allowed to have this one.
Yeah, everyone's allowed to do as they wish, of course, but it's a big misstep from Kovalchuk. Jagmai, it's been a good session for him. Won that flip a moment ago. Had, well, 2 halves of the sleeves on before the queen came off. Now got that ace-9 of clubs. Certainly good enough to enter. Oh, I feel like he's still trying to get settled. Especially when you're opening into the chip leader in the big blind. Jazar, the victim, his 2 10s were downed. And that queen jack. Ooh.
Oh, I don't like this.
9 blinds.
Not enough fold equity now. Maybe, just maybe, he might get the ace-9 suited to fold just because of his image. But I don't think he is going to. And I don't understand going with the situation where you've no fold equity here.
How much does that play into the jam here? The fact that he took so long to call with 10s.
Yeah,
Does
point.
Jagmai read into this a lot more strength than it actually is? And if so, is that a example of why maybe the tank with 10s is a good idea? If you lose that pot, you maybe increase your fold equity later on. Something I haven't thought of until right now.
Here's the problem. Jagmai needs 32% and ace-9 is going to be 32% against everything apart from aces.
But as we know, deep in a tournament, we're not playing chip EV. Preservation's so important.
But that's only in the bad case scenarios.
Right. All right. He does make the call. You're right, of course, David. Up against some king queens.
I don't think he would have expected to be up against the 3s, but here we go. Same pair at war once again. Yazar looking for a partial rebate.
I'm with you because you are shorter. You need to leave.
Well, he is trying with the pair once more. Can Jagmai make it 2 out of 2 with the overs? See some pips.
I think that is
on
a
the
3.
board.
There it is.
Ah.
Almost there.
All but over here. Some back doors.
Back doors, clubs, straight. Let's see. It's never easy.
Stand up. Put on some clothes. Do whatever it takes here, Yasar. You've got to hold here.
Camera, no.
Looks like a repeat 10. Oh, the 9.
I love that from Yazar. Please turn off the cameras. No, don't do it.
So, I want to keep this guy around.
I do too. And I'm being harsh there. Obviously, he did have a pocket pair and he was looking to find a spot short stack. But what you really need is a spot where you have fold equity.
But I genuinely believe that tank earlier may have increased his fold equity, but I take a point the ace-9 suited too good. And yes, of course, I do agree with you, the threes
Thank you, dealer.
are best served as a fold. But Maroon Jazart gave it a go.
Yeah, fortune favoured the brave there.
Good thing you hit the set. 9 on the river. Wasn't a club.
So there is justice, huh?
There is justice, he calls, as he goes back to 2 million in chips. If I was looking for justice, I'd be looking for the all the chips I lost, but hey-ho. Maybe I'm greedy. Maybe I don't understand justice. Pavlov raising up from +1, the man who just won a very improbable pot with ace queen, the ace king, despite not improving. But I really like the river sizing he had. You said it best. Kind of looks like a queen of hearts. Key thing with bluffing, kind of widen your value range by coming with the smaller sizings. Almost gives you a bit more credibility. Of course, in the situation we had, Colotia had no hand. Guess a little bit easier to bluff no hand, David.
Yeah. No, it was a great moment from Pavlov. I still can't really make head nor tail of the decision to flat the ace king there. So shallow. Just asking for trouble.
Pavlov going to continue on Jack 9-3.
Yeah,
this time he does have the heart in his hand on the 2-heart flop.
Yeah, these boys battling again here. Kovalchuk quickly folds. Frustrating passage of play for him.
Yeah, no doubt still thinking of the previous engager. But he's still in here with a chance. Still fighting it out for this, the Carmen Series main event title and the monstrous money that goes with it. $377,000 first prize. 4 places. David getting in the 6-figure club and 5th, aka the Barsagan spot, missing out by just a few $1,000s.
Well, that's already locked up for him.
So it looks likely now.
A reminder to all you guys tuning in. Firstly, give us a like and subscribe. The like will help this video in the algorithm. The subscribe will mean you get notified when we start the final day tomorrow, which will be starting at 2 p.m. We're going to do a 1-hour delay from the 1 p.m. start.
Ooh.
So a little bit later in the day to begin with. These guys, they deserve a decent night's sleep, I reckon, seeing as they're playing for 370 grand tomorrow.
Make him play tonight. No rest for anyone.
Shiloh on the button here. Kovalchuk with a pretty easy decision. Just going to stick this one in, I hope. I hope there's
Yeah,
nothing fancy or weird or strange, but we never know.
Yeah, hopefully he just regresses back to the norm here. Michael's on 18 against a very wide range of any button, let alone that of the chip leader. But I do keep saying, I mean, Shiloh's just been dealt a lot of garbage for the last couple of orbits. But he hasn't been getting out of line.
No.
However, Ace-Jack suited is just so much equipment. Could he ever go for a smaller sizing, in fact? Like goof about, make it 6 blinds. What do we just always jam for this many from the small?
900 raise.
Well,
Yeah,
he's
he's
gone
chopping.
for 9, he's gone for half stack.
This is a man who doesn't like to say the words all in.
Yeah. Now, there are some situations where we do this sort of thing, but this would be on a final table.
You said do.
I did. I'm upset with myself.
Ali said duty earlier and I let it pass.
Oh, you let that pass, but you called me out.
Well, he was on one of his, tangents where you're not quite sure when the pause is coming for you to get in, and by the time I had a chance, at the moment it was gone.
Do you think he knew he'd done it and then strung out the tangent?
Quite possibly.
I noticed Ali decided he was too good for a buffet today after the a la carte in the casino. Now he's found the new VIP restaurant in the casino. He's 2 for 2 the last 2 nights.
He does like a roped off area, does our Ali.
Certainly does. I have to say, very impressed watching him converse over here, using all 3 of his languages.
That's English,
gibberish, yeah.
Farsi and donkey. No, sorry.
Seen him flexing the linguistic muscles. A lot of languages spoke in this room. I'd say as poker rooms go.
Actually, yeah.
You get a lot. English, though, is the language of poker. That is the language spoken once cards are out.
Thank you for your support.
Yes.
Great. He speaks English. He'll say the words all in here. Well, actions speak louder than words. Shoves in what looks like a lot more than 5 blinds.
I think it's 610. 500.
Given he's got about 90 actual chips there.
Did you see your card? Okay.
He needs to be talking to
I thought
Shiloh
you were
there.
praying before I check it.